Well. Welcome. Welcome to my factory. Ha 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 ha. We're getting D&D? Yeah, why wouldn't we? I think it is today. Unless somebody's canceling. Where are the purple cubes at? I'm working on it right now, okay? They look really... The purple cubes actually look super easy. Unless I'm missing something, so... Or the difficult part of the purple cube is probably that you have to go to another planet for the silica or something, huh? Johnny Silverhand is crying right now. Who the fuck is that? Okay. What is this? Supposedly I'm missing some good memes.
We have so many memes to go over today. Which is unfortunate, I know, because you people like serious stuff. You're all very serious people. Unfortunately, we have to open with
oh no, not Destiny.
Little brief Destiny meme.
No.
Just a little one.
Not that. Anything but
Normally
that.
I don't like throwing fuel onto the fire, but in this case, I feel like we should. But before I get to that...
I wonder if... So normally when I have debates with Vaush, because my audience is already left-leaning, and because Vaush's audience completely and totally fucking hates me, I think I generally always look bad in my debates. Whether I think I perform well or not, it's just because like people are already kind of ideologically bought into whatever he's going to say, so I'm kind of always at like a huge disadvantage. But I could be wrong, but it feels like for this one, it feels like a lot of people disagreed with Vaush. And I think that might be bothering him a lot. Because like if you like Destiny debates are supposed to be gimmies, okay? Like looking at it from his perspective and not trying to get too full of myself, right? Like I'm like the master debater, blah, blah, blah. So like when he gets to debate me, it's a gimme because people are already ideologically kind of pinned against me, and he gets to kind of prove his mettle. Like, oh, look, I'm crushing Destiny debates over and over again because both of our audiences hate him sometimes. Well, mine all the time and then his sometimes. It's what it feels like. So like if we ever have a debate where people aren't like automatically siding with him, I think it fucks him up mentally hardcore. I also didn't think that I thought this debate was pretty tame compared to the last couple we've had. So it's kind of funny from my perspective to watch him get so upset over it because I didn't really think that much about it in terms of like think it was a huge deal. I thought it was like whatever. But all right, let's listen up.
That. Remember how a little while ago I got some really, really, really nice pottery from a fan? But unfortunately, a lot of it broke in the mail. I've had it there for a while now. Well, I ordered some equipment, and oh, looks like stream's having a hiccup. I ordered some equipment. You know, the impeachment trial used Nick Fuentes as evidence. Yeah, I saw him in one of those videos. That's got to be the highlight of his life, right? He's been entered into the congressional records now. That's a fucking meme right there. Whew. All right. The imperfections make it unique? Yeah, just like people. All right, people. So, I've noticed that usually after I have a big argument with Destiny, him and his community latch, and this is my perception, him and his community latch on to one or two very specific misinterpretations of the things that I said, and they meme it into oblivion.
Keep in mind that he spent the entire debate constantly poisoning that meme at me. Well, you think socialists have to not have any money, even though I multiple times said I'm not saying that, but...
Time they did it with the submitting to the mob take, which unfortunately repeated engagements with Destiny's community has led me to believe they still don't know what I was saying. And I don't know why, because I think I made it clear, but yeah.
Wait, make it clear again.
The meme that came out of this one was that
not gonna go over it again.
Vaush is okay with lying if it suits his political agenda. That's the...
Wait, is that not what he's... I feel like I've heard... Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I've heard him say explicitly that multiple times. that he says like propaganda and misinformation is okay insofar as it suits his ends. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Well, let's hear it. I thought he literally said that. Wait, does anybody have a link of him literally saying that? Like, yeah, there's tweets of him or whatever saying he literally, or videos of him saying he literally wants like Candace Owens on the left. Oh shit, maybe he's lying now because it suits his agenda. Oh no, true.
The thing, there's like a half dozen subreddit posts in his community saying exactly that, which is interesting for a couple of reasons that I'm about to get to. Normally, I don't think it's worthwhile to address stuff like this because I find that most of the communities that dislike me online are uncharitable, which means that even if you present them information that I think like reasonably leads to a given point, they don't accept it because they don't like you. Or at least that's a kind of uncharitability. This is the way I feel about tankies and the woke scolds and, you know, I haven't put much effort into clearing up the shit Nazis believe about me either. Because you think they'd believe me? If I gave them a rational explanation for any of the crazy shit they say about me? No. And unfortunately, I'm getting the, maybe not the exact same, but a comparable type of uncharitability from some elements of Destiny's community. So I want to address it, okay? So, with regards to the accusation, there are like half a dozen Reddit threads. There are people in the Twitter threads memeing about this, saying that I'm okay with lying if it suits my political agenda. One of those threads I actually posted to Twitter. The title of it was something like, Vaush is as dangerous as Trump, or no, it was like, Vaush's approach to information is as dangerous as Trump. Here, I'll find the exact title, because if I misremember it, they'll accuse me of lying. Here it is. I don't think people realize how dangerous Vaush's position really is. It's comparable to the dangers of Trump. And because this is a supremely funny title, I posted it to Twitter. And funnily enough, they actually said that me posting the title of this Reddit post was misinformation because I didn't also post the content of the post. Which, if you take it to its logical conclusion, means that anytime you post the title of something without including the entirety of its contents, you're lying. In fact...
Okay, these types of statements are profoundly interesting to me because I think it gives an insight into like the possibilities of Vaush's mind. So this is really interesting to me. So the argument that Vaush just made basically is that these types of... basically what he's saying is people are upset that I just posted a funny title and they're saying I need to post the whole thread. Well, if people are going to say that, then basically what people are saying is every single time I post a funny title on Reddit, I have to link the entire article. Now, that's a reasonable point. Like, well, yeah, hold on, wait, that's really silly. Do we really expect somebody to post an entire fucking article if they just want to like make fun of a silly title? Like, that's kind of dumb, right? But that's not actually what happened here, right? That's not actually why, that's not actually what the problem was. So the problem is more specific than that, but he generalizes it to win the argument. So the problem right now isn't that he only posted a title and was making fun of it. The problem is that he posts a title that doesn't really get to the meat of what was said in the actual article and is pretty misleading relating to the article, right? I don't think people realize how dangerous Vaush's position really is. It's comparable to the dangers of Trump. Like, are people saying Vaush is like Trump? Like, this is obviously wrong, right? I know Vaush's politics. I know Trump's politics. Vaush and Trump are nowhere near similar to one another. These silly Destiny dipshits posting fucking threads like this, how disingenuous, right? But the problem is that when you actually read the thread itself, now the thread itself is very, very short. I say thread, it's literally like one paragraph. The problem is that when you read the paragraph, the fact that he said he's okay with lying sometimes if it achieves his political goals or outcomes is an incredibly dangerous road. I think the worst thing about Trump was the fact that he lied so much and literally conned the American people. His lies made them do things they would never have even thought of doing prior, i.e. storming the Capitol. Vaush's lies don't seem as bad because his politics have virtually no power. However, if they did, this is where some really dangerous stuff can happen. History is riddled with examples where lying and dishonesty almost always leads to horrid ends. He needs to reconsider this. The thread is now... Whether or not you agree with this, he said it's okay to lie sometimes. The thread is not comparing one-to-one Vaush to Trump. It's just saying the idea of like misinformation is bad, right? So the interesting thing is, so then if we back up and we kind of change our position, we steel man in a little bit harder. What we're really saying is, if you're going to post the title of something that's misleading, you should probably post additional context. That's what's really being said. I think it's funny. Now, he must realize that, I would imagine. So in his own head, he's either misrepresenting the argument for it to appear stronger than it actually is, or he truly doesn't understand the harm in potentially posting a title that's incredibly misleading about a particular thing. And I notice this too, because like, notice you always want to fight somebody on your home ground. You always want to fight somebody in an area that's familiar to you. So dragging people back to familiar arguments that are well established that you can defeat are very good too, right? Like, oh, like here's a criticism of Vaush. Stalin breadlines, Venezuela, social, right? Like these are like very common meme arguments that you can always drag somebody back to this area and then win it. Like, oh, Venezuela. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, dude, you think the bread line, blah, blah. Like, yeah. These types of little things are interesting because I think they give you kind of an insight into what a person is thinking.
The content of the post, which, if you take it to its logical conclusion, means that anytime you post the title of something...
So really, the logical conclusion was anytime you post the title of something and the title is misleading for what the article is actually about, then you have to post additional context. But when we say it like that, well, that actually doesn't sound too crazy. Like, yeah, that actually probably would be a good rule to lead by. If you post the title of a thread... and the title of the thread seems a little misleading, you probably should always post additional context. I call out people like Blair White for that, and I don't watch Vaush's content, but I'm willing to bet Vaush probably does too. I'm willing to bet that there are multiple videos where Vaush has called out reactionary dipshits for posting the title of an article and not reading the article, or saying just the title itself, and saying that this is bad or whatever, even though the title might contradict, or the way they present the title is contradicting the content of the article. I'm willing to bet Vaush probably does that as well. But
without including the entirety of its contents, you're lying. In fact, I think if you go to this post now, the majority of the comments are about saying that I proved his point. Very Trumpian of me to post a screenshot of a title, which I guess means anytime you post that title of Tucker Carlson's conversation with Ian Miles Chong, where it says like "Gamer Man Afraid of Women," or that Styx Hexenhammer title, "Why Feminism is Why I Can't Date Women, Part 2 out of 17 or something, that's actually misinformation.
So notice how we draw back here. This is actually so dishonest. And then this is, I have to think, is Vaush doing this intentionally or does he just misunderstand, right? So notice where we're dragging this back into. Actually, I don't think he does it intentionally. That's something that I felt like I understood in my last debate with him. I thought that a lot of his rhetoric, I thought that the way that he framed things, I get upset, but I'm like, okay, I understand you're doing this because it proves a point. Now I actually don't think he understands. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think he just kind of like does this on autopilot and he just happens to be rhetorically effective. Ironically enough, kind of like Donald Trump. So like now he's made this position seem so ridiculous that it's like, oh, we can't even post like a fucking meme thread anymore without that being misinformation. Now even memes are misinformation, right? Like it's holy shit. Well, that sounds really horrible, you know? God damn it, dude. I can't do all this fucking shit in my head, okay? Fuck. All right. I want to produce... Oh, wait. I need to produce 6 of these processors per second. That means I need 18 of these factories. Because I want to do 6 of these per second. You're going to need like 10 times that for silicon production. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Anytime you ever show any piece of information without showing every and all qualifying and characterizing piece of information associated with it, it's Trumpian. I get annoyed by stuff like this because when you're dealing with an uncharitable community, it really doesn't matter how you handle things because misinformation exists in a spectrum. If you really want to, I mean really, 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 really want to, you could accuse every human being on Earth of engaging in misinformation to some extent or another.
And then now we go to the watering down of everything. Where like, well, hold on, Destiny. Didn't you say something wrong once? Well, hold on. Like, haven't you done something that was wrong one time? Like, don't you think that's now, aren't you violating your blah, blah? And it's like, okay. But, yeah.
The easiest one you can do is accuse them of flatly, openly lying, which you can normally catch people in, and I don't think is acceptable in any case.
Wait, okay, hold on. Fuck. Does anybody have... I feel like I've had multiple conversations where he's literally said that lying is permissible insofar as it spreads your ideology. Am I just wrong on that? I feel like I've heard this multiple times. He talks about this later. His new position is that he just wants grifters on the left, but not necessarily liars. He said it, and he said it in his last conversation with you. Yeah, I guess I just wish he actually said that verbatim. Yeah, I thought he did, but we need like a clip of that to listen to. Yeah. If he changed his position on that, I would consider that good. By the way, my understanding is that he thinks that like because he has this very one-dimensional view of utilitarianism where it's like, if the ends justify the means, then every mean is okay. And it's like, hold on, okay, that's not probably the best normative ethical framework by which we evaluate our actions. Okay, we probably want to think through this a little bit more, right, before people start killing each other on the streets for kidneys. Okay, kill one to save two over and over again, right? Oh, also, this is really cringe. I actually think I'm going to go ahead and say that these people are transphobic, and I'm going to start banning people that do shit like this. I have trans friends. I like talking about trans issues. I think it's really fucking creepy when you try to use trans people over and over again to win an argument with somebody. I hate Demon Mama, and I really hate Abigail's content. It has nothing to do with them being trans. The idea that you are so hyper fucking fixated and obsessed with their sexuality is very fucking weird to me. I know this is his girlfriend. I'm going to assume that these people are transphobic when you try to use trans people as like some fucking weapon to win like online debates. That's really fucking weird to me. I don't know why people are so obsessed with trying to label me transphobic or so obsessed with trying to label me a TERF. It's very, very, very fucking weird. Not to mention the fact that, like, I hated Philosophy Tube's shit before they transitioned or kind of came out or whatever as well, so, but...
But then there are half-truths, and then there are sort of not half-truths, but you're only providing enough information to imply X or Y. And if you lean in on it hard enough, everybody engages in this behavior to some extent. CGP Grey is a really great YouTuber. You know, CGP Grey? They did all the videos on different...
Something that Vaush has a really, really, really hard time distinguishing between is an ethical principle and a behavior. So I have a set of ideals, and I will never, ever, ever live up to those ideals because they're ideals. You can't be an idealistic person. No one can, save for, I think, Mary, the mother of Jesus, supposedly was without sin, right? But we strive towards our ideals. Just because we make mistakes or we don't always live up to our ideals doesn't mean that we're necessarily hypocrites, and it doesn't mean that we discard those ideals. You will never, ever, ever, ever be as strong as you could have been if you would have started lifting when you were, 11 years old. But that's not an excuse to not start when you're 25 or 30 or 40, right? Why would you start lifting at 40, right? You could have started 25 years ago. You're never going to be as strong as you could have been. Don't waste your time. Like, nobody would ever think that way. Same thing with ethical precepts or moral precepts. You would never say that, like, oh, well, like, you messed this up before, so all of your morals are garbage and trash and get rid of them. It's like, wait, what? I mean, people make mistakes. This idea behind defending a particular behavior is the same as like hold on, let me listen to this again.
You know, CGP Grey, they did all the videos on different types of voting systems.
Just because you defend a certain ethical principle doesn't mean that like you're not going to make a mistake, or it doesn't mean that like I don't know how to defend it. This is like such a weird thing. Like saying everybody engages in some level of misinformation at some point in their life, the behavior is not the same as saying we ought to get rid of the principle of non-misinformation. Does that make sense? Right? Everybody messes up at some point doesn't mean we should stop calling the mistake a mistake. Just because everybody might mess up or make a mistake doesn't mean that the mistake becomes okay. It's still bad. We fuck up, but we say we fuck up. The difference is just because a mistake happens doesn't mean the mistake is reclassified as something else.
However, there are some elements of CGP's Gray's videos that are a little bit misrepresentative. The Monarchy video is an example where they left out certain chunks of information that Sean covered in one of his videos because CGP and Sean both have an ideological bias. Now, depending on how charitable I wanted to be to CGP Gray, I could say that he was deliberately lying, that he is a peddler of misinformation, and that he should be deplatformed off the internet. But frankly, I think that'd be a little ridiculous. The problem that I have with stuff like this is that the degree of uncharitability that's assigned to me from Destiny's community is so severe that I genuinely don't know if anything I'm ever going to say is going to, like, register. To be clear, this is a community supervised by Destiny, a guy who is obsessed with logical consistency, who impugned me for not controlling my community enough when he got departnered off of Twitch because a couple people in my community, including my partner and a mod of mine, made comments about reporting him for it, except my partner made the comment in a live stream chat, which means that it was on screen in view for about 2 seconds, and the mod's comment got deleted the moment that I noticed it.
This is such a weird hill to die on. I don't know what he's trying. Is he trying to imply that, like, his partner wasn't, like, involved? Like, is he just gonna ignore the fact that she cut together like a very small, like, 16-second clip that kind of went viral and got, like, whether or not you believe I deserve to get departed or not, like, clearly they had more of a hand in it. I don't know why you wouldn't just own that. That's a really hard thing. Like, his roommate literally posted the very short clip. Like, why not just own that? That seems like a really weird thing to, like, walk away from. But okay. Also,
you gnome fuck.
Partner made.
Okay. Does anybody understand what I mean when I say, okay, hold on, fuck. Okay. A lot of people use phrases a lot, okay? A lot of people use phrases a lot where they're like, oh, logical, rational, reasonable, seasonal, logical, reasonable, rational, truth, sound, reason, right? A lot of people, like, use words like this all the time because they sound authoritative or they strengthen an argument or whatever. I try to be very, very precise with the words that I use relating to anything related to philosophy. So, like, if I say something is valid, I mean that in, like, the literal sense of the word. If I say something is sound, I mean that in the literal sense of the word, right? All the premises are true, the conclusion necessarily follows. Right? I try to be very, very, very precise with my language. When I say that consistency is essential, otherwise fuck. Because I wonder sometimes, I'm trying to be more mindful of if people understand what I'm saying when I say something. Okay, consistency is necessary, otherwise, consistency is important, necessary, it doesn't really matter. What did I say? Consistency is necessary? I think I said that. Consistency is necessary, otherwise we necessarily fall into absurdity, okay? When I say this, do we understand what this means? Because I'm not, like, I really do try to speak pretty plainly. I'm never trying to, like, load, like, a whole bunch of fucking complicated words to sound smart or whatever. Okay. When I say something like this, okay? When I talk about consistency, when I say consistency, what I mean is that any given set of rules cannot have a contradiction in those rules, okay? So, for instance, I can't have something saying apples are red and apples are not red. I can't have a rule system that includes both of those statements, because if we have a rule system that includes contradictory statements, from those contradictory statements, we can essentially assert the positive or the negation of any statement, which is bad, okay? That's a complicated way of saying that if you have a contradictory rule system, basically everything goes, okay? So, when I say consistency, right, this is consistency, or that's what consistency is. So consistency is necessary. That means it's needed to have a conversation on anything. Otherwise, we necessarily fall into absurdity. When I say absurdity, what I mean is basically nothing means anything anymore. Things become absurd. Red is down, and down is up, and up is for, and any statement can be asserted or negated equally, right? So the reason why I'm so obsessed with consistency is because, in my opinion, okay, oh God, there's going to be some philosophy kid out there that's going to kill himself with how fucking horrible my philosophy is, right? In my opinion, morally. So epistemology is like our understanding of like what is truth, right? What are things we can know and not know, right? In my opinion, morality is downstream from epistemology. For us to have meaningful conversations about morality, we have to kind of like understand like what do the words we say mean? What can we know? Like these types of things, right? This is like, it's a necessary meaning needed, precondition, meaning something that has to be met before. It's a necessary precondition to having conversations about morality, okay? Epistemology, is it not epistemology? I don't know, sorry. We need to have some understanding of things that we can say that are true or false before we can ever make any statements related to morality or ethics. We have to, right? Sorry. So when somebody says, why are you so obsessed with consistency? It's because I would say consistency is a necessary precondition to having a conversation about morality. Does that make sense? Like, we have to have some level of consistency for us to have a meaningful conversation about ethics. Now, some people hear me say consistency and they get obsessed with this idea of, oh, so you think everybody has to be perfectly consistent all the time? No. When I say consistency, I'm not talking about a person's behaviors being consistent. I'm talking about our understanding of like moral systems being consistent, or the things that we say that are true or not true being consistent. Like, so for instance, stealing is always bad. That's a statement. Just because somebody steals sometimes doesn't mean that the statement is inconsistent. It means the behavior is inconsistent. So when I say we need to strive for 100% consistency, I stand by that. But I don't mean that we need to be 100% consistent in our behavior. What I mean is that our moral systems, or like our epistemic foundations, our understanding of like true or not true statements. And honestly, we don't even need to worry about epistemology, okay? Because fuck all that. Just know that like we have to have a mutual understanding of like things that are real or not real, or true or that are not real, okay? That's what I'm saying when I say that like, I'm saying that our ideals need to be consistent. Not necessarily that our behavior needs to be consistent. It should be. We should strive for consistency in our behavior. But when I say, yeah, I hope that makes sense. I hope some people understand that, right? I'm not like, yeah. Our moral code, the moral code should be perfect. But we're never going to be perfect trying to live up to a moral code. But just because we're not perfect doesn't mean that the moral code can become imperfect. That doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Eight comments about reporting him for it, except my partner made the comment in a live stream chat, which means that it was on screen in view for about 2 seconds, and the mod's comment got deleted the moment that I noticed it. Meanwhile, when somebody in Destiny's community...
So real quick, and again, I am floored by this. He can't truly be doing this right now. My problem was not with anything posted in his live stream chat. My problem was with the 16-second tweet that she clipped and put on her Twitter and blew up to 500,000 people. That was my issue. I don't know why he's pretending like my issue was something that was said in a live stream chat. I could give a fuck less what people say in their individual live stream chats.
$5. Is there sexual tension between you and Vaush?
Oh, the roommate did that, not the girlfriend, sorry. But regardless, like, these are the things I have an issue with. I don't care as much what people say in their chats. So I don't know why he's pretending like this is the focal point of what I was upset about, but...
Says, and this was right after, by the way. So are the exploits for Vaush's site fixed yet, or still open for abuse? And Destiny says, ooh, if you know any, you should post and or abuse them, Lamau. No.
Now, the interesting thing is, why is it that he would open this with Destiny's getting upset about something posted in my chat when I'm not upset about something posted in his chat? I'm upset about something that his community is doing. And then why would he run now to my chat and then get upset about things that I say in my chat? Like, I'm not entirely sure how this makes sense.
How many fixed exploits are public or not? Go get them, champ. So,
To be clear, when I said go get him, champ, what I meant was you should find all the abuses and exploits in Vaush's website, and you should submit them to the Git, to the repo, so that they can patch their site. I do think that it's funny though that after impugning me for bringing up chat logs, he brings up chat logs when my initial problem was never even chat logs. Because if my initial problem was chat logs, I would be talking about his chat that was calling for me to be banned. I would be talking about his subreddit that were making posts about me to be banned, that Vaush specifically said, I can't ban people on my subreddit after bragging about banning someone in his chat. And then I bring up his Discord that was calling for me to be banned if I wanted to go into chat logs. But I do think it's funny that he starts with chat logs aren't important. Anyway, here's his chat logs.
to my knowledge, he never owned up to this or, like, apologized. I think at one point somebody brought up
The idea that I would apologize to him for talking shit about his website, well, my website, in my offline chat when nothing bad has happened to him, anything related to anything I've said has happened to him, and his community like tried to lead a charge to get me banned from the fucking internet, and I'm the one that's supposed to apologize. That's like unbelievable victimization, self-victimization. Holy shit.
him up, and he said it was a meme, which, like, okay. Conveniently, after the departnering, I think Destiny entered his nihilist arc where he said he didn't care about being, like, honest anymore, or he didn't care about, like, being consistent or something like that. Anyway.
Wait, did I ever have that arc? I think a few times I've flirted with the idea where I'm like, fuck it, we should just stop doing this, but I don't think I've ever... Oh, I think I know what he's referring to. There are... For at one point in time, I said, like, if I'm in a debate with someone and they bring up something and I'm not familiar with it, I should just fucking flat out fucking lie and say, like, actually, you're wrong about that study or whatever. Because, like, it seems like nobody else ever reads the studies anyway. I remember this beam. But I think that's a little bit different than what we're talking about now. And I'm pretty sure that phase lasted for literally, like, fucking 2 days. Oh, yeah, because I was, like, ultra nihilist about fucking everything. Yeah, we had to talk with Bookfucker about it. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, like, this is where I'm getting criticism from, okay? Like, honestly. And if my community was on the fucking patrol trying to find criticisms or inconsistencies about a person's position, like for Destiny, you'd be able to find some, because everyone engages in this stuff.
So again, I don't know if this is intentional or he truly can't comprehend. His philosophy brain is still growing. I'm not talking about a person's behavior when I say we ought to be wholly and completely consistent. I'm talking about our ethical principles. Behavior is never going to be consistent. Nobody's perfect. I understand that, of course.
So I want to explain the reason why Destiny's community says that I'm okay with lying for political gain. And then I want to explain why that's wrong. And unironically, why them saying that is misinformation.
Okay. Ready. I'm excited. I'm pumped. Pumped. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it.
Oh, Destiny's claim was that he was trying to tell chat to report it? Oh, I'm saying, so he said that if you find exploits in the site, you should post and or abuse them. He was trying to do bug fix. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Of course, naturally.
This is called it's called being a white hat hacker, right? We abuse things for good. So like posting a funny message in his chat saying like, "Look at this, Vaush. There's an exploit. You should fix it." You know how it goes, right?
You know. How could you expect anything else? What other possible outcome could there be to that? By the way, I've never lied like that. You can trawl through my whole fucking history. I've never lied as shamelessly and as deliberately and as blatantly as that. And that's just one example.
Shamelessness. It's just pure shamelessness.
Maybe it's uncharitable of me to assume that.
All the
in
memes.
the debate that I had with Destiny,
every meme phrase.
I said at one point, after he said that the left was engaging in misinformation by saying Breonna Taylor died in her sleep, I said something along the lines of, who cares? There was conversation surrounding that. I don't remember all the specifics. I have a really bad memory. But at some point in that conversation, I think I must have given him and other people the impression that I don't care about lies if the lies suit my political agenda. Which is not true. If you follow any of my content, you will know that I have always been fastidious about honesty. If you know, I have corrected you guys on where Breonna Taylor died. If you know, in the debate with Destiny itself, I repeatedly said that I really liked Unlearning Economics video because it pointed out the misinformation in Philosophy Tube's video and corrected it.
Oh, so Vaush
So
is
in the
transphobic too,
conversation
huh?
that I had itself, I was adamant about the necessity of qualifying and clarifying and correcting misinformation. And if you look back through the history of my channel, I think I've said this multiple times, in a utilitarian sense, I think there are severe consequences to encouraging misinformation. See, on a very surface level, if it's like if you tell a lie and there are good outcomes, that's good, right? Well, there's a problem with that.
Now you said it's okay to lie. Wait, oh my god, is he like fucking just copying my fucking shit for like 1 day ago? I hear a lot of my arguments repeated. So like, for instance, like he walked back all the GME stuff because I know that he still watches my content. Is he about to repeat verbatim my...
No system lives on its lies forever, and eventually everyone comes to account. Even if the left were somehow able to like sweep national offices off of
Hold on. Dog shit. I think that she's legitimately like a waste of space on this platform.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, yes, I got it.
Oh, wait, okay. This might just be where we differ here.
Sure.
But my issues with Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris aren't so much that they're wrong, it's that they lead people in the wrong political direction. I think that pop content of all kinds, all pop content, which is 98% of what the average person will be engaging with, is going to be poppy, derivative, simplistic stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't think pop content is bad, but just
as long as it leads people in a good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
I think there needs to be some adherence or conformity to truth. I don't think it can just. I don't think you can just lie and move people in the right direction, and that makes it okay.
What about a simplistic and somewhat reductive video that has the right spirit, directs people towards more substantive work? Genuinely asking.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Also, if Jackie wants to come and talk later, 100% we can do it. Okay, I guarantee that all my trans takes are better than yours. You fuck piece of shit. Okay, what were you saying? Sorry,
Jackie
this
Patel,
person is harassing me in your chat. One of your mods. Okay, sorry. Repeat your last thing again. Rude.
What was I saying? Oh, that's one of my mods.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They call me a gnome. Okay. That was
anyway,
list. Go ahead.
Wait, to be fair, lots of people. Okay. Anyway, so let's say you've pop content and it's a little misleading, a little reductive, but the message is good. It pushes people in the right direction, and at the end they have links to resources that you could read up on to be more educated on it. Do you think that's acceptable?
So I just don't know what you mean in terms of reductive. Everything that you said doesn't sound bad. My issue right now is that I think that going forward, something that I'm trying to be very strict on is I think that it's very, very, very important to report factual stuff correctly. Because I think right now the biggest issue that we're having probably across the world, at the very least in the United States, is we are widening this chasm of what both sides see as reality. And that widening of the chasm, even if it's for a good cause, I don't think is good. I think at the end of the day, I think that lying a little bit to sell a good message is actually hurting these good messages so much, and it makes it so difficult for anybody to buy into them. Okay, I think my position here is very clear. Don't lie to sell a good message. I think I've illustrated that in a pretty clear way. That it feels to me that way.
Disinformation. I mean, to just take it from A to Z, even if we were able to win off of that.
Sorry, hold on.
You think that if we got rid of... So let's take the right out of this, because the right doesn't care about misinformation.
Okay.
If we took
well,
every
the left doesn't either, unfortunately, right now, but yeah.
Well, I think that, like, principally, the right doesn't care about misinformation. Leftists, I think, just are very good at misleading themselves.
I don't know if that's true. I think the right is the same. I think a lot of them are very good at misleading themselves. But go ahead.
Okay, well, we can discuss that. But that aside, if we were to get rid of all content which has any misleading elements for the advocacy of liberal or left-leaning politics, I think that would destroy almost everything. We would be left with NPR-style, incredibly empirical, fact-based, and dry commentary, high-level academia, accessible-only content, and maybe a couple of...
Is he not defending misinformation here? That's what it sounds like to me. Am I wrong? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's basically saying, like, we have to lie and shit because it's entertaining. That's the take that I'm getting at. But maybe I'm misinterpreting, or maybe I'm being not charitable. Keep going.
Left capable of threading that line.
Wait, this is a
Wait,
bad...
hold on. There are people in chat saying good. We lose if that happens.
Wait, I think that this is a bad dichotomy. You can have content that's edgy, engaging, entertaining, aesthetic, that doesn't mislead people or lie.
The expectation that even reductive content must be excised from people on our side of the political
aisle.
No, I think
reductive content is okay.
Well, what's the line then?
The line is when you're misreporting the facts, or if you're like completely misrepresenting something, or if you're being so reductive that you're being incorrect.
Okay, but in this case, I think incorrectness is kind of a great...
See, like, I feel like what I'm saying here, if you agree with me, if you agree with what I'm saying, I feel like what I'm saying here is like pretty non-controversial. Like, yeah, like being reductive is fine, but just don't be totally incorrect. And I feel like the normal response of like, oh yeah, of course, like you shouldn't be obviously incorrect. Of course, you shouldn't be obviously wrong about something. Like, I feel like that's that's like a give me. Like, yeah, of course.
Gradient.
I'm not, whatever the ingredient is, we're way far away from where I would be debating the gradient. Right now, we're just like, people just report things that are just factually not true. That's my issue. Like,
sure, they do that. But, okay, I don't remember enough of these Philosophy Tube videos to meaningfully defend them.
We don't have to talk about Abigail shit. I don't care about her that much. The whole time.
Liking the most were the idpol stuff. But that aside, okay, I'll ask you. Hypothetical, okay. You can adhere to truthfulness entirely, get rid of everything misleading and dishonest on your side of the political aisle, but it costs you the war.
I don't think so. I think it would. I think it would help. I think that would cost.
How does it not
right
sound
now.
like he's making these weird utilitarian arguments for lying? It's got to be like exactly what he's doing. Am I crazy? Like he's basically saying like if we don't lie, we're gonna lose everything. I don't understand why he's so upset about my interpretation. Like.
And I'm going to be totally honest, this is like anecdotal as fuck for me. So maybe I'm wrong here, but like, here's one of the issues that I run into. And I noticed this because I beta test some things with my mom when I'm in Florida, okay? When I argue with my mom, I have to immediately own a whole bunch of poorly represented or misrepresented facts immediately. And then by the end of that, I have to tell my mom like, okay, hold on, listen. Okay, yeah, this was wrong. And yeah, that was a lie. And okay, that was true. But the rest of this is true. I swear to God, mom, okay?
Where's she getting that info from?
Sometimes from left-leaning people. Like,
is that really the case?
Yeah, so I'll go over some of the most popular ones that I hear. I'll go over them. You probably heard these on Street, right? One of the number one things, easiest misreported fact ever. Yeah. Why do so many people say she was killed in her sleep in bed?
Does it matter?
Yes, it totally matters.
And then him saying here, does it matter if that was misreported incorrectly? Nah, I don't care what Book Smarts comes in and says. I think that my interpretation here is correct. I think that he is arguing in favor of misinformation so long as it suits some political end. I 100% say that. I 100% agree with that. I don't think I'm being uncharitable here. I think my understanding of this is pretty well done.
To the facts of the wrongness of her murder. Does it matter whether
even to the facts of the wrongness of her murder? Yeah. Now, okay, because there's a huge difference in.
I don't think I get to explain this.
So I'll describe what I think was reality.
Stray bullets fly into the building. I mean, depending on the position of the bedroom, a hallway could be.
No.
Even if that is the case, though, I didn't get to actually talk about this, unfortunately. There is a huge difference, like, and the level of outrage would rightfully be different versus like police kill woman in bed because of stray bullets in her building versus like police police like execute woman in her bed versus like stray bullets kill woman in a hallway. These are two vastly different things. Rightfully so. Both can be bad, but dude, the cops are walking into some person's apartment and killing them in bed. That's what the fuck is happening, right? That's like literally what? Like, is it like a roaming police death squad? Like, holy shit. Like, the idea that these two things are just, like, that fact is inconsequential. Like, who cares if she was sleeping in bed versus if she was in the hallway standing behind her boyfriend that was firing at the cops, right? Like, well, I think they're, like, way different. Both can be horrible because both of those are horrible. But, Jesus. Okay. Happy birthday.
We one off lies. And that may be great in the short term, but in the long term, we have destroyed our ability to meaningfully criticize ourselves.
So I like this take from Vaush. This is a good take, and I 100% agree with it. I just wish he felt this way 2 days ago. Like, I agree with Vaush here. It's a good point. If we aren't truthful, we lose the ability to audit ourselves. It's not good. But this was not the take that he gave in the conversation with me. So I don't know why he would be so upset with me disagreeing with it.
Because the followers of those lies, the people who believe in them, probably don't know their lies. That's generally how it goes with these political movements, right? The people on top lie and the people on bottom obey those lies. Which means that the people on the bottom, now having been fed misinformation, no longer have the ability to accurately address, clarify, correct, or criticize any of the political positions that they support. And that has devastating long-term consequences.
Yeah, of
Somebody
course.
here says, Vaush, you literally said last stream you wanted more grifters on the left. Yes, because I don't care if a person is sincere about their belief in leftism when they push it. Being a grifter doesn't necessarily mean you're lying about the claims you make. It means you're being dishonest about what you believe. If a grifter can
kinda
be
true.
insincere while pushing nothing but truthful information. So, and I clarified that, I think, in that context. If you're a grifter, like, you can push nothing but truthful information, but internally, you can think, like, I don't give a fuck about
Unlikely to
leftism. I
happen,
don't give a
but
fuck about
it
politics.
could.
I don't care. I'm just here for the money. Oh, still bad optics, though? There is grifting on every side of the political aisle. If you think about, say, for example, Candace Owens and all of the good that she has done for pushing conservatism, I say good here in the with the largest possible quotation marks. My fingers can't get big enough, you know.
I like how do you know why he says good here? I'm sorry. High level meta-analysis. It's so funny. The reason why he says she's doing good here is because she's doing good with respect to the politics that she's pushing, which is really funny because it seems like he admires her consistency to that level, but he criticized me for that earlier. Like, do you think it's good when somebody is consistent? If they're pushing something bad, well, depending on how you look at it, yeah, of course, that's good. And he is more or less saying that here, which is kind of funny, but that's like a meta. It's not that important, but...
Then, to put it frankly, I just don't care about sincerity. I care about truth. Does that make sense? I hope you understand that there's a difference between those two things. Grifting doesn't mean you're lying about the things you're saying. It just means that your intentions aren't sincere. I would prefer we were all sincere in our advocacy for leftism. But if somebody just wants to make money off of it, and in the process of making money, they push a lot of people towards the left, okay. As long as they're honest and good, they do good there. But that's...
I think one of the big issues about grifting, and he might agree with this if I push him on it. I don't know if we're going to talk again or how mad he is about all this. But one of the issues with grifting, though, is that somebody that grifts in one direction, when the wind changes, could just as easily grift in the other direction, unfortunately. So again, grifting has similar problems to lying in that you lose some level of consistency or predictability. That's like the big problem, unfortunately. But
that's not the same as thinking it's okay to lie for political gain. Those are two completely separate claims. You can criticize me for my ambivalence towards grifting. You can, that's fine, but that isn't the same claim as I'm okay with lying to suit a political agenda. Now, as I said, right now, there are a bunch of threads on Destiny subreddit saying that I'm okay with lying, which again, I don't think is a charitable read. But I'm going to explain my position on this in its totality, okay? So I just said, I don't think that lying for a political gain is good. Anybody who's watched me for any length of time knows that. But this is the way uncharitability works. You can have years and years of a consistent position, and then people will still very deliberately and uncharitably misinterpret one statement that you make in a yelly debate live stream, and then run with that. And they're like, actually, everything that Vaush has said before and everything that he will say after, those are all lies. This one instance,
I agree with him that sucks when that happens, but I'd have to go dig up my older Irish laddie debates. I'm pretty sure this is something that he's been consistent on for years, maybe like a decade. Like, I feel like from one of the first times we spoke, I feel like he said things like, I don't really care about consistency, or I don't really care about truth as long as we're winning the political optics war or whatever. I feel like these are things that I like pretty specifically remember him saying, like, for years. I don't think that this is like this isn't like a new take from him. That's why I wasn't really that surprised when he said it. Because like if he would have brought this up the first time about the Breonna Taylor stuff, because you can listen to me in that debate with him, right? Like I'm not like, wait, what? You think that lying is good for? I'm not like surprised because like I've heard this take before. I'm like, this isn't really that surprising. This is like on level for what I would expect from Vaush. Not like I expect it from him because he's a bad person, but I expect him because this is like the take that he's given over and over and over again. So it's kind of weird for him to bring that up, but okay.
It's one interpretation. This right here, that's actually what he believes. He finally let it slip. You hold people to that standard, you can get anybody on anything, okay? Anybody on anything. But here's my position. Here's the position that was being...
Do you think he's legitimately changed his mind, or is something that's one of his audience? I think that he's kind of floated this view for a long time, and to an audiences will believe anything. They'll go along with anything because audiences are dumb. You guys included, unfortunately. If I say something dumb, you guys might go with it for a while. But I think the problem is that when somebody else called him out on it, and now other people are like, oh wait, hold on, this is actually like really fucked up. Now he's very much like trying to walk it back. It's like, wait, hold on. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. It was okay when he could like kind of like lead his own audience on it. But now when someone else points it out, he's like, wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. No. That's not what I meant. Yeah. Stock RAR M for good Vaush clips. Wait. I know Vaush outright admitted to lying to pushing an agenda, but here's a clip of him defending the idea of misinformation for the greater good.
There are a lot of people in chat painting right now, like, why does the truth matter? Whether or not two different interpretations or two different versions of a story meaningfully affect political discourse around that story is a valid question. One of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny, is sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness, even if that line between technical correctness and rhetorically or politically efficacious but somewhat misleading is ultimately meaningless.
That's because my goal isn't to get an audience of 20,000 brain-dead lefties that all just want to hear me circle jerk the popular lefty take of the news. I want to be able to reach... I want to be able to reach... Yeah, and that's not...
So I feel like he keeps providing something in contradiction to what I'm saying. So my goal is to not circle jerk. My goal is to provide something true. And he's like, well, my goal is to stop fascism. Like, then the misinformation thing isn't that big a deal, right? Like, and listen, like, it might be possible that you could even defend Vaush's take. Like, maybe it is beneficial to engage in some level of misinformation. Maybe there's like a paradox, similar to like the paradox of tolerance, right? Where you can't be tolerant of the intolerant. That's just so weird to me that like own it. Just own one side of that debate and then we can move on. Stop going back and forth.
We differ here.
Sure.
But my issues with Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris aren't so much that they're wrong. It's that they lead people in the wrong political direction. I think that pop content of all kinds...
Ooh. Now, this is an interesting position from Vaush that he'll reiterate later. He doesn't necessarily care, like, the truthfulness of a lot of stuff. He more so cares in the direction it's pushing people. I don't know if Steven goes into this, but this is the point that I'm really uncomfortable with as an audience member. I don't like the idea that we're okay with lying or altering the truth simply because it's pushing people in a direction I like.
We differ.
Okay, so Booksmarts agrees with me on that at least. Bookfucker. Okay, sorry.
Misinterpreted.
Wait, more links? I think it looked bad when you claimed you didn't use rhetoric in the past and you technically used logos. It makes it hard for you to call them on rhetoric if you don't acknowledge that. I think in the future you say that you use logos, which isn't very effective. That seems like an incredibly... I thought that there's a difference between, like... I guess logos is a type of rhetoric. My understanding is that when we say rhetoric conventionally, what we're talking about is, like, the art of effective or persuasive speaking or writing, especially the use of figures of speech and other compositional techniques. Is there like a more formal philosophical definition of rhetoric? There might be, and I'm just not aware of it. There are schools of rhetoric? Okay, yeah. Because like you can argue, I guess, maybe that logos might be like a form of rhetoric. I guess, is it? But like if you were to God damn it, none of my fucking shortcuts are... Oh, logos is different than logic, though, to be fair as well, right? Like, presenting a syllogism isn't logos, but presenting the syllogism to persuade somebody of something would be considered logos, right? So we're getting like super into the weeds, but I still don't think that I'm engaging rhetorically there if I'm only well, maybe it is. If you're trying to prove a point, is all logic logos? I don't think it is. Maybe? I'm not sure. If I'm having a conversation and I'm presenting logos, it seems like it's being used in an argument, and the argument would be to convince one side or the other. Okay, I guess it could be. I don't think many people misunderstand what I'm saying here, but I can be clear here when I say this. Sure.
And I want to see if you guys agree with it, okay? Misinformation exists on a spectrum.
I think that if I get into debates with people and I try to say like you're doing pathos instead of logos, also I think you might lose people. Maybe it's better to lie here and pretend that rhetoric means something else so that I can further my political ends.
The farther towards truth.
Watch the
This
clip.
chasm between caring about the truth and caring about how that affects your ideology. Whew, they just keep fighting with each other quite a bit. Does it really matter in terms of our ideology and how we're pushing people? If she fucking died in the bed or she died in the hallway? Yes, because it's fueling a distrust of media and institutions and other things that is leading to a lot of the problems and divides we're having in the country, which is what Stephen is trying to give as the reasoning behind caring about the truth. So difficult now, seeing these two things collide. And I don't think it looks, like, if I'm being honest with you, Vaush, I think that this looks really bad rhetorically, that it seems like you don't care about the truth. That's like the impression that I get. And when you're saying stuff like this, you're really giving that impression off hard. I don't know what the advice here is, because that seems to be your position, but for me personally, that's coming off really, this chasm between caring about the truth and caring about how that affects your ideology.
Gotcha. Okay, wait, hold on. I want to make 3 of these processors per second, okay? Meaning I'm going to need 9 processor manufacturing stations, right? So I'm making 3 processor things per second. If I was making 1 per second, I would need 2 of these things per second. Since I'm making 3 per second, I need 6 of these things per second. If I need 6 of these things per second, I'm already making these all here, right? Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, sorry. All right. I think so. You need 6 of those. Yeah, hold on. So to make 3 of these to make 3 of these processors per second, since it takes 3 seconds to make them, I need 9 factory things, right? I believe I do. That's correct. I know that's right.
More subjective the qualification for misinformation gets. Sometimes misinformation is really obvious, like an open lie. Pretty much every conservative channel engages in flagrant and open and completely objective misinformation. And most people sometimes do as well, including me and including Destiny. It's not good, but it's a thing that happens. But
wait,
even including death, sometimes do as well, including me, bull, sometimes do, and most people sometimes do as well, including me, completely objective misinformation. And most people sometimes...
So right here again, he is confusing the behavior with the principle. Sometimes we engage in misinformation. I do not engage in misinformation, period. There might be time, because when you say engage in misinformation, the implication there is that you are deliberately attempting to mislead. That's not what I ever try to do. Now, there are times when I, by chance, do that, or I say by chance, more like by mistake do that. Like, I'll get things wrong. I will be incorrect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I'll never intentionally attempt to mislead. That's not my goal. I don't know something and then knowingly lie about it. There are times when I fuck up or make mistakes, but that's not intentional. There's a difference between engaging in misinformation and being incorrect about something. That is essential to understand. It would shock me if somebody couldn't understand the difference between those two things. That's pretty crazy to me.
Do as well, including me and including Destiny. It's not good, but it's a thing that happens. But even the most rigorous channels, especially from live streamers who don't have the opportunity of editing everything they say, will engage in misinformation to some extent. Sometimes it's lying.
No.
Sometimes it's posting a half-truth.
You wouldn't say lying. No, like the definitions he's using here are so fucking dumb, right? If I turn in a paper on like the success of fucking Russian oligarchs or whatever, and I'm incorrect on some part, a professor would never come to me and say, we need to have a discussion. And I'm like, yeah, what's wrong, Mr. Whatever? He'd be like, why did you lie in your paper? It's like, what the fuck do you mean that I lied? You lied. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, look, you were incorrect about this or this and this. Oh, I probably made a mistake. Do you actually think I intentionally set out to mislead you on my midterm? Do you think I intentionally set out to lie about this? Like, why would you use that word in that way? What a strange way of using that word. That making a mistake is the same thing as engaging in disinformation, or getting a factoid wrong is the same thing as lying. What a weird take.
Sometimes it's uncharitable representation of another person's position. I could accuse Destiny of that plenty. That's the feeling that I get. I think all of those fall under the blanket umbrella of misinformation. And
that's such a stupid way of viewing things. Wow. I feel like, because I've talked about like consequential and stuff a lot on my stream. Maybe I haven't done enough, because I know that he gets a lot of his, especially philosophy takes from me. Maybe I haven't done enough to talk about like how we actually apply consequentialism, or how we actually apply like utilitarianism in our life. Because he is like full on this very, very, very rudimentary, very, very, very baseline understanding of like, I am a consequentialist, so intention literally does not matter. I don't care about the intent of anything ever. All I care about is the end effect. And it's like, oh, that's pretty. So even in a consequentialist way, that's a pretty one-dimensional way of viewing things. Like intent is actually kind of sort of important because it can tell us about future actions, right? If somebody walks down the street and punches another dude in the face, and that dude falls to the ground and he hits his head, and then he goes to the hospital, and they discover a brain tumor in that guy's head, we wouldn't say that that guy punching the dude was good, because consequentialism, because chances are that guy's going to walk down the streets punching a whole bunch of other people, and those people aren't all going to be leftists that have brain tumors, right? He might start punching people that don't have brain tumors and cause other harm. So intention, even if we're looking at a purely consequentialist system, intentionality is still pretty important, because we need to find out like how are you going to act in the future. This is why I keep saying predictability, like it's very, very, very important to understand this.
Argument is that because everybody engages in it to some extent or another, and I mean everyone. I'm sure, by the way, that if I was an astronomer or a biologist or an astrophysicist, I would be able to find misinformation on
This understanding is so naive. How can he truly believe this is a problem that I have? Because like I'm trying to think, because like what is he presenting to his audience? He's saying Destiny is upset because people are wrong sometimes. That's not even what our conversation was about. I don't understand how we could talk for so long about this and sincerely come away with that belief. Like, so what's your main problem with Destiny? Destiny thinks people should never be wrong about anything ever. That's not my take. What a silly straw man. Like, of course, dude, I'm wrong about shit all the time. I even talk about how I cringe when I'm wrong about stuff. You really think my take is that no one should be wrong about anything ever? That's what we're going with? Like, how weird.
Kurzgesagt video. You know Kurzgesagt? The really cute animated videos about science and tech and stuff like that, and like sociology and anthropology. If I was educated enough, and I'm not, by the way, those aren't any of my fields. If I was, I could probably find a few points
and now
of misinformation.
He's just going to harp on this. Jeez, this is crazy.
Everything, you know? Fuck, man. Even academic studies have replication errors and methodology problems that...
Replication error? That's misinformation. Damn, this is so weird.
I was trained in my classes to learn how to analyze. If you get right down to it, even the most basic factual bedrock of the types of arguments that we make, even those can be susceptible to misinformation. So yeah, all information is infinitely complex. There's no such thing as perfect knowledge. True, and even more importantly,
so notice I did the thing. All information is imperfect, right? Why the fuck would you start lifting now if you didn't start when you were 12? If it's not going to be perfect, don't waste your time, right? Just because you can't ever meet an ideal doesn't mean that striving for the ideal is like any less virtuous, right? You will never, let me reiterate this, because I don't know how many people don't understand this, or Vaush truly doesn't understand this, or what, or maybe he'll watch this VOD and he'll copy my opinion, and maybe a couple weeks from now he'll be saying this, right? You will never live up to an ideal. That is all part of the definition of being an ideal. Not necessarily, but like you can't live up to an ideal. You can't do it. But just because we can't live up to an ideal doesn't mean that there isn't virtue in striving for the ideal. That's pretty basic. Wait, that's fucking annoying. Okay, hold on. This needs to go down 1, maybe? Fuck, my D&D call is starting. There we go. Isn't misinformation accidentally getting something wrong? with disinformation being deliberate, we can use whatever words we want there, but like regardless of what word you use, it's pretty obvious what I'm talking about in my conversation with Vaush. Nobody, I'll say this pretty confidently, nobody should be listening to my conversations with Vaush and thinking that my problem is when people get things wrong sometimes. That's not my problem. My issue is when it feels like people deliberately mislead to suit an ideology. That's my issue. That should be painfully obvious from our conversations. So that's what my issue is.
Charitability and fair interpretation are also something you have to look out for, because as a public figure, what matters isn't just what you say, it's how people interpret it. So even if you say everything truthful and you say nothing but the truth and you don't leave out anything, the tone with which you say truthful things can still convey misinformation to an audience. This is absolutely a fact. Like, nobody in linguistics would disagree with me on that. So, well, they might not like the term misinformation, which I'm using in a very blanket way, but yeah. We're not calculators. There's just more nuance to language. There's too much for us to be perfect in all respects.
Wow.
So, oh yeah, 1350 is a good example. The 1350 phrase is technically correct. Well, the numbers aren't exactly that, but it's technically correct. But it's used in wildly dishonest ways all the time. And you guys know that because I've talked about that. So what do I think should be done about this? This is my position. Because I'm a utilitarian, I think that you should respond to misinformation in a way which is proportionate to the amount and severity of that misinformation. That's my position. Which is why, in that debate, I said, who cares, with response to the 500,000 like tweet saying Breonna Taylor died in her bed. Because that's an example of a piece of misinformation, which is, I'm going to guess, not malicious. I doubt the person tweeting that actually knew she died in the hallway and then said in the bed. I imagine, like most people, that she just has a simplified and uninformed version of the series of events in her head. And so did the people who liked it. I don't think this is like some malicious thing. Not only was it not malicious, I imagine, but it also was fairly trivial compared to the truth of the matter. She dies here, she dies there. We're not misrepresenting some critical element like she drew a gun and fired at the cops in the door frame.
Well, but the boyfriend... Now, I'm not saying that this excuses the concept, but the boyfriend was firing a gun at the cops at the door frame. The girlfriend was right behind him. That's pretty kind of changes things, right? Doesn't make it okay. Doesn't make what the police did okay, but I think that's pretty essential to understanding what happened to the story. There's a huge difference between cops executed a no-knock raid in a shitty way and ended up returning fire to a boyfriend that was rightfully fearing of his life and shot Breonna Taylor behind it versus cops entered a fucking apartment and executed a nurse at her sleep.
Or she charged them or something like that. We're not it is misinformation, but I would consider it relatively trivial compared to, say, conservative channels. Now, my concern here is that selective...
Okay. This is a wild, wild ride. Listen, if you like my Vaush breakdowns, oh my God. Wait, the master becomes the teacher, becomes the leecher. I helped Vaush. Maybe now I could fucking leech off Vaush and grow my fucking shit. I could become the leecher now. Give me an audience. Holy shit. Well, hey, if you like my Vaush breakdowns, make sure you guys come back in 4 hours when I'm done with Dungeons and Dragons, or stay for Dungeons and Dragons. Although I know a lot of you guys don't like it, but I'll be back in 4 hours because I'm doing D&D. I will be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tombs of Scoria. How's everything going, Nick? How's the monarchy?
Yeah, well, I was talking about this on the stream, and I was just talking to Steven about it. I'm fucking outraged, actually, so I won't go into the full detail of it, but it's been revealed.
I'm sorry,
by
are
the...
Lucas and I not here? Are you just talking to Steven about these things?
Yeah, I was
what
just,
the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my
no,
god.
sorry, I was talking to you.
I wasn't even
guys.
talking to you that much about it. You were
Yeah.
talking to them before I came in,
Listen.
but
Yeah, that's true.
Seriously, what is this favoritism? I used to be the favorite, Nick. What happened?
I know, Neil, you did. You still are in my heart. But anyway, it comes out, right? So when a law gets passed by Parliament, if it directly affects the Queen, it's sent to her, and then her and her lawyers get 2 weeks to propose amendments to the law, at which point Cabinet decide whether to include them in the law or not, and then it's signed into law. It never goes back to the Parliament after the Queen makes these amendments. And they're all things, all the amendments that she's made are all to do with like her own financial positions and different tax treatments for the royal family and things like that. And honestly, it's a fucking outrage, and they should be abolished. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
If you guys don't see Nick, that's because the SAS has come to his house and removed him peacefully. And we'll see him in the Tower of London shortly.
Well, I was a little bit worried because when I was streaming earlier today, I made the title "Fuck the Crown," so I was half worried that I might just get shut down and somebody would come knocking on the door.
Mm-hmm.
But no,
They probably
it's okay
think you
so
mean the
far.
show, though, so it's fine.
Yeah, probably. That's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why you fucked that show, though. It's quite good. Well done.
No, I've not got around to watching it, but thanks.
Well, why would you?
I'll take some credit for it, given my involvement as a citizen or as a subject. A subject, sorry, not even a citizen, a subject.
Wow, a subject of the crown.
That's right.
Mr. Lucas, do you got a blanket to show us?
Yeah. It's pretty big. My chat, it's my birthday, so my chat, a lot of them got together, signed a card, and they sent me a blanket. I'll show you some. There's some names on there. There's some good artwork. Stuff like that, you know?
Nice.
All the good stuff. The cats will love that. It's very nice. And I love the Queen, and I love the crown.
Fuck off.
I hope it sticks around. I'm very excited for the next royal wedding.
Fantastic. And last but not least, Mr. Destiny. I don't know how to prompt you to speak. Not that you ever need prompting.
I was gonna say I'm not sure that's like.
what do you mean you don't know how to prompt me to speak? What does that mean?
Well, it means we've got, drama with Nick. We got interesting gifts with Lucas. I don't know what's happened in your life in the last week to prompt you.
It's been
You got
canvassing.
some new lights, it looks like, in your house?
No, they're always back there. I've
Yeah.
Oh, we're having a big conversation in my community right now because apparently some people think that it is righteous to deliberately lie in order to further a political agenda, as long as the political agenda agrees with you. And I personally think that's a little bit harmful to the public discourse, maybe even the most harmful thing right now in the public discourse. So we've been having that conversation in my community with other large content creators that also enjoy engaging intellectually, honestly, with that topic. So it's been a lot of fun, a lot of really good conversations, a lot of good faith effort made on all sides to understand each other's points, a big lack of misrepresentation. Like, yeah, it's just been a lot of fun having that conversation, I think. Really, really good stuff.
That makes sense.
I enjoyed it. There's
Well
at least
done.
that.
Yeah.
Do you come down on the pro-lying or anti-lying side?
In my opinion, the division of reality between left and right, or people in general, is the #1 mistake that is destroying our world today. So I am anti-lying. I think that it ruins everything. The biggest example that I give is that, like, my firsthand experience with it is, like, when I argue with my mom about political stuff these days, I don't think it was like this 5 years ago. When I argue with my mom today, I usually immediately, like, if I say, this thing happened, my mom will go, well, but you guys said this happened and this happened and this happened, and those are all lies. And I have to be like, yeah, those they lied about that, but this one thing actually did happen, and it kills my argument so much. So I'm very much against the lying thing. It bothers me a lot. Yeah.
Get it?
True.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what we teach our toddlers. We should probably practice it.
True. Practicing
Okay,
what you
so-
preach. Oh, so you're a consistency obsessive person. That's another thing we're talking. Okay, sorry, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm ready to go. Start.
So where last we left the party, there was a little bit of a battle coming up. You could smell it in the air. I believe there was a murder.
No.
Is there a full-fledged murder? No, there was an
No, there was-
unconsciousing.
There was a capturing.
Yes. A
disabling.
bludgeoning to the temple.
And putting in a bag of holding.
Right. And there was... Are we on the map? You guys are on the map. There were some
there's
tents.
a whistle going right now.
Mm-hmm. Does someone want to give a more detailed recap on how this went down?
Basically,
Or
we
set the
spent
scene?
an
Wait,
hour.
I need the XP. Wait, I need the XP.
No, I need it.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Okay.
no, you can get it. You do need it the most, actually.
Okay, I do need it the most, right? So there we are. We're in the city. We're sitting around the table having dinner, and we have the crystal ball out, and we think, let's fucking find our horses, our lovely horses that we all miss so much, that were stolen from us by those Mistrayan fucking lizard-loving bastards. So we use the crystal ball to scry on our horses. We find them in the camp of the fucking bastard Scorian worshippers themselves, and we think, I recognize these hills. These hills look like they're in Trekkish territory, or close enough. And so we set out invisibly along the plains, tracking them down to their place using Valthara's vengeance as our guide. And we tracked them, and we tracked them, and we walked for days until eventually we came upon their camp, hidden invisibly in the bushes. Tyrael snuck towards their camp in the night, silently streaking towards the wizard's tent. When he entered, he found her. There she was asleep, her hair flowing in lovely directions, her skin smooth. And he raised his sword by the hilt and smashed her in her fucking head, cracking her skull, knocking her unconscious and shoving her into a bag of holding before slyly sneaking out of the tent. No one would know the wiser. However, all of a sudden, there's a whistle from above us, and the alarm is raised. That's where we are. And I'll take my
Very
200
well
XP now.
Is this true that you also needed XP explaining stuff in other campaigns too? Is this a common occurrence?
Yeah,
with
this
you,
is a
Nick?
common occurrence, yeah. Neil, well, I think what happens is Neil screws me out of XP. I can't be certain. I haven't done the fucking maths. I'm not a statistician, but that is what I think.
True. Steven's the statistician here.
That is true.
Well, I think that there's nothing left to do but to hop into combat because a whistle has been blown. So
Doesn't he get XP for that?
we'll do XP at the end of the
XP.
session.
Oh, okay.
Or when we get back to Wickthorn and Rantha, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like not in the middle of combat.
No. I thought you were just gonna say, oh, you get 100 XP, and then he would just hold on to it.
Oh.
Yes, you get 100 XP.
200.
You get 200?
Yes, thank you.
I guess you did write it out ahead of time, so an extra 100 for the forethought.
I didn't write it out ahead of time. I was made
I
up
saw
on the
you
phone.
reading. I saw you reading.
That's just how I think. I don't know. I was just looking at the chart. You know,
Fine, then only 100. You didn't.
I'll take an extra 100 for impressing you so much.
It's 100 for being so impressive. I thought you were
Okay.
reading it out instead of doing it
Yeah.
on the fly.
That's right.
Wonderful.
Am I gonna be able to get my recitation off as soon as I heard the whistle, or
What's the
gonna need
casting
to be
time of
rolled?
recitation?
it's like 4 or 5?
Yeah, you're gonna have to roll it then.
7. Okay.
Unfortunately. Yep.
What about if it was 2?
Nope. Still then. Yep.
Okay. You mean
I
like
don't think
roll
there's
for
an answer
initiative?
to that would change my reply.
Is there music going on?
Yep.
There is.
Okay, let me refresh. All right. I guess we're rolling d10s for initiative, yeah?
Yeah, D10 plus weapon speed or casting time or whatever's going on.
Those two are still invisible, right?
Yeah.
For now, I'm not about to be, but
Nice roll, man.
thank you.
What are we rolling initiative for?
Whatever you want, man.
Combat-ish.
Whatever we want to do. True.
Yeah.
Get your back against the wall, Steven, so you don't get surrounded.
Cavalry's coming for you, Steve.
What do I... Okay, never mind. Fuck it. Hold on, what am I looking for? I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There you go.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Looking for someone to kill.
Based. That's the Belthar way right there. Murder hoboing it up. That's good.
I see only one player character in the initiative order.
I got it.
All right. Lovely.
Where's my guy?
We'll add you manually at 7.
Yeah, where'd our horses
an
go?
8.
What?
Oh, they took
It
them.
was... Did they?
They took them.
Remember, you just said it in the recap that they took your horses.
No, I mean... No, I'm saying there was 10 horses in the camp last time, but now there's only 7.
We'll
Minus
get this
3
after the combat.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna take him back to go talk with fucking wizards.
Yeah.
Okay. The whistle blows, and Tyrael goes.
Can you tell me what I see in this tent and this tent? I was able to look into them before.
And you can look down this tent, and there is a person sitting up in a bedroll and scrambling about for a weapon. And what was the other tent you wanted to look into?
This one?
This one appears to be empty.
Okay. I would like to charge into here and do an attack.
Nice.
Yeah, you bust up to the tent. It's kind of low to the ground. How do you... Since the tent doesn't come up to, like, head height, you can't stand in it and strike. Do you want to try and, like, attack through the tent, or do you want to try and, like, remove the tent and fight? There's not, like,
There's not
cover, but
standing
there's
room in these tents?
concealment. No, absolutely not. Look at them. They're quite short to the ground.
I'm looking at them, Quavo, and they're in 2 dimensions, okay? So I don't know how I'm supposed to ascertain the height of these tents, okay? They could have sticks
are
on them, and they
for
could be
sure
10,
standing
15
room.
feet in the
It's
air.
apparent to me that they go all the way to the ground at the sides, and they come up a little bit in the middle, and considering that a square is 5 feet tall, like... That'd have to be a
It could be
crazy
that there are
angle.
sticks
You
on every corner that are hoisting these things up in the air. I don't know. I can't...
No,
I'm
because
just-
you can look at how it drapes along this corner to see that it comes from the top and it drapes down quite quickly and then to the sides. These are
Well, does
pup
it matter
tents,
then?
my friend.
He knows where he is. Can't he just step through the tent?
Wait, excuse me.
Absolutely, that's concealment, not cover. So there's a slight penalty because you don't know the exact position, but not that much of a penalty.
Well, it's not a very big tent, so he probably can't miss, right?
Okay, I mean, what I would argue is, like, this guy is clearly being taken by surprise. So if I'm getting a -2 for concealment, I'm getting a +4 for surprise or something. I must be, yeah?
Not so much surprise because they have heard you, right? They're awake and alerted. But if you're outside the tent and they can't see you, then you get like +4 for them not being able to see you. But if you can't see them, then you get -4 for not being able to see them. It's kind of a messy situation. When you're attacking someone who's not like totally out in the open, there's going to be some awkwardness around
Okay,
it.
the only reason I'm going to
you
do this
like-
so hard is because we're taking big numbers, okay? Now, if this was... When I was in a cave once with a basilisk, I had to declare that I picked my bag up when I ran out. Because like, oh, well, you just woke up. You know, you're very fuzzy. You're very hazy, okay? This guy just heard a whistle go off. He's like waking up, looking for a weapon. I just came out. I got my sword. I'm ready to fucking kill this guy. Now, unless this guy is on fucking 4 Loco or some 5-hour energy that he popped the second he woke up, this guy's going to be pretty hazy. That's just, in my opinion. But I'm going to...
Yeah, and she's prone practically. She's sitting on the ground. So
Okay,
that's a
all right.
bonus to hit as well.
I'm going to... So a full round is about a minute. Am I able to come through and just like grab this tent and like just rip the thing out and then strike her? Or
Absolutely.
yeah, that would be.
Absolutely.
So my goal would basically just be to charge the tent and move whatever out of the way and then reach out and strike is my attack.
This is fine. Just give me a strength check at +4. You know. So because it's going to be really easy just to rip a tent out of the way.
Okay.
With the +4, you make a 21.
21.
Thank God.
Okay.
Oh my God.
You're
you
rolled.
toss the tent to the side. Free it open. There's the knight. Bedroll up to her waist. Shirt on.
She hot?
Sword in hand. There's no time to notice whether she's hot or not.
Oh, Steven, good roll.
And with no armor on at the moment, her AC is 10. You get +2 for her to be sitting. That's a 28 versus 10 AC is a double crit. 3 times damage dice.
This campaign is going to end one of these times when Quip was like, just go ahead and make me a check at +5 wisdom to see if you remember not to breathe underwater. And I'm going to get a 1 and die. That's
I'm looking forward to that day.
All right, 14 damage. Good shit.
-14. You run the knight through. She doesn't completely die, but the blade is sticking through her abdomen and into the ground behind her. Her eyes go wide. She lets out a meek yip as her sword hand fumbles to draw the blade from the scabbard. Popping out of the nearby tent is one of the many squires.
Can I argue that I go at the same time?
Me too.
as well.
These things resolve simultaneously, so I don't know what you're doing. But
Well, I'm
the
doing
squires...
recitation, and it's going to give him negatives to hit and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, the squires grabbed a sword, hopped out of the tent, seized Tyrael, stabbing his liege, his knight, his master, and comes running at you, Tyrael. Not enough room to charge, unfortunately, I don't think.
He should have a -2 penalty to attack rolls and saving throws.
Recitation,
Yeah, I can link it again if you'd like.
please.
It's a 4th level spell slot, so it's very powerful.
Wow.
60-foot radius,
my
and all of my allies inside of it, which Tyrael is not, have +2 to attacks and saving throws, and enemies inside of it suffer a -2 to attacks and saving throws. And then after I cast this, I'm free to just do whatever the fuck I want, and it still goes.
So
One
this
round
is
per
a
level.
60-foot radius. Can you all see that?
Yep.
Is it 60 foot at the time of casting, or is it just 60 foot around you?
I believe that it's 60 foot at the time of casting.
Okay.
The range is centered on the caster, right?
Okay, so as I walk, they'll still have -2s?
Enemy suffer is takes no action. He sees fit, and he need not concentrate on the spell. Possible for the priest to cast prayer. Another priest spell chant.
All of the creatures.
Yeah, so it's just
within the
AoE around you.
at
Okay.
the instant of the spell's completion. So it doesn't like if you move further into the camp, you won't catch new people with it. You'll
Yep,
only
that's
catch
fine.
the
That-
ones
yeah.
that you're casting it now.
Which is still good. I mean, I caught all of these.
Yeah. Still
And
caught
us.
up.
So Nick, you have a +2 to saving throws and attack rolls,
Perfect.
and I have a +3.
Okay, so let me just mark the NPCs that have been recitated. You've got recitation. You don't need line of sight to these people. The magic of it instantly knows who is friend and foe. Somehow, we don't worry about it.
It's Felthara's might.
Okay, and then I will get rid of the green blob for us. Okay, anyway, our squire comes up to Tyrael's flank and is going to make herself an attack roll.
No chance.
A 3 minus Lucas's shit, +1 for flanking, +1 for Thaco is probably still like a 3. So the sword comes up, clatters down against Tyrael's armor. He washes it aside without any problems. While the next squire pops out of a tent, sees what's going on, and then like pops back in the tent.
Uh-oh.
Based.
And Anton already is gone. The next night, this is the one here. She's
Am I able
sort
to
of
move
pinned
after
to the
casting?
ground.
You
Totally,
should be able
yeah.
to. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to move. I guess after casting.
You want to just like jump down that cliff, slide down that cliff.
How tall is this cliff?
12 feet, 13 feet.
And
What's the
heavy
D6
armor?
damage?
I have tumbling as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
then I think you just
I'll
make a tumbling
slide.
check to avoid damage.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Skills tumbling.
Ooh, natural 1. You go to tumble, and the tumble turns into like a headlong crumble.
1d.
You'll take 4 points of damage.
Jesus.
Sliding down the hill in the dark. It's dangerous.
Does he not have a shield
Anywhere
anymore?
else you want to go? No, he's got a shield. It's
I
strapped
do,
to his
yeah.
arm.
No, that was a good idea, Steve. Should have done that. Next time.
Style points.
That's true.
Anywhere else you want to move, or is that good?
As far as I can move, sorry. So 15 and go 30?
You can go 60. Oh, no, you've got half movement, right? Yeah, 30.
Alright,
So
yeah, I'll go 30. So I'll move to like here.
perfect. Excellent. The knight fighting Tyrael that is pinned to the ground draws her sword and will attempt to fight you with it, Tyrael. She has -2 to the attack from her awkward positioning, and so she will roll a 13 against you. And next squire will pop out of a tent.
Wait, maybe we should do this before I guess Tyrael ever gets hit. Each individual person who attacks Tyrael will have to miss their first attack. Correct or no?
I think
see
anyone
somebody
witnessing what's going on.
Anyone witnessing it has to do
Yeah.
it.
So if they're in their tent and they come out, they should still have to. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, no one's hit you so far. So this person comes up running from behind, makes an attack roll. 15 plus 2 for back attack is a 17. I still think that misses your AC though. So it is a clatter into the air where your image is, passing through it, striking some stone. Imric takes his turn.
Oh, it's my turn already. I cast mirror image.
Okay. There appear a bunch of these things within 6 feet of you.
Yes.
Which, now that I read this spell a little bit more carefully, I feel like there's a hodgepodge of you in one big, 6-foot radius blur. So they don't, spread out everywhere. It's just, a mound of you all in one area overlapping on top of each other.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think that makes any difference.
No.
Other than
just-
narratively.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking
So
about.
there's 6 extra.
That's a good one. Good number.
Excellent. We got 6 mirrors. Okay. Next squire is going to pop out of their tent and see Anton. And being the brave squire that it is, cleric of Velthara, magic energy flying around, burned face. Squire has no armor. The Squire will immediately dive back into the tent.
Coward.
Yeah,
He's getting murdered in his tent, Neil.
Same thing with this one, who will pop out, take a look around, see what's going on. This one, however, is a brave Squire, and she will come towards you, Anton, and parry.
Oh, wait, Neil, can I just move a tiny bit at the end of my turn? Sorry.
Sure.
Literally a tiny little bit, like here.
It's fine.
Oh, Koibu, can I just, let me just ask you real quick, and if you don't know the answer, I'll just take the 4 damage. I think my shield, as long as I fall less than 30 feet, I think I just don't take damage. Is that correct, or do I need to hoist it?
Oh, no, I think if you're falling a short distance, yeah, you're right. You wouldn't take any falling damage from that.
So it's fine if I take none?
Yeah, you take none in that situation. Yeah. I think your tumble, every time you fall a little bit, you get like a little bit of a feather fall happening. Then you tumble and you feather fall a little, tumble and feather fall a little.
So it looks cool.
So you you hit rocks, but you don't hit them hard.
Yeah.
And I believe that is everyone on initiative order.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
We do everything what on initiative order?
It's time for the next round.
Fuck it.
Okay.
2 seconds, Neil. Right. Charge sheet's not loaded.
That's fine. I'm rolling my bulk macros anyway.
Can I actually change what I was going to do, since nothing's happened?
Yeah.
Thank you. I can take that 7 if you want.
Yeah, just take the base die and change the modifier on it. That's fine. All right. Imric, you are going to start us off. Go for it.
All right, I draw a clear crystal rod from my bag. I rub it against the fabric of my cloak of protection, and I'm going to make a guess, trying to remember where I saw the knights last week cast a 80-foot lightning bolt, like in this line here, through these tents.
Right, so the lightning bolt originates from you and goes along a path.
No, it starts from a point of my choosing and goes a path from there.
But it does come directly from you. So it's not like you can start it below you and shoot it above you, right? So you can start it on the ground, but it's going to come as if directly from you.
Yeah.
And you are up on this 10-foot riser right here, right? So if you want to hit everything in a path along the ground, you kind of want it to be parallel to the ground. But from your perspective, it's not going to be parallel to the ground, right? You're shooting down.
I see where you're coming. Could I not crouch down a little bit and get more or less where
I mean, you're still 12 feet up. So I just want you to give me some narrative. How do you make this work in your behalf? Like maybe you miss the first tent, but it can like clip through the next ones, or are you gonna like try and hop down here and then fire it? Or
well, I'd be happy to hop down if that doesn't count as movement and therefore breaking the spell. Like if it's as simple as just hopping down, then I'll do that.
No, but that does count as movement.
It does.
Yes, that
spell
would break
casting
the
starts
spell.
at the beginning of the round. Yeah.
Well, kind of like crouch down, get as low as I can, and then tilt the lightning bolt so that the
it's still gonna start 12 feet off the ground, and this tent is definitely, you know, if you want it to hit this back tent over here, then this tent is definitely probably
So you're
not
saying
going
he'll
to
hit
be
3 instead of
hittable.
4. Nick, I'd take that.
I think from your angle, yeah, 3 instead of 4 is very reasonable.
But you know,
Or unless you've got some fancy math you can do. You got a degree in geometry.
You know, the 10-foot width of the lightning bolt, can I not sort of turn that 90 degrees so it's 10 foot high and send it through that way?
There we go. We go. So it is 40 feet long by 10 feet tall.
Yeah, starting from like, you know, here.
Some genius spellcasting.
See, this is why I bring up these issues to you, Nick, is because I
Well,
know
maybe
you're
it
so
starts
smart
just-
you'll overcome them.
Maybe it starts like this. Hope
Okay.
this hits the other person.
Yeah, draw the line exactly, because I have the NPCs on the DM screen and I want to make sure I know where they're
You know,
going.
like this.
But it's 40 feet. That's 43 feet. Come on.
Yeah,
buddy.
do you know what? Fuck it, I'll just ignore the first tent and hit these three then, like you were saying. That way
Excellent.
I can do the 10 feet wide and make sure I hit the whole tent.
Okay.
I resent it though.
You. That's okay. You can taste copper in the air as the air around you splits with a thundering crack. These tents catch fire. You hear screams inside as the cook gets flung to the side, his body charred and burned, dead for all time.
Wait, do you not want to roll damage?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're gonna kill the cook, right? He's got 98 HP.
Pretty shitty rolls. Thanks, fucking roll 20.
Mm-hmm. And we will get 2 saves for these characters, but they can't see it coming, so I'm going to give them a -4 penalty on these saves.
Also -2 because of recitation.
Plus or minus 2.
They were both outside of the recitation AoE, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense.
And they both failed no matter what. So they will take a shit ton of damage. It's all right, Nick. The way that you were drawing the arrow, you would have missed the person in the first tent anyway.
Okay, yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
And the tents go on fire, do they?
Yes, the tents catch fire. Absolutely.
I'll just narrate this for you.
Are you able to reveal them since it's catching fire?
Their turns are coming up shortly.
Through? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm now visible, by the way, just in case there happened to be anyone in this tree behind me looking to attack me on their initiative.
Were you invisible with mirror image?
No, because it's not an attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love arguing about it with you, Nick. Another time, though.
We'll talk about that another time.
Fuck is this squire hiding?
That's on the next one's on the left side near Tyrael, if that's the one you're talking about.
I know, it's the one on the GM layer that is hidden from you guys. The one that is in the fucking tree behind you, Nick.
Yeah.
Who has dropped down.
I loop
and is
around
coming
hearing
for
it.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can hear the squire coming because she lets out a ah! And rather than actually trying to run you through, the squire is going to tackle you. She throws out her arms wide, sword tossed to the ground, and is just going to try and grab you and throw you off of the cliff.
Okay,
now,
look, if she misses and hits a mirror image, I want her to fall off the cliff.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she's charging.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
if she
of course.
completely misses you, she's going off that cliff one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mirror image puts all the mirror images within 6 feet of you, right?
Yeah.
So that basically means, like, you know, this zone is full of Nicks.
Yes.
Right. So she's going to charge through a section of this zone. She's not really doing a pinpoint, I'm trying to stab you. She's doing, I'm just trying to grab whatever I can get. But she's got a pretty good chance of missing you. You're somewhere in here. She doesn't know exactly where.
Okay, wait. Before you carry on with this, we should roll the d7 like usual. I don't think you can try and change this.
I think when you're doing sort of a sweeping attack through an area, that it might be a little bit more like a 1 in 3 chance. You know, she's going through 1/3 of your zone.
I think that's
say
fair.
she cancels 3 images or something.
No way.
No. She's not actually hitting any of these things. She's just gonna, if she misses you, then she goes right through all the images and none of them disappear.
So you're not gonna lose. You're not gonna lose an image here.
You won't lose an image, but
Okay, whatever. Fine.
it's sort of like a charging, splashing attack.
On a 1, it hits you.
2
yeah, a 1 on a d3.
Should I roll it?
Yeah, you roll it. That's always fair.
Roll high.
I'd like to point out that I was posting Neil the fucking mirror image text to try and get it buffed, and I've ended up getting it nerfed. So this just goes to show how little effort that is worth.
You already get every
Fuck off.
last ounce of power out of your spells. All right, the squire is at least targeting you, but she still has to hit AC 10, and there's a couple of you here. So
Wait,
I'm
no.
gonna...
She has to hit 18. It's all magic armor.
Oh, 18, right, because you've got dex and magic shit.
Can I get a hand on her as she goes past? If she misses.
Do you want to get a hand on her?
Well, I just blast her with the shocking grasp braces.
If she goes past you, she would provoke an attack of opportunity for like running through your square. Typically, you only get those with weapons, but she is doing this like my arms are stretched wide. I'm going through this zone. I think that's legit. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, she totally misses you. Even though she like targets the right thing. There's a lot of Nicks around, a lot of Imrics. She goes through the area, sort of gets a hand on you, and it just slips off. She goes off the cliff. You give me an attack roll.
Is it just +5 for level, or do I get any bonus for her being poorly positioned or something?
She gets -2 to saves, but
that's it. Yeah, just
11 should hit. And I need such AC, right?
If you only need her physical AC.
Right, it's shocking grasp, I assume. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think Shocking Grasp is affected by metal armor.
No.
No, yeah, I think that's good enough. You lay a hand on the squire.
Don't know how much damage it does, because it depends on the level of the caster, the shocking grasp spell. It's like D8 plus 1 for the caster level.
I wrote it down somewhere. I think it's just being done at...
I remember Cassandra doing like 20 damage to Steven when she attacked him with it. But that might have been her claw attack on top of it.
Yeah, I think most of that was her claw attack damage. I think it just did like an extra D8 of damage, to be honest. But let me double check my notes. Because it does do D8 plus spellcaster
Yeah, it should be at
level,
least D8
right?
plus 1 at least.
Oh my god, does Shocking Grasp not have an upper limit on how much damage is imparted from level?
Quite a good
If
spell.
you're level 20, is it D8 plus 20 damage?
I think so, yeah.
Broken.
All right, D8 plus 6.
Hold on. Where's she? Vampire Cassandra? Well. Yeah, I think it's just going to be an extra D8 for you here.
Classic.
I think that's how it was done.
4.
4 points of damage, and she goes tumbling off a cliff for another 1, taking a total of 5 points of damage and ending up prone on the bottom of the cliff. But you can hear her shouting, "Spellcaster! Spellcaster on the southeast corner!" Out to the camp, wherever anyone will hear. These people do work with a spellcaster. They probably know all the tricks of the trade for fighting y'all. The next squire finally comes back out of this tent. This time, she's got a chainmail shirt on, or her, chainmail outfit on, spinning around to put it on inside there. Comes out behind Anton and is going to make an attack roll at him. With a 12. Nothing. This one over here behind Tyrael will do the exact same thing. With a 16, still no go. And Tyrael's turn comes along.
Can I, how do we, fuck, I don't want to say anything, but I'm going to say something. Are you sure the 16 doesn't hit me?
16 plus 2 would be back attack. Your shield doesn't count, and you don't even have a shield.
I don't have a
your
shield.
Your back attack is 16. Yeah, that would hit you, but because of your...
okay, so it hits me, so he
wait.
procs my mirror image, right? Or
yeah,
he
he'd proc your mirror.
No,
she would proc your
because
mirror
the
image.
resuscitation gives her a -2 to hit.
Oh, we're still on the resuscitation?
Yeah, they all
there's
have
a +2 for back attack for here, so that goes to
So
18 minus 2 is 16, which is his back attack AC.
Okay. That seems,
Yeah.
just a general, I don't know if this comes through on your system or 2E. It seems a little redundant that you get a bonus to hit on back attack, and your back attack AC is lower. That's kind of weird.
That is intentionally that way.
Weird?
It's
Okay.
dangerous to be attacked
Not
from behind.
everyone's back AC is lower.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
depends
Only people
on
with dex
the
have
source
lower
of your
back
armor.
AC.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm
Yeah,
killing this person in front of me.
You're absolutely slaughtering her. Roll as much damage as you'd like.
I think it's a triple again.
Okay. Yeah. 9 and 5 is 14. The knight lies dead before you.
Okay.
You have movement if you'd like, but moving will provoke an attack of opportunity from both of those.
Why would I move when my next 2 victims are right in front of me, Koiba?
You have another attack at the end of the round, yeah?
At the end of the round. Yep.
Okay. So this one here. So you can see her coming now. She is coming which way? Here. 120 feet. Just under 120 feet. The knight comes careening round from her position in a watch spot earlier. This knight, unlike the other ones, since she was keeping watch, has her armor on. So she's got breastplate and chain limbs, but she does not have a shield because you can't climb a tree with a shield strapped to your arm efficiently. So this our knight is in is AC 17. And she will make an attack at Tyrael. Where's the... Which one is she? Yeah, okay. She will swipe at you with the 9 to hit. No good. And Anton's turn comes around.
I'm casting a spell. So I'm going to be casting Entangle. in that area. It's a 40-foot cube. I'm actually gonna move it a little bit down. So like here. So that area is gonna be entangled.
Like that?
Yeah. Can you move it a little bit more, like 1 square down and to the left?
Like that.
One more.
One more down and left?
One more down and left. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good.
Perfect.
So those people who walk in there can only move 10 feet per round, or something.
Excellent. And there are 2 knights in that area, so they will get saving throws at penalties of 2 because, well, not at penalties of 2 because they're out of sight of recitation zone. But one will get hit inside her burning tent and be entangled, and the other one will be able to move out of it at 10 feet per round.
Yep.
But is presently inside a burning tent.
Correct.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Okay. Hopping down outside of their tree comes the squire who initially blew the whistle on the operation.
Wait, are those 2 burning knights taking some fire damage on their turn? I mean, they are in a burning tent.
The one who is entangled is probably going to take burning damage because she can't get out of the way. The one who's not entangled, a tent being on fire, she can probably avoid it unless she stays in the area. Because it's not like it's a raging inferno, right? It's like,
okay.
A little bit of fire going on the tent. This squire is going to come over here up to the top of this ridge and is going to try and throw herself on top of Tyrael. She's just going to try and tackle him to the ground.
Wait, which knight?
So, not the knight, squire. I'm sorry. This squire up here. This is another one in armor because she was keeping watch. So she goes to throw herself on Tyrael and completely fucking misses. Just face plants on the ground for 1d6 damage. Taking 5.
Is this person on the ground?
Yes, she's prone. In fact, well, yeah, she fell behind you, so she fell behind him. So I don't think it provokes an attack of opportunity, but she's kind of wrecked.
Can we argue that they were trying to jump on them, so he had likely a chance to like stab up or something?
Nope, that's fine.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, okay.
Give me a perception check. On a pass, you see her and you can make me an attack of opportunity. There you
Oh my
you see the
God.
the squire
What
coming.
the fuck?
You reach out with your blade, you hit, not a crit. And she misses because she dies.
Well,
Yeah.
There we go. Next night, I'm just gonna move them all to the visual layer. This is a pain in the butt. Okay. Next night. This one is entangled and can't really get anywhere. It's not that much of a flame. I would do a D3 of fire damage to her, Nick.
3.
Oh, bringing her down.
So
halfway
these
to
knights as
0.
well are gonna, if they come in this zone, they're gonna have to make saving throws. But yeah.
Yes, absolutely. This one passed the save and can get out at 10 feet per round. So
Somewhere around there.
here she goes. All right. Good job, Knight. You done well. One. Where's she? Way up here at the top. As I mentioned before, these knights work hand in hand with spellcasters. They understand how magic works. They understand these spells. And so they are going to take care to avoid entering the region. This knight's going to come to here, take a look about, and then using the last few feet of movement.
I would argue that tent, is it just like a tent that opens both ways, or is it open one way?
The tent opens on the left and right side.
Okay.
Yeah. Next knight pops out of their tent. Gonna come around like this. Over to here. That entangle did actually make them both take spend their whole turn moving. And the next squire over here attacking Tyrael. Come on, you can roll a 20. Ooh, an 18?
No chance.
No way.
He's looking that way.
No way. All right. This one has popped out of the tent with armor now and with the chainmail shirt. And is coming to attack Anton. With a 4. Wild miss.
Nope. Would we these two people are 20 feet away, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And that is the last squire. So anyone with second attacks, now's your turn to take them.
person in front of me. Jeez.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
That is a lot of 20s today, sir.
We're on the god seat today.
Another one bites the dust. Okay. Initiative.
I'm about to do some cool shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you are. Heights already won. Like, what do?
12. Moon goes at 8. Imric, my friend.
I'm just thinking because I'm like, where can I actually do something to help? The fight's already won handily.
The fight's over right now. Yeah.
So
worry, Nick.
I'll just get some XP and I'll cast my little level 3 spell.
I'm just gonna farm XP by casting high level spells. Cool. You're going at 9. We'll drop you down here. Anton, you go at the same time as the 2 squires on you. So all 3 actions resolve.
Using the Spear of Rohana and using all of my charges, I'm going to be attacking this squire, and it's going to jump 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to all those people. Fair?
1, 2, 3, 4. That's only 4 jumps.
Oh, well then it'll jump from them to over here then.
And we already said it doesn't target you, right? You are not a subject of the... I don't think you're a possible target for jumping.
So, to the nearest enemy, stunning them as
Yeah.
well. So.
Cool.
And it doesn't matter if this hits or not, but it will. I'm going to hit it.
Right.
I'm also going to use a level 4 spell, so I'm going to add +4 to my attack roll.
Go for it.
So it's going to be this +2 +4. So it's massive.
It's a lot of... Yeah, you really hit the 6 HP squire there. She dies.
But it's the lightning that's going to be jumping for 2d6 damage to everybody and stunning on a failed save.
All right. They get a save for half damage on the lightning, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Even on a miss, and stun the target for 1 round on a fail save. No, I don't think they get a save for damage. I could be wrong.
Save for stun.
But it's save for stun.
So, first 3 fail. 1, 2, 3. Then there's another squire and another knight. So here's the other squire. Is a fail. And the knight is a fail. Oh my god, they all fucking fail. So...
to the people in the Koibi Discord who were saying we're going to get wrecked, I told you this was going to be a stomp.
Sick.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did anyone actually
Call
say
outs.
that?
Crush.
Yeah, a lot of people in DGG chat as well.
Idiots.
Call outs. Wow.
6. They all die. Well, not all of them. And then a couple are stunned. All right. Well done, Anton. The squires have taken their turn. Imric, your turn is up, my friend.
All right, I want to cast slow, and I think I can hit. It's a 40-foot cube. I think I can hit this knight, and this knight, and the entangle up there.
Yeah. For sure.
It's up to 6 creatures, but it's only.
Well, that kind of clips Tyrael a little bit there.
It's all right. He's got a freedom of movement ring. He should be.
Oh,
good.
you're right. He wouldn't be affected by it whatsoever.
Oh, that doesn't clip
Yep.
him.
Wait, am I wearing it right now? Hold on. Protection and free action. Yes, those are the 2 I have on.
All right. So you're going to target 3 knights with this spell.
Yep.
Roll it.
There's
Or
no
put it
roll.
in chat for us to see. But, you know,
Well, make saves at -4.
yeah. Starting with the lower left and going counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3. With the save at -4, they all fail.
Nope.
Based.
Okay. Lot of magic being unleashed here in this situation. And a lot of people going down. Okay. This is a dead squire. This is a living squire, but she is stunned, so she loses her turn. This knight has been affected, so she's going to lose her turn this round and make an attack next round. This one is stunned and slowed, so she does nothing either. And Tyrael will take his turn. Around you, Tyrael, are 4 dead bodies and 1 stunned and slowed person who is now hit.
Wait.
For regular
yeah,
damage.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Do I get a bonus to hit or anything since she's stunned?
-4 AC. From slow.
Yeah, so you get another 4 to hit on that, so it's a 24, which does not clear her AC because she's got all of her armor on, so it's just a
Yeah, but
regular
she's
hit.
lost 4 AC for slow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a regular hit still.
Am I able to, if she's... Oh, wait, actually. Fuck, I need to look at my... If I go around somebody and circle to the back and stab them while they're stunned, does that count as a backstab?
Yes, while they're
undoubtedly.
stunned, but this one is not stunned.
Yeah, they're just slowed. This one's stunned.
Right. This one's
Oh,
slow.
I thought you said they were
Yeah, yeah.
stunned and slow, but there's 2 different ones. I understand. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's fine then. If they're slowed, I can't circle around and hit them from behind and them not move in time or anything, right?
Right, no, they'll turn, but it'll be slow, but you won't be able to get the back
Okay,
attack.
no problem.
The sneak attack.
That's my damage.
Love it. Okay. This is Dead Squire. And this knight over here.
Fucks off. Because Velthara just rained electricity all around.
Absolutely not.
Alright.
No fucking
More
way.
XP, baby.
So this knight is going to attempt to climb this cliff, but that is definitely going to need some sort of check involved. I think the base climbing is 40%. 32. So she will climb up here. Takes like probably 3 times as much movement to climb. So if that's 12, that's 36 feet. And then she can come around here and still has enough movement to get up to the caster, who I assume turns with all 7 of his images to stare at her.
Yes.
As she steps forward and give me that D, whatever it is.
Try it,
7?
Knight. If you don't take me down this turn, you're fucked. No.
All right.
Well, roll to hit
so-
anyway, because it might not break an image.
Yeah. That was a huge buff to that spell. Whoops, wrong button. 24! Easily
okay.
slicing through one of your images.
Yep.
And second attacks? Second attacks. No second attacks.
Nope.
Oh, and this knight would have moved 10 feet. Probably actually only 5 feet because of the slow. And now we do initiative.
Oof.
Right. Thanks. Oof.
I think that's everyone. 1, 2, 3. Yep. All right. Squire goes first. This Squire lost their attack last round because they were stunned. So this round, the stun has worn off, and she can make her strike at you, which is just a regular arming sword slash. Out into the air and miss. This one got their attack last round, and so is stunned this round still. So I'll just remove the stun because she's losing her turn this round.
Makes
Imric.
sense, but -4 to AC, right?
Right.
Not that it'll.
Yeah, you're still gonna wreck her.
I cast Color Spray on the knight in front of me.
Ooh.
I roll a d6.
Those
6.
of 6th level or hit dice. Oh, these are 5 hit die knights.
Shame.
They do not entitled to a saving throw unless they are
Unless I was only 5th level, and then they would be.
right. But both of your levels are
6.
6, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the knight goes unconscious.
Lovely.
Kill them. Oh wait, no, we'll take them back actually.
Capture this one?
Yeah.
How when's it last?
For sure.
Okay, Tyrael. The night before you was slowed.
Ooh.
D4.
She raises her weapon. Somehow you miss your attack. She'll get around to it next round.
Well, I got
Anton?
one more at the end of this one. But...
Anton is going to attack the -4 AC knight, or the squire, so here's the attack roll.
Oh my god, you slaughter another one of these poor women in training.
They all women.
Dead. Yeah, this is a pack of women.
No wonder
The
it's so easy.
casters, the
W.
knight, the squires. Okay. This knight can take their 5 feet. Hello. Getting close. Eventually gonna get there. I think this one on the tent is dead by now.
Based.
Yeah. slowly burned to death in a flaming tent and supply pack, while the ground reaches up and grabs her and all of her shit. This knight is
knocked out.
unconscious, is color sprayed, can't do shit.
End of the round.
This one over here gets her attack finally. So I think she missed it last round. And it comes at -4 to hit, I believe, Nick?
Yep. Yep.
So a 12 against you is no good. And this one was stunned and loses her turn this round. So we go to initiative.
Wait.
No, we go to Tyrion's second attack.
I have a second attack as well.
Fuck. Does this hit through all the bullshit?
No,
Okay.
not with an 11.
5 damage, is that enough to kill?
Yes, it is. Drop another squire.
Can I have movement or no?
Yeah, you can do a little bit of movement.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a little bit, and I'm gonna go and meet this knight. If that's fine.
Totally
30 feet?
legit. Yeah.
Cool.
Easy peasy. Let's go.
Is that initiative time?
It
I'm
is.
sorry. I'm gonna move a little bit back, just like there.
Okay.
I'm gonna be casting a spell.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just the 3 knights remaining.
Yeah.
We got a Tyrael. We got Anton. Do we have an Emmerich?
Just thinking, but I think I'm just going to use my bow this round. We're not doing firing into melee rules, are we, or are we?
We are.
No. What? We do? Oh.
We always use firing into melee rules. Yeah.
Cringe.
Okay, so I'm just going to use my magic missile.
This is your wand, right?
Yeah, because that doesn't count as firing into melee, right? It's a pinpoint.
No, because it's
target.
magic missile.
Yeah.
I believe it is this knight's turn, who will step out of it all. Anton, stumbling towards you, pulling the roots at her side away, and she can finally make her attack that she's been waiting to do for like 5 rounds.
Time to die, Anton. Where's your
Wait, would that be
now?
a question? Would that be all of
Burned
her
man.
movement? Since that took her 5 feet to get out? Or no?
She can make a movement and an attack at the end of the movement. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not
A
like-
16!
Nope.
Wow.
No, not even close. All right. Emmerich,
I'll hit that one that Mutin's fighting. How dare she attack my brother? Take 6 damage. Wait, no,
die.
8 damage. 8 damage. Sorry.
nice.
What is that? What are you rolling for there?
Don't worry about it. I make all sorts of rolls in secret that have absolutely no bearing on the game. It's just to hear the sound of the dice, so you get
Okay.
concerned that something's happening. Right now, I'm opening my notebook.
Alright.
I'm making
You're not-
fake notes. They don't
You're
mean
not
anything.
fooling me now. All right.
They mean nothing.
Oh,
Rolling
he's
for
rolling
your
for your
Gish
fucking
Gallop.
wand.
Yeah, but why is he rolling? It should be a fixed number of charges. That's what I'm at now.
Okay. Excellent. Where was this targeted?
This
The
lady.
one Anton's fighting.
For 8 damage.
That is 8 damage. That is exactly her remaining hit points. And
So
she
they're at
died.
0.
They're at
Yeah.
0.
That's good.
That's good.
If you want to keep her captive, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing them back.
This one's stun has worn off, but her slow is still active, so she slowly walks towards Anton with a "I see you, burned man. I'll have your head" as you
Wait,
take
wait,
your
wait.
turn.
Yeah, I was going to say her initiative should be delayed because of slow.
Okay, I am going to cast Hold Person on them. So
Okay.
I think that's a -2 penalty to their saving throw as well, because I'm only casting on one person.
All right. So -2 because of the hold person brings it to exactly a 14, and she doesn't have a yellow dot, so she was not within the zone of recitation. She passes. Thank God. Thank God. And finally, no, this knight made an attack last round, I think, so she does nothing this round, except holding her ground, and Tyrael takes his turn.
Jeez. Okay.
Oh
well,
my
I used all my
God.
Good die rolls up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The knight that is slowed is somehow much more able to fight you than the other knights. And
We're rolling initiative again.
Yeah.
All right, I'm rolling this whole person again.
Okay. What is the penalty to initiative on slow, Nick?
Sorry, we usually just play last, but I was going to say that.
Is it just last?
No, it's not. It's not. By the spell, it's
Okay.
like, let me check.
Sure, it does matter in this case actually, because she. No, it does matter. It does matter.
Oh, it actually doesn't. Sorry, I'm thinking haste gives you a bonus to your initiative, but slow doesn't seem to affect it.
Okay, cool. Then Anton.
Minus
Throwing down
2
a
or saving throw? Yeah.
All right, the knight tries to resist the effects of the hold, but cannot. She is held and slowed. The knight over here will make her attack at Tyrael. She has no other option. Retreat will not work, and she scores a hit. Not only a hit, it does not clear by 5, though, so it's just a regular hit. An ordinary, normal, finding a weak spot in him.
Is this
and
the
dealing
first
10
time
points of
she's
damage.
struck my AC or seen my AC struck?
Yes.
Okay. Or because if it's the first time, it'll miss, but I don't remember if somebody else did or not.
I believe this person came from all the way over in these tents, Koibu. I believe
the
this
one
is the
with the
first time.
red dot came around
Oh, that
here. Yeah, this one came from one of these tents. She might not have seen that shit go down though, so we're just gonna give her a perception check to find out.
If she would have came
Because
from
I
those
don't know.
tents, she would have been recitated.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know.
20. No, she fails. The guaranteed hit is a miss because of your displacement, and you are fine.
Thanks, Corey.
Imric.
All right, I crouch down to this knight here that I've color sprayed, and I want to grab her sword and like throw it down the cliff.
Mm-hmm. You disarm her.
Yeah. I guess I don't really want to leave her up here, so I will. Let me just check if I've got any rope. Like start tying her up. Don't think I do
I'll
that.
yell over to Tyrael. Can you capture that knight?
Yeah. Okay, Neil. I'm just gonna drag her body down to this like pile of bodies, like into the center of the camp where Anton is fighting.
Okay, so you like shove her down the cliff and then come
Yeah.
down after her, and then yeah. That's fine. I think we can basically step out of combat now because this is the only threat remaining, and she is slowed.
Anton's gonna tie this chick up.
How many people are we trying to
Alright.
capture here?
I don't
Well,
know. I
we
thought
can
we were
just
just
talk to
capturing
him.
a wizard, but
We can do that, but we can just talk to these knights. I mean, knights are valuable too, right? They're probably of noble blood.
Wait.
For now, let's just
Hang on,
finish
hang
off
on.
Tyrael and this one
Okay.
other knight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to be doing
Tyrael-
something in this time. But yeah, sure.
I mean, in that case,
Yeah.
I'll be declaring non-lethal, which I think is a -4 to hit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll come over and do non-lethal as well if
Okay.
possible.
I have a lot of
Yeah,
trouble
you're
with it.
tying up this one knight right now, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait for a round, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Roll me some initiative here, Tyrael. Actually, she already made her attack last round, so you get a free round in between.
He
Okay.
rolled for attack.
I rolled one, so
Oh,
then
you
I
did?
roll my second one now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The 15 will hit her with the bonuses. The 11 will not.
So I roll. I don't know what damage I roll for non-lethal. If that's at a penalty or not, but
It's like half.
9. I think half is you do half damage, and half of that is temporary. So let's add a little bit back. So the knight is standing, wavering. Get your second attack in. Oh, you did, and you missed.
I just
Roll initiative against her for the next round. She's got 15.
Is Anton able to come over now?
Yeah, you can find rope nearby, and it's easy to tie up a held person.
Okay, Anton will come over and he'll roll in.
Mhm.
I'm going to be using the back of my spear.
Right.
So
And Nick,
it's
what
fine.
were you doing?
I want to check these tents, make sure there's no one hiding in them that hasn't come out for the fight.
Oh, you'll find someone really quickly.
Yeah. So which tent do I find someone in?
Over here, there is what appears to be like a groom and a servant hiding in the tents away from the battle, cowering down low and just looking out. And the groom, the man who tends to the horses here, will see you like poke your head in the tent and immediately throws his hands in the air and like slinks as low to the ground as possible, stunned with fear.
All right. I say the battle is lost for you. Get out. Surrender. You're coming with us. I'll
The
give him
groom
space to come out.
rambles on out and keeps his hands in the air.
I get
The
it.
servant will do the same thing.
Yeah. I want to round them back to the center of the camp where people are being tied up.
Yeah. Okay. Mutin and Tyrael
Non-lethal.
finish it off.
Finally, fuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can do.
5 and then 4.
Yeah, between you two, this knight is knocked into submission. And for a moment, calm settles over the battlefield. The
I had
huffing
to.
and puffing of hot, sweaty men dominating the soundscape as you police the bodies.
Okay, while they're
Tie up
tying
your
people up,
victims.
I go over to the wizard's tent. I want to try and peer in, make sure. It's on the edge of the entangle, so is the inside of the tent safe from the entangle or not?
You know, I was thinking about this after the entangle spell went off. The entangle spell makes like grasses and natural things grab at you, but the
Yeah.
inside of a tent kind of has like a tarp down on it and it's got a bedroll. So I think someone inside a tent probably shouldn't be affected until they step out. So this tent here is probably fine on the inside if you look into it.
Can you
Like,
argue that the grasses are like coming in? Because they are like expanding and everything. So like a super soft small
Yeah.
tent like this, like
Yeah.
maybe, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I
Maybe. It's
guess.
hard to say. Yeah, in this situation, it doesn't really matter. I don't think the grasses really get to grow. They can kind of reach to their
They're just
extent. So if
grabbing
you're in
you?
the middle of like a
Okay.
flat area, you might be safe from it until you step out. Could have been argued. I don't know. I think in this
Well, anyway,
situation,
I
it doesn't really
take-
matter, but you can peer in.
I'll take my ring of fire protection off and replace it with my ring of free action and check these tents for any other people, and particularly
Absolutely.
check the wizard's tent for
hmm
anything else that might be important, like notes from superiors or scrying devices, or just I'll cast a detect magic when I'm at her tent and make sure that there's nothing in there that's suspicious.
Great. Can I get everybody in the party to roll me perception checks, please?
Wait, is this to see Scoria flying over us? Or?
It is. Yes.
26.
Luckily, we all fail, so we don't see it, and there's no reason to be scared.
No. What is happening is as you guys are rounding up the bodies and collecting everything, and Nick is looking in the caster's tent, and Tyrael's cleaning his sword of blood, Anton, as he's walking through and checking the binds on someone, notices that night that Nick had color sprayed, the color spray has worn off, and she has like been slowly crawling out of the space, trying to escape in secret and in quiet. But Anton has passed his perception check, and you can see her crawling away in the ground very softly, very quietly.
I'm going to go over there and I'm going to put my spear in the ground in front of her and like let her know that I know what she's doing.
Stops moving. She has no weapon on her, and she just leaves her hands palm down on the grass.
I'll grab her and I'll drag her back.
Second time today.
And I'll stand watch. And I'll ask Tyrael. Tyrael, I have a plan. We could bring all these knights back, I think. Maybe we have them semi-ride on the horses. Or we drape them over of a horse. Like, so one of us rides with the knight on a horse. We ride back. We bring all of them. I don't know if we can, but
Let's take all our armor off them. We'll stack all the armor on one of the horses, and then we'll tie them up and put them over each knight over the back of one of our horses. We don't wanna
While we're
let them
doing
ride
this,
their own horses.
yeah, of course.
we're being quick too, because we need to get the fuck out of here.
Do we? Well, yeah, sure. Real quick, I want to lift the head of the wizard out of the bag for a second. Make sure they're breathing. Everything is still okay with them.
Yep. Blood running down the side of the face, hair matted and stuck to her head.
Okay, put her back in. Okay. Can we do we have? Does any of the gear that they're wearing appear to be magical? Do they have any rings on the ring fingers that are especially shimmering or shiny? Do they have any swords or armor that appear to be in immaculate condition compared to the rest?
The knight with the red dot is wielding a magic weapon, yes. But that is the only knight that is wielding anything. The caster, you guys had detected magic earlier and seen some magic on them. Nick, did you still have a detect magic left? Because you had cast one at the beginning of all of this, so I don't know if you had two memorized for today. Do you remember, Nick?
He linked his spell list.
Sorry, I'm muted. If I only had one, so if I already cast it last session, then I haven't got one.
Yeah, you cast it at the end of last session.
Can I just look at the blade? I've had extensive experience now with war blades and now with my own rose blade. Does the material of the sword look like something that would be imbued with a +2 or +1? Like, is it the similar rose quartz construction of my blade, or does
Pristine.
No, I'm not a super screen because I'm just trying to understand because I think earlier you made it sound as though rose quartz was like a suitable medium for like a +2 magical sword, but like a rose blade, I imagine, or I'm sorry, a war blade is going to look more similar to like a metallic steel sword or whatever. Just when I look at the construction of the blade, can I?
I hear you. This is indeed a +2 rose blade. Unlike the other one, which actually has a blade made out of quartz, this one is made. The blade itself is made out of mithril, and you can see a series of like rose type engravings coming up the. What's the middle? The blood groove of it called? I think it's called the blood groove, or a channel or something.
The channel.
Okay, well I'm gonna go ahead and pocket that bad boy.
Or I'm gonna call the groomer over. The horse.
The groomer?
What was his name?
The groom.
The groom. I'm gonna call the groom over.
Okay, groomer.
And I'm gonna tell him to bring a horse.
Yep.
So he comes over with a horse, and I'm gonna tell him to hog tie one of the knights over the horse. Their hands and like their feet will be like tied under like the horse's belly, so they're gonna be kind of strapped to the horse. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. As long as you're willing to help him put the knight on the horse, because it's hard to put a person on a horse.
Yeah, I'll help him put the knight on the horse. So we're gonna be doing that with every knight, and we're just gonna lead the horses. And when we're on horses, we're gonna lead them back. So our goal is to bring all of these knights,
the living ones, right? Not the dead ones.
Yeah, there should be 4 living ones though.
Yes,
this one is
these
alive.
4 are alive.
So we're bringing all 4 of these knights back because I assume that knights are noble blood, and the wizards. So we're bringing 5 captives with us back to.
The wizard's in the bag though, so we're definitely not losing the wizard. Neil, do I find anything interesting in the tent?
Tyrael had already swiped some things that were obvious, but you have a little bit more time, and now that you can risk having light around, you can create some light. I think you've got candles, there's campfires. We can hand wave it as long as you're comfortable making light.
That's fine.
And you can well search all of these things. You will find a few hundred gold, a few hundred silver, a handful of copper on the servants. You will find the wizard has a ruby in one of her pockets. It looks like it's attached by these little thin chains to a series of rings. It looks like you might have the rings on your fingers, and then the ruby would dangle in the middle of your palm. And it's a fatty ruby about yay big that seems to have the shape of a dragon made out of gold in the center of it.
I mean, I'll pocket this. What shall I call this? Ruby fucking...
Just ruby with gold dragon inside.
Knuckle dusters. Cool. Ruby knuckle dusters.
Can I also...
No, 'cause it's not like brass knuckles. They're not fighting things. The rings are there just to hold the dragon ruby in hand.
Wait, that sounds like a scrying device, right, Nick? That doesn't sound...
Yeah,
like
maybe. All right, I guess we'll put it in the bag of holding. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, can I go around and
wait. Maybe not in the bag of holding. Let's put it in the coin purse, just in case the wizard can use it in the bag of holding.
No. I was gonna say my coin purse. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I go around and can I look for so these are all like knights or nobles. Can I go through and can I check them on their tents for any type of like amulets or rings? I'm sure they wouldn't be bringing the fanciest of stuff, but I'm sure they would have some nice heirlooms or something that looks to be of value.
They have personal wealth on them that is lootable.
Yeah, I'm looking around for all of that.
Yeah. Absolutely. You will collect the personal wealth. You will collect the gold and the silver. These 2 servants had a couple of coppers on them. Are you going to take the money from the servants?
We're bringing.
Am I going to take the money from the enemies of our country? Of course I am.
It's a few copper.
Everything.
Hey, if I see them stealing the copper coins from the stable guy who surrendered, I'll say, guys,
we're
bringing them all back. What do you mean? We'll figure it out when we get there. Yeah,
that's fine. But these 2 people are civilians.
Sure. We'll hand them their money when we get back. Let's not fight about.
Correct. I'm stealing everything. If he wants to fight, then we'll roll for PvP. Okay, but I'm stealing every single thing. Okay.
Got it. All right.
I'm gonna get the groom oriented. He's gonna help us bring these knights back. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Before we leave, I check every tent to make sure there's no one left behind here.
Yep. Give me a perception check as you search everything in the night with your light. Yes. And what is your source of light? We're kind of hand waving it earlier, but
we always have a light stone.
There we go.
Yeah, we've got light stones. I guess light stones are out, so we do need to get out relatively soon because the Mastrain army will be here. But I fail Neil, I would notice someone in a tent. Okay, if somebody's hiding in the woods, that's fine.
People in a tent. This is not for seeing people in a tent. That's very obvious. They're there or they're not.
I wouldn't be looking for this. I'm trying to coordinate getting the knights on the horses and getting the fuck out of here. So.
Are there any locked boxes or chests or anything around here?
There are no locked boxes or chests. I didn't get a chance to finish telling you guys all the loot because you were all so excited.
Okay.
So let me
I just
go
want to
over
make
it a
sure
little
I'm
bit
picking it
more.
up and not one of these dumb fucks that are just picking things up and fucking my experience over. Yeah.
Last session, Tyrael had mentioned he looked specifically for a spellbook, which he did find. The caster also had a staff on the with him. It's like a bronze shafted staff with a brass almost sphere on top, like 7/8 of a sphere on top that jingles and rattles as you move it. And there was also a wand made out of what appears to be maybe like a narwhal or a horn or like a unicorn horn with just like a row of human teeth going around the spirals all the way up it. So it's just like a giant tooth covered wand. Not giant, it's about, yay wide.
Okay, so there's a Mystrian staff and a Mystrian wand, and then a spellbook, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Okay, gotcha.
And and the ruby and the gold and the personal wealth.
How much, can you tabulate this for me? Or we can do it during break if you want, because we're pretty close to break.
Yeah, we'll do this shit later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we put the knights on the horses. We have the groom and the... Well, I don't know.
Servant.
Stable boy.
The regular servant. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to get on horses, and we're going to get the fuck out of here. Right home.
Okay, so there are 7 horses. You can put those 4 on horses, then the 3 of you can ride horses, and then the 2 servants walk.
The 2 servants can ride on the horses with them, no? Like with the knight? They're not armored. We took all the armors off the knights.
Yeah, if you're taking all the armor off, as long as you're not trying to move quickly with the horses, that'll be fine.
Yeah, we're just trying to get home.
Yeah, if you're just trying to get home and no one's got anything on them, it's just their clothes, right? You're leaving all the armor and all the weapons behind.
We're taking the one good weapon.
I already bagged that.
Right.
It's in my bag, yeah.
Yeah, then all the other shit we're leaving.
But all the heavy shit, that is not worth very much.
No, we don't need it, no.
Okay.
Unless there's anything.
And,
As we get ready to go, I look through the horses for Dave. Do I find Dave, or is Dave gone?
Dave is gone.
No, Dave! I reach into my bag, I pull out the crystal ball, I illuminate it with my lightstone, and I try and scry on Dave.
Give me
is
that
he?
percentage.
Not Dave! Yes, okay, I see him. Where is he?
You see Dave. Dave is in a corral with many other horses. It is dark. They're in some sort of civilized place. I shouldn't say a corral. It's a barn. In some sort of civilized town. You can't see too much other than the stacks of hay, the well-built structure that looks actually brand new. Like someone has recently raised this barn to house animals. It's probably some sort of like forward operating base, or maybe what place in this world would have new construction at a time like this, right? But it's in a stable with a whole bunch of other horses.
Pick up the
You
crystal
can
ball and
see
hold it to my
miscreant
face.
banners.
I'll save you one day, Dave. Those bastards. And I wave the image away and get on my horse.
All right.
I tell the groom if he tries to run off, we're going to kill him and all of his family, let him know. They're coming with us. They're going back to the capital, and they're going to live a nice life in our company. We're going to employ them.
In our wonderful country.
Wait, can you walk me through this? So we're 3 on horses, yeah? And we have the knights are where? On the...
The knights are on other horses, and we're like leading them with like rope. So
And
like,
we've
we're in the front. We have like,
tied
rope
the
other
knights to the
horses.
horses, right? So they can't just...
We've hog-tied them, yes.
Okay. And then the
There's plenty of
groomer...
rope to be found.
One groomer or 2 groomer?
One
One
groom
groom,
and then one
One
servant.
servant.
Okay. And they're riding independently? We expect them to follow
They're
us?
riding with 2 of the knights, and we have like ropes to all of the horses, so we're just like holding the ropes. Obviously, if they bolt off, we're gonna have to go get them. We'll be quicker because we're just on horses. They have a knight strapped and hogtied to the back. So
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna be
understand.
harder for
Okay.
them. Yeah.
And then, okay. I think this is everything. People keep bringing this up in chat. I'm sorry. People keep mentioning like special upgrades for the knight's armor. When you were talking about the Quibble, you were just saying they were just getting breastplates and chain limbs, right? It wasn't anything
Yes.
like super ultra special or anything, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, that's
It
what I
was
thought.
literally
Alright.
just breastplates,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what I thought. Okay, just make sure. Okay, the only thing I'll say is that as we're going on our journey, every hour or so, I would like to make sure to take the guy out of the bag to make sure that he's still breathing and everything is okay.
Yep.
Or for appropriate durations of time. Otherwise, yeah, so we don't have any of our 3 original horses. Those are gone.
Those have been taken.
Whatever.
Sexy is gone.
Well, not dead, just somewhere else.
Gone. True.
Okay.
These are horses.
And we're bringing these motherfuckers back to the capital.
And we should ride so that one of us is at the back and some of us are one is in the middle and one's at the front, so we keep an eye on the knights at all times.
We'll do that. And I have an entangle ready to cast if anybody breaks.
Yeah.
So they're fucked.
We should also make sure, because the wizard might wake up on the journey, so we want to make sure that she's like gagged or something, so she can't cast spells.
And that her
They are already
hands.
ball gagged.
Okay, and that her hands are completely tied and restrained.
Yep.
Yeah.
You did this inside. The,
Interlaced and tied up.
Yep.
yeah,
Cool.
you did this
Alright.
inside the tent. They're done.
All right. Well, why don't we go to our first break as you guys try to make your way back across the Silver River and across the West Voden Plain with a shit ton of captives and no invisibility.
We'll be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Our player characters have surrendered to the Mystery and Knights, are tied up and being taken back to the capital.
Other way around.
Or the other way around. One of the two. You decide.
Oh, fast.
We're gonna be heading out because we're at the Silver River. We're gonna be heading out from here, like this way. I know it'll take a little bit longer.
We saw where they crossed on the way in.
But yes.
Yes. You know where the crossing point of the Silver River is.
We're getting the fuck away from these people.
Mm-hmm.
And although it's nighttime right now, we're heading out because we rested.
Now you can definitely follow the tracks to their crossing point. Did you actually see the crossing point before with your own eyes, or just did you see where the tracks led?
No, I believe we saw them crossing. Did we not?
I don't remember.
Wait, it doesn't matter. We can just follow the tracks. Stop. We can just follow the tracks out of the camp to the river and know exactly where they crossed. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if I have to describe the bridge again is all. I don't think I've described the bridge in the past. Okay. It is a new construction, a series of small bridges going across an extremely rocky part of the Silver River near its upstream origins. There's a few like large kind of flattish islands in this river, and there's a bunch of planks that have been flattened, hewn, held together that go between a couple of these islands. The rest of the river is still sort of swift, rocky, and treacherous because of the angle of it all. But along this little trail, you should be able to pass with your horses without too much problem. You will notice that there, however, as you approach, that there is a small tent with a flag waving it on it from the middle island.
Tyrael, do you want me to cast Entangle on that tent?
Can I go sneak up to it and try to figure out what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to hop off your horse and skedaddle?
Well, right. I don't want to hop off and skedaddle. I want to hop off and move silently.
I stop, turn around, and keep an eye on all the prisoners while this is going on.
I stay within 80 yards.
Okay.
Okay. Do I make this roll in secret, or do you?
Yes, I make it in secret.
Okay. It's at 95%, so.
All right. Well, you think you're moving silently.
Okay.
You can scramble across the planks into that little middle area and approach the tent. You will open it and find the inside is empty. It is abandoned. There is a small bedroll that's neatly rolled up over here, as well as a couple of small, like, makeshift shelves that have some food and some dishes on it. It looks like this would be some sort of outpost, some sort of watch station that has been left abandoned or whose watchman is presently away.
Okay. Do I see anything of value in here?
Minor value. You know, you could probably, like, hawk something here, but it would be a pain in the butt. It's not worth it for someone like you.
Okay.
No easy value.
Oh, we never went over the value of everything that had been stolen before as well.
He said we'll do it at the...
Yeah, you're going to want to find a safe place to go through everything and count it up,
okay,
right?
Gotcha. I didn't know if it was a break. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Tyrael and Emmerich, Tyrael, do you have, or Emmerich, do you have like a fire spell or something to fuck this bridge up? It would probably help with at least a few days with the knights.
These are just planks. You could physically pick them up and throw them in the river.
Yeah, I've got nothing now, but we should be able to smash it up if we need to. So let's get to the other side.
Should we do that after we cross?
Yes, probably.
All right. You wreck the bridge. It's not difficult. It's not a complicated bridge. You just haul the planks and toss them in the river, let them float down, or bring them in the middle and crack them into half and then chuck them in the river and let them float away. And the way is barred for anyone on horseback or anyone who is not brave.
And we'll
you
continue.
cross into the West Voden Plain and hug the hills and make for the Spice Island, the Shallow Sea.
Sounds based.
So based.
Okay. You can make it... with all of these people in tow, how are you going to feed everyone?
We're going to be going on we're going to be fucking rationing, Koibu, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
We can lightly ration, but we have like a cloak that gives us a ton of food, right? So we should, I think we hopefully are okay.
Yeah.
But you can also just be like, you servants don't eat for 4 days while we travel. You know, no one's going to die for 4 days of food.
We'll give them a little bit of food, though.
Yeah. We'll ration ourselves to try and, like, keep them not fucking dying and crying.
Okay. So you can do this journey in about 3 days. Roll our encounter check. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And 3 days later, 1, 2, 3, you will end up in Kershwick on the 9th of April.
All right. When we get within, a few miles of Kershwick, I'll ask everyone to stop, and I'll say maybe I should go in and get us a covered wagon, bring it back here for the prisoners.
Yeah. Kirill, you were gonna say something?
That's I was gonna say a whole bunch of stuff, but Quibu let us get this far, so.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. In case this becomes relevant later, because you kind of 3 days to us. Something that I would say is if we are making our way back to Kershwick, what I would want to do is I think one of our horses would actually be pretty far up front, like maybe 100 yards or something up front. And then if I see anything, I would motion for my crew in the back to move over into the trees, since this is a forested area coming into Kershwick, so that there's not, if there are travelers or anybody, I can't imagine people going north of Kershwick. But in case there are travelers coming in and out, whether it's hunters or whatever, I don't want people to see 3 people leading like a crew of like captured Mystrian soldiers on horseback.
Well, this is important because there are going to be people along that road. There will be mostly be soldiers and a few, like there are villages up in these woods and everything, and then people will hop on the road and head to Kershwick. So there will actually be folks along this section of road, quite a few guards and warriors.
Yeah, so this is something that is very important to me then. How far away does detect magic work?
Like 60 yards, I think, or 60 feet even.
Is it only 60 feet away?
Check, it might be 60 yards, but it's not like super long.
It's not super long.
This is the priest one.
60
it's
feet.
It's gonna be 10 feet by 30 yards.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, I would like to run like pretty far ahead then. So those 2 would be with the group of everybody. I would like to run maybe 100 yards or something ahead, such that like if I see anybody coming, I could give like a hand signal for them to kind of like move into the forest. I imagine this is a heavily forested area, and I feel like they should have sufficient space to. Because I don't want anybody, I don't want strangers to see us going into Kershwick with a fucking Mystrian elite crack squad of knights like captured. Is not the kind of attention.
Even like soldiers, because this area, this pathway is going to be guarded by Dracissian soldiers. Just Dracissian army regulars are going to be patrolling this area and keeping an eye on anyone coming in and out of this, anyone coming through the woods. It'd be shitty at their job if they didn't,
Okay, so the patrol is going to be thick enough such that we shouldn't be able to just hide on the side and sneak them in, right? We need a more elaborate plan.
Probably, or if you did manage to, if you did hide them, but you got caught hiding them, all of a sudden you would be the people who are like trying to hide information from soldiers, and you'd probably be arrested as, potential spies or whatever. They take that stuff very seriously.
Or something. Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to. I would like to wait then at the edge of this forest. I imagine there aren't any. I imagine that there aren't any things like. Sorry, Jesus, my brain. There aren't any villages out here, right? There's not gonna be people walking or patrols shouldn't be starting way out here, right?
The villages in the West of Odin Plain have all been abandoned.
Okay,
and it seems like the Dracissian soldiers have pulled back to the line of the forest as their front line.
I'm going to ride into town and get a wagon. And then I'll come back here with said wagon. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll make camp at the edge of the forest.
Yes.
Right. So it looks like the 2 of you will be making camp at the edge of the forest for a day, because it's 20 miles to Kershwick and then 20 miles back. So that's a full day's event to get there and back. And you'll spend a night in the plains by yourself. Would the 2 of you give me perception checks, please?
Yeah, I'm just getting my spells because we've had 3 days to do this, yeah?
Totally.
Okay, I would have Iron Vigil, and I would have casted this if it's fair.
Yeah, you've been casting Iron Vigil during a lot of your travel and marches, so that seems in vogue.
The only difference to my spell list is I'll take the mirror image out for the invis. One mirror, one invis.
I cannot be surprised with Iron Vigil, though.
Right. Iron Vigil. Duration 1 week plus 1 day per level.
2 weeks. It should have already been on me, but I'm just recasting just to make sure it's.
Okay. And while Iron Vigil's going, you won't get your rest to memorize spells unless you sleep.
Correct.
But that's fine. You're just keeping an eye out. You're not needing to rememorize anything.
For this night, I won't need to memorize anything, and I will be staying up the entire night just to make sure nobody's doing anything.
Yeah.
Especially if Tyrell's gone.
Okay. Cool. Well, it doesn't matter. No, there are no escape attempts. You guys don't notice anything. Tyrael can come back a little bit later with a horse and wagon. What did you want to tell people that you were passing? Like, as you go through the woods, you're going to find a guard outpost to questions folks coming in. What's your story, Tyrael?
I'm going to come in and I'm going to say that I'm coming through with official business from the Queen.
And?
I need to talk to somebody with a level of authority at Kershwick. That something that I can't divulge to the average lineman.
They take a look at you. You are a noble. You speak the language with a fluent and easy accent. They consider you carefully, but you do seem like a normal person on the up and up. They'll just ask you, what are you doing out in the plains? Don't you know that place is crawling with the enemy?
I mean, I glance at the clearly magical sword at my side. I mean, I imagine I'm a bit phased in and out of what they can see because of my armor of Rohana, and I don't say anything. It should be pretty obvious that I'm aware of the danger out here, and it doesn't threaten me.
Nope. He's on a mission from the Queen. He seems like a normal citizen. They take a look at your horse and your stuff. You know, they'll give you the once-over, but the knight in charge will let you pass. And you can head into town, hire a wagon and some horses, like just a team to move some things.
I want to.
This is more of a hiring someone, right? You're not like outright buying a wagon and horses.
I can hire someone.
Level
I want to have a conversation with the local authority in Kershwick, with whoever is in charge. And then I don't know. We can go through the conversation you want, but basically, what I want to impress on him is that I am on an order of the highest authority, and I need to be moving through some supplies through Kershwick into Wigthron Rorentha, and I need some level of discretion. I don't want soldiers peeking in and seeing what's going on because I'm not sure who I can trust, whatever. So this is the type of conversation that I need to have. Because I imagine if I bring a wagon like this into Kershwick, a soldier is going to stop me and say, hold on, we need to take a peek at what's going on. And then they're going to see soldiers.
Absolutely.
And then at that point, there's no reason to have the wagon. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to check anything that comes through down the road. You might be able to get away with the not having your stuff checked if you've got like a warrant, like a physical piece of paper that's signed by the Queen that says you can pass unmolested.
So the one
without
piece,
something like that,
yep,
you're going to
so
be
the one piece of paper that I'm going to have is I have that kind of get out of free card. Wait, did they assign it? They gave us a royal warrant or something, right? Related to.
You have a get out of jail free card, but that's a social verbal contract. Like you.
Oh, that wasn't like
call
a
in
written
favor
pardon
from
or
the Queen.
something?
Yeah, it's not just like a written
Okay.
thing that you have on hand.
You could maybe get one from the Lord in Kershwick now.
In that case, yeah, my question is going to be, are there people that send ravens, or I don't know if Kershwick is a big enough town to have like the tweeting spell. I don't know if we still have that between the wizards, or if that was a 5e only thing, or...
In theory, you could get a message from Kershwick to the Queen, wait for it to come back, and then all that jazz. It'd probably take like 4 or 5 days for all that to happen.
4 or 5 days. That's a lot of
Yeah.
days, Koibu.
It's a lot of days.
Fuck. I mean, I said this when we were on break. I don't know if you're here, Koibu, but I was talking about when we were leaving the Silver River. I have my hawk, and I literally trained my hawk specially to send messages to the Queen's area. That was one thing I trained him specially to do. So I wanted to see if we could get my hawk as we're leaving to fly to the crown and say and impress upon them, hey, we have these type of people, and we're gonna need you to send us something or get us something so we can come and bring them to Kershwick with discretion. Is this something that we could go back and do? Is that fine?
Yeah, you can tear a piece of paper out of Nick's spellbook, because I don't think you guys have any other paper on you. It's kind of an expensive maneuver, but it's doable. Write out a message to the Queen. Do you have parchment? Oh, sweet. Yeah, then you can...
The other guy's spellbook, thank you.
There we go, that's better.
Yeah. I'll write a message to the Queen that we are bringing people back with us. This is very important. Some of the most important people probably going to help the warfoot a ton. And we need either royal guard to escort us back in secret, or we need some sort of letter that will let us pass through these lands unmolested.
Okay.
And Tyrael will meet them in Kershwick. He will go and find it wherever.
Great. And this is a problem you guys would have foreseen. So you could have sent this bird during that 3-day journey to Kershwick.
Yeah.
So you won't get a reply because the bird wouldn't necessarily be able to find you. You're just going to hope that by the time you show up to Kershwick that there's something been arranged.
Arranged for Tyrael. We'll stay on the outskirts of Kershwick. Tyrael's going to go and then figure it out.
Sure. So you're going to need to suggest something to the queen, right? You're going to need to say...
I said royal entourage, or give us a letter that will let us travel these lands by any guard unmolested, so no one will touch us. So something like that.
Okay. That's a pretty good request. Pretty solid.
She's going to send a note back. Oh, no.
What's she going to say, Nick?
I thought you were going to like have her send the note back on the eagle, and then like some Australian soldier would shoot down the eagle, and then he could be a spy with the note from the queen.
Ah, that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, I should have done that. No, instead, by the time Tyrael gets into Kershwick, there is a young lady kind of waiting, looking for Tyrael. She'll spot you. You'll recognize her as wearing the queen's colors. She's one of these like handmaidens or ladies' maids, one of the people that typically would work in the castle, moving things around.
Okay.
Hold on. Can I answer Mr. Moon's question?
Thank you.
It's an important one.
It is. One of the most important stats.
She is on the upper end of average. If 10.5 is dead average and 8 to 13 is like one standard deviation, she's a 12.
Nice.
Yeah.
She might be Taylor. She might as well be Taylor Swift as far as Anton's concerned.
Yeah.
This young lady will see you coming in, Tyrael, and she will hurry up to you and give you a deep curtsy and say, "My Lord Tyrael, McGarry."
That's my name. Don't wear it out. Sorry.
I have come on behalf of my patron, your patron, bearing a letter and a message.
I'll hop off my horse, extend my hand, get the letter.
She'll hand you a sealed letter. It's actually kind of thick. It feels like there's a letter sealed with inside the letter. And she'll wait for you to read it. The outer letter will say, "My dear cousin, my dear nephews, I hope all is going well on your journey. I've received your hawk and its attached message. I hope the best for you. We have returned your hawk to your home where you may collect it when you get back here. Enclosed is a letter that will allow you to pass by any guard posts without needing to explain yourselves. I don't think I need to impress upon you the importance of keeping this letter secret and safe. Should it fall into the hands of the enemy, we would be leaving ourselves deeply exposed. Please take care, and I look forward to seeing and hearing from you soon. Signed, your loving aunt, the Queen of Drekis, and all of her titles and honors."
Gotcha.
And then there's a secondary letter that says the bearer of this letter is an emissary of the Queen and should be let by unmolested, blah, 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 blah. Signed and sealed, yada, yada.
All right.
Ooh.
Easy.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, give me the wagon, and I want to go back up, get my friends, go through the town. I imagine this should be arbitrary.
Yeah, I'm just going to subtract some money from the loot that you'll find in order to expedite this process. And the party can get to Kershwick, and you want to get back to the capital?
Wait,
So we can just
subtract
stand
some
by
money
before
from the
them?
loot that we find to expedite the process. Excuse me, what does that
You're
mean?
gonna
You're
have to,
paying
like,
for the
hire-
wagon.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fine. As long as I get credit for stealing it, I'm okay with that. Sure.
Yeah, you get credit for stealing it, but we're just gonna.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
want to
fine.
do that.
All right.
Oh, they cost this much gold and blah blah
And then we
blah.
haggle.
Yeah,
That's
like,
good.
We got
Okay, we're galloping
we're going
back to the
Windsor
capital.
and Renthra,
The next
and
day.
We're gonna go.
Yeah.
all right. That's gonna be another 30, 60, another 100 miles at like 30 miles a day with all these things. It's gonna be another 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. You will get back to the capital on.
Neil, over the course of these
14.
days, can I cast Charm Person on the captives?
Absolutely.
I don't want to hold any significant conversation with them, but I'll just cast Charm on them so they're a bit more agreeable once we get back.
Oh, and also,
You know, the knights and the groomer.
All of them.
what about the wizard?
Yeah.
Bag of holding.
Yeah, I fuck the wizard.
So I take it you guys bring the wizard out, feed her a little bit of water, shove her back in.
Give her air. Yeah, we do that.
Yeah. Okay. You can manage the wizard in the bag of holding over and over again. Who is her jailer? Who is the one who pulls her
Tyrael.
out, feeds her, waters her, and shoves her back in?
Tyrael.
Sure.
Okay. Tyrael's face is the one that she will be familiar with. The other ones will have all come to consciousness by the time, well before you get to Kershwick, and will know all of your faces.
That must
And
be
probably
hell.
your names.
Living in a bag of holding. Just like eternal darkness, I'd assume.
How does Nick?
It's like solitary confinement.
How does Nick learn spells? Like, can I give you this book and you learn spells over the next few days, or do
Do
you
you
need
mean like how do I learn them to add them to my like list of spells that I can cast? Or how
Yeah.
do
Do you
learn
want this
spells to
book?
cast?
Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll have the book. I can't really do much with it now, but I'll have it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to remove that. I'm just call it a mystery and spell book. I'm removing that from my bag of holding.
Cool.
And we get to the capital.
Absolutely. You arrive at the capital. It is April 14th. It has been about a month of adventuring, a little less than a month of adventuring, like 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks or so, going out and back, plus all the things that go along with it.
Cool.
Your next big plan happens on the 18th of May. So in like a month and a few days, you got to be over on the other side of the country.
We're gonna need to leave soon for the.
How long does the journey take? Like 3 weeks? Is it?
A few weeks. Yeah, depends on ships and winds and shit.
Okay.
So congratulations on making it back. Let's talk about the loot that you have found. Somebody add 332 gold. Someone add 216 silver.
Do you want me to add it to the party sheet, Steven, or you got it?
You can do it.
Okay. 330 gold.
330 gold. 216 silver. Yep, 35 copper, unless you want to give money back to the servants, in which case you give 16 of it back, leaving you with 19 copper.
Okay, I will. Yeah, we'll give it back.
What was the total wealth then? Can you say it one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. I need to add personal art objects and shit, so give me a minute.
Okay. Or we can do it next break if you want. You don't have to do it now.
Sure. That'll be better. Yeah.
Okay.
But now is the time to get XP, right? I mean, because
Yeah,
the
should we
key
do
thing we're
XP
trying
now?
to do here is to level up
Well-
before we go to Demon's Run.
Not yet. Okay. All right. Firstly, I want to go talk to the family to see if any of those items came in.
What, shouldn't we take them to the capital first before we go and talk to the family and stuff? Like the guard, like the. knights
Yeah,
and
as
stuff?
long as we can do this all like the same day. I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
this
this
is
should be the same.
excellent.
day.
Okay, yeah, we can go turn everybody in first then. Sure.
That's
Okay.
fine, Koibo. We turn him in, and then he does the family shit.
By turning in, you just mean you just hand over the knights and guards to.
Well, we want to talk to them too.
All right, well, let's do the talking with them. You get
So we'll
them
do an
to the
investigation.
capital.
Yeah.
Where in the capital would you like to do this interrogation? In your home?
Wherever the fuck Claridus would let us,
No.
right? Like
Yeah.
a jail cell or something
In the
like
dungeons,
that.
in the
In like a
palace.
dungeon.
Okay, so you want to like go throw these people in the dungeons and then interrogate them.
Yeah.
That's great. There is a spot outside of town, south of town, where a bunch of prisoners of war are being kept in a
No.
POW camp.
We don't want these in the POW camp. We want them in like the Crown's dungeon because these aren't average prisoners of war. These are Scoria's prisoners of war, and they know stuff about her. These are going to be upper level nobles, I would assume, of Mystria. So these aren't the average Joe Schmo that you capture, especially with a +2 sword. And we'll impress that upon Claridus or the Queen.
Yeah. The knights that run the army are aware of the value of this and are happy to imprison these people in the deepest depths of the Wicthron Rarenta dungeons.
Something else that's important, I think. You mentioned giving, adding gold to the party sheet. Earlier in this campaign, I think a couple episodes ago, or last episode, you mentioned that horses were becoming increasingly rare, that the cost of these maybe was 2 or 3 times as much. We're bringing back extra horses that I imagine
7.
we'd sell back. Yeah, 7 horses. So
Yeah, you want to sell off 7 horses? We can add. They normally go for 75 each. You can sell them for 150 at this time.
Should we not keep 3 since we?
Yeah,
lost
we can
ours?
keep 3. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll sell 4.
Okay,
so 4
it's another
times 150.
600. Yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, party sheets added. We had 5,780 gold.
So
Excellent.
if we get these people locked in the dungeon, I guess I'll be the one to speak to him since I've charmed them.
There's going to be a great many people here wanting to speak to these folks. You'll
I'll-
want to talk to them, but there's, knights and guards and queens and wizards and sorcerers and clerics. These people are going to have their minds ripped apart by magic at some point.
Well,
It's going to be
probably
4
not,
knights
then.
and 1 wizard.
But
And
you
I'll
guys can
impress
get
upon
first
them
crack.
that I'll tell them about the banner. I don't know if they've heard of this before. These were knights and a wizard who was under a dragon banner. It didn't look like the normal Mystrian flag. It looked like these were Scoria's special forces or troops. It seems like they're based around Gold Hill, and I've heard that there may be 2 of Scoria's babies in there. So maybe they're planning something around them. That's what I'll tell them, and then we'll interrogate, and I'll let them know more.
Okay. There is a lot going on here, right? This process of interrogation is, working with the knights, or kind of, how do I say it? Let me rephrase. It's a complicated thing for you guys to be questioning these people, plus all the people the crown wants to question them. It's a long process with many facets to it. So I think we want to try and simplify this interrogation as best as possible. So that way I can just hand you information and we don't have to spend like 2 hours role playing who says what, where, when, how,
Yeah.
why.
If the crown wants to fuck with their minds, and that's the easiest way to get information,
Yeah,
let's
let
do
them do
that.
it.
Let's
Yeah,
let
yeah.
them do it then, and we'll just get the
Agrees.
information. I
Sure,
don't think the
so
crown's
tell
gonna lie to
me-
us or anything. So.
Yeah, why don't you give me some questions that you want answered, and then I will give you those that you can get, plus any other relevant info.
What is the flag? What does the flag, I guess, signify? Are they special troops of Scoria? I guess that's 1. Do you guys have any questions?
I'm just thinking of some now. So
What
one,
their plan was around here?
how does Scoria communicate with King Gilda? How many wizards does she have working for her? What spells does Scoria cast?
What's the ruby with the gold dragon in it? Specifically to the wizard.
Well, let's start with these one by one. The flag is the banner of Scoria's personal guard. Her own units, her own troops work underneath a flag, and the red flag with the black dragon, the silhouette of a dragon over it, is her banner.
Got it.
What was the second question? How does Scoria communicate with King Gilder and all that stuff?
Yeah.
These knights aren't privy to that knowledge.
The wizard?
What about the wizard, though?
The wizard we'll get to in a little bit.
Okay.
Let's just do the knights
Okay.
first. The knights, they don't know that shit. That's way above their pay grade.
Yeah.
Are they notable families, especially the one with like a +2 sword in Mystria? Are they somebody?
They are somebodies. Yes, they are landed knights or nobles whose families have had these positions for a long period of time. These people could be held hostage and ransom backed to the Mystrians, which is typically how things would be done, either during the war or after the war, or whatever. But as nobles, they are typically permitted a certain level of respect and honor and kept in, nice quarters and not the deepest, dankest levels of the dungeon. That's typically how you would hold a noble in a war. Now, these are Scoria's crack troops who do her own work, and this is maybe not the most friendly or civil of wars.
What was their mission?
Yeah.
This is the good part. These people represent one faction of Scoria's vanguard. And to understand this, your people will pull some more information out of these folks. It appears that Scoria's troops are broken into 4 categories.
Write it
She
down,
has
Nick.
her servants.
Yeah.
She has her lair guard. She has her enforcers. And she has her vanguard. These people work under the flag of the Vanguard, which is orchestrated, I shouldn't say orchestrated, run by Siobhan the Half-Elf. They can tell you a little, they will eventually, whether they want to or not, reveal a little bit of information about the Vanguard, one of the 4 factions or sections of Scoria's soldiers.
Okay.
These knights and their caster were part of 4 groups that comprise the various strike groups within the Vanguard. It is their job to sort of go out and get shit done.
4 groups this size in the Vanguard.
Yes. Yes. Their job is typically to go get things. You know, we know that there's a magical item here. Go get this. We know that the enemy is like patrolling these areas. This group of troops, you run around, you find them, you ambush them, you take out anything that you can see here. They had a...
So these are like the enforcers, yeah?
So what were they looking for in
The
Gold Hill?
enforcers are different.
Oh, the enforcers is... Sorry.
What
What were they looking for in Gold Hill then?
They weren't in Gold Hill.
What were they looking for where they were?
They were patrolling the plains looking for scouts, upcoming groups of soldiers, anything that could be dangerous, and destroying them all.
Do they work for Scoria out of fear or respect? I think something that could be useful.
Yeah.
There is a socioeconomic situation that arises when you are it's respect, it's fear, it's the position in society they can hold, it's the lack of other options elsewhere, it's somebody seeing their talents and wanting to work with them rather than wanting to destroy them. It's sort of like, you know, we're pirates because of X, Y, or Z. Well, they're pirates because there was money being traded. Someone needed to be here to like rob all this money. And there's certain people who just happen to fall in that niche. These people, you know, they didn't seek this job. It's sort of called to them.
They don't love Scoria, is what it sounds like. At least not the knights.
I don't think anyone loves Scoria.
I would just assume that there'd be like a cult of like dragon worshippers who think that she's
No,
like
these
gods.
guys, these are not dragon worshippers. Scoria is in charge, and they will serve her because it is in their
She's in
best
charge,
interest
yeah.
to serve her. She's in charge. They get position, rank, honor out of it. They get respect. They get to kind of go off on grand adventures and also help out their people and help out their society. They are advancing themselves and their loved ones by this process. But Scoria is still the dragon who will kill them if they fuck up.
Yeah, makes sense.
So they fear her, but this is just like a prized opportunity. Yeah.
Well, they fucked up, so.
You will also learn that the Vanguard contains a group of infiltrators, which these people know very little about other than they get messages from the infiltrators. There
Wait.
is a group of...
That's really important. Do they know what kind of messages they get? They don't know if they're about
The
true.
wizard will know.
Okay,
We're
okay.
just talking to the...
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a band of about 100 people known as the Crushers, led by the half-orc fighter Skriza.
And
They will tell you that so the Vanguard is there to get something done, like extract information, get an item, kill very specific people. The Crushers are we just want this thing wiped off the face of the map. We don't need nuance. We don't need skill. Make this thing gone. And
Where are
so
they at
it
right
is they typically live in the Thieves' Forest, but they work independently under Siobhan, not necessarily with this group, so this knight doesn't happen to know where they are at any given point. Last they heard, the Crushers were over in Eridon, doing something with Longcast and Kneecap, but they don't really know.
Okay.
The Crushers are monster-backed and led. You know, it's ogres, it's orcs, it's half-orcs, it's hobgoblins, it's whatever mismatch of monstrous creatures who are out for blood and guts that are willing to join. They're wildly uncivilized. They can't be stationed in any towns because they will just kill the people in the town, so they have to live in the Thieves' Forest rather than anywhere else.
But the half-orc controls them.
The half-orc Skriza is their leader, yeah. There's also a group of scouts, which are 3 mages, 3 clerics, and then, you know, some subordinates who scry on enemies, resources. These 6 people use their various magics to gather information for the Vanguard.
Where are they based?
So the whole Vanguard is typically based out of the Thieves' Forest, but they move around, right? So the strike groups have forward operating bases closer to Gold Hill. The one that you found was right next to Silver River. There's some other ones. These knights don't know exactly where they would be at any given point. They move around based on what they need. The scouts have been operating, last these knights heard, out of the ruins of Half Hill. Okay. There are a pair of assassins that work for the Vanguard as well. One of them is some sort of necromancer named Justina, and the other is unknown. Another woman, but they don't know anything about her.
And this is just the Vanguard, all of this shit.
This is just the Vanguard.
Oh.
Yep.
Nick, you're writing all this down, right?
I am writing it down.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. And then, there's various support staff that work with these people and work with Siobhan, wherever Siobhan happens to be based. Last they heard, Siobhan was in Gold Hill, or maybe Half Hill. Siobhan and the scouts are usually pretty close together because Siobhan uses them for information to then deploy messages. But if the scouts were in Half Hill and they heard Siobhan was in Gold Hill, they're not exactly certain what's going on, but one of those two locations is key. And that's what they know about the Vanguard.
I ask,
That's
how
what the
powerful are these scouts? How powerful are the spellcasters and the scouts relative to the wizard that they were traveling with? You said that they're used to being around spell. Well, how much? A lot more powerful, or maybe a little bit more.
The knights have never talked to the scouts, but they pull out information. They're used to dealing with spellcasters, and they're used to especially spellcaster fighting tactics, but when it comes to divination and scrying and getting information, it's sort of I don't know. They can see into your thoughts. They can spy on you wherever you are in the world, But they're just talking about ESP and clairvoyance at that point. So at least 5th level, probably higher.
Yeah, okay.
I guess we'll start doing the wizard unless Tyrell has any questions.
No.
Do you have any other no questions for the knights?
No. If we have any more, we'll right back. Cool. Can I impress upon them that these people cannot ever leave this dungeon until the war is over, due to the fact of they know our faces and...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's happy to let these people get anywhere.
Well, not only that, they can't be traded or hostaged
They can't
away
be
either.
traded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Under orders from, if we need...
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's been impressed that this is a special group of people that should be held on to for a while.
Could we ask it how, if Scoria keeps track of these people in any way? If there are items that are enchanted or commonly scryed upon or anything? Or
Scoria
let me
won't directly, but
of course,
there's
but
a
let
chain
me
of command, right?
Yeah, or let me say have they ever been in trouble and help mysteriously shows up at exactly the right time in a place where they wouldn't otherwise? A question like that where I might be able to figure out
No, because this is the Vanguard. It's their job to go somewhere and do something, and if they fuck up and get themselves killed, then they didn't deserve this position to begin with.
We'll start with the wizard now.
Yeah. Now the wizard is a higher rank. The wizard is the leader of the rest of this group here, of this strike group.
Yeah.
She's gonna know some shit.
What items did the wizard have on her?
The ruby, the wand, and the stuff.
Oh, those were on her? I thought those were just in her tent that we didn't take. I thought that she had some rings or something, no? I could be wrong.
Did she have more stuff than that? No.
I mean, she was wearing the clothes that she sleeps in, and a heavy cloak to keep her warm.
I'm just making sure that she didn't have rings on.
Yeah, we'll
or,
obviously strip her of any jewelry that she's wearing as well.
Yeah, you can just put her in a loose linen prisoner's clothing.
And I assume none of those are magical.
Her cloak is magical. Yeah.
The cloak is magical.
Do they know our name? Do they know who the Megaries are? Have they ever been alerted about us or what we look like or anything like that? To keep an eye on us or to be aware that we might be in an area?
Yeah, we'll ask them because they're going to be in the prison forever.
The wizard will tell you that she has no idea who the fuck you people are.
Nice.
But you seem like the people whose horses that they stole and disappeared to the ethereal plane They kind of recognize, especially Anton here.
That was us.
Yeah, but they don't know who the fuck you are.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
How good
What
is
other
the book?
questions?
Okay, so for the wizard, how
If
does...
you're in town for a while, sorry, Nick, long enough for you to identify items for like another 5 days, I can give you that information. But we'll
Yeah,
have
we
to
will.
stay in town for another 5 days.
We'll see if
will
we
be.
will be. I don't know if we will be.
Oh,
Because
okay.
we might boat. We might need to boat. Okay, sorry.
No,
What are
we
your
should.
questions?
I think if we can wait for 5 days to get those items ID'd, that would be ideal.
We need to wait 100% to get experience. That's
Yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, how does Scoria communicate with King Gilda?
I expect that she speaks to him.
Would she go there in human form? Is that a thing that she does, or would she fly to the capital?
I don't think that she would walk to the capital.
Can we not interrogate the wizard? Can we just get them to interrogate her so we don't get snarky answers from the wizard?
Yeah. All right. You can deliver these questions. You'll get the responses back. The response will come back on this stuff that this person has never met Scoria. Or that's not true. She met Scoria once upon a time for a single initiation ceremony, but since then has been working under Siobhan. And Siobhan is her leader. Siobhan is the one that she follows. And the happenings between Siobhan and Scoria is sort of unknown to her. She'll catch little bits of information here and there, but that's mostly about how Siobhan deals with her. This group is above all the happenings of the country, of the Mystrians. You know, they don't give a shit what happens with Mystria. They outrank every single knight in Mystria, so they don't pay much attention to how that
Okay, so she
side
doesn't
of
know
the
that.
Alliance works.
Does she
What
know
is
how
the,
many?
uh,
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What does the amulet do? Or not the amulet, the ruby encrusted dragon thing.
She has managed to resist revealing that information. Even with magical scrying attempts. She's passed her saving throws. She has held back that as much as possible.
And she resisted the charm and everything as well, so...
Eventually, with magic, they will probably break through. Eventually, she's going to fail a saving throw. But in
Well,
the
if we're here
limited
for
time that we
5
have right
days,
now...
So if we do stay for 5 days, can we get that info? Well, I guess the best question is...
Well, we
if
can
stay for-
identify it anyway. So.
If we stay for 5 days, we can get to the correct place within the time frame, right? With the boats. It's a 2-week journey. We have a month until we need to be there. So 5 days should be fine, if not a week.
Yeah, unless there's like some crazy
Something
storm.
terrible.
It'd be fucked anyway, so...
Okay, we're going to stay for a week then in town to get XP, to identify items, and to make sure our questions are answered.
Right.
Yeah, we can just identify the ruby, so we don't necessarily need her to tell us that. I want to ask her, does she have any idea what spells Scoria can cast? I know that red dragons have a limited number.
She does not know what spells Scoria can cast, but she will tell you Scoria has a whole bunch of spellcasters working for her that will do her bidding on most of those fronts. And one of the little bits of information that will be gleaned is that the head of Scoria's servants is a dwarven cleric of Verasi named Zarthan.
Wait, he's the head. What about, does she not have a wizard who's like a head wizard? Dwarven cleric. Zarthan.
She has many spellcasters that work for her
Is this
in
Verasi's
various
chosen?
factions.
I'll ask.
Cleric of Verasi. All clerics are, they're God's chosen.
What about this Siobhan that you work for? Is she a caster?
She is. She's
Cleric
a fighter
with it?
mage.
How powerful is she?
More powerful than the mage here. At least able to cast, at least level 7. But if she's one of Scoria's top 4 heads, then level
Probably
7
like
is probably
9.
The
Yeah.
low end.
yeah.
You have any more
Say it.
questions, Nick?
What was the initiation ceremony that you did like? Explain to me getting to Scoria's lair. What did she see? How many people did she pass? And what was the inside of the lair like?
It was in the Wormwood, but not in Scoria's lair in particular.
Ceremony in the
It was deep in the Wormwood, before the Dragon Peak and the Stony Ridge, like way back up in that crux. There was a nighttime ceremony in which Scoria flew overhead, took human form, and came over, looked into her eyes, made her swear an oath while Scoria's eyes like burned flames into her face. She could feel, even in human form, the dragon fear washing over her. She could see the monsters around, the giants that guard Scoria's lair, the ogres that are in the region, even a pair of trolls were there as well, along with, maybe 20 orcs or something. There was 2 other casters here at the time. None of them ended up in the Vanguard. They ended up elsewhere in Scoria's forces. And it was a ceremony that took place this last summer.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions that I've got for now. But I mean, they're going to be in the dungeon, right? We can probably get more information from them if we think
Did we
of it.
glean anything else from the spells? Or was that it?
Let me take a look at my notes.
Oh, yeah. Do they know anything about the infiltrators?
Nope. You would have to talk to Siobhan on that stuff. The infiltrators are well
Highly
kept
up,
secret.
yeah.
Yeah. You don't talk about the OSS.
It's like training, or not training day. The Departed.
Exactly.
Good movie.
Well, The Training Day is also a fantastic film.
Also a good movie.
All right. Over the next few days, then, Neil, just whilst we get stuff identified, I'm going to cast Read Magic a few times on the spellbook and see what's in there.
Absolutely. How many pages are you going to be able to read?
Depends how many
We're gonna be
days
here
it
a
takes to
week.
get everything
Well,
identified.
I want to make sure that we're still on day 1 too, because I have stuff that I want to do before we.
You have to do the family, yep.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's do that. They were going to be getting bracers of archery for you.
Yeah.
And sure enough,
And
when you come
yeah.
back, they're waiting for you.
nice. Do you already have the magical bow?
Yes, already got that. Okay, braces of archery. I will hand you, Tyrael, the braces of shocking grasp. You might not need them, but if you ever get grappled or find yourself in a fist fight, they might come in useful. Can't wear both.
Sure.
We also need to figure out some items that we need to trade to the people, because I really like these boots, and I want to keep them forever.
I wouldn't
So
even
we're gonna.
worry about that right now. We're keeping those through.
It's like a month later. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're keeping them through to the end of the campaign for sure. We're not
would
going to
hope
be
so, yeah.
giving
Okay.
these back. Yeah.
Well, I kind of do want that spellbook back at some point, but perhaps
Do you
we can
need
find
it?
some other way. Well, when I get really high level, there might not be any other places to find spells of those levels.
Oh, maybe. Well, we can see what's in the spellbook of the one we just stole, right?
Yeah, probably not going to be anything above 3rd level, but it doesn't matter. We can work something out later on. I'm sure we'll find something.
I'm sure we'll work something.
for sure.
out. Okay.
Neil, do I just look up braces of archery in the DMG? Is that what they do? Or do you want
I
to
think
tell me?
so. Let me double check. It's been a while since I wrote out my stuff, and
What
I
else
think
you
it's
got,
probably
Tyrael?
the same shit.
Should be +2 to hit, +1 damage.
Bracers of archery. Using any bow, not including crossbows, as if you were proficient in their usage, if not already the case. If the wearer of the bracers has proficiency with any type of bow, +2 to hit, +1 to damage whenever that type of bow is used. Cumulative with other bonuses, including those already bestowed for magical bows or magical arrows, except for bonuses due to weapon specialization. Right, so you're not specialized with the bow, so it's essentially giving you like some weird
Specialization.
form of bow specialization. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay.
Big loots. Mm-hmm.
Talking to these people. 1, 2, 3. Okay, boom. Okay,
Just
so
testing this.
2 other items I think we had on our list. Amulet of Health, Cloak of Displacement. Do they have any information about these 2 things?
You are wearing a cloak of displacer. No, you're wearing displacer armor.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I have 3 things listed as things that were in their grasp. It was the Amulet of Health, Cloak of Displacement, and the Braces of Archery. I think were the 3
I
things.
thought they had like a girdle of strength as well that they were talking about.
They mentioned that, but I didn't get anything particular about it. Oh, and then you got the magic bow, right, Nick?
Yep.
Or can we think of any other, like...
the giant belt strength or whatever, that would be like the best item we could get.
Yeah, the girdle of giant strength.
Why? What would that do for us?
It gives
Just
you
sets your
19
strength, like,
strength.
or more.
Yeah, but what does
So
a
you can,
19 strength do?
You
Just
have
more
like
to
+5
hit.
to hit and damage.
Oh, okay.
It's loads.
Yeah.
Big.
Yeah. They don't know shit about. I mean, the girdle of giant strength. It's out of their reach. They can't.
Got it.
Yeah, +1 int items would be useful, although
Yeah.
I doubt they can find that.
Right. Cloak of Displacement is something that they will keep their ears peeled for, but they don't have any leads on whatsoever.
Okay.
And Amulet of Health you mentioned, and the guy just like kind of cracks you a grin. He's like, "Look, I'm gonna be super square with you. If we ever find an Amulet of Health anywhere, that's going to the bosses. They're gonna
Okay.
keep that shit for themselves."
I want to
to
talk with this guy in a back room, where it's a one-on-one conversation.
Yeah, he'll walk you out of the bar rather than and like walk you through the city streets, just like meandering about between the two of you.
No, I don't want to be meandering. I want to be in a top secret, dark ass room for a one-on-one chat with this guy.
Take him to your house.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
we
him
can
your
go to our house and chat too. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, it's the two of you in some house. Your servants bring you some drinks or whatever. They fuck off. It's just the two of you alone, no one around.
Okay.
Nice house you got here, Mr. McGarry. Never really been inside before.
Well, thank you very much. Comes with being a relative of the queen, I guess, by some whatever. But anyway, we very much need 3 different types of things. Heard stories of a girdle of strength, heard stories about an amulet of health, and we know that there exist items that help wizards or sorcerers. Wait, what do they call them? What are you, Nick, technically? Wizard, yes. Wizards cast spells. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm sure that you guys have different levels of goods available, different types of people. I'm sure that you've got stuff that you trade among the common stock, and then I'm sure you've got better stuff, hopefully, that you would trade to more loyal people, such as myself. And then I'm sure you guys have some elite level of items that probably get traded either internally or reserved for highly special and selective customers. I want access to that last stock of items, and I think I can trade you something that would be invaluable for what you guys are attempting to do. Now, I know forgery is popular in your business. However, I would like to produce my cloak and show him I have a letter from the queen that would allow you to smuggle any items you want in or out of any city. By blessing of the queen, it would allow you to move anything you want without any questions or any trouble from any guards. You could pack a wagon full magical weapons and you could ship them right out of the capital without a single person stopping to give you trouble. The flash of this letter. Now, we both know that if I were to trade you something like this, we would need something of extraordinary means back. Now, the 3 things that I requested before were we have an amulet of health, we have a girdle of strength, and then some sort of items that would help a wizard be more effective at casting a spell. Now, you may or may not have these items available in your upper stock of items. We're going to be around in the capital for about a week, but I know that this letter be of incredible value to you, and I would hope that if any of these items are floating by any back rooms, or might be held onto quite closely by anybody in your organization, perhaps you'd consider loosening your grip on these items in exchange for this. Something to think about.
That's a big time saver right there. We've become quite accustomed to moving things and greasing palms. But that's always a longer process. You got to be careful, got to employ some people, got to spend some money. This letter you talk about, if it's real, is a real big time saver. We'd appreciate that. But there's another factor at hand here, my dear friend McGarry. It's not just that we buy and sell, we're not here to get rich. We got needs for these things of our own. Stuff like Girdle of Giant Strength, Amulet of Health. That sort of stuff is the things the bosses prefer to have for themselves rather than to dole on out or pass on down. What's better for the big boss, to be able to get some work done a little bit faster, or for their bodyguard to be completely unstoppable?
Yeah, of course, I understand. But if faster work means more gear down the line for any bodyguard, Maybe you being able to ship a couple of magical pieces of armor or weapons in or out of a particular city will make you safer than having a particular amulet or a pair of glasses or some belt on a bodyguard. Perhaps. Again, I understand your predicament. I wouldn't want you guys to feel like you are getting screwed in any trade, but perhaps knowing that we do have access to some things that might be incredibly valuable to you, more so than just the run-of-the-mill average magical sword or magical piece of armor. Maybe this is something that you'll consider when we do any future trades.
Do you guys, you fancy noble types, you do any investing? You know, like monetary investing into businesses and stuff.
We should.
How much am I allowed to know about investing in this world? I don't know that.
Yeah, as much as you want. Like you're a noble person. Your family loans out money at times, or has taken a lot of loans.
Oh yeah,
more
sure.
like
Then of course, part and parcel of being a noble is knowing when to buy or sell parts of companies or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course.
You see, you guys and we tend to operate in a similar way. It's always good to make investments that will pay back, but you don't want to invest too much money into someone you don't know too well. It might end up paying off for you in cash, but you wouldn't want to enrich or empower someone who you're not, 100% on. Someone who might then bite the hand that feeds them. Some of these relationships take time to develop, and better, more lucrative investments that pay off faster, a little bit more risky. And it's not just whether they pay you back or not, but there's also the risk in raising someone to power. I firsthand have seen how you guys, not necessarily you, but just your cultural associates, you don't invest too much money into one blacksmith. You spread your investments out, so each one feels like they're getting a little bit ahead, but you never let anyone get too far ahead, because then they'd be coming after you, right? You don't want to bring up people from lower ranks, people that you don't know too closely. So we're happy to keep working with you. You guys have been a great source of things that we want, things that we need, and we've been happy to provide some sort of payback for you all. But what you're asking about right here is the creme de la creme, the piece de la resistance, the top of the cherry. And it's a little hard to trust somebody who we've just started doing business with that wants the very finest in ill-gotten gains. We're not really certain who you're gonna be in 5 years.
I totally understand that. As a man that's been a part of this type of organization for a great number of years, I'm sure you remember seeing me as a much younger man with my uncle, and I totally understand. You don't know who we'll be in 5 years, and that's absolutely true. But is there a bigger risk for you not to do business with us now, not knowing who we may be in 5 years, knowing that we might have the power to grease your wheels or do good for you in ways that are potentially unimaginable right now? Who knows where we'll be in 5 years, especially if we complete our mission. Again, I understand everything that you're saying. I can appreciate the honesty, and I appreciate your caution. Just know that obviously we're looking very kindly on any mutually beneficial relationships we can establish now, and those will absolutely be respected into the future.
And you've been a real trustworthy lot, putting up that chainmail early without getting your reward back yet. We appreciate your straightforwardness, your upfrontness. I think, and this is just me, right? I don't make decisions. I'm the ambassador, as you might call it. We might need to improve our relationship a little bit more before the doors open wide enough to let you into our bed. So what's a middle step we can take here? How can we get to trust and know each other a little bit better so that we know we're not investing in the wrong people, and that you know that we're not here to take advantage of you?
I scratched my chin for a second. Well, I feel like I have a proper understanding of the way that you guys function, and I think that you guys are very rational and reasonable with the way you approach things, so I feel no reason not to mistrust you. As long as the McGarry family is an asset to the family, I can't imagine you guys would view us in a negative light. So I suppose the question is what would it take for you to trust us in this level? Now, obviously, we have different types of allegiances. Being nobles of this kingdom, money alone is not what we seek, so I imagine that makes it a bit harder to understand our drives or motivations. So what would it take for you to understand that we would reciprocate any loyalty you would show us at the same level?
See, as I understand it, your uncle, good friend of the family, of course, knew him well. He was trustworthy. We knew where he was going. And no offense to your uncle, but it wasn't really going anywhere. Now, you and your brothers seem to be on a path of upward trajectory. You're going somewhere, and you're going there fast. You've managed to come across a great deal of magical items that your family has otherwise been poor over for a long, long time now. So why don't you tell me, Lord Tyrael McGarry, where's your family going? What's your plan? What's your end game?
Well, I mean, the end game of any noble in Wicthron Rentha, right? Everybody aspires to great status as a noble family, for a great position next to the crown, to be involved in the highest levels of politics that go on about these cities. But obviously the answer I give you here is going to be the same as any answer of any minor or major noble family in these lands. Perhaps moving in a different direction to this, perhaps as a show of good faith, do you have any members of your organization that were particularly valuable to you that have been lost to Wicthron Rentha's criminal justice system? Perhaps a great smuggler, perhaps somebody invaluable to your organization that has been captured and imprisoned. Maybe they live in the holds or in the dungeons here in Wicthron Rentha, anyone that's still alive.
Yeah. We got friends who've been locked up. False pretenses and all, you know? Thrown away, key lost over misunderstandings, confusion, problems. We got a lot of close family members like that. Most of these folks, you know, they get themselves in this trouble, it doesn't really matter. Some of these folks we would be interested in seeing again. And just between us growing friends here, there's always some level of plan in place to try and get these guys out, but it's a lengthy process.
If there's anybody that you consider pretty valuable, pretty unreachable, maybe as a show of good faith, I could get this person returned to you, perhaps within a fortnight. You think it's possible that there might be such a person?
He sits back, takes a sip of his beverage, and ponders the question.
As he thinks, I'll say, now, both of us in this room now are smart men. So if you're talking about freeing somebody that is known across the kingdom as a serial murderer or somebody that's attempted regicide, of course, these aren't crimes that I could get somebody out, but perhaps somebody whose charges were more related to smuggling or some single one-off, instance or some sort of conspiracy, like these are people that would probably be more appropriate. Obviously, I don't think we can release somebody whose face is known as terror of the kingdom back into the public, but I'm sure you must have somebody, a business owner, somebody that I could feasibly grease the wheels on and get removed from a dungeon. This is something that is within my power for you that I don't think many other noble families would be able to accomplish.
See, during these times of war, a lot of prisoners get moved around. The confusing mess. A lot of money changing hands. Good for the economy and all. And these lower level smugglers are in prime territory to be pulled out. It is the harder to get ones. The ones that I don't know if you can actually pull off. That we need some help with.
Give me a couple names, and I'll see what I can do.
There's this woman. Her name is Grindel. Crown has arrested her because she's Mystrian by nature. Doing some business here, faking herself a Drakissian accent. Crown catches her thinking she's a spy. She might have been doing some spying, but she was also working for us for some other things. Rumor has it she's been locked up in the dungeons, interrogated. we're not. I mean, we'd of course love to get her out, but bigger question is, what has she said or done to anyone? Better option would just be make sure she can't say or do anything that might reveal our positions. We don't know if that information's already been spilled, if she's managed to retain it, if people know that she's cousin of ours, or if they just think she's doing her normal mystery and spying nonsense. I'm sure that's just a side gig to help pay the bills, you know. She's a bit of a concern for us. We'd love her out, but we also think that might draw a little attention, you know? She gets free, all of a sudden there's a search for her, might cause more trouble than it's worth. She were to mysteriously die in prison, we would be losing a dear family member and asset, but I'm sure she's already being tortured, and death is a preferable option to what she's going through right now, and at least then we'd have peace of mind that she's in a better place, where she can't be hurt anymore.
It's odd to me that somebody in professional organized crime doesn't have reach into prisons to have somebody killed, but if this is truly what you need for us to make a show of good faith for our relationship, I think this is something that's easily achievable for us.
Well, some prisons are easy to get into, some of them ain't, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The ones underneath the castle in the capital, and I don't mean the first layer, I mean the ones that are about 60 feet underground. Those ones are mighty hard to get to.
Understood. What's the what was the name of this lady?
Grindel.
Tell him you want poison or something to do it.
I already have poison. What is the name of the prison, or where do you think she's being held?
Where we just were.
Is it in
I don't know exactly, no.
Okay, doesn't matter. You know what? That's fine. Do you have any fast-acting poisons that look like a disease? If I could get one of these from you, I guess.
He chooses lip. It's not actually my specialty.
Okay, no, don't care. I've got 3 vials anyway, so that's fine.
Cool.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, I'll stand. I'll shake his hand, and I'll say I look forward to our next conversation. Hopefully, you guys have kept your eyes and ear to the ground. And maybe next time I talk, maybe there'll be a couple more things in your inventory for us to bargain with.
Yeah. Just a quick question for you though. How matter of trust? How are we gonna know if you do what you it seems like you might be doing? How are we gonna know if you're successful or not?
How are you going to know if I'm successful in killing the person that you want killed?
Yeah. You know, how... Not that I think you would lie. You've been honest up front now, but in our trade, it always pays to trust but verify. How can we verify that you haven't just said she's gone?
I mean, do you guys have the ability to scry on people?
Not there.
There are some within our order who can do that, but she is beyond their reach at this moment. Those deep, dark dungeons, they're well shielded against scrying and teleportation.
Okay, well, you know what this lady looks like, correct?
Those that care know.
Does she have any distinguishing marks or tattoos or anything?
I'm sure. I would have to ask. I've never met the woman myself. Just know her by name and reputation.
Okay, give me a few days and she'll be dead, and you'll know she'll be dead. Trust that I can deliver on that.
He reaches out his hand to accept yours.
Sure, I'd shake his hand back.
It was a pleasure talking to you, Tyrion McGarry.
Pleasure talking to you as well.
And you guys can go your separate ways.
Cool, okay. All right, I think we should probably prioritize trying to find big int items, but obviously a girdle of strength or the amulet of health would be really cool too. But
The girdle of strength is probably even better than the int item. That's literally like so strong.
yeah, it
you
is.
get it.
But you have like no
It's
items.
crazy good. It's all right. I just found a staff and a wand and a cloak.
Yeah,
And this
he
weird
just got a
ruby
bunch
thing.
Okay, next
some
stop
good
then.
stuff.
Okay, so the next stop.
Can we get XP and then you
Well-
do your...
We're gonna need to talk to Clarissa or whatever. We can get XP. I don't know when we can get it. Do we have to be here for 7 days, or can we just get XP now, or how does that work?
should be able to get it
You
now
guys are
and
going to
get
stay
it
here for the
fine.
7 days. We'll just give you your XP. Just don't travel anywhere or do anything, combat related.
We're also going to
Um,
get the items identified if you want to do that first.
Yeah, items identified. During our next break, I'll calculate XP.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna read this woman's whole spell book, Neil. So I can do say I learn 3 read magics a day for a week, I should be able to do 21 castings.
Do you want me to nap you as well?
Which is, no, that'll be enough. And it's 6 minutes per casting, so that should be like 126 pages. Should be
Wonderful.
enough for the whole book.
Great. Love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can get things identified, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Change some of my notes here so I can just hand you a document that doesn't have notes that you're not supposed to read on it.
Yeah, sure. Tyrell, are you gonna tell the squad or not?
Tell the squad?
About what you're doing to the lady?
Oh, like Clortis and them?
No, us.
Oh yeah, I'll share everything, of course.
Okay, I think that's Anton will be cool with it because Anton thinks that probably the ends justify the means. So one person who's already dead in a jail cell won't ever fucking matter.
Yeah, of course. Our goal here, yeah, our service right here is in service to the kingdom. And our goal in service to the kingdom is to kill Scoria. And we need to accomplish almost anything to hit that end. Killing somebody that's already in a prison, especially if we give them notice, like we can talk to Clortis and the queen and say, hey, listen, have you wrestled everything from this person that you need? Can we kill this person, present the head, gets us access to other areas, and then allows people to trust us while you guys don't lose it. This is like a win-win-win. This is like the easiest thing.
This is a win-win.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're talking about bringing the Clortis in on it, then I guess I'll be okay with it.
I also, and then something I'll mention too, is that this would be quite a bit riskier, and obviously we would get in great trouble if we were to lose this, but we might be able to haggle with this letter as well. I'm sure, as you guys understand, this letter is going to be a great asset to any smuggler. I'm not.
Can't give that to the family.
Nod my head. I understand it's a big give, but if we could trade this, theoretically, say they offered us an amulet of health and a girdle of strength in exchange for this letter, would you really turn it down?
We'd be destroying one enemy if we kill Scoria, but we'd letting another one into our midst. They could do anything with that kind of access.
With one letter, eventually.
The family have caused enough harm, no offense to you, Tyrael, or to our uncle, but they've caused enough harm in this kingdom over the years.
Eventually the
free
family
access
will
to do
fuck up.
whatever they want.
Well, to be fair, the family might be powerful, and the family does do horrible things. And I don't need to remind you that plenty horrible things have been done in this kingdom, sometimes under the name of nobility or the family, to be clear. Secondly, destroying one enemy and empowering another group isn't bad if the group we're empowering are somebody that trusts us implicitly and now explicitly. So I think it would.
But you can't compare the actions of the nobility in the noble kingdom of Drekis to that of smugglers and thieves and murderers that are the family. Again, no offense to you or
Some
to
of the
our
people
uncle.
who are smugglers and thieves are more honorable than.
Yeah,
some of the
excuse
nobility
me. Does murder at the
I
hand
know.
of a noble work better than murder at the hand of a thief or a smuggler?
You're talking treason here, brothers. Please, have some perspective. These are criminals and thugs. They are not blessed by the gods. They are not noblemen like ourselves.
They're criminals
They're
and
men trying to
thugs
get
in
by.
name only. Need I remind you that there are other noble families that barely view us as such? Listen, I think that our focus should be on killing Scoria. The kingdom will be fine if the family is able to smuggle a couple more sets of weapons in or out of the city a little bit quicker.
The family may fuck up too, and the letter will be taken at that point.
Sure.
I assume they're
Well,
going to only
well.
use this for the highest value
Listen,
stuff that they
listen,
have.
I
so
don't
it won't be-
approve of it, but Tyrael, you're the eldest here. You're in charge. If you think it's safe, then I wouldn't chop you in or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'll go
I
with
also
it.
offered to trade them the wish scroll. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I obviously, and of course, I'm not trading this for a simple weapon or two. If we do trade this, it will be for some very high value items. And if it's the difference between our victory or defeat in the eyes of Scoria or any of these dragons that we need to kill, I think it's a worthwhile trade.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, is there supposed to be music?
Yes.
Oh, shoot.
There is music.
Shut up.
I can't hear.
Okay.
Refreshing.
All right, items.
Items. So you got the Cloak of Protection.
Plus what?
+2.
Oh, another one.
Damn.
I already
Who
got
has
one of
cloak
them,
strength?
so I've already
Tyrael,
got
you
cloak
need
of
a cloak?
protection. So if someone needs that, there's.
Tyrell has a cloak of the cheetah. Would you rather have 2 AC Tyrell, or would you rather have...
Do you have a cloak that you're using?
I have the one that gives me +4 against all elemental attacks. I would probably swap out cloaks and take the +2 and keep that on during fights, and then I would swap to the other one for other things.
I think you should take the cloak of protection. +2 AC, +2 saves is better than +4 against elemental saves. And we can still get the food from your other cloak, right?
Yes, we can. I can put it on and we can get the food and stuff. So yeah, I'll take the cloak of protection as well.
Okay.
I think my armor's fucked up somehow again.
That's crazy, man. You're 27 AC now.
Well,
Oh wait, I would never ever swap my cloak because I get +3 dex from it as well. So I wouldn't even, because I was only thinking of holding this as a swap, but I would never even swap out. So yeah, never mind.
I'll fix my armor on break or something.
What about the wand and the staff, Neil?
It is a wand of fear. And the staff, there was a problem identifying it. There is something magical inside of it that was not able to be prepared and cleaned in order to cast the identify spell, and it got in the process of it, and they had to re-identify everything on a second day because it interrupted the auras. But the staff is magical in and of itself, and there's some separate magical thing within the staff. And Clurtus will like shake it, and you'll hear these things like rattling around inside what appears to be the top of the dome.
Wait, so they can't identify it because whatever's inside it is messing up. Like they can't isolate it for the identify spell. Is that what
Right,
you're
because
saying?
the identify spell requires like 8 hours of preparing an area and cleaning the area and like sorting everything out so that nothing outside will affect the identify spell process. It's a long spell to cast. And they could not prepare the things that are contained within the staff.
What about the staff itself, though?
No, because you can't prepare the things inside the staff. It fucks up the whole spell because you're casting identify essentially also in an area where there's uncleaned things.
So what do they suggest?
He just hands you back the staff and be like, figure out how to open it.
How to open it?
Oh, there's stuff inside of it.
We'll ask the wizard. Wizard will know.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll
Run
take
down
it
there
down to the
anyways.
wizard.
Well, don't take it to the wizard.
No, I'm not going to give it to him. I'm going to take it with me.
Okay,
So I'll
what
go
about
to
the
wizard.
before we do this? What about what about the dragon thing?
It appears to be a non-magical ruby attached by chains to rings.
Interesting.
So it's like it's probably like a sigil to get through guards or something like that.
It's probably like their ceremonial stuff, yeah.
All right, Tyrell, do you want that since you're more likely to be behind the enemy lines kind of mission?
Wait, like which thing? Say that again.
It's like
Ruby
the
dragon,
four
like,
ring
ring.
with the ruby in it.
I'm guessing that this means like they are Scoria's fucking chosen and they can go where the fuck they want. It's probably like a symbol of status.
So just like a ruby ring, a
It's
scoria.
a ruby
No,
dragon.
it's like 4 rings that come down to like a ruby in your hand, in your palm, with a gold dragon engraved on it.
5 rings.
5 rings.
Oh, and we were just not sure what the. Oh wait, so it wasn't magical, right?
It's not magical, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can put that. How much does it weigh?
1 pound.
Less than a pound.
Keep it in the bag of holding.
Yep.
It might be a scrying device. Yeah. And that was all
Alright.
we got. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'll take the stuff down to the wizard.
Wait, we should do the Clartus thing first because we might want to go to the dungeons and kill that chick while we're down there. I don't know if we might need to do it secretly. So
I don't really want to be part of that, to be honest.
Why?
why not?
Well, I just think it's better that you just do it on your own. And it's not that I'm disagreeing with it. I just think, these kind of things should be done in secret rather than as a big entourage of us going down. Oh, we're just going down to kill this person now in the dungeons.
Sure. I guess. Should we talk to Clartus while you're here then, or do you want to just fuck off?
No, yeah, let's talk to Classus. I don't know. What are we talking to Classus about?
Well, we'll tell him our plan and what we're gonna do with the Thebes people, and see if Clartus can get us pardon, I guess, for this, or like let us
Okay, all right.
do it.
Fine. Yeah, I'll be
Yeah,
here.
okay, yeah. So I just want to have a conversation with Clotis, basically saying like, do you think you have all the information you need from her, and then can we kill her and then bring proof of her death?
So you tell Clurtus everything that you talked to about this guy, and you're like, let's just kill this chick?
Not everything, but the part about killing somebody in prison to win favor with the family, which might give us access to more information about Scoria or items that will allow us to kill Scoria.
I'll also impress upon him that they have leads to a girdle of giant strength, which could be something of immeasurable power in helping us defeat Scoria.
I don't have the authority to judge these things. I'll have to take it to the queen.
Okay.
Is it better for you to talk to her, or would you prefer us to talk to her? I can speak to
I
her. if
would
I'm
really
not-
prefer you talk to her about this. This is I'm way out of my depth here.
Should
Okay.
we talk to the queen about this, or should we talk to a general about this?
No.
I don't know if the queen
The
would want us hearing about us killing one of her prisoners.
The-
I think maybe
The
talking to a
general will not, because in order for us, the only reason why somebody would let us do this is because we're on a mission to kill Scoria, and only the queen knows of this mission. A general
No.
would never allow us.
One general, remember the general who we gave the hat of disguise and the whatever thing that we gave him to?
Oh,
They
if that
were really
particular
high up.
general has the authority to, then maybe. But I think
That
this
general
is
might have-
this is something that we should be able to loop the queen into. I think she should be okay with this, or we can convince her.
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, we can do that.
We'll bring the queen in. What's up? On?
All right. You can have the conversation with the queen, and I think the specifics of this are important. So let's play it out.
I'll get Tyrael to show her the new ruby dragon thing to kind of schmooze her into it. Show her the cool new items that we got from the knights that we brought in.
Yeah, the most important thing is we literally, this is way outside of our mission, okay? We've captured high-ranking people that answer like almost directly to Scoria. I'm part of our Vanguard party, one of which was a wizard. I don't know anybody else in the kingdom that's doing shit like this again. We did it with just the 3 of us. We're badasses.
The queen furrows her brow and seems concerned. You did what? This was not part of your mission. This is well outside of your purview. What are you doing this? Do you not realize the risk you've placed this mission in?
Okay. Do we need to go on break? Do you want to come back, or do you want to do this?
Let's go to break. Let's go to break.
Yeah, okay.
We don't want
Let's go to break. Oh, no. Okay, fuck this. We'll be back.
No, that's fine.
Welcome back to Tombs of Scoria, everybody. The party is talking with the queen.
Go ahead,
What
Carol.
the hell?
Problem, milady? Tip, tip. And I tip my hat 17 times. No, I'm just kidding. So, okay.
You had clear, explicit instructions about the importance of keeping your operations secret. That this was a long-term goal that we were trying to get to make sure that we would win the war when push comes to shove. And you, short-sighted fools, have let your own personal and petty vengeance put the entire operation at risk. I honestly can't believe that you would be so foolhardy and stupid to do what you have just done. I've heard the reports about the interrogations down in the dungeons. I've heard the same information you have, plus some, and I can't believe the three of you are such dumb fucks.
Are you going to speak up, Carol? Or are you going to sit there?
She's the fucking
moron?
queen, you fucking dipshit. I want a
Talk over
PvP fucking Anton. No. Okay, yeah,
Do
we're
you
just
have
waiting.
any idea that you have revealed yourselves?
So my understanding, queen, my queen, is that we have revealed ourselves to absolutely no one. Obviously, it's not in the purview of our mission to be engaging with and fighting troops, especially those flying under the banner of Scoria. However, unfortunately, from our journey from Kershwick up to the Draken Ridge, we were intercepted by a scouting group of Scorian soldiers. Now, we have the ability to escape them, which we did. However, our horses were taken by them. And rather than risk revelation of our mission to Scoria, we thought it best to go back to the camp, kill everybody that saw us, then make our way back. Now, it just so happened that in the course of that fight, we were able to capture some prisoners and bring them back to aid the war effort. To the best of my knowledge, nobody should have any information that we were directly involved in any of this. No parts of this mission should have been compromised. I believe our hand was forced such that we had no alternatives but to do what we did.
What did you do with the dead? Those that you saw you, that you slew, you just left them behind, lying on the ground.
That's true, so I suppose Scoria knows that men with swords killed her entourage?
My dear nephew Anton, are you familiar with the spell Speak with Dead? A staple among clerics all across the world, certainly among the clerics of our enemy. How difficult would it be for them to speak with the dead of this elite unit directly under Scoria's control and ask them who it was that slew them? Ask them to get in a description of the people who killed them. Your operations were supposed to stay away from this mess so you could stay hidden, but now you've revealed yourself to the enemy, made a big splash, killed one of these four, what do they call them? Strike groups within this vanguard, which seem to be important people. I do not doubt that these scouts are soon to be, if not already having done this, looking into the minds of the dead and getting information out of them about who did this. And it's not like the three of you are generic looking people. Anton, Imric, Tyrael. Do you not consider the effects of magic in the world around you?
I nod my head to the queen and I say, of course. My brother Anton here implored us that we do something with the bodies to prevent any sort of spell from being casted. However, I made the decision that time was of the essence. We had no idea when more troops were coming back, so I thought it best for us to leave immediately. Yes, there are going to be troops in near Gold Hill that might have a description of who we are, but they have no idea what our mission was. They have no idea what we were doing there. They have no idea what we're capable of. All they know is that some people in that area that were royals from this area, or nobles from this area, might have killed the people that they were involved in fighting. Now they have
cause to look into you, to find out who did this and figure out what their motivations are.
Well, they can look into it, and they can
series of horses.
Well,
horses.
Our horses are important to us. Okay, firstly, queen, my lady. Secondly, for motivations, the only reason we were up there is because we had business with a vampire in the Draken Ridge. If anything, that's a more compelling story than some grand conspiracy that we're chasing Scoria. And I'm sure that if they do any research or digging around, they're going to find the absence of those vampires is being talked about quite a bit. I think that it's just
I'm not concerned about the vampires. I'm concerned about Scoria finding out who slew one of her advanced units and coming for revenge.
It was also in the dead of night. Dimly lit by embers of a fire. It's probably improbable that they could recant one of our faces, specifically. It was in the dead of night.
Thank God. The entire operation and all of these magical items, it's just improbable that this is There was a reason that you were supposed to keep secrecy paramount.
Well, is the mission fucked then?
Well, I'm sorry, my queen. Were we supposed to let them make off with our horses and do research from there and figure out exactly who we were?
Scry on our
There's a
hairs. They're on
difference.
horses.
There is a difference between captured horses from a miscellaneous band who is defeated and escapes. If they
you
look
mean
into
like
those
they could
horses,
read the
who
horse's
cares?
mind, correct? And then see her
Who
faces
cares
that
if they
way.
saw that? Who cares if they saw that group of people traveling across the plains?
You mean the group of people who ethereal this out of their sight because they attacked us by surprise?
There's no reason to dig into those people. It's a curiosity to be certain, but it's not a threat. But now you've gone and slain one of their advanced units. This is something that they must look into. This means that they will be coming for you, looking for you. It means you have appeared on their radar in a meaningful way. I'm sure this is not the end of everything, but you have tipped your hand slightly to the enemy in a way that may come back to haunt you down the road.
Well, I understand
I
this.
just want you to be
and we-
understanding the danger you've placed yourself in.
I understand this, my queen. I made this decision to make sure that we were able to retrieve our horses to prevent them from reading any minds of these horses. Now, I understand what you're saying, but under great consultation from my brother here, Anton, what he told me, what we all came to a decision and agreed upon, was that allowing some soldiers to remember our faces is a far lesser risk than them trying to read the mind of a horse that has been listening in on conversations, that has been in different cities with us, that has gone through far more...
Does your horse speak the common tongue?
I'm sorry, is there no way
Do
to
you have
pull...
talking horses?
Is there... Well, my brother here can communicate with animals. I don't think it's that outrageous to assume that they'd be able to look into the mind of an animal and see places that he's been to or things that he's visited or conversations perhaps he's overheard. There's ways to do this. I know there is, Coy, but you fucking cuck piece of shit. I know you can. You can talk to animals, can't you? We've literally talked to squirrels and shit for scouting information. I know.
Your tongue lashing has been received. We understand that we messed up a little bit. We will be more careful in the future. However, this was a necessary risk, and I think that the stuff that we have gained is invaluable to our mission either way. We know of 4 or 5 different high-ranking members of Scoria's troops that could be invaluable to us. Defeating their magical items could help us out with defeating Scoria. I understand the risk, but I think the rewards will outweigh it. Time will tell.
We have already pawns in place to gather this sort of information. That cloak, that hat of disguise was one of those tools given to one of our spies in order to gather this very information that you so have generously acquired, but without the same risks involved. I fear that appointing a cleric of vengeance might have been short-sighted. You cannot see past your own bloodlust, nephew. You cannot see past your own need for vengeance. You cannot see the greater picture.
It's true that Anton hungers for blood, but the two of us tried to keep him in check, and he cannot be fully blamed for this. At least, now that this is over, we'll be leaving Drekis behind for a good few weeks, traveling to Eridon. And soon after that, our path will lead us to fighting dragons, potentially slaying them. I suspect that our actions killing these dragons would likely bring the Scoria's crosshairs down on us eventually anyway. So whilst I agree with you that this perhaps was foolhardy and has made some risks, it's probably a risk that we would have to take eventually anyway.
Tyrael, you had something to ask the queen.
Well, let's wait for this conversation
Yes,
to
you
finish.
called me here for another reason altogether, I believe. Out with it.
There's a prisoner being held in one of these dungeons. I was requesting to make sure that you've extracted all the information necessary, and then I'm requesting that this prisoner be killed and that the head be released to us so that I can use it as a sign of good faith to gain further access to items that will help us on our mission.
You want the head of a prisoner to gain... How does this benefit your mission?
There is a criminal organization that believes that the existence of this prisoner in jail cells might or may not be detrimental to their cause. I'm sure you guys have wrestled any information to be acquired from her. If not, you can go on a final bout of interrogation, but bringing this head to these people would assure them that their secrets are safe, which I'm certain they're not. It would be a sign of good faith that would allow us deeper access into this organization.
Who is the prisoner?
Her name is Grindel.
The queen looks to one of her advisors who flips through a notebook, eventually comes up with a name and looks over the queen. This is the mystery and spy that we caught sneaking into the capital last week. The queen looks back at you. Mystery and spy. Sure to be executed eventually. But related to criminal organizations? The family, I take it?
Potentially. Obviously, we're not in the business of asking them for a great amount of detail concerning her operations. I might be able to, by a slip of the tongue, get that information from them later, but they merely requested that I get this person killed, essentially.
I understand that your path may take you through unscrupulous lots. But it is disconcerting that you might be working with agents of the enemy.
I think that the family is probably going to work with whoever they see as being the rightful rulers of these lands come time for the war to pass. It's probably in our best interest to kill Scoria. I can't imagine the family having any serious qualms with the crown remaining where it remains so long as our kingdom stands tall. And I think that our mission is to ensure that, so I don't see a conflict of interest here. Although, of course, I leave that to your judgment.
She looks to the person who flipped through the book and says, "Can we afford to behead this prisoner?" And the jailer, person who's dealing with this stuff right now, a wizened, elderly gentleman with a high hairline and long white hair, says, "I do believe this prisoner has not quite revealed all of the information we need, but if we can extract the rest of it, I only think the right thing to do with a spy is to behead them in public. It's what I would do with spies if it was left to me."
Was the capture of this spy a publicized ordeal? Are there many people that know of her capture?
No.
Okay, in that case, if I might suggest, a beheading in public seems to imply that you guys have already extracted all the meaningful information from her. She could be killed quietly in private, and I could return that head, and probably go to show that maybe she was killed before you were ready for it, which would probably show them a bit more loyalty than if I were to let you execute her publicly, if that makes sense.
Is there another cleric in the room as well? Is her head cleric here now?
No. She brought an advisor that carries books and notes. She brought her 2 bodyguards. Clertis is here. That's probably it.
I'll say to Imric, just so you know, Speak with Dead, every time I've used it, it's a useful shit spell, by the way. They don't say anything of use. And it takes a cleric of unordinary strength to be able to speak with that head or dead that is over 4 days old.
And ordinary strength, so maybe like one of the strongest dragons.
Like a 14th level a 14th level cleric, not a dragon who has wizard spells. A 14th level cleric, I think if they want to speak over a week or something, it has to come down.
Anton. These words may soothe your conscience, but we should be cautious of what our queen has warned here.
Yeah.
We should be on the lookout to make sure.
We
don't want to get caught by surprise here. It's certainly possible.
Understood.
Absolutely.
However, that's a shit spell.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. We understand. We made a mistake. We did our best to rectify it in our means, but of course we were trying to be more cautious going forward in the future.
We should make sure we gain approval for any missions like this in the future. We've got information on the Siobhan and these scouts. Perhaps it might be useful in the future to track some of these down, but we should make sure we discuss it with our
more appropriately first. We obviously the crown has all of this information. They can decide best. I don't know if our business is to be involved in hunting down vanguards from Scoria's shock troops, but to recenter our attention back on this prisoner in the holds, a private killing where the head is turned over to us would be most appreciated.
We can make that happen. We'll need a few more days to finish the interrogations then.
Tyrael, do you think if you bring the head, it might seem like we've worked with the authorities to gain this?
We are very capable. It will be fun. Maybe as a sign of goodwill, if there are any questions that you feel like you received an unsatisfactory answer to, you can pass those along to me, and I might be able to get those questions out of the person that I turn this head into. Something that is of great interest to you.
Questions about organized crime? Well, I'm only curious in to what extent they work with the enemy. If they are friends with mystery and spies, which is not too unexpected, how far does that friendship extend?
Gotcha, I understand. Okay. Out of character question. Can you dispel, if I have a piece of equipment that's enchanted with 2 different things, can you dispel just one of those or no?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just a super random question. We have a ton of +1 weapons, okay? This is all I could right now. We have a ton of +1 weapons. Could we theoretically distribute 10 of these +1 weapons to the family and enchant all of these +1 weapons with some sort of tracking thing? So all they're getting are magical swords. When they cast Detect Magic, they are magical, but then we see how these weapons move throughout the land and you have like a rough idea of like how they...
Yeah.
Okay, we
Yes.
should keep that in mind for anything we trade to them in the future. We should be enchanting everything with whatever kind of tracking spell that exists. Because they're not going
It
to
would be
dispel
a-
that spell because it's going to be magical already.
Right, it would be some sort of beacon spell.
Mm-hmm.
But that, if they're intelligent enough to cast like a detect magic, they might realize that it has a beacon on it.
Ooh,
Like that would be something detectable by someone who is competent.
if it was detectable though, it's not like they could do anything about it, right?
No, but they might know that. I mean, they might hazard a guess that this is what we've done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like if
they
we
wouldn't
send them, if we
necessarily
give
go-
them 10 of them, they're gonna know something's up.
Well, we've already
Yeah, they
traded what,
wouldn't
like
necessarily know
5 or
if you had
6?
placed it on there. If they had been there on a long time ahead of time, they would just know that it has a specific magical signature that could be tracked.
Okay, gotcha. That's fine. We'll try to get information about this if you so wish to figure out the extent of their operations and mystery. Although, of course, I'm sure you know they're not going to divulge that information lightly. That's going to be something that they keep close to the chest. But yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. All things considered, this has gone fairly well, and they will deliver to you a head in 3 days.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Went well.
Neil, at some point, can I scry on the camp that we just visited? See what's going on there.
Yeah.
There's actually 20 clerics there,
Yeah.
all wearing robes of scoria, having long, detailed conversations with heads.
Yeah, a bunch of dead
Anytime
bodies
I
propped
talk
up
to a
with their
fucking
mouths.
head, I ask them a question, they give me a snarky
Anton,
answer,
why didn't we
so
throw the bodies on the river? You fucked us. You fucked us hard.
Because
Well, they would have found them in the river eventually.
it would've
Well,
taken-
maybe the bodies would have been decomposed. There must be some degree to which speak with dead doesn't work, right?
I wonder if you just smash the fucking head if it doesn't work anymore.
Takes me like 3 tries, Neil, probably. Over the course of 3 days to get us to look at this camp.
Yeah, by the time you look at it, you can see just like ruins of the camp. Like the fire pits are still there, but the gear has been packed up and taken away, and the bodies have been taken away as well.
All right, I also want to go and talk to the wizard about the staff at some point, probably the day that we
Absolutely.
talk to the queen.
Yeah.
So I'll head down to the dungeons. I'll give a silver coin to a guard on the door and pass through down into the dungeons. Take my lightstone, blinding the prisoners that are down there, and come to the cell of the wizard.
Oh, that wizard. Okay, hold on. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. That's fine. You're going to have a guard with you because they want to be super careful about this stuff, so they'll be a witness to these events, but it'll just be a standard dungeon guard. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So when I get to the cage, I'll say, I want to ask you a few questions. Perhaps we can have a civilized conversation, and I'll reach into my bag and pull out some like bread and like pour a small goblet of wine and hand it to her.
Sure.
Make a
By now, the
com-
wizard has been ungagged. She's been knocked unconscious, so she's definitely lost all of her spells, but her hands are still tied together. So you will have to hand her food, and she'll bite it off.
Yeah. Once she's eating the food and a little bit distracted, once she relaxes a little bit, I will cast a Charms Person spell on her.
Ask about the amulet too.
The dragon thing, you mean?
Okay. You cast Charm Person on her.
Okay. So, hope that you're not too uncomfortable down here. I know for a noble of your stature, these accommodations are perhaps a little unsuited. If we can work together here, maybe I can pull some strings and have you held somewhere a little bit more comfortable. If you can help me.
Depends on what you need help with. I have
well-
loyalties and duties, and not everything can be addressed. She says familiarly, as if
Understand.
She
I open my hand and flash the ruby with the dragon. What does this do? It's not magical. Is it some sort of symbol? Does it allow you access to certain places?
There is a story of our people. A long, ancient tale of two people perfect for one another, whose families happen to be at odds with one another. And while, my dear friend, I would gladly take you into my arms and run away with you into the night, I could not betray my side, not even for you.
Are you sure?
I could not betray my confidants, the people who depend on me.
You know that Mystria's time in this war is over, and those who understand
Don't you know
the new order of
Drakus's
things.
time is over?
Shake.
Scoria will burn you to the ground. There is no escape. There is no chance that you could ever overcome her might. It's a matter of time.
The weak wills of the Mystrian people are not shared by the people of Drakus. We will not batal to this beast. We'll see it dead before this is all over.
And yet you rely on the strength of men alone. Where are your ogres, your goblins, your hordes of orcs? Where are your dragons? You stand behind these words of virtue and, whatnot when your people instigated this war. And you have money, you have land, but you lack resolve.
You have so little faith in your own race. There is no one stronger out there than the race of men. But alas, fine, keep your secrets to yourself regarding this pointless gem. What about
when the war is over, I will free you from whatever prison you find, and we will talk as equals again.
Friend, perhaps you could shed some light on this staff of yours. Our mages were unable to identify it due to the conflicting magical auras of whatever lies inside the orb here at the surface. Do you let me know exactly what it does? Surely this is not mission critical to the survival of Mystria.
She, turns a cheek towards you.
What do you mean? Like she wants a kiss on the cheek?
Yeah. She's trying to flirt with you.
Okay, sure. I'll play along, yeah.
Hand it to me. I'll show you how it works.
You're crazy, aren't you? I can't do that.
Why not? You want me to tell you how it works? Let me show you.
It could allow you to teleport, escape, do any number of things. Just tell me what it does, and I'll see that you find better accommodation in the keep.
The trust goes both ways, darling.
I can't give you the stuff, you understand?
I'll give it back.
I shake my head.
Is he in here alone, or are we all in here?
It's just him and a guard.
Okay.
Yeah. God, looking nervous at this point.
No, he's calm. He's collected. He's got a big cudgel in one hand. If things get out of hand, he can just whack someone.
This is a Koibu NPC. This guy's probably a crack-trained...
Yeah, he's got mugs at the ready just in case anyone invisible.
Yeah.
If he's in the depths of the dungeon, he's a trusted person. Come on, sweetie.
If you won't tell me, then fine, but I can't give it to you. You know that.
It's hard to be friends with you when you ask for everything and give me nothing.
You won't tell me what the ruby does because it's a danger to your people. I cannot give you the staff for the same reason. I'll have my head off from my shoulder.
The staff, it's not dangerous. Come on, it's a simple magic staff that hides items within it. It's very simple. There's no great power involved.
So how do I open it?
Let me show you.
I'll work it out for myself, thank you.
I don't know if you're going to be able to do it. Those arms of yours are kind of thin.
Didn't stop you trying to flirt with me 2 minutes ago.
Well, biggest sex organ's the brain, don't you know? Who cares about the size of your arm?
Sure. Listen, that charm spell will be wearing off any day now, so I'm sure you'll be back to your senses soon enough. I'll turn and go.
She blinks a few times as you mention a charm spell, and you can see her mind racing by oh my god, I think I'm charmed. I didn't realize, oh my god. And then the pain of trying to be but these feelings are real. Yeah. But it's clearly a magical effect. And she clams up.
All right, so I'm going to spend the rest of the week reading her spellbook, and I will also be trying to open this stuff.
Excellent.
So I don't know if you've got a link to her spellbook, Neil. Is that a thing?
I do. I have...
Will 21 castings at 6 pages a cast get me the whole thing?
I think so, because that's over 100 pages.
Yeah.
Let me just change my notes around so that I can see them, but you can't. And then I will give you all the loot.
Can I get into the stuff, or is this some rolls and stuff?
I want you to tell me what your attempts are like.
Well, okay.
She said it required some strength, right, Nick?
She did sort of imply that, but what are we?
I think you're gonna pull it apart.
What are we looking at here? I mean, it could be like a puzzle where you've got to spin different parts of it in different ways, or it could be like brute force where you've got to pull it apart. Should have time to try.
Okay.
All of these
Here you
things.
go.
Okay, cool. Well, I
That
can't
is
lend
her
any
spell
special
book,
rolls.
all of her spells,
Damn.
plus the loot you found.
Okay, cool. Is this a handout I've got now? Yeah. All right. Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
welcome.
Yeah, I mess with these stuff trying to open it. I'll try pulling it apart as Anton has suggested. I'll see if there's like different moving parts to it that I can play with. Is it some sort of like Rubik's Cube-esque puzzle?
Make me some checks. Give me a strength check and an int check.
Luckily for me, my stats are all the same.
Go well.
Int check,
Mm-hmm.
30. Strength check, 26.
You don't find any puzzles. You can't pull anything apart.
Get fucked.
So come on, I mean, you got to give me something to work with here.
Can't you get like? Can't we use wisdom? Don't you have the fucking wisest shit in the world now in your head?
I am super wise, and if Imric explains the entire conversation, maybe Anton, with his wisdom, can pick up.
Yeah,
on
well, you'll
something
probably
that she
find
can
me
do.
in my room one day, like messing with this thing. I've got like books open all over my desk.
Yeah.
And I'm like standing in the middle of the room, like fucking with this thing. Like, why were you fucking open? Oh, Anton, have you got any idea? Apparently, whatever's inside this is the real prize. This is just some sort of magic device to hold it. Hand it to him.
I'll
I've
go
been
over and
fucking around
listen to
with
the
it all week.
story. Is it possible that I can pick up on anything that she said? Maybe something keyed in on talking about. I don't know if you have the strength for it with your noodle arms. With my 18 wisdom.
Yeah. It's not your 18 wisdom that needs the help here. It's your 13 strength. That top ball can screw off. But like, many things, when you screw it to as tight as you can. And so they screwed it tight with 12 strength, and you need 12 strength at least to untighten it. And the wizard who identified this and Nick both have less than 12 strength. So they just, you have the ball, you try and unscrew it, it doesn't unscrew. Anton gives it a shot, and
I'll just open it and just give him a glare, like what?
yeah.
Good job, brother.
And I'll pull out whatever's in. What's inside?
There are 8 gemstones inside.
They're all magical, right?
You know that whatever was inside of the staff was magical because it was preventing the.
I'll cast
Identifying
the detect magic now and look at these gems.
Excellent.
Presume that it's okay that I've got one left.
Is the staff magical?
The staff is magical as well, yeah.
Interesting.
Have we got enough time to get this identified before the week is over?
Oh, also, wait a second. I'm so sorry. Did we get another cloak of protection +2?
Yes.
Oh,
We've got 2 now, but Anton's taking it.
We have 2, and I took that.
and you took
Unless you
that.
can use it.
Oh wait, and you're
Okay.
using. So both of you are using one right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I
you're
already
never
had one.
using it because you get 3 decks.
Yeah, I understand. Wait, you got one from who, Nick? From Cassandra, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we got from Cassandra and one from the camp. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah, I have 27 AC now.
Nice.
Mutin, you will find that your Cloak of Plenty does not recharge unless you're basically wearing it all day. So if you eat from it, and then take it off and wear your +2 cloak around, then the Cloak of Plenty won't recharge.
So you're telling me if we go into a battle and I take off my cloak for 10 minutes and then put it back on, it will not recharge for that day?
Yes, I'm telling you that the cloak is designed to be worn all the time and needs to attune with its user. And if you start switching it out with other shit, you're gonna lose your
What if it's
refresh.
filled with food?
Then-
And,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay, so I leave it filled with food for the day. We get into a battle. I take it off. I put on my other cloak. We fight. I take it off. I put my Cloak of Plenty on. I pull food out and eat. Then it's fine. I get more food the next
Yeah,
day.
the food is still there. It's
Got
just it takes like a day.
It'll
of
be a whole
wearing to
24 hours of
recharge.
recharging. Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It takes a day. So if you're like, we can travel with this cloak on so we can get food all the way, but in the next couple days we're doing battle, so now we'll eat rations or whatever we find, and I'll wear this +2 cloak. Yeah. I just
Okay,
wanted to note that small difference.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, I cast detect magic on the gems and on the staff. Neil, can I get the schools and the power?
Yes. The staff is alteration.
Okay. What strength?
Faint.
Minor, faint. And the gems? Are they all the same color?
Yes. I need to look them up because I've forgotten their exact things, but they're abjuration stones.
What does that mean, Nick?
No idea.
We're
It's like defense, I think.
Stones of defense, man.
Like defensive spells.
Can you make a wish for someone to never do something, Nick? Is that too grandiose?
I mean, maybe, because it would be like a quest spell. Or a Gaius. And a wish can reflect. I was reading it today. It says a wish can easily act as any spell, 9th level or below. So if there's a spell in the game that does a certain thing, you can get the wish to do it. Quite easily.
Here we go.
Abjuration,
Okay.
specialized protection spells.
These are. What are the levels of detect magic? It's
I don't know.
faint, dim, faint, something, 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 something.
Dim, faint. I don't know. Strong.
Yeah, it's like moderate or whatever's just
Moderate.
low moderate. You know, low moderate.
Yeah. Have we got time to get these two things identified? I'll take them
Yeah.
directly to Cletus when I come up, when I come
Yeah.
down. You know,
It'll be a couple more days, but you have that time. These are 8 luck stones. The bearer of these, even if it's just sitting in your pocket, gets. I don't know why I keep fucking closing these books. I need to read this text to you. You can only have one active on you at a time, so you can have all 8 with you, or you can just have one with you. Doesn't matter. Stone of good luck.
I could
Its
do with
possessor
these.
gains a +1 or +5% where applicable on all dice rolls involving factors such as saving, slipping, dodging, etc. Whenever dice are rolled to find whether the character suffers from some adverse effect happening. This
Is it ban the stone, or is it just having?
no. It's just a permanent +1 on saved to prevent adverse effects from happening.
Holy shit.
This luck does not affect attack rolls, damage rolls, or spell failure.
Okay, so I give one to each of the brothers, and then maybe we give the remaining 5 to Cletus.
Well, hold on. Fuck Clertus. They already
Well,
got
wait, is
our...
there another
First thing
stone?
here-
Can we get? Okay, go ahead.
Oh wait,
If you powder a luck stone when you cast the identify spell, you can gain exact facets of what you're identifying. You can gain exact number of charges left on items, exact bonuses applied to things. It magnifies the ability of the identify spell to give you just anything you need out of it.
Okay, so I'll give one to Anton and one to Cyril, and I'll keep 6 in a small bag.
What if I snort it?
You should
Everyone's
probably
tried
separate them
snorting
out, right?
Luckstone.
Wait, so you should give like one to me, one to Anton,
Yeah,
and then
I'll
hold
stop
one on
watching.
yourself, and then put 5 in a bag or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't, I
what-
think as long as they're on your person, so I'll just keep 6 in a bag.
How am I gonna add this luckstone?
Put it in your
the-
pack, Luckstone.
No. I mean, like in the character sheet, like mechanically.
I think we
Yeah,
just have to
you're
know
just
that
gonna have to
anytime,
remember.
yeah, we're making like a
sure.
save against like poison or petrification or saves.
Yeah,
against something.
anytime a dice roll is involved that you are rolling to prevent something bad from happening to you, you can add a +1 to it.
Would failing to learn a spell count as something bad
Nope.
happening?
Nope.
Okay.
Wait, +5%? Does that help my thief skills? Does it make me luckier for my thief things?
Nope. Nope, because that's not something bad happening to you. That's you trying to do something good.
God damn it.
Well, not happening is bad.
Nope. That would not stand up in a court of law. You could be Trump's lawyer, though.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
What about
XP
the?
Neil. XP.
Wait,
Neil.
no. What about the staff?
Oh yeah, the stuff. What's that do?
It's a +1 staff that has a secret compartment hidden on it that needs a code word to activate.
All right.
Okay,
can get
we're
rid of
trading
I
that
don't-
shit.
Yeah, I don't need.
Just make sure that you're notating this on your sheet, because I'm not. The only thing I
Well,
have.
I can't afford to carry that, so can we
I will
that
put it
on
in the home tab.
Yeah,
I'll
the
put it in
home
the home
tab. Yeah.
tab.
Have you guys got your luck stones on your card sheets though?
Yep.
All right, cool. Yeah, Neil, XP. Stop
Okay.
keeping me in the dark here. Am I gonna level up?
The luck stones do not stack, correct?
No.
No. Only one luck stone will be useful at a time.
Thank you.
Otherwise, that would be based. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why I thought she was carrying 8.
No, she just has 8 on her. Experience.
Wait, so real quick, what did the Wand of Fear do again?
I think it just casts
Fear?
the
Cast
the
Fear,
cast
okay.
spell.
Fear.
Yeah.
Fear's really
It's like a big cone.
Yeah,
Sage
gotcha.
will run away.
We don't know what the secret word is for the Staff of Secrets, do we?
There's no secret word. Strength.
Wait, what?
No, there's a secret. There's a
There's a
separate
code word.
There's this thing that unscrews, and then there's a separate secret chamber within it that needs a code word to activate.
But we don't know
really?
the code word?
We don't have that yet.
Nope.
Wait, could there be something in that compartment right now?
Of
Yeah,
course.
can we
it is.
tell if there's something in it? Well, we could use one of the we could crumble one of the gemstones to cast Identify to find
Just
out what the
rattle
code
it
word is.
around. Can we hear anything?
Nope.
Okay. Let's
No, I mean,
prep
I
one
think
gemstone.
I think we should use one of the gemstones to identify it.
I agree.
That just sucks that we're just wasting a gemstone right now.
It could be something. Well, there's obviously going to be something good in it. But
No, I mean, I
Um,
think there's a chance there's not.
Did I oversell that? Let me see. Hold on.
What?
The material components. If a luck stone is powdered and added to the infusion, the divination becomes much more potent. Exact bonuses or charges can be determined, and the functions of multifunctional items can be learned from a single reading. It's not going to give you keywords to
words.
operate things.
Wait, that sounds like pretty important. Or that sounds like it would give you the code word, right? Or because I'm thinking on the flip side of this means that if you make a magical anything with a code word, that item is basically never, ever, ever going to be opened, ever, no matter what. It's like invincible.
There are possibilities where you can have a code word and you remember it, and then you lose the item, and no one's ever able to use that item again for the code word that it needs to apply.
The way we could find it out is, Anton, if you were to use Uplift past Time Pool, you could do something like, show me the moment this staff was created. And then you'll hear them speak the code word.
The other thing is that sometimes people write these code words down in secret places so that you can, you don't forget them, or it can be passed down and used. It depends on the creator. Did they want it to be usable by other people, or did they want it to be hidden from all people?
Wait, did she really want you to give her that Staff of Secrets to let her hold it?
She was going to show me how to open it, maybe.
Okay, wait, can we do this? Okay. We don't have to
I have
roleplay this whole
mind
thing.
read. I have mind read.
Well, yeah, but this wizard already specifically resisted like other people, right? Like official state clerics and everything.
Correct, but I mean, there's no reason not to try. But
Can he
unless you
try?
go ahead,
Yeah, can he try mind read? And does that give him the word? If we go and cast mind read on her.
Mind read. More sensitive version, detecting surface thoughts, probe deeper, always reveal details. Usefulness of the creature's thoughts will depend on the intelligence of the subject.
Reading the mind of a highly intelligent wizard, however, would be much more illuminating. The priest might be amazed by the crystal clarity and deep insight of the wizard's mental processes.
Mm-hmm. But I
I
don't
also-
think
I also
mind
have
reading
memory
allows you
read.
to...
Maybe memory read is what I'm thinking of, sorry.
Memory read might be what you're looking for.
yeah.
Yeah.
The time
Mind
required
read,
to
I
view
think,
memory
is
is 1/15. Must have an intelligence of 5 or more. Subject reads +5 bonus saving throws. The memory the priest wishes to view is more than 6 months old. The memory is pretty close.
If that doesn't work, then she can't cast a spell without like material component. Like she can't just cast a spell on it. We assume she can't cast these spells. Could we go down and tell her that we know that this wand has a secret compartment, and we'll give her the wand. But once we give her the wand, we want her to open the secret compartment to show us what's inside. So we would give her the wand and then have her utter the code word to open it. But could we have made like a fake replica wand using like the best fucking smith in town or whatever to make something that convincingly looks similar, hand her that wand, and then see if she speaks the code word to the fake wand?
It's a staff.
Or
but
fake
yeah, we
staff,
could-
yeah. And then once
Yeah.
she speaks it and nothing happens, we can take that code word and then we can go to the actual staff and then speak it to the actual staff.
That's a good idea.
I mean, it's a lot of effort to get something like that made, though.
Does
Sure,
the
we're
staff look
rich as
super
fuck.
cool?
The only
Does the
thing...
staff look super
No, it'll
unique?
take time, though, I mean.
Sure. Well, yeah. Well, but I mean, it's not like we have to actively do it. But all I'm thinking is like, if there is something really cool inside of this, like it could actually be completely empty. This is a total like waste of. But I mean, we're not spending any time on this. But like, if there was something in there that she thought could actually help her escape, or something that was that important, then like that would be really cool to figure out what's inside.
What does this staff look like, Quote? Can I ask a nearby?
It is a brass cylinder, tapered at the bottom end with a bronze... Actually, it's a bronze cylinder with a brass little mostly a bulb at the top, like 7/8 of a sphere.
Can we find one that
screws
looks
onto the top.
similar? Like if we go around asking, like, "Hey, does
No,
anybody
this
have-"
would be a weird thing. You'd have to have a custom made.
Yeah, we would just get it custom made. Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, we'll do the mind read and time pool while we have it custom made.
You're gonna have to make friends
Making
with
such a
the
thing is
team.
going to be super expensive because it's good enough to be enchanted, so it needs to be of impeccable quality, and you're gonna might have some trouble running into a craftsman who is able to make that for you on short notice in the capital during a time of war, right? Like, you know, blacksmiths are churning away weapons and armor right now and not doing so much of the like, I want a cool staff. So you
Wait.
might have to pay like actually a lot of money for this to happen.
So there's a secret
Just as a heads up.
compartment. What happens if we would just break the staff and open it? Does that compartment like disappear or?
The compartment is magical, so yes.
Is the compartment itself magical? We don't know that, do we?
Requires a code word.
Oh yeah, it requires a code. Well, I wonder if casting Dispel Magic on it may.
That's what I was thinking of.
No,
is
no,
if we-
no, 'cause it's temporary. So if you temporarily dispel it, would that mean that it would open without being,
Wait,
it's
Dispel
magical
Magic is
enough, it would
temporary?
open. On a magical item, it's temporary. Yeah.
How about we try all these other things before we go dispelling the
Sure.
magical staff?
If we wanted somebody to
that's a good
craft
idea.
a staff that was comparable to this, it doesn't have to be 100,000,000% like the same, but like she's in a dimly lit dungeon, it just needs to pass like a quick look, I guess, basically.
What
Is there
happens if
anybody's staff we can just borrow that looks similar? I'm sure there's a brass staff
No,
around that we can
it's not
pay
gonna
someone
be
to
the
do.
same. She's gonna recognize it. It's her stuff.
Yeah.
Neil, what
Well,
if I
if, it's
try
her, if she
casting?
thinks it's her like way out, she's just gonna try and do it immediately. As soon as she gets the staff, she's gonna boom. Fucking
Yeah,
What
exactly.
if I try and cast a knock on it, Neil? Does that work?
No shot.
That's a great question, Nick.
It would have to be mechanical in nature.
Well, no. Knock works on magical doors as well.
True.
Oh. I thought
It works
knock worked
on,
because
it works
like,
on
made
wizard locked
things-
doors. It opens secret doors as well as lock or trick opening boxes or chests. If used to open a wizard locked door, the spell does not remove the former spell, but simply suspends its functioning for one turn.
You can try casting a knock spell on it, but it will fail. Knock
I'll go
will
down
not open it.
there and attempt memory read.
Excellent.
I'm gonna cast recitation, so she gets -2 on her saving throw. I'm sure I can get her a bunch of minuses as well. We're probably gonna need to do it.
Memory read. Tome of Magic, page 68.
I'm gonna call upon faith myself. It's gonna give me a 15% bonus to one die roll. I don't know if I'm gonna have a die roll, but fuck it, we'll have that. Oh, can't I just dictate her to tell me what the code word is? I'll try that as well after memory read.
Casting all the spells, Neil.
Yeah.
Subject receives a saving throw when the priest casts a spell. In addition, the memory the priest wants to use, if the secret or something that the subject is trying to suppress, the subject receives a +5 to the saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
If the memory the priest wishes to view is more than 6, blah 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 blah. The spell creates a mental drain on the priest, causing him to lose 1 to 3 points of con. These can be regained after 8 hours of rest. So that's not a problem for you. Okay. So I'll give her a saving throw.
Yeah, I'll do that first, and then if that doesn't work, I'll do dictate, and I'll have the staff, and I'll say, tell me the code word to this staff.
So she passes her saving throw for memory read. You want to dictate her?
Yep, I'll cast dictate.
Dictate.
It's like command, but with a longer,
Yeah.
more than one word.
True version of command, affecting creatures, not limited to a single word. Can issue no more than a dozen words.
It's not
All
poorly
specified
worded or
targets.
confusing, I would assume.
Yeah. Stay here until I return. Throw out your weapons. Seize the elf. The subject will continue to obey the immediate orders for up to 1 round per level. Subjects who cannot understand the caster are not affected. So creatures who do not understand. So I think, tell me the code word to this staff.
I would swap it to tell me what I need to know, and then I would ask questions, correct? Because the duration, I have 7 rounds to do that. Does that make sense?
No, you give like 1 order and then it will persist for 7.
Okay,
rounds.
so...
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, but if you say, tell me what I need to know.
I have 7 rounds of her telling me what I need to know.
Also, I'm sure you're accounting for it, Neil, but she's lost her cloak of protection, so her saves will have worsened by 2. Just
Absolutely.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
And -2 for recitation, I believe.
Wait, that's over now, surely. Are you gonna cast it?
No, I told you I casted it. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
1 round per level. So
Got another -2.
well, I would say tell me what I want to know, and then I'll ask the question.
Oh, there's gotta be nothing in this fucking thing, you know.
Probably not, but
She really wanted the staff, though, right? For what reason?
Because she's my friend and she wanted to show me how to open it.
She passes her saving throw, so it doesn't matter what
Damn, what
dictate
the-
does.
What?
can't
the-
I just keep coming down and doing this, Neil, for like a day or two? Is this
Yeah,
not
you
fine?
can come back every so often and do it. There's going to be some, there's of course people will see Anton going in and out of the castle all the time. Those in the castle will see you going down to the dungeons.
Well, I have
but if you're not concerned about any of this
slots.
stuff,
I have four third level spell slots. So I would take 3 dictates and then one of the other one that I just casted. So
Yeah.
I'll wait 30 minutes in between, and I'll try 2 more times. If it doesn't work, then
there we go. Hold on.
Okay.
5th saving throw is a fail. It's a
Wow.
natural one. The others were actually pretty
They're
good.
pretty good.
Yeah. She will give you the command word to open the staff, and I'll let Nick pick whatever he wants to be to open it for the command word, because I don't
Oh.
care.
Cummies.
What?
It's definitely not that. It's a
God
lot
save the
question.
queen.
I'm trying to think of a good meme.
Oh, you can call it Elizabeth.
No, it's God save the queen. You got to save it now every time you want to open the staff.
Okay.
Nice.
God save the queen.
What's in it?
Hey, we did it.
It's empty. There's nothing inside of it.
There's like
God
police
damn it.
outside.
Okay.
Stand
But
down.
there's like it's about a 1 foot tall by 2-inch wide section of the staff that just sort of opens up, revealing that the entire shaft of the staff is hollow on the inside. So you could put something in it and then use the command word again, and it'll close, and then it doesn't jingle or rattle. It just kind of sits in there. It's not extra dimensional space, but it's quieted on the inside.
All right, cool.
All right, it's experience time.
Carry things or
Okay.
smuggle things or whatever you need.
Give us the XP now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I keep trying to calculate it, but you keep asking me questions, and I got
That's it.
nowhere.
No more
on my-
questions.
No
You're meant
more
to be doing it
questions.
during the break. Don't want to.
I got
Oh,
food
God.
instead. I'm an
Well,
idiot. I'm
yeah.
so sorry. Okay, so
leveling up, boys.
each of our knights gives this plus maybe this times there are a bunch of squires plus I don't know this plus this. This can't be right. It might take a while to calculate. You guys want to chat amongst yourselves?
No.
No, we're actually good. Sitting here in silence.
We've said everything we need
Yeah.
to say.
We're good.
Awesome. Thanks. Okay, so divided this by 3 people. So this is just getting across the plains, fighting these people, and bringing them home, and all of that jazz. Each of you can take home 1,200. And then there is also multi-classed XP, right? So
Wait, what?
everyone that is a fighter gets... right, you're all multi-classed fighters, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were 42 hit dice worth of monsters, and you're all level 6 fighters?
Mm-hmm.
So each of your fighter classes gets another 2,520
Wait, 2,520?
just
Yeah.
for the fighter.
Just for the hit die. Is it really only 1,200 XP nil?
It is, yeah, it is, because they're just, knights and
But they
folks,
went there
and
like
you fought
level.
them without any of their armor on, so they had much lower AC. Yeah. and you killed the wizard pretty quickly. You know, ambushed them by the sleep. So I gave you a wizard XP, and then I gave you some quest XP on top of that. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that. I mean, that's even rounding up. It's 1193.3 repeating, but
You're not gonna level up.
1200 is easy.
I'm not going to level up wizard now.
Jeez.
There's
Cringe,
Priest
bro.
and Wizard XP coming along here. Mr. Priest, how many spells did you cast? I feel like 5 spells you cast in battle.
Well, I casted before that too. So I have 5 naps, 2 telepathies, 1 entangle, 1 recitation, 2 hold persons, and 1 IV. I don't remember what the fuck that is, but
5 naps?
yeah,
We're
we had to do
napping
a
a
lot.
lot.
We had to
It
do
was,
a lot.
it was every day we were walking.
Oh, every day you were walking, you needed to nap so you could get all the invisibilities.
Correct. So
Okay.
1200 XP.
All right, take it. Wizard, how many spells you cast?
All right, Neil, you're not going to like this, but it's
No, I'm not.
it's 65 spell levels. So last session was 12 invisibilities and 2 detect magics. That's 26. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then this session, mirror image, lightning bolt, that's 5, slow 8, color spray, that's 9. Cast charm person on each of the people, that's another 6. So that gets me to 15.
I don't
I
know about
cast-
the charm persons on the people out of combat when you walk home and it never came into play.
Okay.
That's a lot of charm
That's-
persons that never really came into effect.
Alright.
I'll definitely give you the one on the woman in the prison, and maybe 1 for the other guards, but the other people you
Okay.
captured.
So we're
They never
minusing
came
4
into
off
effect
so
because we
far.
had them.
You might now the fact you've taken issue with the 6 charm spells makes me think you might take issue with the next one, which is 21 read magics. But I mean,
yeah, I don't really feel like that. You're getting the spells from the spell book. I don't feel like the read magics are legit.
I think like half of them would be legit. I just feel like I get that it's not like, okay, maybe you don't get all 21 castings, but there is something to be gained from casting read magic to read another wizard spellbook, surely, in terms of experience learned.
But that's like the entire point of the spell. It's not a free XP spell.
Well, I mean, the entire point of mirror image is to defend yourself in combat, but you still get XP for it.
That is true. It's a good argument.
Yeah.
Spell is cast to overcome foes or problems.
Problem.
read a spellbook.
Can't read this book.
Fuck it,
Solution.
take 'em. It's
Cast
fine.
read magic. Perfect.
Yep.
Then another detect magic, a knock. That's it. That's 39. So
That's
I'll
good.
minus 4 off that. 35. So a total of 51 spell levels. Still not going to be enough, but what's that? 2,550?
Did you get your
Yep.
10%?
I don't get 10% because I've got a shitty int.
I didn't add my 10%. I don't know what it was. It's like 1200
And-
times.
Mr. Rogue.
Hi.
I see there is 1651 times 2. You're going to get 3,300 experience for loot.
Oh, wait. For that loot, what are we calculating here?
3,300 experience.
No, I mean, what? How much gold worth?
1,650.
Okay, now, did that include the horses that were stolen?
That does include the horses.
Does it include the Scoria device that we've said explicitly is non-magical? Sounds valuable.
It did not include the gemstone. That's probably worth another 1,000 XP. So make it 4,300.
Okay, and then final thing, a wizard spellbook. I don't know if it's
Invaluable.
explicitly magical, but it sounds expensive. No.
It is literally
Yeah.
worth like 20,000 gold pieces.
It's not the same. It's not the same as rogue gold loot. It's very abstract value.
Abstract?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, all right. Okay, and then for skills, I cast Move Silently twice. One in the camp, one investigating that tent outside the camp, and then I used Detect Noise while I was in camp as well.
Yep. Go ahead and take them all.
Is that 200 each?
Yep.
Clever ideas, role-playing XP.
Clever ideas. I felt like I noticed a few during all this stuff.
Oh, I've got some. You guys better hurry.
I'll
before
present you one. It's technically Lucas came up with that outside of game, but I'm going to claim it because I need the XP. Using the horse's hair to scry on the camp. With the
Oh yeah, that was really good. Take 100 for
Gotta
that.
be worth at least 600. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what, we'll meet our halfway. I'll call it 350.
Why don't we just take it as 100? Because
How
that's
much
the max
XP?
idea
How
for.
much XP do you need to level up?
I don't know. I've not calculated yet. I don't want to do this again. I only just did this on Sunday.
Hmm.
Begging for XP.
Well, you need to beg.
Yeah, you got it back. Let me work it out.
All right, I got some ideas. Okay. I think that my questioning while we were scrying on the camp to figure out where they were, how many people there were, I thought that was quite inquisitive, very roguelike.
Yeah, take 100 XP for the what do we see in the camp to figure out what's going on. I really like that.
Good. Second thing, the idea of haggling with that letter with the family in order to potentially do great things in the future with them and gain access to items that they wouldn't normally trade with us. I thought that was a good idea.
It's
Nothing's
clever.
tame.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's clever. So I'll give you 100 XP for that.
What about my hawk? Solving
clever
all the
idea.
problems. Thank you.
Yep. Take 100 for that.
At some point, we're gonna stop asking for these because it's negligible XP. But apparently, for Nick, it's not.
Hey, it adds up, all right?
Yes.
Anything else? Anyone else?
We're waiting on
First,
Nick to see how
Bueller?
much XP he needs.
Nah, I'm 2,500 away. It's not gonna happen. Yeah.
From level 7?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a pretty big level.
Yeah,
I'm sure you'll get it next time.
it is what it is. Yeah, it's too much to beg for.
We all leveled up on fighter, I think.
Yeah, level up on fire though.
We're all level 7 fighter.
Yep.
Nice.
Time to roll d10s. For XP?
Yeah,
Or
let's
for-
go. Show us, Anton. Lead the way. The high rolls.
7.
Okay.
Go
Emmerich,
next.
you want me to do it or you want to do it?
You know, you go next.
Eh.
What did you get?
Remember, you're dividing this HP by 2 when you add it to yourself.
3.5, yeah.
Big money. Here we go. This is the one. Big 10 coming up here, lads. You ready?
Oh my god.
Nick, what the fuck?
I tell him, mate.
He rolled really well XP or HP at the start of the campaign, so it's fine. Wait, your lucky stone.
Wait, yeah, Neil.
Detrimental.
Can I destroy one of the luck stones to re-roll?
I am sorry. This is just too juicy.
You're
I
not
love
sorry. It's not. It stopped being funny 3 years ago now.
No, it didn't. It never stopped being funny.
Okay, and then I would also like to roll a 1d8 for my thief level as well, because I leveled up in rogue.
Please.
Roll high.
Literally, don't even gain an XP here. I
Well.
just gain half an XP. I mean, half a
Add an
HP.
HP,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
New saves, and we always attack twice per round. If
with
you're
your specialized weapon.
yeah.
I get
Yes.
3 shots around with my bow now.
Do we get to attack
Nice.
like 3 times every third round or something, or no? Is it just
no, it's
2?
just 2 around.
2 around, okay.
Two round.
Once on your initiative, once at the end of the round.
Did modifiers change at all? That's what I'm talking about.
Saving throws did. 10, 12, 11, 12, 13. If you don't have anything lower than those in that order.
Okay.
10, 12, 11, 12, 13.
Does did the thief, does rogue get any better?
What rogue level are you?
I'm rogue level 8.
No, those staves are the same. But at rogue 9, they go down.
Okay.
Did anyone's saves improve?
Yeah, mine
Our
did.
Yeah,
hit
my
modifier
breath
went
weapon.
up.
My breath
breath
weapon went up by
weapon.
1.
Yeah. Warriors get really good breath weapon saves.
We attack at +5 now for basic attacks, or am I misremembering?
No, you're level 7.
6.
Yeah.
You should be +6 for basic attacks.
Yeah, my
Mine.
bow is now pretty strong. It's like +8 to hit
Jeez.
with +2 damage. No, +9 to hit with +2 damage.
So your bracers of archery don't stack with specialization. So you getting 6 from level, 2 from archery brings you to 8, 1 from the bow brings you to 9.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't get specialization anyway because I'm a multi-classed fighter.
That's true.
I only
There
got
you go.
expertise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What?
It's not fucking funny, alright.
Okay. So should it say from level is 5 to hit, or should it be 6?
6.
6. Okay. And then for 2 damage underneath our attacks, should that still be 3, or?
Yes, that doesn't change.
I don't remember what I do with my mithril alloy shield, but I'm putting it in the home tab. I'm pretty sure it's there.
Wait, 2 damage. What's your strength? 2 damage should be 2 from your weapon. Where's the extra +1 to 2 damage coming from?
War gloves.
War gloves.
Gloves of war,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Done. Good job, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah, 27 AC. Feels good, man.
That is mad.
That is mad. We got to double check this shit because that is
Look it up.
bonkers.
That's a lot of AC.
2
Okay.
of cloak of protection, 2 boots of speed, 4 from chain limbs, 5 from breastplate, 3 from magic shield, or it's just regular shield.
Wait. Does chain
limbs and breastplate both give you?
Right?
Yeah, the
Breastplate, chain limbs,
breastplate and the chain. Oh, but your chain limbs are set to 4.
What should they be? Well, wait, no, I'm sorry. I have full plate, so I'm in full plate.
You're in full plate.
Correct.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It shouldn't
So
be
that
chain
might
limbs.
make
I'm in full plate. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that should give you 9. So it's
I
gonna be
have
the same
plate
number,
now.
but we should
Yeah.
just
I'll
rewrite
rename
that
it.
stuff.
Okay, so that is
Yeah.
right then.
Yeah.
2 protection, cloak of protection, 2 from boots, that's 4. 9 from armor, that's 13. So where's the other 4 coming from?
3 coming from shield, 1 coming from
one from
ring of
the ring.
protection.
Yeah, there you go then. Done.
Legit.
Yeah. That is 5 AC from magic, and then 12 AC from mundane.
Armor and shield, yeah.
I gotta be right back in 1 minute. Hold on.
If Steven gave him the dex thing that gives you 17 dex, you'd have like 30 AC.
It just buffs his dex by 3, right? Which would only
Oh,
bring
is
him
it?
to
Okay.
13 dex.
It only bring me to 16.
16. I'm sorry. So that it's not as effective as the.
Also, I'm
other cloak.
probably only getting hit by 20s on most people that we encounter from now. I say most.
Mhm.
So I didn't
Yeah,
hit
I mean,
that much.
Scoria will need a 3 to hit you.
Yeah,
but
no,
other
Scoria
than
will
that,
fucking smash me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine Anton as like this heavily armored war cleric that just wades through a battlefield and arrows and swords ping off of him all over the place, and no one has any hope of stopping him unless they literally like pin him to the ground and smash his face in with a rock.
Oh, yeah.
Except he's not slow though. He can charge at like fucking mega speed and then
'cause
unleash
the
like
boots of
chain
speed.
lightning with his weapon.
Right. It's
Anton
terrifying.
Anton is such a fucking beast. Like I think that the fighter mage, fighter cleric, fighter rogue, like fighter cleric is the most like synergized. Because you get all the cleric buff spells that you can use while wearing armor, but you've also now got a really sick like attack bonus as well.
Clerics being able to cast with armor is pretty crazy, I'd say.
Pretty sweet, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
I actually really like this multi-classed fighter something combo.
It's
I
nice.
think
It helps with fighting a lot. It kind of feels like it balances out.
Is that
and having
Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
having even the fighter rogue is a really nice combination here where you're useful in combat because normal rogues kind of suck in combat. They only get half Thaco progression, so they lag behind really quickly. So having this whole set right here is just
I was going to ask that
perfect.
in other games going forward, is this new idea of humans being allowed to be fighter something going to be allowed, or is this unique to this?
I don't know.
It's nice.
I
I remember
just take it as it comes.
when we played Desperate Measures, I remember like feeling like the cleric didn't really do anything in combat besides like casting the spells or whatever.
Yeah.
So this is nice because I can swap over to my spear and feel, I guess, like meaningful that way too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with like spells like prayer or recitation. Like you're
Recitation's
not only
really good.
buffing everyone, but you're buffing yourself, and you're already at beat combat anyway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's really
it's
nice.
really great.
Recitation is really good.
I think there are very few sections of the ordinary mundane world that can stand up to you guys. Even though, you're what, level 7 fighters?
We're 7,
Which is
7 or 7-6 right now.
We're basically
Yeah.
like level 8 characters now, so we're getting to the point
Yeah.
where we're strong.
And for the viewers out there, usually like the highest level character in like a town would be around level 5, maybe level 6. And the highest level character in a city would be level 9, maybe level 10, something like that. So the party being level 8, or level 6, 7-6 or 7-7 or whatever, is that's a very significant power level. You could probably be taking on any of the outside castle guards without any problem. Most of the inside castle guards, the Queen's Guard would still probably kick your ass, but
They're like 9 to 12, yeah, I assume.
yeah, and they've got, like +3 plate mail, sword of haste, bullshit stuff like that where they'll get like 4 attacks on you in a
Sword of
single round
haste?
before you do anything.
Holy
I mean, I'm
shit.
just like bullshitting here,
Yeah.
not telling you specifics, but
Yeah.
the Queen's Guard is top notch.
Yeah, you would expect.
It feels like we're gonna need to figure out how to get everybody armored for the Scoria fight, because as looking through like the monster manual, Scoria has like plus 20 to hit or something. Like it's just insanity. Maybe it's 25 to hit.
It's 24, I think.
It's like 24 or 25 to hit. So
Yeah.
I don't know how the average wizard's not going to get hit, and especially like Tyrael as well. Like I don't
Well,
know
I'll
if he's not
have.
gonna get hit.
I'm probably going to try and cast Stone Skin on us all, which makes us immune to attacks for at least the first 4 to 8 attacks. But it'll get dispelled probably. So
Yeah. The biggest threat to us right now as like a party is getting dispelled. So I think we're talking about maybe doing something with the wish scroll to create a magic item that will prevent like prevent a dispel on like the party. Something we were discussing about it, but we're not sure what to use it on yet.
yeah, I'm not sure how legit of an
That's
idea
kind of
that
like the
is.
most boring way to use it, but if it can be used that way, it's like the most effective way to use it. It's kind of like investing into stocks. Like probably the best thing to do is just put it into like an ETF.
I've been thinking of how we can beat Scoria, right? If we're going to fight her, I think not getting dispelled is like the only way to do it, because you just have to stack all of the buffs and hope that somehow you come out on top. Or it's going to have to be like, what if there was some way we could find out when she's going to be meeting King Gilder in human form and ambush her in his throne room with some sort of spell to stop her polymorphing back into a dragon and fight her in human form. Like, she's probably still going to be badass, but that might be a more easy fight. Something
That's
like
very
that.
clever.
Because I think like in a straight fight, unless we've got dispel immunity, I'm not sure it can ever be done without being like 15. You know?
Yeah, I have no idea how to do it. Besides,
That could be the wish scroll, maybe.
Yeah, what like stop her polymorphing, stop anyone polymorphing for the next hour.
Or stop dispel or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, I'll stop dispel. All right, well, I mean, I think we're about ready to get on our boat and sail off to Heatstroke, but perhaps that's an adventure for next.
Yeah.
Yeah, was there anything else you wanted to do here in town?
can we return the +2 sword that we stole?
I thought about that. Is there anything to be gained from doing that right now?
Conscience.
So
no, then.
I don't know. Do we need it anymore?
Well, if we give him his sword back, is he not going to be like, oh, did you guys take my bag of holding as
Well,
well?
we're not gonna give him the sword like in person. It would just be like dropping it off at his doorstep. It would probably be like the first step in making sure that our party's not gonna just keep these magic items forever.
wait, what? What's wrong with that again? Just checking.
Oh, we did
At the beginning of the game, we set out to return all the magic items that we stole or took. So this is a stolen magic item. If we trade this +2 sword, it's never going to go back to him because it'll go to the family. So, I mean, it's up to you. You're the lawful good, not Anton, so it's up to you.
I say we keep it for now. Fuck it.
Sure.
So the other things that we can do in town, Anton, if you can either make friends with an Adina's cleric, which is probably going to be difficult, or
She will not be my friend.
find another level 7 cleric, you could use Uplift to cast Time Pool. And there's a few things that we could be doing with Time Pool to research for fights against Scoria or the other dragons, I think. But
can I
that
find a
requires
cleric
a
of 7?
second cleric. Yeah.
Koibu? Can I find 2 of them?
We just need. Yeah, you need
If you're
one.
finding any of these clerics and you're showing up being like, yo, I'm all about vengeance, they're not just gonna be like, sure, I'll give you an uplift spell. They're gonna want to know a lot about what you're doing. So it's going to be one of these moments where you're gonna have to reveal like the intents of your plans to these people, and you're gonna need to gain their trust. And I honestly don't know if
It's
the
worth it.
vengeance cleric with the aura of vengeance and distrust,
Yeah.
not distrust, but
We'll just wait till we get to
grudges.
level 9, right? And then we can do all the time pooling.
Yeah, why do you even need time pool?
Well, there's little things we could do. Like, we could maybe find out where those glasses went. We could find out what was said between Scoria and King Gilda when she joined the war. We could find out the last time the Dragon's Bane weapons were laid to rest or touched. We could find out when the last time the +5 sword was touched. Make sure it is where it is. So there is things that we could do with it.
Okay. Well, for now, let's take a look at the world map and zoom out a little bit. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 flags still on the map.
Are they mostly dragons or what?
Yeah.
One,
I think
Dragon,
they're all but like
4,
1.
5.
Dragon.
5 dragons, 1 elf, 1 demon.
Yeah.
Demon is where we're headed. What is the elf again?
befriending
Just where the
elves.
owls live.
Yeah, but what item do they have?
Just got loads of magic shit. They're all super high
Didn't
level.
have an item? I think there was. Does anyone remember?
Elven chainmail, boots of elvenkind,
They know
cloak
shit.
of elvenkind.
Yeah, they got those boots of Elvenkind, cloak of Elvenkind. They are, practically timeless creatures. They're up to 1,000 years old, so they might just know shit. Also, they live right next to Scoria, so they might have information about her that they haven't shared with humans in the past because they kind of run their own ship and they don't really work too closely with anyone else.
Once we're
Right.
done with the demons, right, I think the easiest dragon is probably the mist dragon. But since we've got the axe, blue dragon might be easier because it can absorb its breath weapon. So I think it probably goes Azeron, the blue, then Hydroxus, the mist dragon, then the green dragon on gnome, and then after that it's like Scoria or the green dragon and Matava, both of which are going to be basically impossible. But there's like 3 dragons that we could probably think about actually fighting soon, especially if we get this +5 sword, because then Tyrael, you're going to be an absolute monster.
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
Well,
Off to the demons then?
I think
I
so.
believe so. Should be easy, just like all of our other missions have been so far. So.
Well, that will be a quest for another day.
Yeah, same time next week should be good.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here as well. Cool. All right. Well, hey, we'll catch you guys next week. No questions for the Patreon. If you guys have questions for the Patreon, want to suggest names or weapons or anything, sign up for the Patreon. Pays for the episodes. I love you all very much. And yeah, we'll be back next week. Peace out.
See ya.
Well, we got a day. A lot of people want to talk about a lot of things today. Let me eat first before we do anything else.
Okay, well, he deserves to win. I guess I did technically have one spot without turrets. Protoss is a hard race. You gotta remember that aspect of it. About how hard it is to do this. To just take all the bases and then just fly in over turrets. And deal massive damage. Not even fucking close. Okay. I honestly don't know how people can sleep at night with how fucking stupid this matchup is. I honestly don't know. The guy didn't do anything well the whole game. All he did was flew 2 shuttles in.
He's bad.
You gnome
fuck!
And then when you're talking about grabbing the houses, you're like, oh my god! What the fuck? I just bought that fucking truck! It's gonna explode! Oh my god, my king fell!
Who is this fuck?
God, I hate. I just hate. I hate the GTA RP memes. All right.
A little crazier, guys. So, as you know, I'm 21 years old. Cat Evolved is 19 years old, and we were under the impression that she was 24 years old. She's actually a lot older than me. And we found out that the age gap is actually 10 years. In 2 months, she's going to be 10 years older than him, and she has been lying about her age this whole entire time, which means her age is one of the only things that she has been lying about, and she was lying about it to me too. We only found out this information, well, we found this information because it's public record, you know, because once you get a lawyer team involved in a legal team, you obviously have to do your due diligence. That's just how it works. So we found out that that was just one of the many lies that she told, and instead of her being 24 like she always claimed to me and other people, she's actually 29 in a few months. A little crazier, guys. So
Okay. Wait, oiled up. I don't know if I can watch this. Oh no.
In this video, I'll show you how to buy a pizza using Bitcoin, using the coin card service. So to start, I went to Domino's.com, designed my pizza, added it to my shopping cart, and here I am on the checkout page. Now I chose gift card as my payment type, then I'll click place order. Now I'm on the gift card payment page. Now of course I don't actually have a Domino's gift card yet, so I'll go to coincard.endrix.com. I'm going to place my, I'm going to purchase a Domino's gift card using Bitcoins. So I'll enter my address, my email address. That's the email address where the gift card will be sent. And I'll choose Domino's Pizza gift card. Now you could also choose a PayPal payment, in which case the Bitcoins are converted into dollars and sent directly to your PayPal payment, or to your PayPal account. For this video, I'll choose a Domino's Pizza gift card. Now, the total of my order was $17.37. Unfortunately, Domino's doesn't allow pennies in the gift card amount, so I'll round up to the next dollar, an $18 gift card. Now, when I click see the detailed prices, it'll show me that the Domino's gift card itself costs $18. There's a 36-cent convenience fee for using the service, so the total is $18.36. Convert that into Bitcoins at the current Mt. Gox exchange rate. That gives you 19.12 Bitcoins. So that's exactly what I want to do. It seems like a good price, 19.12 Bitcoins. So I'll click continue. That generates me a new Bitcoin address. Now I'm using the Chrome Bitcoin extension, so the address turns into a link, and I'll just click that link and tell it to send the 19.12 Bitcoins. I'll click send. Alright, so the Bitcoins are on their way. Now I'll click this link here, I've sent payment. So it shows me that they've received my Bitcoins, and
No way, what?
We all know Wendy's for its hamburgers, but soon Wendy's will have answers to more than just where's the beef. In the mood for fettuccine alfredo or rotini with meat sauce? Maybe some Spanish rice, refried beans, and tortillas. Fact is, Wendy's the hamburger place has begun an expansion to woo lovers of Italian and Mexican foods. They're calling it Wendy's Super Bar. The Dade County prototype began serving several weeks ago in West Kendall on Kendall Drive at 138th Avenue. It's all you can eat, it's available 7 days a week, and is priced at an incredibly low $3.69. For kids 12 and under, it's only $2.99, and that includes a drink and a prize. The Super Bar in West Kendall may be Dade County's first, but the idea is going statewide. In fact, Wendy's predicts the expansion will be complete within 7 months and will substantially increase its business.
It's definitely setting us apart from the competition. We're offering a variety of product that you can't get in the fast food business. It's, in my personal opinion, taking us out of the fast food business.
Wait, holy shit. My donations from earlier didn't play. Scott Bradley donated $5. Could you do my mother? Thanks. Corlix donated $5. What do you think of the chances that Vaush is a metaphysical anti-realist? Some of the claims he makes about how our conceptual framework impairs our access to truth supply. I don't know. Another space guy donated $5. Vaush complains about behavior DGG, but every time someone in his community fucks up, he can't own it because he's not responsible for his community's behavior. Yikes. Mr. Moot behaved host you for one viewer. Thank you. Forrest Kin donated $5. When I first heard about the Taylor thing, the way people were phrasing it made it sound like cops broke into her room, stood over her, and killed her. Sorry, that's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, I think he's an anti-realist of some sorts inspired by postmodern theory. That's... Fuck. That's Corlix. $5 again. Ben MC donated $5. DGG is out. I'm sorry, £5. Ben MC donated £5 more saying, hey, DG will be my Valentine's. Don't tell YouTube chat. Playing both sides. Anonymous donated $5. You think posting a title without context is misinformation? Preposterous. We're not calculators. We don't have perfect information. That was unavoidable. You sound mad. And then American Dream 2.5 donated £2. Said it's my second time here. Much respect. Thanks. Okay.
And offering us a variety to appeal to the family and to the businesses that we haven't been able to appeal to so far.
Wendy's Super Bar features 3 distinct all-you-can-eat bars: pasta, Mexican, and an extensive salad bar that even includes dessert. At $3.69, Wendy's is expecting lots of new lunch and dinner customers. Judging from the response this prototype store is getting, the idea is a winner.
It's very tasty. It's excellent. I'll be back.
I really like it. It's great.
I think it's reasonable and I think it's good.
It's great.
What about the price?
Fantastic. You can beat it.
Jesus. Sounds awesome.
Up for Simon Evans.
God damn. Sorry.
Good evening. Good evening. Very nice to be here. I thought I might start this evening with a joke. It concerns 3 men, an Englishman, a Welshman, and a Pakistani. Yes, weren't expecting that, were you? That's my favourite bit of the joke, to be honest. The tension, which is suddenly palpable in the room when I mention the 3rd member of that little gathering. I will mention the chap who told me this joke. I didn't know him terribly well. He had already uttered the immortal phrase, some of my best friends are black, which is rarely a sign of an untroubled conscience. And I did have to point out to him that Labradors don't count. But as it happened, I think he was in the clear on this one. Anyway, you be the judge. 3 men, English, Welsh, Pakistani. These 3 congregate one morning, innocently enough, in the maternity ward of their local hospital to collect their newborn sons.
I could be wrong. I don't think I am, though. But in the UK, there's some people it's rumored might be quite racist against Pakistani people. Hence, I don't know if I need to explain this or not.
The mood is one of joyous anticipation, from which we may reasonably deduce that they are first-time fathers. With a note of bitterness there for serial parents. However, this mood, fragile as it is shattered prematurely when they are informed by the doctor in charge, or more likely some sort of middle management lackey who is siphoning funds away from frontline services, but be that as it may, they are informed that there has been a bit of a mix-up at the hospital and he can no longer say with any certainty whose son is whose. Now, you or I in this situation, I imagine, would probably return home and inform our legal representatives and begin a costly and time-consuming but ultimately profitable suit against this hospital for gross professional misconduct. At the very least, you would demand a DNA test be conducted in order to establish paternity. But this being a joke, the three men agree to sort it out between them. The Englishman goes in first, as is his right. According to strict alphabetical order, at the very least, let us say. The Englishman goes in first and emerges a moment later with what is quite clearly, even to the medically untrained eye, the Pakistani child. Pakistani gentleman says as much, and the Englishman says, well, I'm sorry, mate, but one of those two in there is Welsh, and I'm not taking any chances.
All right. Jeez.
Recently, there's been a wave of corporate hate, with small businesses closing down all across the country.
I know this is very hypothetical, but without drugs, would there be a motorhead?
Oh yeah, there would be, yeah. Some sort
Would
of...
it be the same?
Well, probably wouldn't be called motorhead, because that's slang for speed freak. Oh yeah, there would be, yeah. Some...
Hypothetical, but without drugs, would there be a motorhead?
Oh yeah, there would be, yeah. Some sort
Would
of...
it be the same?
Well, probably wouldn't be called motorhead, because that's slang for speed freak.
When you started Motorhead, that was after you was kicked out of Hawkwind, because of drugs.
Well, because of the wrong kind of drugs.
Yeah. Because
they were all taking drugs too, it was just different drugs, you know.
So why was it so bad to be on the drugs you were on?
Well, no, I was the last speed freak, see, I was the one that kept them all awake nights, you know, and shit like that, so they were all like dedicated dope smokers and taking acid, man, and you know, all that. And I was taking acid too, but I was a speed freak as well, you know. And Dick Mick was the speed freak. He got me into the band so he could have somebody to chum out with, you know. Yeah. And then he left, and I was the only one left. So they were down to get rid of me, really, ever since he left, you know. I didn't realise that it would screw the band if I did, you know.
Yeah.
Ha ha.
And you started out as a roadie for Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
And you've said in so many interviews that the only drug you really hate is heroin.
Yeah, that's true. It's the only one I ever saw kill people. I never saw anybody die in anything else. Nothing. You know, it was always heroin. Or possibly downers.
Yeah.
You know. But
Can't you smoke crack for long periods of time? Doesn't that fuck you up after a while?
The same sort of syndrome.
Why do you think that heroin is so much worse than the other hard drugs?
It's just like, it's too easy to fuck up, and it's too good for people to deal with. The buzz must be fantastic. I've never had it, you know, but I mean, it must be great because people die for it, you know.
Yeah.
And they spend their entire lives looking for the next shot, you know. I mean, it's fucking terrible shit, you know. It really makes you into a dog and then it kills you, you know. Makes you into a thief and a whore, you know, and then you die in a public toilet with an embolism in your fucking arm. I don't think so, you know.
Do you think that more people should try acid?
No, actually, I didn't say that. I said that it made me a better person for having taken it.
Yeah.
But if you think you can do without drugs, go ahead and do without them, you know, because it's a very expensive hobby. But,
Depends on the kind of drugs you do, but...
drugs make you feel better. And as long as they do, people...
Everything fucks you up. I've seen a guy who was shooting cocaine for a longest fucking time. Wait, what does shooting cocaine mean?
Well, no, it's very good to have.
People will want them. And but the point is this: drugs make you feel better, and as long as they do, people will want them. And as long as people want them, somebody somewhere is going to show up with them, right? So there's no point saying just say fucking no and all of that stuff. That just doesn't work, you know.
A lot of the big musicians have actually given credit to drugs as source of inspiration.
Right. Well, they are, you know, as long as the buzz goes on.
Yeah. Have you written any songs directly as a consequence of doing drugs?
Oh, all of them.
I was thinking about different drugs. I mean, some on speed, some on acid. Which are the ones you...
Well, I've never done any acid since I started Motorhead. I mean, 75 was the last year I took acid. And I was still with Hawkwind then.
Yeah.
So I've never done any since then, because I got sick of watching the same movie, you know, kind of. I was doing from 67 till 75, so that's a pretty good run.
That's a lot of acid.
Yeah, it is a lot of acid. Believe me, it was a lot of acid. Because, you know, they say it doesn't work 2 days in a row. We found out if you double the dose, it does. So, you know. But I really don't advise kids to get on dope, you know, because with a lot of them, it does lead down to heroin. I mean, sometimes the straight people are right, and they're right in the fact that one drug will lead to another because you meet more people that are doing drugs, you know.
Okay.
Have you on the show, and it's really always fun talking to you. And you know, it's interesting. I think people have this perception of you as just being the, you know, funny, crazy guy.
They think they know me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then you snap at them like that, and then they get scared. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but you know, it's funny.
They try to feed me.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I'm up in the car, breaking the window.
Yeah. But you know, you're deeper than that. Like, I know you're into a lot of reading. What are you reading these days? What are you studying? What are you into?
I gotta tell you, I absolutely love reading. I'm a huge reader. And when I pick up something, I just can't put it down, you know? Like quantum physics, that's my favorite.
Quantum physics?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, quantum physics? Like what?
I was just reading this incredible paper on the stochastic phase shifting of a parametrical-driven electron in a penning trap. And apparently, a bistability arises dynamically in this specific parametrically driven systems because the phase psi of the electron's steady-state oscillation can either have the two values separated by pi.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, that was amazing. You know, you shot. That was great. That was incredible. Because, you know, it's funny. What shocks me about an electron in a penning trap is that most amplitude collapses are accompanied by a phase flip. Given that the rate of escape from an attractor depends exponentially upon an activation energy E as the diffusion constant D approaches T sub N, and rho approaches epsilon to the negative E over D.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know, which I
no
knew, you
question
know.
there.
Yeah.
No question
We
there.
talked about this.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Conan, I don't know about that, Conan. Have you considered that the parametric driving force excites a nearly resonant electron oscillation at the drive frequency? Omega sub D over 3 equals omega sub Z plus epsilon. It's a classic example of the period doubling that occurs when a linear oscillator is strongly driven.
Max, did you just say that the omega sub D over 3 equals omega sub Z plus epsilon?
Yeah.
Whoa. It's actually omega sub D over 2 equals omega sub Z plus epsilon. Wow. Wow, Max. Max, you know nothing about quantum physics.
You're right.
Recently, there's been a wave of corporate...
Wow, those guys are super smart. Okay. I don't know why I have so much shit lined up for today. We're never gonna play Cyberpunk. Okay, Rem wants to chat, and then apparently I'm moderating the debate on the Iraq War, which should probably be a Destiny moderation episode, but I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna talk to Rem. Where are the REM cells at? Are they still here? REM cells, rise up. Did you see the Yasuo drama? A little, but I don't know or care much about it because I don't know anything about it. Wait, the last time we were talking to Rem, were we using retarded as an insult? Or did I... Maybe we've improved since then. He'll be proud of us. What is this?
Okay, with the permission of my wife. Here we go. You ready? You ready?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, wait, hold on.
Okay. That was...
Why? I don't understand. Okay. How you doing?
I'm okay. Been a while.
How's life going? How's Canada? I don't think the last time I talked to you, I don't think the coronavirus was a thing. So.
Yeah, well, definitely not to the extent it is now. I mean, it's fine. Our vaccine rollout is not doing very well, but you know, yeah, it is what it is, sort of thing.
Well, how's school going?
School is going fine. I'm having to do another year because admissions to programs were mostly canceled at the schools I was applying to because of COVID. So, but
what year
next
are you in?
year?
What year are you now?
Well, I'm technically in my final year, but because I couldn't apply during the fall, I just have to wait till this fall to apply. So I might take some extra courses on top of what I already have this fall or so. But
what are you planning on doing for graduate work?
So I still want to do my PhD in philosophy. Hopefully, go to like NYU or
yeah, but I mean more specifically, what do you want to do? What area do you want to study? I guess.
Like meta philosophy, so philosophical philosophical methodology and whatnot. I'm very into like differing since we last talked. That's probably my biggest change. Is I'm very heavily focused on more meta philosophical stuff and less.
So this is going to be like on our like approach to philosophy or the philosophy of philosophy, basically.
Yeah, like differing, how philosophers use intuition in their philosophizing and appeals to common sense and, differing other systems of philosophy, like indigenous approaches to philosophy or Eastern or Jainist or whatnot. And because no one's really done a comparative analysis of differing philosophical systems like that before. But that's the other issue, is because it's such a new area, there's not a lot of like people that you would go and study it under, because everyone just sort of works within their own domains and doesn't branch out much. But this is all very boring, and no one wants to hear me talk about this.
All right, well, damn, I was just curious. All right.
Well, there you go. And I was working for a while, but then COVID made it so that I could no longer work. So now I'm unemployed again.
Damn. All right, well, you've come back from the grave once more.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you
I'm
want to
not
chat
streaming again. I just want to say that. So I'm not here looking looking for clout for my Twitch channel or something. I'm here solely because I saw all the Vaush stuff, and I feel a sense of like, I mean, this basically it's. Nothing has changed here. It's exactly what I expected. And I mean, I talked to Vaush about this, 2 years ago, with that discussion with Hassan and stuff, right? And then last year I talked to him, and I basically got him, because he's a high performer, like an epistemic anti-realist. So he literally believes that truth and knowledge is all subjective, and that it's just a game of power. So
kind of to be where, since we're doing philosophy talks, the only pushback I would give you is I don't think he's an epistemic anti-realist. I think he just says things that he doesn't realize would lead him to epistemic anti-realism. That's how I feel. Like I don't think he would like.
That's what I thought. But he had a discussion with perspective philosophy after your debate, where he seemed to just completely endorse epistemic anti-realism. So he's faced a lot of pushback from it, and he just keeps doubling down. Like he will just completely bite the bullet. Is he like
an epistemic anti-realist like I am, where I'll say like
no, but you still push back on companions and guilt.
Sure.
You don't seem to embrace the companions and guilt and say, oh yeah, it's all just how we feel, bro. Like
I'll make that as like a top level argument, but then past that I'll be like, we have to make all the rest of these reasonable. But I won't carry that through to everything, so that if anybody challenges me on anything, I'll just say like, oh well, bro, it's all anti-realism, get fucked or whatever, something like that. Yeah.
No, but when push comes to shove, Vaush's solution is just to push it all the way back to, well, I'm just doing what I can to make socialism happen, and then whatever I do, as long as that's the goal, then that's fine. It all comes down to how, and it grounds out in how it makes him feel. Sure. And he basically said, like, if you don't agree with me, then I might as well just kill you
because you're an enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just the stupidest shit. Like it's
well, here, let's be okay. So I'm gonna hold you to a higher standard in terms of, because obviously I'll say that or whatever. But more clearly, when you say well, actually, here, let's back up 1 second. Okay, so for people listening, okay, so when we say like epistemology, we're talking about like the study of like truth, or like what is truth, or how can we know what truth is?
What is knowledge?
Yeah, what is knowledge? Sure, it's better. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like the study of knowledge, essentially, broadly speaking. And we say that somebody is an epistemic anti-realist. In a broad sense, we're kind of saying that this person is claiming almost that there can be no knowledge, or we can't truly know anything, kind of.
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, ultimately, yes, I agree with you, but it's probably just better put as there's no correct system of knowledge.
Sure. Okay. And when we say when we say there's no correct system of knowledge, we don't mean that this person might think there might be competing logics or whatever, where one might be better than the other, something like that. But this is a person that would say like maybe causality isn't real or something, or they might go like really, really far off the deep end, where like, oh, like literally everything is absurd.
Yeah, and it usually boils down like there's no fact of the matter about there being a system of meaning or a system of truth. It all just basically comes down to how I feel about it. And this is what he very blatantly says. If it helps me, then I will say that that is true.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that he operates. And I mean,
can there be? I don't know if this makes sense, but can you be an epistemic non-cognitivist?
I mean, yeah, that's roughly usually what I mean by epistemic anti-realism.
Okay, gotcha.
Non-cognitivist. And like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend there aren't people, in the literature, but there are people in the literature that defend every single view under the earth,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I mean, obviously, X amount of people, not believing in it shouldn't just completely discredit the argument, right?
Sure.
But I mean, it is the backwaters of philosophy.
Sure, it's something to think about. If you assert something and everybody in a field disagrees, and you should assert it cautiously, right? So I might say, like, if I'm an anti-realist on this, like 50% of philosophers disagree, then that should give you pause or whatever. Like, be careful.
Right. It's like I still consider myself a scientific anti-realist,
Mm-hmm.
but I approach that because I used to be a hardcore scientific realist, and it was only after a number of years and studying, because that's all I really took. That's sort of what my institution is
Mm-hmm.
really known for, is that area. And it was only after, and actually speaking with some of the leading anti-realists, that I came to adopt that, and I can fully understand why people would be skeptical of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Real
It
quick,
takes intense argumentation.
yeah, so somebody in chat just said that this is such a huge fucking stretch from I'd rather have effective misinformation on my side than the enemy side. Holy shit. So I think what Rem is referring to is a more detailed conversation that Vaush had with Perspective Philosophy, not just the conversation that he had with me, I believe.
Yeah, there is a video on my channel. Actually, if you watch that video, all that money goes to that editor. It doesn't go to me. So help out a poor editor if you want to watch it. It's like, I called it, like, takedown of Vaush. It was brigaded by his community, so it has a lot of dislikes. But I basically break Perspective Philosophies in that video. We break down that discussion that I have with him, where he basically ends up asserting a position like whether or not the Holocaust happened is just a matter of how you feel about it, and it's basically a game about power. And
I understand. Truthfully, he honestly said that
he means that it's like the victor writes the history books, but that's not what he meant. He meant literally whether or not it happened depends on ultimately how you feel about it.
That what do you mean when you define the Holocaust? Like the actual events that took place, or just the definite?
The actual event that occurred.
Okay, fuck. I'd have to listen to it, but I have a really hard time believing that's a really extreme position to take.
You can watch that video. I understand that it's extreme, and that's why Perspective Philosophy talked to him 2 days ago,
mm-hmm.
and he pushed him on this, and he doubled down on it. He doubled down on the, but that just naturally follows from epistemic anti-realism, right? That is a natural consequence.
Yeah, I guess it just seems like such
no objective system of knowledge. Then yeah, if you are a non-cognitivist or an expressivist about knowledge and truth, then it naturally follows that whether or not an event happened in the world,
mm-hmm.
what we want to consider an objective fact in the world, does literally flow from how you feel about it. And people will say that, oh, well, that's so uncharitable. I mean, literally watch the video, watch the discussion he had with Perspective Philosophy. If you think it's uncharitable, I mean, that just sort of proves my point, because that's how absurd the position is. But that's what follows from it. You push him, because I pose, companions and guilt argument to him, which basically says, if you don't believe there's any ought claims that have a definitive truth value, what we ought to do just depends on how someone feels about something. I then extend that to theories of truth and knowledge. Why ought I choose this theory of truth? Why ought I choose this theory of knowledge? Why ought I consider this true or this false? And again, he says, well, it's the same thing. It works the same way as it works in the moral case. It's all dependent on how you feel about it. Truth claims, knowledge claims are dependent upon your expressions and feelings, or they're about power. Whoever's in power determines it. So it becomes this relativistic notion. And he just doubles down on that. I understand people are like, oh, you couldn't possibly think that. Just watch what he said. It's,
Yeah, it's hard, because I want to be charitable, but then, I'll watch him do. So, as part of the video I was watching today, he was very clearly saying, I don't believe in this particular thing. I would never say this, but it's something that I listened to him say, verbatim. And then he'll argue around it in a way that's consistent with what he's opposing now. This is, and I still don't know what he thinks about this in terms of, do you think it's ethical or even good to propagate misinformation if it, furthers your cause? Because it seems like he is very stringently defend that point of view, but then when he talks about it in detail, it's like, well, I don't actually believe that. I'm not sure what he thinks about that right now. I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like he thinks it's okay because like he talks around it in a way that it feels like, yeah, you truly do believe this. Like when we brought up the Breonna Taylor stuff, and I said like, well, a lot of people lie about whether or not she was like killed in bed or not, and he's like, well, does that even matter so long as like the end story is the same or whatever? It's like, well, yeah, one thing happened and one thing didn't. But it seemed like he was like very confident in that he didn't care what the facts of the case were. So yeah, I was kind of confused about that.
No, but like it all. Yeah, I mean, the explanation is just that he only cares about what's going to benefit him. That's why he says, if you disagree with me and I can't convince you otherwise, then I might as well just kill you. I mean, that is something he literally says. I don't understand how people can then be like, oh, well, you know, he doesn't actually. I mean,
yeah, because when I asked him about, like establishing the facts of the matter, and I'm like, well, my goal when I disseminate information is to make sure that I'm truthful. That's like paramount. That's one of the most important things to me. And he said, oh, well, my goal is stopping fascism. It's like, oh, well, that's
yeah, exactly. If that's what you're, but you know that follows naturally from epistemic anti-realism. If that is what you feel good about, and that's what you want your end to be, and there's no objective end in life, there's no thing that we ought to pursue that is objectively good in itself, then it naturally follows that any hypothetical thing that you ever you can dream up can be a legitimate end. And for him, that is pursuing like socialism. But equally well, I mean, this is why, I mean, perspective philosophy said this. He said he's basically like a Nazi. And I pushed back and I said, well, no, he isn't a Nazi. He doesn't hold Nazi beliefs. But he is, in a sense, just as justified as a Nazi within his own system. I mean, certainly within his own system, because he's a self-proclaimed like moral anti-realist. I mean, I think you also are, but you are willing to bite that. But he then takes it to the extreme and brings it to truth and to objective knowledge as well. And he says that's all dependent on how you feel about it. And I mean, this just naturally flows from the fact that, like, you know, he doesn't take the time to do any sort of education on the topic. I mean, fuck, just, I mean, and, you know, people will undoubtedly call me gatekeeping again, but I mean, I've been talking about this for years now, that these streamers who, like, fuck, how many people watch his streams now?
Like over 10,000, I think, when he was doing his live streams.
Yeah, he's having a huge effect on the people watching him. And, you know, and people have linked me to his subreddit before, and there are literally top-rated comments saying, oh, well, morality doesn't matter. Like, it's convenient when you were talking about the Rittenhouse stuff, all of a sudden, the law is what matters here. It's the law that matters. Morality is just, you know, it's total bullshit. It's all about the law. Suddenly, what is correct in the law is now what matters to socialists.
Well, I guess technically that is consistent, right? Because it would be consistent with an epistemic anti-realism. Like,
exactly, right?
So one of the things that frustrates me the most, and actually, so maybe actually Vaush is the big brain the whole time, and I'm just misunderstanding. Because I would never assume somebody would have that position in earnest. Because like people always fixate on my obsession with like consistency, but like I find that kind of strange because if you don't have like any consistent way of talking about something, you basically have nothing. You necessarily become absurd, in my opinion.
If I am Vaush, I say, well, why does consistency matter? Does consistency help me reach my end? No,
well, yeah, exactly. That's exactly his argument. He's like, well, would I want a Nazi to be consistent? And I'm like, well, and he's like, well, yeah, so maybe if they're inconsistent, like it's better for me. So I don't necessarily care if people are consistent or not. I just want them to do actions to serve my end. And I'm like, that's okay. That's very interesting. It feels like you lose a lot by making that sacrifice. Like, I think we can like convince people not to be Nazis rather than just say there's literally no way to know anything about anything or make any meaningful statements about anything ever. But
yeah, I mean, so it naturally like not only does he think that truth just becomes something relative, but like rules of inference itself, like modus ponens, you know. If
all of it becomes arbitrary, right? Yeah,
all of it's arbitrary. You can choose whatever fucking logical rules of inference that you want. You can choose any of them. I mean, he literally said whether or not 2 + 2 = 4 is a matter of power. It is not a matter of objective fact. And I mean, he's not doing some like intuitionist appeal to like some differing logical system. He thinks that mathematical statements are just dependent on, you know,
I've had
power.
I don't know if you've had any engagement with this while studying philosophy. I've had two people. One was a scientific researcher, and another guy was a historian, and they both actually pushed back so hard against. They get really triggered. The historian guy especially gets really triggered whenever people use the term "history is written by the victors." And his response, basically, he wrote me this whole thing. He's like, well, actually, history is written by historians. And, you know, there may be some bias in some areas, but there are like lots of people that largely do their best to preserve good data, which was interesting because I never figured that out before. I never really thought about it before. But like one of the big examples I had was like during the Soviet Union, there was a lot of like suppression of information, and there was a lot of kind of like cooking the books on certain things. But there are a lot of scientists individually that were like, hey, this is important, it needs to be preserved. And there were people actively working like as individuals against those systems to preserve data that later ended up being important, which I thought was interesting. And I guess kind of pushes back a little on that notion that like, oh, well, history is whatever the leading superpower says history is.
Well, I mean, like, so I agree to an extent on certain topics, but like on science, for example, it was written by the victors because it was written by the scientists of the day, right? Or like in topics of like indigenous history, you know, indigenous history was largely written by Jesuits and missionaries who came overseas and documented their firsthand accounts. And, you know, their primary interest was, you know, evangelizing these new primitives who they deemed to be savages. So they leave out these, you know, very important cultural distinctions that exist. And
Yeah,
so
for sure.
now it's a process of modern. So it
I'm
totally depends
definitely
on
sure that process of selectively passing on information, I think that definitely happens. But then also on the other hand, our process of uncovering those things is still a process being done by the victors as well, kind of, right? Like hopefully
well,
we're...
yes, there's a correction. There's a natural correction that is going to occur as you recognize the past mistakes. So now we are able to write, you know, very you know, scholarly studies of stuff in the history of science or in the history, you know, you bring in different pedagogical techniques in indigenous history, you consult actual elders, whatever field you're talking about. So it improves. So, but there is still that history that existed. Something actually did happen. It isn't a matter of fact what happened. The world does not actually change. The past does not change depending on who's in power.
Yeah, this
right?
is very,
That's
very
what's
strange that like the idea that, and I think there are some like obscure forms of, I don't know, metaphysics or whatever, that like when you close a door, if a sentient creature isn't perceiving something, it ceases to exist or something like that. But I think ordinarily that seems to be a pretty silly position.
I mean, like even I am slightly sympathetic. Well, you know, I'm like sympathetic, you know, towards the idea that language structures our world. But I would never for a second suggest that the actual external world as it really exists is something that just is especially dependent on something honestly as arbitrary as power. That like at least on feelings it sort of makes sense, because if we look at the actual way that we seem to approach the world, I mean, our emotions and how we feel about it seem to have a tangible effect. But like if there are two people on an island, I mean, like it just seems so arbitrary, power as this thing that dominates all knowledge.
Sure.
It just seems like empirically wrong about the way that we experience the world. But again, like this doesn't surprise me. This is what I've thought to be the case about Vaush for a long time, and it's why I wish people would. But I don't know how you really saw. Like he basically runs, I feel like, a cult. Like the people who follow him are a cult and are not going to.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you can argue maybe that most online content creators have a similar thing.
But I would even say that, like, I think I probably would have said the same about you, but it seems like every 6 months or so you run a fucking gulag and, you know, siphon off 50% of your audience.
Yeah.
You know, every 6 months. So I don't know if it would. There are definitely people who are. You know,
some communities hold their creators more responsible than other communities, for sure. Just depends on the type you try to build. You know?
Yeah. But I mean, it's worse with Vaush, I think, because I mean, I think he's also just a bad person, and I wanted to bring this up on stream, and I do want to call him out on this because I brought this up many times before, because he has made very vicious ableist attacks towards me. And I've tweeted, you can go on my Twitter and look at this, and I am calling him out on this because this is the consequence of having a moral system like his, is he's able to justify doing horrible shit to people because it's just convenient, you know, for his brand or for pursuing socialism or whatnot. I mean, the attack that he gave was like a year ago, and I guess, you know, it was the year ago, and we are very forgiving with Vaush for things that he did, you know, 2 years ago. So maybe this is just another case of where we just have to, you know, forgive him this time. But it's, you know, and it might be considered petty, but at the same time, this has a direct effect on his audience. I mean, people look up to him. People respect him. People see him as a leader. People will see him as a role model. And if this is someone who has a moral system that is completely arbitrary, pulled out of his ass, and he is actively doing harmful things, this is going to influence the people that are watching his content. And I think that is genuinely dangerous. I think from anyone's perspective. And again, I don't really know what the solution is to dealing with that, other than to just come on here and try to call him out on it. And I know a lot of people will try doing that.
This is gonna sound like I'm very full of myself, but I think that he does watch a lot of my stuff. So I guess like what I imagine is probably going to happen is if he gets enough pushback on this, is he's probably gonna stop talking about this for a while. I think he like unfollowed my friend on Twitter again and everything. So he's probably gonna like stop talking about this for a while and not mention it, and then like in 3 months when he talks about it in the future, he's like mysteriously just gonna have the exact same view as me. That's my guess of what's gonna happen. So hopefully, I guess like it's already kind of started that process. Because that seems to have happened quite a bit in the past. So yeah.
I mean, he doesn't respond to like legitimate criticism, like that are actually, I think, in good faith. Like I posted very detailed. Like he won't apologize for his actions ever. I mean, fuck. It took him however fucking like 6 months for him to apologize publicly for sexually harassing someone who was disabled. Seriously, it took him 6 fucking months of me pestering him on Twitter before he gave a public apology. 6 fucking months. Like that is crazy to me. And he still hasn't apologized to me for making these ableist attacks on me. So I don't expect him to change. I mean, I try to give him the benefit of the doubt. And in my mind, I'm like, because I'm also a socialist, right? So, praxis, everyone's like, praxis. We just have
Praxis
to.
is on Twitter, my dude.
Yeah, exactly. We just have to embrace it. People have different methods for bringing people over to the left. Maybe he's converting people on the right. But continually, he makes the left look bad by, engaging in anti-intellectualism, engaging in poor decisions, and then fucking having these absolutely garbage tier philosophical conclusions. And he's never read anything on it. And that's probably the thing that annoys me the most, is the fact that he has the time now to sit, engage with these questions that he's dealing with, pick up an intro to philosophy. He has the time to do that. He has the time and the money to be able to do that right now. But I don't know if he's just too lazy. I don't know. I mean, if he can watch audiobook or listen to audiobooks. He can watch, lecture streams on it. But he's shown no effort to actually engaging with the material. And that always bothers me. I mean, you have people come on. I've criticized you for this as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least you you read Bertrand Russell, right?
Yeah.
So at least you did something. But it's just, I don't know what the solution is here for it. It's and I don't know. I mean, I was wondering before I came on, I was half expecting him to join the voice call like he did last time, to come on and defend himself. But
I think he's actually kind of bothered by this most recent shit. So
yeah, I think because I think he knows that he's really fucked up and exposed himself. I don't think there's any way for him to actually defend himself on these grounds. I can't imagine anything that he could say that would, like, I can't think
No,
of
I
any-
agree, and this is part of like, and everybody says I'm too harsh in a conversation, but this was part of why my conversation felt so unreal with him, because like, and like people get mad at me for using rape analogies and stuff all the time, but like people, like the implications of what he was saying were truly unbelievable to me. Like at the level, there's like, I don't believe that you actually could possibly do this. Like the idea that it's morally permissible to do something if someone else was going to do it anyway, like no way does any normal non-sociopathic human being believe this. This is an
do
insane
people actually
statement.
get mad at you for that, for giving examples?
Well, yeah, because the analogy that I really wanted to give, because like we can get to the heart of that real quick. Like let's say that you go into some fucking restaurant and there's a girl, and the requirement of the restaurant is one time a day, like a customer rapes her. If someone else is going to rape her, can you just do it anyway and it's okay? Like, and the obvious answer is like, well, no, what the fuck? That's horrible. But like
people should read just basic like intro bioethics papers.
Sure.
It gets worse than that.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah.
This is the whole point. You're supposed to take it to the extreme.
Just to see if you believe in the actual concept. Yeah, instead of like these really dumb, like weaker examples. Because it's like, and if you believe it, like then just own the hypothetical. Like then say, yeah, sure. But like, man, like the
idea that just because someone
would have done something anyway, it's moral for you to do it. Yeah.
I wonder what he thinks about Canada creating creating military equipment and selling it to Saudi Arabia that's then used in the Yemeni war, because that's actually Trudeau's justification.
That the U.S. would do it anyway?
Saying, yeah, someone else is going to build it anyway, so why don't we? And we get the jobs. So is he saying that he supports imperialism by Canada in constructing military armaments that are then used to kill Yemeni children? That'd be a very interesting thing to commit yourself to. But I guess if that's what his moral position is, then so be it.
That just seems unreal to me. Like, and this is why I'm saying that it's like, I feel like, because I try to be charitable. I feel like he doesn't actually believe it, but maybe he just kind of got like caught up in the argument. But then like every time he has a chance on like another show or another platform to like walk it back or to like rephrase it a little bit, it seems like he just kind of doubles or triples down. And then we end up in areas where I can't truly believe that somebody actually thinks that. That's just insane to say. But
I don't think he believes it. I don't actually genuinely.
I don't know now. I'm not sure.
I don't think anyone is a genuine epistemic anti-realist. They become
nobody lives their lives that way, right?
Realist when they can't justify their positions.
Yeah.
Because the easiest thing to do in a position is just to completely double down on everything. Epistemic anti-realism is to just bite the bullet on every single argument ever.
And you know what?
This is
to trigger the fuck out of you. This is why the way that my approach to life is I just assume that that anytime you have these contradictions in people's systems and they try to appeal to other systems, what's really happening is they're just egoists and they don't want to admit it. I think at the end of the day, everything becomes self-serving. We try to find like other logical systems to obfuscate that, but then when they fail, we say, well, we don't care about logic anymore. But I think like the consistent approach is just like, oh, like somebody will do something that benefits them or satisfies them. And that's basically like explanatory of everything.
Egoism is still a form of moral cognitivism. It is still like egoism is like, look, I don't like egoism, right? I think egoism is garbage, and we've discussed that before. But this is so beyond egoism that it's like I'm sure.
Well, but that's the thing is that like I don't know if he's actually a non-cognitivist or if that just is because he can't reconcile the current differences. So it's easier to say I don't believe in logic rather than to say I'm irrational.
He refuses to engage at all with the material, so he just speaks out as he's an anti-vaxxer about these types of things. He refuses to give any sort of effort to reading on any of these issues because I don't know what it is. He's either lazy or he's just incompetent at doing it. And if he's so incompetent that he can't do the basic research to determine whether his positions lead him to these crazy fucking conclusions, then you should not be a content creator with tens of thousands of people watching you.
Or just don't talk about morality.
or just don't talk about more. I mean, I disagree. I think anyone who talks about politics should be basically informed on this, But yeah, especially when he literally will talk about morality on stream. It's a common issue on Twitch. I mean,
sure. That was why I was trying to get away from the morality discussion, especially because he has the like I remember being in high school when I tried to like think of morality, like he has like the very, very, very naive understanding of consequentialism, like or like utilitarian, like that very basic, like, well, if I have to do a whole bunch of bad things, as long as one good thing comes out of it, it's worth it. And it's like, oh, like that's so short-sighted, like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he comes up with it in real time. Right?
Yeah, that's something I noticed too.
He hasn't put any effort or thought into it. He pulls it out of his ass when it's convenient. Whatever's going to justify him winning the debate, that is ultimately what is going to be convenient for him at the end of the day. But I think that's what a ton of people do. It just so happens that because like the solution here is to just go, you know what? You've given me some serious consideration. I'm going to look into this a bit.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I don't mind that. I don't think it's bad. Like there are times where people will, especially over my self-defense thing, there are times where people will challenge me on things, and sometimes we'll get down to an area and it's like, I haven't thought about this before. Like I'll give you some answers that I'll think about, but I honestly don't know. I have to spend more time thinking about this. But like rather than like trying to die on a hill that you just constructed, like that seems like a really tall order. Like just say you don't know and like think about it for a while. Like there's no harm in that. Other than you look bad, I guess, because you don't know everything. But
Yeah, that's something I've learned, and like I feel like because I started coming on these streams when I think I was 15 when I first came on stream.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was 16. And I think that since then, that is something that I've learned, which is that you don't have to be correct. I mean, ultimately, everyone's going to shit on you anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just do your, be willing to acknowledge that this is something you need to do further reading on before you commit yourself to the position. But people are just not willing to do that because they're too afraid of
looking
how that's
like they don't know everything.
Yeah.
It becomes all about the aesthetic rather than. Oh, that happened in that conversation too. It was really frustrating that he admitted. What was the question? I asked him about like it either had to do with like how you live your life or some charitable thing or whatever. And I asked him like, oh, like why do you do this or whatever? And then, or he asked me and I said why, and he was like, oh, like I do it for the aesthetic. And I'm like, wait, well, this isn't comparable to what I said. And he's like, oh, well, I don't actually mean I do it for the aesthetic. I mean, like my aesthetic is being like a good person or whatever. And I'm like, wait, hold on, like what are you talking about? Oh yeah, it was okay. It was a conversation of like, so I try to avoid like sponsors that I think are like a little like morally not okay. So like I try to avoid like gambling sponsorships. I try to avoid like the whole CS:GO gambling thing. Like it's generally something I don't feel okay about. So it's something I try to avoid. And then his response to me was like, oh yeah, like I try to avoid a lot of sponsors too. It's not part of my.
Subject your audience to like 20 viewings of like a single Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Fucking.
That's not gambling. Hey, hold on. I didn't say I avoided all.
Worse than gambling.
What? Fuck you. I didn't say I avoided all sponsorships, but I try to avoid things that I like think are like morally reprehensible. Like I really don't like gambling. It's something I try to avoid. I don't like the CS:GO gambling shit. And then, but after I said that, he was like, "Oh yeah, I don't take sponsors either because I think it hurts my aesthetic." And when he said that, I was like, wait, why are you comparing these two things? I don't avoid this because it hurts my aesthetic. It's something I think is like morally not okay. So that's why I try not to do it. And he was like, oh, well, that's what I meant actually. Like, I just mean my aesthetic is like being like a good person or whatever. And I was like, wait, what? And it triggered. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it triggered the fuck out of me. And then he said afterwards that I was trying to like trick him or trap him when I got irritated that he did that, but whatever.
Yeah, but that's also what his supporters was. And that's like when I had that discussion with him, they say, oh, you're just misrepresenting him. You're being uncharitable.
Yeah.
I mean, no, well, no, maybe. So there's two options here. Either he does genuinely believe the views that he has, or he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and he's talking out of his ass.
Yeah, and that's my problem. Like, because I would like to think, at least, in my conversation with him, I'm making a really big effort to try to figure out what the fuck he means. And if I'm making this huge effort and I still can't figure it out, I mean, like, I don't think I'm being uncharitable. Like, there must be some problem in communication or something here. Like, you have to admit exists. Yeah.
Also, can I ask, because I never caught up on this, on the Rittenhouse stuff, what was his position on that? Did he think that you shouldn't be allowed to shoot back in self-defense? I don't want to get into it.
I don't even know what the fuck his position was at the end of this. I'm not sure. And I don't want to say it for fear of misrepresenting him. I remember that I thought his position was insane. So I tried to like, I think at one point during the argument, because I asked, he was trying to say, so I'm going to give like my side. So maybe if you think I'm misrepresenting, you can always look at your side. But like at some point, there were multiple shootings that happened after a first shooting. And I said like, well, don't you think he has a right to defend himself here? And Vaush was like,
gunshots before the incident.
Well, so I'm saying even after the first shooting. And Vaush was like, well, the people that were chasing him, they thought they were justified in attacking him. And then my question was, well, hold on. Let's say that you believe that you're morally in the right and people are chasing you and they're going to potentially kill you or cause you serious bodily harm. Do you have a right to defend yourself? And Vaush, like, very confidently was like, no, I don't think you do have a right to defend yourself. Like, that's just not okay. You have to, like, hope that, just pray that they don't do anything bad to you. And so the example that I ran with was like, well, hold on. Let's say, so, like, there are videos of, like, a black guy is running, from 5 rednecks in a truck or whatever. Like, do you think a black guy should just submit himself to the will of, like, the people chasing him? And he's like, well, yeah, I mean, that would be, like, the most moral thing to do. And I'm like,
what?
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, so and that's where the meme.
Self-defense is like if you think that someone is like not even that they're going to kill you. For example, if you think someone's going to come and chop off your arm,
sure,
you are completely justified in shooting them dead on the spot.
Yeah, like, maybe I am.
This is, but how? I don't understand the argument against that.
There is. I mean, you can go back and watch. I don't want to misrepresent this video, but yeah, I felt like. I feel like most of my takes regarding self-defense aren't. Now, self-defense of property gets a little bit different, but we weren't even talking about that.
Yeah, I think I heard something about you think that you'd be justified in shooting someone if they were going to take something that you own.
Yeah, which is it, but none of the Rittenhouse stuff had anything to do with property, though, so no, it's not even relevant with,
I will say I do disagree with that, but sure. I do agree with you on when it comes to self-defense of the body, like absolutely there is, and because there are some great papers on self-defense. I mean, Philippa Foote has an amazing paper on, Judith Jarvis Thompson, like where examines like a string of like 10 different cases of self-defense. And even if someone, for example, like say someone's coming at you with a car and they can't stop the car, someone has put it in gear, for example, or they've been brainwashed, so they're actually innocent and their intent was not to kill you, you are still justified in killing them, right? Even if they are actually innocent. If your life is on the line, you are justified in killing them. I mean, all things being equal, like for example, if they have the cure to cancer, rule out those cases.
Sure. Yeah, without getting into some crazy math. Yeah.
You are absolutely justified in self-defense, and I don't understand how anyone could argue against that plausibly under any really coherent moral system.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think anybody. Well, I don't know over the Rittenhouse. I don't know. That's a whole other thing. There's a lot of like political ideology and narratives that are kind of wrapped up on both sides, so it's hard to like figure out like, do you actually mean this, or do you think this is bad? Because like the thing that was kind of irritating me was that like during that argument, I don't know how you feel about this, but like, so even if we say that maybe you shouldn't be able to defend your property, maybe I think that most people should be in agreement that it's probably okay to defend your livelihood, because we can probably start to draw or extend like some amount of like bodily harm out of that. So for instance, let's say there's a family-owned business and you use that business to support your family of four, and without that business, like you won't be able to afford insulin for your child or something, right? Like at that point, it starts to get hazier, or at the very least, we say like, yeah, you can probably defend your property here. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah, so like it's obviously going to be sort of a spectrum.
Sure, of course, yeah.
Like if someone's going to take your life-saving medicine,
yeah, somebody's going to rob your insulin, yeah. But like the weird thing that I was running into
TV, I mean, no.
Yeah, sure, I understand. Yeah, the weird thing I was running into with a lot of lefties was them saying like literally like you can never ever ever defend property, even if it's your businesses. You should just wait for the insurance to give it back or whatever, which is strange given how many people will never accept the same argument for like health insurance. But that take was really bizarre to me, because I know that history is littered with examples of minorities using firearms sometimes to fight back against oppressive people. The most famous example that I would give would be the LA riots, when the Koreans were on top of their stores defending their stores. And the idea that it would be morally impermissible, for them to defend themselves, or like would it have been morally impermissible for the Jewish people to defend themselves during, is it Kristallnacht? I don't know how you pronounce it. In leading up to Nazi Germany and everything, would that have been morally impermissible for them to defend themselves? Like that seems hard for me to believe.
Dakota Access Pipeline, or
Sure.
Wounded Knee. I mean, cases of literal treaty. Would these same people then say that these people shouldn't be able to? What about like literally defending your land and defending your right to be like a sovereign nation? Are you then? I don't even understand.
And it bothers me because I feel like that's pretty non-controversial, but because it's wrapped up in a political narrative, people all of a sudden have a much different opinion on it, which is frustrating for me. Yeah.
But like it even is a political narrative for me to sit here and say, I mean, colonized nations should be able to defend themselves against colonizers. I mean, that's just a basic tenet of anti-imperialism. But these same people are then going to say that that's not true. I don't understand how you can be a socialist and simultaneously say that indigenous populations or oppressed minorities aren't justified. Like, what do they think about the fucking Black Panthers?
Yeah, exactly. That was another example I gave up. Yeah, because some people are like, you should never bring guns to any protest ever, and it's like, wait, really? Because I feel like when we saw Black people walking, even recently, not like the Black Panthers of like the 50 years ago or whatever, but like the Black Panthers or some of the Black movements today that carry guns in protests. I think we usually celebrate that. Real quick, someone is saying, careful, during Kristallnacht, Jews were murdered and attacked. I know that during Kristallnacht there were Jews that were murdered and attacked, but I think the primary goal of Kristallnacht was just destruction of tons of Jewish property and not sending police forces over to defend it. I know there were Jews that were killed that night, but I think the big goal was like destruction of Jewish like businesses and property and stuff.
Yeah. I'll give probably the most extreme example that I can think of in terms of self-defense. Like when under FDR, or maybe it was Truman, they constructed a bunch of dams in the Missouri Basin that in turn caused floods that wiped out like 98% of agricultural lands of various Sioux nations. I mean, this was a case where tens of thousands of families were literally displaced from their homes and people were sent into spiraling poverty. Yeah. I truly believe that those people would have been fully justified in shooting the people who were constructing that day. Or maybe actually that becomes questionable, because it was the Army Corps, and are they contracted and obligated to? Then you get into that controversy. But like,
oh yeah, is it ever moral or ethical to kill an enemy soldier that lives in an authoritarian regime? That kind of question, basically, right? Like how much
it does become a lot more complicated. But
I will say it's very funny though that socialists, who I thought one of their biggest contentions had to do with material conditions, are so anti-property defense when they talk about literally killing wealthy people and capital owners in order to secure their property. That's kind of funny to me, but.
Yeah, and saying, I don't know how you reconcile this with like, with the idea of like you being evicted and the whole conception of like getting rid of landlords, because there seems to be a lot of inconsistency here with saying that, no self-defense in any case is justified, while simultaneously saying that we need to rebel and fight against the oppressors. It's just, I don't think that these are two things that you can simultaneously say. Like, do they also then think that? Yeah, no. I think this is just a case of Vaush and other people. It became politically attractive for these people to jump on board, attacking Rittenhouse because of the Black Lives Matter protests. And then once they said that they wanted, that they think he was a horrible person, that you just have to continually double down on it.
Basically, yeah, you're committed to the opinion. Otherwise, you're basically like a white nationalist yourself.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't get involved in those. I mean, this is the whole problem with, people grifting and virtue signaling on Twitter, is that you have to be exactly what everybody wants, or all of a sudden you are,
a literal Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit silly, but.
Yeah, which is, unfortunate. But with Vaush, I mean, I think it's genuinely an issue of I don't know if he's like greedy, or if he's going after money, or if he genuinely believes that like socialism is the correct thing. I don't know how to reconcile all of his behavior.
Well, and another problem too is that he almost turns into like a type of, I don't know if you say like I was gonna say like Descartes' demon, maybe not necessarily that extreme, but like if somebody tells you that they are willing to lie to you to achieve some end, like that actually becomes a person that is like incompatible with your existence. Like you can't actually do anything with that person ever, right? Because like if like being extreme, if there was ever a point where this person thought that like say like killing you would be beneficial to them, like I would expect them to do it, And it's like, well, holy shit, wait, how do I even function in a society with a person like that? Like that seems like very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know either. I feel like it's at a sudden. Well, that's why I'm not gonna that's why I guess I won't talk to him anymore. I see absolutely zero point in ever having a conversation with him again, because I feel like I see him for what he is, and it's someone that isn't actually going to have a discussion with you in legitimate good faith. I mean, I felt like that about you for a while.
Depending on what we were arguing about, yeah.
Yeah, well, we were talking about pipelines, and I just engaged in the conversation very poorly. And as a result, and then I went on Twitter, and that really bothered you. That was the crux of that.
Sure.
But I actually think you are capable of having good faith, charitable conversations. But with someone like Vaush, I don't see any sort of attempt to actually try to figure out what is the correct position. He has already predetermined what is going to work for him, and anything that falls outside of those bounds are basically incompatible for him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's locked into this position, and he can't budge from it.
Sure.
So,
and even like to be clear, like just because people are gonna probably quote the fuck out of this, I don't think that everybody has to become like a fucking philosophy master. I'm definitely not a philosophy master.
Oh, no,
but like
I don't think that either.
Yeah. But if you're gonna start making some like incredibly outlandish claims related to like especially ethics, like I think you need to start exploring some really good justification for those. If people could take what you're saying and run to really scary places with them, I think that you have some responsibility there to do a lot of due diligence for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but it's sort of what I said so incoherently and ineffectively 2 years ago on stream, which is that your responsibility to engage in these topics and to do reading and basic moral philosophy scales exponentially the more impact that you have on people. So, like with Vaush, like when I first said that to him, he had like I think less than 10,000 subscribers on YouTube or something, right?
Yeah.
And now look at him, and he's pulling in. He has an enormous influence. Like he's fucking everywhere on Reddit. He just keeps popping up, and he is having an enormous influence. And usually I imagine on teenagers, right? That's going to be his biggest demographic.
Mhm.
And these are the people who are most likely to just buy in to what their favorite content creator is saying.
Yeah.
And that means that your responsibility to make sure that what you are saying is correct and true is just so fucking important. And it also, these are the same people that get mad at people like fucking Ben Shapiro and Nick. It's the same fucking thing.
Mhm.
And that's why perspective philosophy says they are basically like a Nazi. It's because they operate under the same methods.
Mhm.
They are not interested in reaching out to what is true and what is good. They're reaching out to what is convenient to them and their
Yeah.
own arbitrary ends.
Mhm.
And that is just the biggest fucking, that's the thing that pisses me off. So,
Yeah.
but again, I don't know what really you do. I feel like, what are you going to do about this? The people who have bought in are already bought in.
I'm trying to be more the 2021 is like the year where I'm trying to be more rhetorically effective. So hopefully I'm doing a good job at illustrating like I'm trying to spend more time on that, like, because I would kind of take for granted that like, well, this is bad, obviously. That would kind of be like the way that I would approach these things. But now I'm trying to be more like, well, this is bad because of these reasons, right? So I've tried to focus a lot recently on like explaining like, this is why consistency is important. I had a whole breakdown of just like that sentence today of like, without consistency, you necessarily fall into absurdity. And for me personally, I believe that morality is downstream from epistemology. Even if you believe that morality is upstream from epistemology, you still need some sort of like consistent view of things, because if you don't have consistency, literally you can make any statement whatsoever. So I try to give like a really simple explanation, like this is the principle of explosion. If we allow contradiction in sets of rules, we can literally assert the positive or the negation of any statement. Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous to do this. Like, we can't do this, guys. Like, you can't have meaningful conversations. This happens. So I'm trying to engage in that more. Yeah.
I mean, but again, this is something that you find out by even watching a 30-minute video on basic logic, right? You find out why consistency matters because of the principle of explosion.
Yeah.
And if you were to take even 30 minutes out of your life just to figure out what follows from the conclusions or from the arguments that you are giving, you would find this out. But these people just, I mean, it was my issue with Hassan as well.
Yeah.
I think with Hassan, well, I don't want to be mean, but I think Vaush is more, because like I don't think like Hassan is actually a bad person. I think he actually believes in what he believes, and he's just trying his best to achieve it.
Mhm.
I don't necessarily think there's malicious intent there, but I think at the same time, he has his domain and he doesn't want to step outside of that.
Sure.
And you know what? Fine. I don't see him making all of these moral arguments on stream, so
Mhm.
it's not.
Yeah, he seems like, as much as he would hate being called a demagogue, I would say he's a demagogue, but at least he seems to like kind of stick pretty squarely in that domain. Like, I think Hassan does a lot of dumb shit related to news and politics, but I don't think I'm ever going to turn on Hassan's stream and hear him say something like, well, I'm a consequentialist, therefore anybody should be able to lie about anything, and as long as it serves my political end, it's okay. Like, I don't think Hassan would ever make a statement like that. I think he'd say some shit like, morality and ethics is for fucking nerds. Like, I'm just talking about whatever. Then and be like, okay, well, whatever.
Did he actually say, oh my god, like, seriously, just read like an intro book. Like, there are so easy rebuttals to this, which is like, why call it doesn't even make sense. Just be a rule utilitarian, right? How is lying always permissible if it
Well, and that's kind of what I would say, because it's like the easy example that I try to give in result of this is like, this is like the very first time you've ever thought about consequentialism, and you're like, oh yeah, like, what if we kill one people and then we save two people? Like, that would be awesome. And it's like, okay, that would be awesome in one off event, but like, let's just think for 1 second, what would society look like? Like, you're gonna have institutions pop up of like bounty hunters murdering people for their kidneys. You're never gonna have a person go to their hospital ever again, because they're always going to be murdered immediately to save another person, because that would be like what's morally righteous. Like, everything would become chaos. Like, so maybe on its face this seems like a good idea, but if we think for like one step ahead, obviously this idea would be fucking horrible. Same thing with like, lying is permissible to sell an end. Like, okay, well, like, let's think of this let's think like for 2 seconds and not 1 second. Like, what would happen to society if that actually took place? Like, obviously things would be chaotic as fuck, right?
I mean, the question I would, because I mean, there's I don't know if I'm convinced by it, but in response to this idea of like quantifying pleasure and quantifying pain,
Mhm.
there's a paper, I think his name is Tarek, and he basically argues in a case of, like just imagine the trolley problem and you have one person on one track and 5 people on the other. His conclusion is that you should flip a coin when deciding whether you should pull the lever or not. And I mean, I'm not convinced by that. I reject that conclusion.
Wait, what is his argument? Why?
Right. Well, I know it's quite surprising. And again, I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but I think there's a grain of truth in it.
Well, I'm curious what the argument is, because this is literally like the fucking Joker. Like, well, if you flip a coin, it's always fair. Whatever happens, happens.
Like I said, I reject the conclusion, but his argument is basically if it's to sort of reject this third-person view of morality and recognize that from their perspective, from, like, let's say his name is Jim, okay? And Jim, let's say, I'm trying to think of the example he gives. Like, let's say someone has a life-saving medicine. His name is Jim, and he needs to take it in order to live. And he needs to take it in its full dose. But there are another 5 people, and they take 1/5 of that dose, and they get to live. If you were to ask Jim, you should... Jim, would you be willing to give up your dose of medicine so that these 5 other people should live? The question is, should Jim actually do that from his perspective? Are we justified in insisting that Jim gives up his medicine for the sake of these 5 other people?
Yeah, and this feels like, to use the word that Vaush has fallen in love with, this almost feels like it would be supererogative. Fuck. Like something that wouldn't be an obligation, but it would be good for you to do, I guess. It'd be nice if you did it.
I've never heard that word before in my life.
Yeah, I think I've heard it used one time, but it's like Vaush's favorite word. Wait,
super erogative?
Supererogatory, I think. It's not supererogatory. I think it's supererogatory. Or no, it might be supererogatory.
Okay,
Fuck.
well, I mean, we
Basically,
call that you just being a good Samaritan, I think is the...
It's supererogatory. That sounds like erotic, but supererogatory. But basically, the idea is that it's good, but it's not morally required to be done. I've never heard of this before, but like Vaush used this word like a million times. Yeah.
Okay, I do actually. This is a term that I do know. This is one of those cases where I've seen the word like in books and stuff, but I've never actually said it out loud. So this is actually how you say that. Okay, that is a word, but it is a bit. I don't know why he's saying it. It's not like it's a common. Yeah, that's just a weird thing to say over and over again, but whatever. But yeah, in that case, do you think, like, let's say you're Jim, are you going to give up the 5, or would you give up the dose?
I don't think, I think I would use that expression here. I think it would be really good if you did. I don't know if I could ever have a society where I would morally obligated. Yeah. I don't think I could have somebody morally obligated to do it. That's a tall order. I don't know if that's a fair expectation to place.
Okay, and so Tarek's argument is, well, if Jim, actually, let's say, okay, I'm Gavin, right, and Jim is my friend, and the question is, well, if Jim isn't obligated to give up his dose, and I have the dose instead, why am I obligated to give it to the 5 people when Jim isn't?
Wait, why would you be obligated to give it? Wait, what do you mean? Can you say that again?
So we have the 2 scenarios. We have the one scenario where Jim is the one who controls the dose. He either takes it himself or he gives it to 5 people.
Yep.
The second scenario is where there's now a third person, me, Gavin. I have the dose. I can either give it to Jim or give it to the 5 people. And Tarek's claim is, well, if Jim is not morally obligated to give it to the 5 people and that he can take it himself, why would Gavin, myself, be obligated to give it to the 5 people instead of Jim?
Oh, I think Gavin, this seems...
Jim.
Yeah, I don't know. There must be a counter to it, because to me the answer obviously would be that because Gavin's not making any type of personal sacrifice.
Well, let's say, what if Jim is like my husband? Like we can really what is so special about that relationship that overrides?
I don't know if it's in terms of special about I guess maybe I'm not making a moral argument. Maybe I'm making I might be appealing. I might literally just making an emotional argument. In my head, what I'm doing is I'm trying to consider this hypothetical. I'm actually trying to flip this around. Instead of thinking about myself, I'm trying to think about my son. So let's say that there was 1 dose of medicine I could give to my son, or 5 doses to other children. I would always pick my son, just 1,000,000%. And in terms of placing an expectation on another person, I would expect them to do the same thing. If they could run into a burning building and save either their child or 5 other children, I would always expect them to save the 5 other children. Or I'm sorry, I would always expect them to save their child. I would never place the expectation on somebody. They're like, oh, well, what you should be doing is saving the 5 other kids. But if a firefighter was running into a building, they're not like sacrificing anything by saving 1 or 5. They should always probably pick the greater option. But I don't know if that's a moral or ethics argument, or if I'm just appealing to some intuitive emotional thing there.
Well, I think what the argument's trying to get at, and this is where I think there's a grain of truth, because I reject that conclusion. I mean, I think you are morally obligated, if you are a stranger, if Jim is a stranger and the 5 people are strangers, I think you're obligated to give it to the 5 people.
Yeah, of course.
Flip a coin. But I think what is true is that people seem to think that, everything has to be done from a purely third-person perspective. Mm-hmm. Where you're just weighing these arbitrary numbers against each other, and that's how you go about making, it's the utilitarian calculus. Mm-hmm. But that seems to be very divorced from a lot of positions and a lot of decisions that we consider to be perfectly legitimate, which would be, for example, Jim taking it himself. So if you were to press Vaush, actually, no, I bet Vaush would bite the bullet because that's what he always does. But if you were to ask the average, first-year utilitarian student, most would probably say, no, Jim should be able to take it himself. And therefore, utilitarianism in its purest form has to be false, right? I mean...
and this is why... Okay, listen, when you met me last, I said I hated meta ethics, but now I'm kind of wondering about normative ethics, okay? Because I feel like these systems can become so stretched and arbitrary that they can morph into themselves. Because I think what a utilitarian was doing, if he really wanted to fight for his system, what the utilitarian would do is he would say, well, actually, this is still utilitarianism, but the utility of his individual life, he would measure for himself as being worth more than the utility of a stranger's life. So it's actually still utilitarianism to save yourself instead of 5 other people, because you're worth 10 utils and every other person is worth 1 util or something like that, right?
Okay, but if we actually look at that from let's say that the 5 people, let's just add on to the situation and say that you actually know that their 5 combined utilities in life and the impact that they're going to have on other people will be greater than yours. That doesn't seem to change anything.
I would actually argue that I think it does change anything. Or I'm sorry, it does change something. So for instance, here is something. So I'm being very emotional when I answer this question, okay? If somebody were to say, do you want to save the life of your child or 4 other children? I truly don't think I could say, sorry, Nathan, you've got to die. I don't think I could do it. But if somebody were to have would you save Nathan or your entire school full of children? That would be a lot harder. I would have a much harder time saying, sorry, I'm going to go with my kid over the 1,000 other kids in his school.
100%.
Yeah. So it does seem like there is some, now if we want to say utilitarian, well, my kid's utility to me is much higher than the utility of other children. But there is some threshold, there is some number of people that once it's surpassed, okay, I can't at this point make this decision. And same thing with self-sacrifice too. If I had to sacrifice myself to save 4 other people in a car, I don't know if I could do it. But if it was me and there was a building full of people and for somehow I could run downstairs and pull over, and if it was between me dying or 10,000 people die, that becomes a lot harder. Fuck, I feel a lot worse about the decision, Yeah, but I'm appealing a little to intuition here, but yeah.
Well, but this is the thing about this is why I don't really like normative ethics anyways in the first place, is because that's what you find, is that it's all appeals to intuition. You read any of these papers by any famous normative philosopher who aren't writing in meta ethics, and it's almost always oh, well, I feel this way. And so
in terms of measuring, because there's no philosopher, no person, even in economics, measuring utility is literally impossible.
No, but in general, in normative ethics, that's how a lot of people argue, which is to say, this case seems wrong to me, so I'm going to reject the theory.
Sure.
Or this case seems a little bit more plausible to me intuitively, so I'm going to say that this theory is correct. That's how a lot of normative ethicists argue, and I think that's a really stupid way of going about arguing. And that's why I really like Kant, because Kant grounds it out in or attempts to ground it out in actual necessity. It's a necessary condition, you know, of our experience, that we have certain reasons that we ought to follow, right? Instead of just an appeal to, well, this case seems like it wouldn't be correct, so let's see what follows next. Or I reject this, like, fuck. Elizabeth Anscombe responded to a paper, I think by Jonathan Bennett, attacking like a hyper form of deontology, because Elizabeth Anscombe thought that it was immoral it's immoral to kill anybody ever, even in the case of like preventing
self-defense or preventing further harm or something. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, she I think she was an awful person. But she wrote a response to Jonathan Bennett's paper, basically criticizing her position, which just said, this doesn't seem right to me, and that's all. It's literally like 30 words long, and it was published in a peer-reviewed paper.
Okay. Based.
And yeah, that's how a lot of these people argue, and I think that's just shows a detraction of, or it shows an issue that exists within that. But people have really moved on from that. People don't usually argue like that anymore. It's been the advent of reasons in metaethics. Everything is about reasons now. Do you have a reason to do this? If so, is that an objective reason? How does reasoning structure the way that we interact with the world? And, you know, and then you take it to epistemology too, right? Epistemic reasons. So, I mean, I think that's the way that you go. But again, you know, you're not going to learn this in a philosophy 101 course. And I mean, I'm not expecting someone like Vaush to go and, you know, read all the metaethical literature, but just a basic familiarity with ethical systems and the common arguments against this will, at the very least, improve your critical thinking skills, so you don't fall into various blunders. And it seems like people just aren't willing to put in the effort to do that. And that's, I don't understand. Like, what other things does Vaush have to do? I don't know. Like, it'd be one thing if he was like working a full-time job or something, but I mean, he could do a philosophy stream where he just reads philosophy, and you know, he would still rake in a ton of money, enough to support himself, right? But I mean, I say the same thing to you, you know, but I've talked to you about that before. But I think it's worse in his position because it's
makes some more outlandish claims and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. But again, I don't know what is this. That's what I want to ask you is, what is the solution for dealing with actors like him? Is the solution to just go on fucking debate panels with him and yell at him? And
well, I think it has to be like, you have to like do this rhetorically. You have to make their position be persuasive to other people and make it seem like abhorrent. Like, that's all you can do.
Yeah, the issue is that, I mean, people will just readily buy in. If you don't have background in philosophy, it can seem like there's nothing wrong with epistemic anti-realism, because for a lot of people, it doesn't affect people's everyday. Like, a lot of people think philosophy is just useless.
Well, and also it's easier to buy into that argument too, because it feels good and it lets you basically get away with anything you want. Like, it's a pretty based position. Like, if I say like I'm an epistemic anti-realist, I can literally say anything I fucking want to.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Which is awesome. So like, yeah.
And so the question is, how do you combat that? I mean, the way that's combated in philosophy, for example, is those positions just aren't taken seriously. I mean, they are in the fringes of philosophy where that's actually being studied, right? Like in higher level meta-epistemology, right? But you could never write a paper talking about like consumption under capitalism and whether it's moral or not, and then justify it by saying, well, consumption under capitalism is okay or is not okay, therefore I'm able to do whatever I want because someone else is going to do it. And ultimately the reason why is because I'm an epistemic anti-realist, right? You would never be published because it's such a stupid thing, like a stupid argument.
Sure.
And that's how there's like self-regulation in that respect. But I mean, those are people that are trained in philosophy. So the question is, how do you take those criticisms and those responses and and
distill them for it. Yeah, I mean it's hard.
Distill that for an everyday audience.
And the academic communities in general just say it's not worth their time. That's why you see something like, for instance, like race realists. It's taken so long for anyone academically to pay attention to that because they're just like, this isn't really worth our time. And it's like, okay.
Yeah,
well,
or I mean, even like anti-vaxxers, right? I mean, they don't get published really. I mean, there are sporadic, weird one-off publications, right? But they're not taken seriously. And that people will say that I'm appealing to authority, right? But I mean, it's just the same thing as something like an anti-vaxxer. If the entire scientific community thinks that this is not something worth considering, then it doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% false, but you should take like a long, hard look at whether you want to uphold that position.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that's an important feature of philosophy that I think people should respect more. But everyone thinks that they can do philosophy, and everyone can do philosophy. It's just
the problem is everybody does philosophy, whether you know anything about it or not, because everything is kind of an exercise in that.
Yeah, everything sort of trickles back to it, so it's it's difficult. And I mean I tried for like a couple years, and I just got called pretentious, and so I don't know what the solution necessarily is. And I mean, I wish I could say people like Philosophy Tube, but I've never liked Philosophy Tube. I've never liked the content. I think it's very shallow. It doesn't engage enough with the material. It often can actually not represent a lot of the positions correctly. And then I mean the recent shit with, oh my god, why would you not show your fucking income? It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, she still isn't doing that, right?
Yeah, she released like a detailed breakdown of her expenses, and there wasn't a single. Well, she said it was, but there wasn't a single number listed. It was just really funny. She was just like, I spent a. Well, you'd have to go. I can't. And honestly, it sounds like I'm making this up, but she was like, here's a detailed breakdown of everything I do, and she's like, well, I pay my editor some, I paid for costumes, and like, yeah, that cost me a lot of money, and then I make a decent amount of money, and that was like her detailed breakdown. It was like hilarious. Yeah.
What do you mean? But she didn't say how much she was paying?
No, she didn't give any numbers for anything anywhere. Yeah.
That's not a breakdown.
I know, that's why it was funny. Yeah.
Okay. And then well, it's hard to criticize people like that because people will get very angry if you criticize people like Philosophy Tube or ContraPoints.
Sure.
But I mean, I've never been a big fan of. I don't know. I don't like this idea of making philosophy entertainment, I guess.
I mean, I think there is a place for a lot of like pop science or pop philosophy. It's just you have to be careful not to be so reductive that you're misrepresenting the material, right?
Exactly. And I think that if you put more effort into like really engaging, I don't think it's a coincidence that the most popular the most prominent popularizers of philosophy are engaging with, well, I don't know. I'll just say you're not seeing a lot of popularizers engaging with anything that doesn't fall into like
popular political narratives, or
yes, it's often it's often Marxist thought. It's often rooted, and I mean, look, I am a socialist, and I think that stuff is very valuable. But I don't think it's a coincidence that sometimes it's quite shallow and it doesn't feel like it's been engaged with. Like, it feels like stuff I could read in my introductory lecture in continental, philosophy.
Yeah, so the distillation of this in a single point is I would guesstimate that literally less than 5% of all content creators that are lefties could even explain like what the labor value theory is, like unironically, which is like the very... I think when you're reading Capital, it's literally like fucking 10 or 15 pages in. Like, you immediately start to get into like the relations between labor and everything. And like, I think that less than 5% of content creators could even just tell you what that is, which is like step 0.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that always annoys me is, Marxists who will say, oh, I've read Marx. But then the issue is how you go about justifying Marxism. And I think the most prominent answer to that would be like through Hegel, right? And these people have never read Hegel, so they don't actually know how to justify, because that shit is hard. It's fucking hard. But instead they do the shallow stuff and they get the material analysis, right? Well, the fucking material analysis doesn't matter for your ethical system. You're not referencing Marx to justify what you ought to do, because Marx is not really laying out that type of normative system. It's mostly a descriptive framework of economic theory, a lot of which turned out to be false. But then people built upon that. And developed normative systems within that. And then that's what's used to justify socialism. But no one ever goes beyond just reading, the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah.
I mean, Vaush has never read Marx.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's crazy to me that people start to identify themselves with that branding, but don't even engage with the material at all, But again, I don't know what the solution, like you say, you have to rhetorically show how their arguments are poor and lead to crazy solutions. But I don't know how you measure the effectiveness of that. I don't know how you determine.
By Reddit threads and subscribers, basically. It's frustrating, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Well, anyways, yeah. Oh, let me.
Uh-oh.
Well.
No, go for it.
Well,
what?
I was gonna. Do you wanna can you unban me from DGG?
Sure thing, bud.
RTBA, RTBA. Let's make peace. Okay.
All right. Have fun, buddy.
And let me shill myself out here. You should definitely donate to the Indigenous Gwich'in Standing Committee. I know people don't give a shit about it, but if you like this conversation, put your money there. And yeah, that's it. Anyways, it's been fun. I hope you don't get a lot of shit for this conversation. Or maybe I hope you do, because that'll give you good content. So
thanks, Tom. Well, good luck with school and everything, bud. Be careful.
Yeah,
okay?
you too. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, well. Two people want to debate whether or not the Iraq war can be justified. To what extent do you value information to be correct? I assume you'd be okay with spreading misinformation was necessary for the survival of humanity. Would you also support the spreading of misinformation was required to prevent a fascist takeover of the United States, or would the potential harm of using misinformation to achieve an end be worse? So, I would have to think a lot about this. I think it would be, in an alternate world where spreading misinformation was helpful, then maybe I would agree, but I think that's incongruent with our current world. I think the spreading of misinformation is what is leading to things like fascism or whatever, like potentially taking over. Okay. Who am I dragging in here?
I think it's this dude.
Yeah, but are you arguing against him, or did you have a ringer?
I have a guy, he's coming, but I can take it for the first bit.
Okay.
It should be fairly straightforward.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I can start. So, hi
well,
guys.
I don't even know if this guy's here. Hold on, let's...
He just messaged me, hi, I'm here, but I don't think he realizes his mic is muted.
Oh, well.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I kept my mic muted for a while. But yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, all right. So hi everybody, I'm RagePope. You can find me at twitch.tv/RagePope. I'm currently applying for a partner, so any follows or Prime Gaming subs would greatly boost my cause. I'd also like to plug Alex, aka Totally Mundane, for helping me construct and source my arguments. I'm here to argue that there's a strong case that a reasonable person would think that the 2003 Iraq War was justified. Iraq, under Saddam Hussein, repeatedly violated 16 UN Security Council resolutions, or UNSCRs, designed to ensure that Iraq did not pose a threat to international peace and security. In addition to these repeated violations, Saddam was tried over the decade prior to the 2003 Iraq War to circumvent UN economic sanctions against Iraq, which are reflected in numerous other resolutions. As noted in those resolutions, Saddam was required to fulfill many obligations beyond the withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Specifically, Saddam was required to allow international weapons inspectors to oversee the destruction of his weapons of mass destruction, not develop any new weapons of mass destruction, destroy all of his ballistic missiles with a range greater than 150 kilometers, to stop support for terrorism and prevent terrorist organizations from operating within Iraq, and to end repression of the Iraqi people.
All right, well, that's your intro. Wait, light her up. Do you want to introduce yourself so people know who you are before we dive too deeply into this?
Yeah, so I guess I study foreign policy for a living. I'm a political science PhD student. The Iraq War is probably one of the worst mistakes in U.S. foreign policy history. To claim that it was in some way justified, and particularly in the ways that Rage Pope has claimed that it is, I think, dangerously misinforming. I also think that the Iraq War was the beginning of a lot of the misinformation that we see today in U.S. politics, considering that the American government deliberately deceived the American people to justify the war. I'll just go over the specific claims that I'm responding to from Rage Pope that were made in a video posted on your YouTube channel, Destiny, on February 8th. They were that Saddam was continuing to maintain his chemical munitions program, that he was spending a lot of money to keep the technical know-how, to keep the WMDs around, and was actively trying to avoid sanctions to get chemical weapons, and that it appeared that he was going to get these chemical weapons. Every international agency that investigated this, the United States when it investigated this, all found that Saddam did not have a WMD program prior to 2003. Subsequent to the invasion, it was also revealed that the U.S. government had suppressed contrary evidence indicating that there was no evidence of WMDs of any kind, including chemical weapons, and that there was no reason to invade because of that. The justification for the invasion of the war, or the justification for the invasion that's often given, that was part of the Bush administration's justification, was an extreme version of preventive war theory that has never before been seen and never since been seen in any national security strategy, and would not be accepted by the United States if another country decided to do so. I think with that, we can begin discussing some of the facts of the case, but I really would like to see what Rage Pope has
sure.
prepared here.
So before we get started, I'm just going to ask you a series of yes or no questions on a bunch of facts related to Iraq, so we can agree on the facts before going back and forth on any disputed points. I can take notes on any nuance you want to add to your answer. So did Saddam kill hundreds of civilians in the Safar uprising?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did Saddam kill between 2,500 and 12,500 civilians in the Ba'athist Arabization campaigns?
I don't really know, but probably. I'll take your word for it.
Sure. Okay. Did Saddam kill between 15,000 and 25,000 Faili Kurds?
I don't know, to be honest. Not really. Like, all these questions are not really particularly relevant in my opinion.
These are all very important. We're going to build on these facts. If you don't know, I'm happy to mark them down as no or not sure. That's fine.
Sure.
All right, so let me add a column for not sure. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm going to play quasi-moderator here. So my assumption, so listening to the first 1 second of this is, so it feels like, wait, lighter up. Do you have a name you prefer to go by?
You can call me Sam.
Sam, okay. It feels like Sam is going to come at this from the argument that the justifications that the U.S. provided for the Iraq War were either insufficient or intentionally disinforming.
So
wait, you're going down what?
I'm literally going down the UNSCR mandates and what they required Saddam Hussein to do. I'm building the case that he repeatedly violated them before the Iraq-Kuwait war, that he was given these mandates, and he continued to violate the mandates in the same way that he did before the Iraq War, after the Iraq-Kuwait War, and after the Iraq-Kuwait War. So I have 8 questions about what he did before the Iraq-Kuwait War. I have questions about the material that was contained within the UNSCRs, and then I have material directly related to repeated Iraqi violations of those statements of the UNSCRs.
Okay.
So
which are the legally binding international agreements.
Is justification for invasion of a country? Like, do you think that is like the basis for any country?
I do, and I would like to get through all the points so the entire audience who may not be familiar with Iraq are familiar or get acquainted with the facts of who Saddam was, what his country did, and why it wasn't specifically only the WMDs, why there was a case for the war in Iraq.
Go ahead. Okay. Sorry.
All right. So did Saddam kill 8,000 Barzani Kurds between July and August of 1983?
I believe that it happened.
Sure. Okay, sure. Did Saddam kill 4,000 people in the Abu Ghraib prison massacre in 1984?
I would buy that it happened.
Sure. Did Saddam kill or order the killing of between 50,000 and 182,000 Kurds and other Iraqi minorities during the Anfal genocide?
I believe that it happened.
Sure. Did Saddam kill 5,000 civilians with chemical weapons in Jalabja on March 16th, 1988?
I believe that. I believe that there are all these cases. I don't contest that the Iraqi regime was a horrible regime, but that's not really what's up for debate.
Yes, but specifically in the UNSCR, one of the conditions of the Iraq Kuwait War, which we'll get to in a second, was an end of the repression of the Iraqi people. And I'm making the case that his repression was continuing happening. So I would like to make the case that he did it before and he was continuing afterwards. So my next question is, did Iraq illegally invade Kuwait?
Yes.
Did the Iraq-Kuwait war end in a ceasefire?
I believe so.
Did the UN name the United States as the party responsible for enforcing the terms of the ceasefire?
Again, I believe so. I mean, I'm not...
All right, sure. Did UNSCR 678 authorize all UN member states to use all necessary means to uphold and implement Resolution 660 and all subsequent relevant resolutions and to restore international peace and security in the area?
Wait, uphold which resolution? You said 660, but what does that entail?
660 was the one that began the first Iraq-Kuwait war.
And what is that resolution specifically? That we have an obligation to intervene when certain weapons are used against populations, or what is it?
UNSCR 660. I can link it to
Condemns
you.
the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait and demands Iraq's immediate withdrawal, calls upon intensive negotiations between Iraq and Kuwait, decides to meet again regarding further... I mean, this is like a Gulf War resolution. I don't really know what the relevance is to whether or not Saddam...
So this is the first resolution in a series of resolutions about the Iraq-Kuwait war that the entire international body came to recognize as important to ending that conflict. So there's a whole series of them that started with 660. So 678 was the first one after the end of the war.
Can I just, okay, I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that we have, so for this timeline, in terms of what you're laying out, and if you feel like this is irrelevant, you can tell me to shut the fuck up. It sounds like you are pointing to a resolution that was created to resolve the war after Iraq's invasion into Kuwait. But then all of the other massacres that you listed, did that happen before the
So all of these happened before the Iraq-Kuwait war.
Okay, so then it's not necessarily relevant if these were resolved after, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, just establishing that, okay.
Okay. So did UNSCR 687 require that Iraq must unconditionally accept the destruction, removal, or rendering harmless under international supervision of all chemical and biological weapons and all stocks of agents and all related subsystems, components, and all research, development, support, and manufacturing facilities?
Sure.
Did UNSCR 687 require that Iraq must unconditionally agree to not acquire or develop nuclear weapons or nuclear weapons usable material or any research, development, or manufacturing facilities?
I would need to check the actual text of the resolution, but I trust you.
Sure, you're welcome to do that. Did UNSCR 687 require that Iraq must unconditionally accept the destruction, removal, or rendering harmless under international supervision of all ballistic missiles with a range greater than 150 kilometers and related major parts and repair and production facilities?
Sure, sounds right to me.
All right. Did UNSCR 687 require that Iraq must not use, develop, construct, or acquire any weapons of mass destruction?
Okay, wait, real quick, because rhetorically this is a little not fair. Can we just, can you just list off everything you're about to say here? I'm assuming he's probably going to agree with everything.
So I'm going to go through UNSCR 688, 715, 949, 1051, 1060, 1115, 1134, 1137, 1154, 1194, 1205, 1284, 1441.
And the majority in these resolutions all pertain to specific restrictions placed on the country in terms of...
Yes, and repeated violations of the same acts, therefore.
Okay.
So,
and all of these were prior to the first Gulf War? Or
all these are between the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War.
Okay, these are between the first and the second. Okay.
Correct. So these are repeated attempts to ensure that Iraq disarms, that Iraq allows UN and IAEA inspectors in, that Iraq ceases sealing all these weapons of mass destruction, rotated materials and facilities, that they must cooperate with UN weapons inspectors, that they stop tampering with UN inspector monitoring equipment, that they ensure the safety of the UN weapon inspectors, and this is repeatedly over and over and over again.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think, my guess is going to be that Lederer probably isn't going to disagree with you, like literally listing off or reading something that Saddam committed or like an actual resolution from the UN.
Sure. Okay, great. So there's about 40 questions pertaining to those, of them essentially the same 5 questions over and over. So did Iraqi defector Adnan Ilsan Saeed al-Hidiri reveal credible information about 20 circuit facilities for chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons in 2001?
I don't know.
Okay, wait, this seems pretty important. This seems pretty material too, because I'm guessing, Lighter Up, your argument is going to be that there was no credible intelligence related to Iraq
Sure,
violating
it's fine
these
if he's
crimes.
not sure about this one. There's a lot of things that we can discuss. So
Okay, sure. But it seems like if we leave enough of these on the table, he's essentially conceded through lack of...
Well, yes, because the case is open and shut.
Well, okay, fine.
So I don't think the case is open and shut. I mean,
All
like,
right, no, that's fine. I just want to go through my list of facts that we have.
Before you go through your list, can I actually offer like some, I think, explanation of what actually occurred in regard to the disarmament of Iraq? What you've cited so far are a number of instances in which Iraq was condemned by the United Nations.
So to be clear, there's over 100 instances of torture, mutilation, blackmail, production of chemical weapons, attempting to evade UN sanctions, attempting to failing to account for their weapons, intentionally obfuscating human rights attempts to reconcile people. I don't think we can just gloss over all these things.
I'm not trying to gloss over them, but like I mean,
these are literally cited in the UN Security Council
resolution. Okay, wait, let him. We got it. Okay, wait. Let Lighter Up respond because it's pretty clear that you've laid out like a compelling case. Go. Okay, what?
I agree that Iraq has done a huge number of terrible things and was not Saddam's regime was awful, but there are a number of other terrible regimes in the world. North Korea is a terrible regime. It doesn't mean that we should therefore be involved in
did North Korea
overthrowing the regime. Those are two separate questions. The regime can be awful.
So to be clear, the terms of the ceasefire of the first Iraq war were that Saddam comply with all of these things. You're saying he didn't comply with any of these things, but it's okay that we didn't have a reason to invade him.
So I'm going to push back on this like non-compliance question, and I'm going to cite here.
Okay, so I'm going to keep going.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. We should let him respond a little bit rather than going through literally every single instance that I was.
He's going to say he's going to push back on the non-compliance, but then deny the facts of the non-compliance. I don't really.
I guess like I'm sorry, you're referencing specific like UN resolutions that like I'm not entirely.
So these are specific UN resolutions that are the very basis for our legal involvement in Iraq. I'm not sure to say. All right, so now we're outside of the UNSCRs, where we agree that those 6 things happened and that these UNSCRs were as I described. So now I'm giving you specific violations of all of the causes. I have over 100 that we can go through. And so if you're saying that these resolutions were as I described they are, and you're saying that these events happened.
Okay, wait. Okay, chill. Okay, hold on. Chill, okay? So
the invasion occurred in 2003. You're referencing violations of UN resolutions that occurred well prior to 2003.
No, that started in 1992, the year after the first resolution, through the year 2002, the year prior to the second invasion. They were never in compliance with the UNSCRs. They never attempted to be in compliance with the UNSCRs.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me digest this. Okay, Lighter Up. I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Sure.
Do you believe the first Gulf War was justified?
Yes, I think the first Gulf War was absolutely justified.
Okay, so I think what Rage Pope is going to argue is that the first Gulf War, if we come from a common understanding that the first Gulf War was justified, that there were conditions set prior to and after that war that the UN agreed these conditions are required to be met to keep Iraq in good standing and to avoid whatever happens as a result of them not staying in good standing. So what Rage Pope sounds like he's making the argument is that there exists sufficient evidence that stands in the contrary to them being in accordance with those UN resolutions. And he's saying because after the first Gulf War that we agree was justified, when they continued to fail to meet those HR resolutions, it justified a subsequent invasion. Is Rage Pub, without naming a million things, am I relatively correct in what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Lighter Up. So with that point, assuming that we're not going to read through every single HR resolution, what was your problem with that argument?
I'm not reading through resolutions now. I'm reading through actual breaks in what the UNSCR required.
Yeah, okay, sure. So my guess is Lighter Up. Do you believe that those conditions failed to be met? And then if they were failed to be met, do you think that justified an invasion? Are the two questions basically? You go.
Yeah, so I mean, my basic position on this is that as of 2002, immediately prior to the invasion of Iraq, the UN had found that Iraq was in compliance with the WMD disarmament, that sanctions had been effective in maintaining an Iraqi state that could be an effective member of the international community. And that while Iraq had demonstrated a history of misbehavior in terms of its pursuit of WMDs, that it had abandoned its weapons programs, and that all evidence pointed to there being not a reason to therefore invade the country. Now today we have a similar debate. I think.
Wait, whoa! Let him finish. Go.
I just want to. I mean, this is like kind of a segue, so I think
that's
we can
fine.
just cut it off there. You can respond.
Okay, got you. So it seems like, so Lighter Up, you're focused on the idea that the WMD program, the UN had sufficient reason to believe that the brakes had been pumped on that program, that they were in compliance, and at least with that one thing. Is okay, Rage Pope.
So I'm going to say that let's look at UNSCR 1441, which was written in November of 2002. It decided that Iraq had been and remains in material breach of its obligations under relevant resolutions, in particular through Iraq's failure to cooperate with UN inspectors and the IAEA and to complete the actions required in Resolution 687. So you can say that, but that's materially not true. The burden was on Iraq to prove that they were in compliance. They had not, since 1998, allowed any inspectors into the country, and that is materially false. We can go through their human rights violations since 2000. In April 2000.
Okay, wait. Nothing else.
Right,
okay,
so
hold on. Wait. Yeah, so nothing else matters right now. So Lighter Up, your case seems to rest on the idea that they were in compliance. Now we have a material disagreement on whether that compliance existed. So how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So in late 2002, about 5 months prior to the invasion, there was an issue with Iraqi compliance with UN weapons inspectors, and the UN initiated a resolution supporting peaceful and diplomatic disarmament of Iraq. And that's a very specific use of language there. I can pull up the specific resolution number here. I can send, like, I don't know, should I send links in the chat or something along those lines?
You can send whatever links you want.
Okay. So the basic text of it indicating that this was I don't actually know what the number on the resolution is, but regardless, the UN resolution called for a peaceful disarmament to the program, and UN weapons inspectors were given unprecedented access to Iraq. No country had permitted such access to weapon inspectors without being invaded or occupied prior. And the IAEA chief then reported in February of 2003, still about a month before the U.S. invasion, stating that the UN Security Council and Iraqi Cooperation Search for WMD has not found any biological, chemical, or nuclear weapons activities, and that the prescribed missile programs that you had previously mentioned, by the way, had been discovered and disabled. At this point, it's a month prior to the invasion, you'd found that Iraq had completely complied with all UN sanctions and all UN weapons.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence.
Sure.
So let's go to 2002.
So the justification for the invasion of a country should be based on.
I have so many things that I would like to get in here where they were actually doing things.
That's not a justification.
The limited access they were allowed was insufficient for all of the other violations that they had. So one of the key components was that Iraq not be a state sponsor of terrorism. So in 2002, did Iraq shelter terrorist groups, including the Mujahideen al-Khawq organization? Did they shelter prominent Palestinian terrorist organizations, including the Palestine Liberation Front? No. Did they shelter the Abu Nidal organization? Did these groups receive or have offices in Baghdad and receive training, logistical support, financial aid from the government of Iraq? In April 2002, was Saddam responsible for increasing the...
Okay, wait, hold on. So we're going to have to start... If we're having if we're having a material disagreement, we have to resolve this before going forward. Okay, hold on. Chill. Okay. So let's focus right now, okay, on resolving some of the material disagreements. So let's talk hold on, let me just finish. We're going to talk very specifically right now about state sponsors of terrorism, okay, before I guess we revisit the WMD thing, right? So you can go through each of these one at a time. And so, Lighter Up, my understanding is that for at least this leg of your argument, it's pretty important that you establish that Iraq was not sponsoring terrorism as a state, as a matter of like state doctrine or as a matter of unofficial state doctrine. This seems to be pretty important to your argument. And you seem to have a material disagreement here, so now you guys need to resolve this. Okay, so Rage Poe can begin with one, Lighter Up can respond, go for it.
Sure. In April 2002, did Saddam increase the reward for Palestinian homicide bombers from $10,000 to $25,000?
I don't know. Can I just make
the answer is he did. They were continuing to weaponize terrorism as one of their state tools.
Wait, state tools against who?
state tools against other regional enemies. So in that
So
particular
like
case,
doesn't
it's
threaten
real.
the United States. In which case, why are we justified in invading the country?
Well, so
Why is
wait,
that
hold
a
on, real quick.
for
So
US invasion?
that would be, so my question to you there, if that was your answer, is what would the justification then be for the first Gulf War? Because it seems like, because it seems like them gassing like curved
justification
people.
for the first Gulf War is very simple. The Iraqi government had invaded a country, Kuwait, in a war of aggression that was not condoned by the international community, and threatened to invade Saudi Arabia, which would have given it control over most of the world's oil production. The United States was very concerned, and for good reason, with the Iraqi government becoming an oil hegemon and controlling the access to oil for the world, which would have been very dangerous both for national security and for the world's stability.
Sure,
Now,
but if
I think there's a really good case.
Yeah, I understand that, but so like, so if
Sure.
we take it for granted, if we all assume, or if we all accept the idea that Iran is antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia, so recently we've seen like Iranian attacks probably against Saudi Arabian, I think refineries in the form of like drone attacks or the limpet mines in the Strait of Hormuz, like this type of stuff is going on. Is it reasonable to assume that if Iraq is rewarding or awarding suicide bombers money for attacks, that could represent a geopolitical threat to U.S. interests in the region? Is that too big a stretch, or because I imagine that would be the argument that is what we're talking about, right?
I mean, literally, they were not allowed to sponsor terrorism, and they were doing it. We don't even have to go that far. They're in violation of the ceasefire agreement.
Not allowed to sponsor terrorism also, though, like applies to a number of organizations, including the United States, or a number of states, including the United States, right? Like, numerous countries are state sponsors of terrorism, and whether or not you sort of view that as condemnable depends on where you sit.
Well, I mean, as a condition for the ceasefire of Kuwait that United States was set to enforce, it seems like they're in violation of that. Do you agree?
I don't know, frankly. I don't know if they were in violation of the Kuwait. I will say, like, the United Nations had not given an endorsement of a U.S. invasion of Iraq, which is like the real.
So the United States
was not a
was
WMD
authorized
program,
by the
which was a
UN.
false claim that you made, and you've yet to sort of
No,
substantiate.
it's not a false claim. So you agreed that the UN authorized the United States to enforce.
Wait, hold on, what are you guys? Light her up, go.
Even in the event that a state is supporting terrorism or has a WMD program, that does not necessarily mean that it's a good idea to invade that state. As I mentioned just a moment ago, no, it doesn't. Because numerous states, including U.S. allies, engage in the same type of activity. And if we were to endorse that principle,
when did the United States pay suicide bombers?
To the international system. And
when
if
did the
you want to
United
live
States
in
pay
what you would
suicide
say
bombers?
is a rules-based international system based on international law, then we should not be engaging in wars of aggression like the war we engaged in Iraq. And we should be engaging in wars.
Can you please answer my question? When was the United States paying for suicide bombers?
When was the United States paying for suicide bombers? I don't know, but the United States supported the Contra during like the invasion of Nicaragua. The United States supported.
We're not talking about the invasion of Nicaragua. We're talking about the invasion of Iraq. When
Sure, but you asked me
did the United States engage in paying terrorists to commit suicide bombings?
That's not the only kind of terrorism.
Well, that's the argument that you just made as to why it
No,
was
man,
okay for Saddam Hussein to increase the award for Palestinian suicide bombers from 10,000 to 25,000.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so so Rage Pope. So his claim is essentially that like you're saying that like as one leg of your argument, we can justify invasion of Iraq because they were violating some UN resolution saying that they weren't allowed to support terrorists or money related to terrorists. If the United States was engaged in the same activity, would Germany have a right to invade us? Is essentially what he's saying.
There's no international treaty requiring that the United States not do that. I guess, yes, they would have a right to invade us if we were doing that, sure. But if we're following the international rules, again, we can go back to those original UNSCRs where Iraq was obligated to comply with, that the United States was chosen as the enforcer of those rules, and that the authorization was for any and all use of force necessary to ensure Iraq's compliance up to and including invasion.
Okay, this is where the disagreement is going to happen, okay? So it seems to be the case that the UN laid out some set of conditions that if these failed to be met, it justified some sort of intervention. So it seems like we agree that the conditions weren't met, but it seems like the disagreement might be over whether or not that justified an intervention.
A full decade trying to get them in compliance with a number of sanctions that Iraq was avoiding, with a number of other things, and they still weren't in compliance, that eventually, after 11 years and hundreds of egregious violations of human rights, weapons development, lying about armaments, development of weapons outside of those capabilities, that it would then be justified?
Sure. So the disconnect here, I think, is that you think that because they were in violation of these UN sanctions, that
so it wasn't just that they were in
wait, let him finish. Let him finish. Hold on, wait. Let her finish. Okay, go.
That because they're in violation of these sanctions, that therefore an invasion was justified. But
So
nowhere
it-
in any of the
it
UN
wasn't
resolutions.
just that they were-
Wait, let him finish. Let him finish.
Nowhere in any of these UN resolutions does it state that because Iraq, or if Iraq is not found to comply, that the United States can then by force invade the country and force them into compliance by overthrowing the regime. That's sort of this like
so
non-state.
I'm going to go back to the very first resolution, which I already read to you. Did it? So let me go pull it up again. All right. So
Could you also send this to me on
did
Discord?
it say that all UN member states could use all necessary means to uphold and implement Resolution 660 and all subsequent relevant resolutions and to restore international peace and security in the area? What does all necessary means to uphold and implement that mean?
I mean, I like would need to read the text of the resolution.
Oh, so I just read it to you word for word. All UN member states were allowed to quote.
Link
use
it.
all
Wait, link this
necessary
in.
means-
Link it in chat. Link it in chat. So we just have the text.
Because, I mean, I will also point out, right, like as of 2002, the UN is supporting disarmament, but on the condition that it occurs through peaceful and diplomatic means.
Yes,
So,
and
I'm a
so
little
they
bit-
spent 11 years and 16 resolutions revolving directly around WMDs and a number more involving economic sanctions that Iraq continued and repeatedly violated. Every single major mandate of UN resolutions 660 and 678 was violated numerous times. When you try to put economic sanctions and it doesn't work, when you try to give them the oil for food program to let them bring in food for their people, and they choose to continually violate that by exporting oil illegally, using that for WMD research and for personal benefit. When you bring in more people, when they spend 5 years of not allowing UN inspectors in, when they deny sanctions relief for religious pilgrimage, when they literally torture their own civilians, when they disappear journalists, where do you draw the line? How long do you have to wait until...
I realize like where you're getting this from. This is for the Gulf War specifically. This was a resolution that was passed specifically to justify the U.S. invasion of Kuwait during the
Yes,
Gulf
and these
War.
were continuations of the Gulf War because the Gulf War wasn't...
Wait, okay, let him finish.
distinct from the 2000s free invasion of Iraq. There is no justification based on this that this is not like a justification for the invasion of Iraq.
Okay, wait. So this
to the U.S. invasion or the invasion. Of
wait. So this seems to be a material disagreement. So Rage Pope is arguing that there was a continuation of the violation of these resolutions, and that there had been exhaustive effort. Okay, so let me lay out a couple of material things, so later up, and then if you disagree, then we can go here. So materially, Rage Pope seems to be asserting that at the end of the first Gulf War, there were some resolutions that were asserted. Between the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War, or the war in Iraq, it seems as though Iraq had failed to meet its obligations, and that the U.S. and the UN had taken an exhaustive approach in order to encourage them. So Rage Pope has brought up the oil for food program. Rage Pope has brought up nondescript other sanctions, and it seems as though Iraq has failed to meet its obligations despite those exhaustive efforts. So then it seems like, so he hasn't said it, but then it seems like Rage Pope's, what he's implying is that like if all of these efforts have been exhausted, they're not in compliance, that the U.S. has some reason to go to war to force the compliance essentially after via regime change or something else. So do you disagree like materially with any of that, or?
So, I mean, I don't disagree with the overall rationale, but I do disagree with like the empirics of the question, right? So for one, the resolution you just like referenced, 678, is for the Gulf War, not for the 2003 invasion of Iraq.
Wait, yeah, so it's referenced for the Gulf War, but my understanding, based on what Rage Pope has said, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or he's wrong, my understanding of what he said is that these resolutions were continuing. So, for instance, I go into
that is false.
Wait, so what?
False.
Oh, so now we have a material disagreement. This should be very easy to settle on whether or not the resolutions for the first Gulf War were continuing up to the second one. Is it Rage Pope? How do you answer that? Go.
Yes. So I'm just going to go to UNSCR 678. which is a recalling and reaffirming Resolution 660 of 1990, 661, 662, 664, 665, 666, 667, 669, 670, 674. So that's the first one. You can go to 678.
Okay, wait. So, okay, hold on, wait.
What do those all pertain to?
Yeah.
What do those all pertain
So
to?
these are all directly pertaining to the Iraq-Kuwait war. So
Yeah.
678 specifically says, noting that despite all the efforts by the United Nations, Iraq refuses to comply with its obligation to implement Resolution 660 and the above-mentioned subsequent resolutions in flagrant contempt of the UN Security Council. Mindful of its duties and under the Charter of the United Nations for the maintenance and preservation of international peace and security, determined to secure full compliance with its decisions, and under Chapter 7 of the Charter, demands that Iraq fully comply with Resolution 660 and all subsequent final relevant resolutions, and decides while maintaining all its decisions to allow Iraq one final opportunity as a pause of goodwill to do so. So this is in 1990 that Resolution 678 was the subsequent and last ultimatum for Iraq to comply with the terms of the ceasefire of the Iraq-Kuwait war. And we went on for 14 more resolutions where they continued to give Iraq warnings, and Iraq continued to violate them.
Sure. I mean, this is a great justification for the Gulf War, but this has nothing to do with the 2003.
No, this is post-Gulf War.
No, this is not post-Gulf War. This is pre-Gulf War. These are the resolutions.
So this one is post-Gulf War. Sorry, 680,
which one is this?
I believe is the first one after the Gulf War.
Which one? Resolution which?
688.
688. Okay, I'll pull this one up.
So there's 688, there's 715, there's 949, there's 1051, there's 1060, there's 1115.
So, I mean, these are like condemnations of Iraq for the repression of people in Iraq. These are indications.
So these are material violations of UN weapon inspectors. These are refusal of Iraq to allow inspectors to interview people. 1134 is, again, another condemnation. There's 1137, which is another condemnation, and them trying to threaten UN aircraft operated. There's 1137, which is...
Look, I mean, I understand there are a lot of resolutions that condemn Iraq for its behavior, and I don't dispute that Iraq was...
So if this started in 91...
Wait, let him just finish his response, okay? Because we're like hardcore steamroller right now. Okay, go. So you understand there's a lot of resolutions and condemnations. Let her up, go.
Yeah, so I understand that Iraq is a country that was, in violation of UN sanctions, but in relation to the specific sanctions around WMDs, you have still not disputed the claim, the most important claim, which was the justification for the invasion, that Iraq was in violations of the sanctions related to WMDs in 2003.
Okay, sure. You want me to just go through all the WMDs?
Wait, let him finish his sentence!
And
go.
After the war, by the U.S. government's own investigation, that Iraq was in compliance with all the WMD sanctions.
Okay, I totally agree.
Wait, let him finish! Okay.
Can we just... All right, so... Did Iraq admit to producing biological agents, specifically the weaponization of thousands of liters of anthrax, botulinum toxin, and aflatoxin to use with Scud warheads, aerial bombs, and aircrafts?
Did Iraq destroy its program in 1995 and 1996? Check mark.
Those were 5 years after that they were supposed to do it in 1991, and they didn't.
But it was also 8 years before the invasion. Like, I don't know. Like,
So let's continue. That's why I wanted to go through all these facts now. So in 1995. Did the UNSCOM report to the UN Security Council that Iraq failed to account for 3 tons of growth material for biological agents?
Yes.
All right. So in 2001, did the DoD report conclude that Iraq had continued work on its weapons programs, including converting their L-29 jet trainer aircraft for potential vehicles for delivery of chemical or biological weapons?
In 2002, did the UN conclude that the Iraqi
clearly
government
not,
did not
because
have a
they
WMD
gave
program?
continued resolutions stating that they were.
Do you care about any of the facts relevant to the actual invasion?
Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to I'm going to cut through this. Okay. Okay. Was Iraq in violation currently of any of these resolutions? On the precipice of the Iraq War, the second Gulf War. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me just finish this, okay? We need to have a conversation pertaining to those. If Iraq was in violation of something post first Gulf War, and then it resolved that in 95, that doesn't serve as it doesn't even serve as part of an argument to an invasion in 2000. in 2001.
Okay, sure.
Right?
Let's go to
Okay.
November 2002. This is the last one given by the UNSCR. This is Resolution 1441. So I'm just going to read this to you. So recalling all the previous relevant resolutions, blah, 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 recognizing the threat Iraq's non-compliance with Council resolutions and proliferation of WMDs and long-range missile poses to international peace and security, recalling that its resolution authorized member states to use all necessary means to uphold and implement its resolution, blah, blah, blah. Deploying the fact that Iraq has not provided an accurate, full, final, and complete disclosure as required by Resolution 687 of all aspects of its programs to develop weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles with a range greater than 150 kilometers, and of all holdings of their weapons, or such weapons, their components, and production facilities and locations, as well as all nuclear programs, including any of which it claims are for purposes not related to nuclear weapons usable material. Deploying further that Iraq repeatedly obstructed immediate, unconditional, and unrestricted access to sites designated by the UN Special Commission, and the International Atomic and Energy Agency failed to cooperate fully and unconditionally with the UNSCOM and IAEA weapons inspectors as required by Resolution 687, and ultimately ceased all cooperation with UNSCOM and IAEA in 1998. Deploying the
Wait, hold on. Okay, because this is like 10 pages. Okay, we're not reading all this. Right? Okay, sorry. Go.
Where does this resolution provide justification for war? Because this is the one that I mentioned earlier.
Wait, real quick. Hold on, wait. Yeah. Okay, finish, lighter up. Go.
That stated that the only sort of support the UN was going to provide was for a diplomatic and peaceful resolution to the disarmament of Iraq.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm going to respond here, okay, because holy fuck, okay? So Rage Pope is saying that within this resolution, 1441 in 2002, okay, in this resolution, it specifically harkens back to Resolution 678, which authorizes member states to use all necessary means to uphold and implement Resolution 660. If that's the case, I would assume, reasonably so, that all necessary means to uphold and implement Resolution 660 probably includes war, would be my guess, which I think is reasonable. So the response would need to be in response to that.
Well, the text of the resolution says that it provides support. I think it's referencing back to those in the sense that it understands that Iraq has previously been in violation of UN Security Council demands, but it's not providing a all necessary means justification for the response to, or in order to force Iraq into compliance for disarmament.
Well, so this resolution so I'm just reading 14. I've never read these before, okay, because I don't have a fucking time to read Iraq War. But so I'm in reading through this resolution. It looks like it's about 6 pages. It feels like these are going through and providing like material reasons for why. So, for instance, deploring the fact that Iraq has not provided an accurate, full, final, and complete disclosure as required by another resolution of all aspects of its programs to develop weapons of mass destruction, and then deploying further that Iraq repeatedly obstructed immediate, unconditional, and unrestricted access to its sites. And then I'm guessing if we read on and on and on, there's more and more and more. So it feels like this is laying out not only the justification for the war, such that these are the things that they're currently in violation of, it's also laying out at the beginning that a resolution was adopted that says, like, we said that we were going to use all means necessary to provide these. So that's
Yeah, sure. So item 10 of the resolution, I guess, gives like sort of the main thrust of what it's asking for, which is to give full support to the UNMOVIC and the IAEA, which are the two weapons inspectors organizations that would then go into Iraq over the course of the next 5 months and look into its WMD program to determine whether there were any WMDs there. Now, as I mentioned before, in February of 2003, those two organizations then reported that there were no WMDs in Iraq, which ends the case for the war in any means or in any way whatsoever. Additionally, what is put forth, sorry, don't interrupt me.
Wait, let him finish, and then you can respond to this point. Okay, go. All right.
So the final point here, right, is that there's no point whatsoever within this mandate which says anything beyond supporting these weapons inspection agencies in completing their weapons inspections. There's not an argument here for a war. There's no by any means necessary within this resolution. I don't think that this was constituted as justification for a war in Iraq, and it was not understood by the international community at that time to be a endorsement of a invasion of Iraq, and we saw that given the immediate negative reaction from the international community when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003. So to claim that it was some sort of endorsement of that is, I think, just false.
I'm just going to read this, and then everyone can make their own decision about what it means. recalling that its Resolution 678 authorized member states to use all necessary...
Wait, are you really reading the 6-page resolution?
No, just one paragraph.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
It's Resolution 660 of 2 August and all relevant resolutions subsequent to Resolution 660 and to restore international peace and security in that area. So again, they have already, back in 1990, authorized all member states to use all necessary means that included the first Iraq-Kuwait war, that the war ended in a ceasefire with 6 necessary conditions for Iraq to comply with, that they still were not in compliance as of November 2002 with any of these, that they had repeated violations and numerous resolutions passed in the interim. So this wasn't the first time that they were being warned, and that this was the final time, and they have been told it is the final time several times before, that this was the last one, and then we finally went through with it. I don't know how many times you have to tell somebody they have to be in compliance, how many times you can let them kill hundreds of journalists, torture, rape, and kill systematically all sorts of people before it becomes justified that they're violating the terms of a ceasefire, not the end of the first war.
One clarifying question I'm going to ask before later response: have they been engaged in that systematic killing of people post 1990? Because it seems unfair to bring up things that they've done prior to the first Gulf War as justification for the second Gulf War. So I would say that if we're going to give criticisms of Iraq or provide a justification for the second Gulf War, I think it's vital that any of our criticisms remain relevant to stuff that happened post the Kuwait invasion, rather than stuff that happened prior to that is no longer occurring. I think that's important. For Rage Pope. Wait, did my internet cut out?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm just saying, when you listed like the death of journalists and the systematic killing of people, did that happen post 1990?
So the former Mukhabarat member, Khalid al-Janabi, reported that the Technical Operations Directorate used rape and sexual assault in a systematic and institutionalized manner for political purposes. There was let me get the general. There was a general, a former Iraqi general received videotape of security forces raping one of his family members in June 2000. The general was subsequently told by intelligence agents that another female relative was being held captive, and he was warned against speaking out against the Iraqi government. In October 2000, Amnesty International reported that the Iraqi government killed dozens of women accused of prostitution. Amnesty International reported that Iraqi security agents decapitated numerous men and women in front of their family members and displayed their victims' heads outside of their home for days. Iraqi security forces routinely and systematically tortured detainees, including branding, electric shocks administered to the genitals.
Okay, torture. Okay, so you are claiming. So after 1990, after 1991, you're saying that this still happened. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so light her up. Okay, go.
So, I don't debate that Iraq was in violation of its human rights in terms of human rights conventions, but there are numerous states on the world stage that are in violation of human rights conventions, and we don't intervene because we respect their sovereignty and self-determination.
Okay, wait. So real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on,
finish.
I'm still talking. I have a lot to say here.
Yep, finish.
Because it sets a bad example in terms of reciprocal relations between states, and we understand that. Additionally, Resolution 1441 did not represent a justification for a war in Iraq in the view of the U.S. Security Council, but a compromise between the French and Russian view and the American and British perspective. Quoting here from the Institute for Policy Studies, with a statement from a number of UN lawyers saying, the Council acquiesced to the U.S. by deciding that Iraq was and remains a material breach of prior resolution. It recalls that Iraq was warned and Iraq will face serious consequences as a result of its violations of its obligations. Although the material breach and serious consequences language will be used by the United States to argue the Security Council's implicitly authorized use of force to any Iraqi noncompliance, that is not a legally correct interpretation of the resolution. Let us be clear, the Security Council resolution does not change the decade-long position of the Security Council that only it can decide how to enforce its own resolutions. This is sort of the, I think, misinterpretation that you are committing here and does not fit with international law. Now, I posted that in the chat here.
Okay, wait, real quick. Hold on, because I don't want to waste time retreading arguments we've already made. So for the first thing I'm going to respond to is just because this has been brought up a couple times. So you've mentioned a couple times that we wouldn't invade just any country doing this. So Rage Pope has already responded to this, and Rage Pope is saying, well, maybe not, but they don't have specific UN resolutions pertaining to a specific war relating to those. So Rage Pope would say, we're not going into Iraq just because it's committing these atrocities. We're going in response to them committing these atrocities, like in response to the resolutions that have been passed, specifically barring acquiring these? Is Rage Pope's response to that? Now, insofar as what is the correct interpretation of 1441, I think it was, that seems to be something that there is contention about, which you two. So I imagine this is now centering on, Lighter Up is going to say, or you're saying that, like, even if they were in violation of these, and even if we were exhausting other means to get them to comply, that doesn't give us the authorization to go to war without, I'm guessing, what, Security Council approval or something.
These, even if we were exhausting.
Whoa.
Yeah, so there needs to be explicit endorsement of a invasion by the UN Security Council in order for it to be justified under international law, in order for it to be.
They already gave that authorization.
Wait, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
What I just read was 1441, and I posted in the chat, and I can post it again, is that 1441 was not an implicit authorization, that the UN Security Council doesn't operate in the world of implicit authorization.
The explicit authorization was already given under 660 and 678, and it was referenced in 1441, that the United States was the one to prosecute any enforcement action, and the enforcement action was all necessary means.
So 678 involved a number of different criticisms of Iraq. It involved
so 660.
Wait, let him finish. Wait, let him. Hold on. Let Lighter Up finish. Go. Sorry. Go ahead. Finish your
Recall
response.
678 does not mean that you can say that everything in 678 is carried over to 1441. Recalling means to simply say this is something that is inspiring this current resolution, not that saying that this is something that is, all the language from this necessarily carries over. And I know you're trying to make that claim. What I've just pointed to is that the interpretation of this by international lawyers is that it doesn't provide any implicit authorization for a war, and that the decades-long precedent for a explicit approval by the UN Security Council remains. And I think the immediate reaction to the U.S. invasion of Iraq by the international community and the members of the UN Security Council quite clearly affirms that this is the correct interpretation of what 1441 meant. Now,
so I'm going to go to the.
Wait, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
It's not really supported by what the UN lawyers say, what international law precedent says, or what the international community's response would indicate. So I don't really think you stand on very good ground here.
I believe so. So let me just go to the UN March report. So this is the UN MOVIC working report from 2003. So this is directly about Iraq's chemical weapon program and their conclusions.
Wait, hold on. Wait. This is not material to this. Okay, my question to you, Rage Pope, is why wouldn't the United States get affirmation from the Security Council if they already had, like, essentially authorization to do so?
So they were already affirmed by the Security Council through Resolution 660 and 678 that they had full authorization to use whatever force that they deemed necessary to keep Iraq in compliance with everything. So to say that 1441 doesn't explicitly authorize it when it's going back and recalling that they had already given explicit authorization to the United States and all member states to use all means necessary is frankly quite ridiculous when it was given 12 years ago, and that one specifically recalled that that authorization had already been given, and it repeats in 1441 that all necessary force remains on the table.
I think it's ridiculous to assume that the all necessary force provision, which applies to the Iraqi state invading Kuwait, right, invading another country in a war of aggression, is now being applied to invasion of Iraq 12 years later. I think that there is no...
Wait, let him finish! Rage Pub, I love you. Please, let him finish. Go. Okay, sorry. Go, let her out.
I don't think, as I've mentioned, there's a explicit precedent for a UN Security Council vote explicitly for a war resolution. That was not what occurred in 2003. It recalling that Iraq has previously been in violation of international law as part of Resolution 678 is not indicative of a justification for the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Now, this is not really highly disputed among international lawyers. This is not disputed among historians. This is not disputed among political scientists. Earlier when Rem was on, we discussed about appeals to authority and the extent to which maybe that they are a little bit unjustified. But I think you have a higher standard of evidence than I could misinterpret.
Okay, sure. So let's go to 2003.
Make the justification.
Let's go to 2003.
Wait, let him finish! Okay.
So March 2003, this is the UN MOVIC Working Committee paper, and I quote, "It is evident that Iraq's chemical warfare capabilities pose a significant regional threat."
UN MOVIC did not conclude that Iraq currently had a chemical weapons program.
Yes, it did. So here I'm going to read this to you. So Duyo's capabilities. So, although much of the infrastructure associated with Iraq's chemical warfare program had been damaged by bombing during the Gulf War, other civilian chemical plants remained untouched. Thus, petrochemical, fertilizer, and pesticide production plants remained intact and continued to operate post-war. Iraq has gradually added to these by expansion or the construction of new facilities. In addition, one of the former chemical warfare precursor plants at Al-Fallujah was refurbished and configured to produce chlorine for the purification of water.
Wait, okay, hold on, wait. Just give us a summary of these. We don't need all the text.
Okay, so
yes.
They rebuilt their chemical weapon programs. They added new launch pads to test rockets. They were parading long-range rockets in military parades in the 2000s and 2001s. By every aspect, they had continued progression on their weapons of mass destruction programs in violation of everything. This was reaffirmed in March of 2003 by the UN MOVIC committee. So to say that they weren't continuing to work on it and that the UN hadn't found these things are absolutely not true. They had continued to find gaps in Iraq's accounting. They had continued to be stonewalled. And to say that after 12 years of trying to get inspectors in and being denied repeatedly and stonewalled and having their planes threatened and having their equipment tampered with, that the next step couldn't be an invasion is absolute insanity. We have tried over and over to have those peaceful resolutions that the UN wanted, but Iraq failed to comply over and over and over again.
So I don't know which UN MOVIC, I guess, report that you're referring
March
to.
March 6, 2003.
UN MOVIC, March 6, 2003. I'll pull that up, but I mean, my understanding from the UN MOVIC report from March 6, 2003 is that they found absolutely no evidence of any sort of weapons program. In fact, 2 weeks before actually, I have the report here. This is part of my sort of preparation for this. Hans Blix, the leader of the UN inspector, reports that they received prompt access to sites, were able to perform professional, no-notice inspections all over Iraq and increase aerial surveillance, that there were not any verifiable claims about mobile weapons labs related to biological weapons. There was not any evidence of chemical or biological production.
So is absence of evidence...
Wait, let him finish!
So, no, it's not. But, like, that's not enough to justify
Iraq
war.
was required to provide evidence
that they
did not. A couple times. Let me just respond quickly to this. Like, so when you make the claim that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, that justifies war against any state in the international system. We don't have evidence necessarily that Mexico doesn't have a nuclear weapon that they might use against the United States.
But Mexico isn't under requirement by UN mandate to prove that they don't have chemical weapons. There is a difference between Mexico, who have no reason to suspect of developing a weapons of mass destruction program, versus Iraq, who systematically genocided civilians and continued to hide evidence of its weapons programs in defiance of a resolution
can I
requiring them
okay,
to prove
hold on real quick.
that they do not
So I have to push back on this type of evidence of or absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I mean, if that was the case, we could literally just start going to war with everybody ever.
So this
right?
was mandated under the UN Security Council resolutions that they provide evidence that they don't have it. And so they didn't provide the necessary information. There are multiple gaps in accounting that the UN mentioned in reports repeatedly throughout the years, and Iraq did not comply with it. So there's a difference between saying we didn't find anything in Iraq and they didn't have anything. They went around dual-use embargoes to get or to create new chemical weapons facilities, which could be easily converted over. They spent a lot of money maintaining their scientists. They, in violation of UN sanctions, repurposed a known biological weapons laboratory.
All right, let her up. Go. What?
So a lot of what you're referring to is from the Dulfer report, which was the 2004 U.S. investigation into whether or not the Iraqi government had a WMD program. Even they concluded that there was actually no evidence. This was the U.S. government that had just justified the invasion based on lies, right? And so had an interest in making sure that there were WMDs there. But even they concluded, look, Iraq doesn't actually have a WMD program. What they did try to speculate about is that Saddam was probably trying to make sure that after sanctions were lifted, he would be able to reinstitute some sort of weapons program. And I think that's like.
So, do you think that's okay that a genocidal person is allowed to continue to maintain their WMD capability in violation of the UNSCRs?
So the argument there is not that they were maintaining it, but that they might have been able to bring it back in the future. Which, like, yeah, I do think that's okay. I think that states have certain capabilities to pursue weapons programs innately, and are like, it's not very expensive to produce these WMD programs. It's going to be very difficult for us to try to prevent them from getting them again.
So
it
was okay for Iraq to maintain WMD programs.
Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, to be razor crystal clear, okay? What Lighter Up is saying is just absolutely correct. Iraq was not allowed to maintain said programs prior to whatever expiration date, but after the expiration date, it's an expiration date for a reason. Of course, they would be able to pursue those afterwards, whether they're genocidal or not. If we don't want them to pursue those, that would be up to us to create extended resolutions or something, right?
So we did. And
Okay.
they never even tried, even during the resolution, to stop with their research, and they continued with it.
So are you denying that the UN found that Iraq was in total compliance in 2002 and 2003 and that they were disarming their missile program in compliance with UN inspectors, that they had destroyed their WMD program, that there was not evidence of any WMD program whatsoever? Because that's what the 2003 report that you referenced from March 6 and /7 indicates. And I don't know where you're getting this claim that they actually had a sufficient chemical weapons program. The chemical production facility that was
that's
domestic.
Why I wanted to go through all the facts
used.
before we went through all of this, because again, these are factually not true. So let's just go back to I don't know. Let's go to the Foot and Mouth Disease Institute, right? So they admitted. So did Iraq admit that the Al Darwa Foot and Mouth Disease Vaccine Facility was a biological weapons facility?
The which facility?
The Al Darwa Foot and Mouth Disease Vaccine Facility.
Look, I don't know, but they destroyed their biological weapons program in '96. That's not really relevant.
But that's not true. This was so in 1998. They announced and began renovations on that facility without UN approval, assumingly to continue the development of their biological weapons program.
I don't, but there was no evidence of this that was found in either the post-invasion WMD investigation by the United States and UN, or in the 2003
evidence of absence is an absence of evidence. When they admitted that it was a WMD facility, and then they continued work on that WMD facility in violation of UN or without getting UN approval, does that make you think that they are continuing to develop a weapons program?
No, I mean, so like, I guess I don't know. I've never heard of this 1998 continuation. Can you post some sort of link to this? Because I'm extremely skeptical just based on some of the inaccuracies that you've put forward so far about the accuracy of this claim as well.
Okay.
To my knowledge, in 1996, they completed the destruction of their weapons program following a period of UN weapons inspection from 91 to 98.
Give me 1 second. I've got like 6 documents to look through. I should have these. I didn't have time for this. So,
dumb fuck. I'm sorry.
So this is in 2001 that it came through. I've got them as PDFs. Where do you want me to upload these, Destiny?
Throw them in DGG chat? Or wait, you just have a PDF? You don't have a link to it?
Yeah, I have PDFs because all the links were dead.
Send them to him on fucking Discord. Fuck.
Okay, give me a second.
Click and drag, baby. Look, I think, frankly, I'll post a link in the chat to what I think is the most reliable, summary of the reports on the access to, or the WMD programs in 2002 from the Carnegie Endowment of International Peace. It gives the assessments both of the United Nations investigators as well as the United States through the National Intelligence Assessment. Now, the National Intelligence Assessment finds that there were WMDs, but it's well documented, and I can provide evidence from a number of different interviews with members of the administration. They were pressured by the top-level officials to provide evidence that there was WMDs when there were not, whereas the United Nations finds that there's not any evidence.
So if they found evidence that there wasn't, why did they repeatedly say that there was evidence that they were doing this, and they repeatedly put it in UNSCRs?
So as of 2002 and 2003, what they're asking for is for compliance with weapon inspection, which is different from
these weapon inspections hadn't occurred for 5 years at this point? And this has been after...
Do you know why they hadn't occurred for 5 years?
Because Iraq would not allow people into the country.
I mean, do you know why they didn't allow people into the country, though?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me why they didn't allow people into the country?
So the CIA, cleverly, was using the UN weapons inspection team to spy on Iraq, essentially. And the Iraqi government found this out, and this was sort of actually used as intelligence for Operation Desert Fox in 1998, which the U.S. government bombed a number of Iraqi sites, including some suspected weapons production facilities that were essentially defunct, but also primarily Iraqi government buildings. 49 out of 100 targets were either Saddam's palaces or various different sort of government administration buildings. And it was essentially a decapitation attack meant to kill Saddam Hussein. So naturally after that, and after finding out the role that the United States had used the UN inspections team for, Iraq was a little bit less welcoming of inspections. Nonetheless, in 2002, they offered...
Wait, let him finish! Let her up finish. Go, sorry.
I was just saying, and still in 2002, they offered unprecedented access, and by 2003, the UN thought that there was no evidence that Iraq had any WMD program.
So, I mean, I don't think that's true.
Which part?
So my first question is, does this matter at all? It's still a violation of the UNSCR for them to refuse to allow access. My second, I'll let you
but
go,
they
and
did
then I'll
allow
go back to the second.
Wait, stop, hold on. Your question is, should it matter at all that they didn't allow access? Earlier, you tried to say that they didn't allow access, and the implication there was, if they're not allowing access, doesn't that mean they're developing WMDs? Which is a fair point. That would be my assumption. But Lighter Up has responded with, well, hold on. The reason they didn't allow access is because the CIA was essentially coming in, masquerading as investigators, and they used this to mark targets that they would later hit with Special Forces or Air Force or whatever they were doing. So if that, wait, let me finish! If that is the case, then your earlier implication doesn't hold up. Because now I would assume, well, hold on. It might not be that they're secretly developing WMDs. It might be the case that they just don't want the CIA coming into the country to mark additional targets, which is a fair counter. So, okay.
So there's two things. One, those targets that were hit were part of the weapons facilities that were supposed to be enforced by the UNSCRs. Two, it doesn't matter because lack of access to the UN inspectors is a violation in and of itself.
That might be the case.
That justifies a war.
Well, yeah, and it might be the case that lack of access is still a problem. I can acknowledge that, and I'll force Lighter Up to acknowledge that. However, the problem was just that you were implying that just because they cut off access meant that it's most likely that they're developing more weapons. But yeah, that's the only way I can
go through everything one step at a time. So now let's talk about what happened when there wasn't access. So Iraq displayed Al-Samud and Abibil 100 missiles during military parades during December 31, 2000. These Al-Samud rockets and Abibil missiles, the Al-Samud and Abibil 100 missiles were in violation of the WMD clause that they could not have rockets with range greater than 150 kilometers. During this time, they rebuilt structures dismantled by the UNSCOM that were originally designed to manufacture and build solid propellant motors for the Badr 2000 missile program.
Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, when you summarize these, can you just say, like, they showed weapons to a guy, not like they showed 15 missiles with painting on the bottom fin of the missile that has 700 pounds of fuel that's...
150 kilometers, which were in violation during this time.
Okay.
They built a new, larger test stand in their Al Rafah North facility so that they could test and build longer-range missiles. They rebuilt facilities that were dismantled by the UNSCOM that were used originally to design and manufacture propellant motors for their missile systems.
Wait, okay, wait. Which year is this, or like what?
So this is 2000. So this is after the supposed 1998 cease of people coming in, that they weren't allowing people in, but they were rebuilding facilities and they were showing off illegal weapons. This is why I wanted to go from the beginning so we can get the timeline straight.
So I'm fine with the timeline on things here. I'll just make a couple of points because the Al-Samud missile program you brought up was something that they agreed to dismantle following the beginning of UN weapons inspections in 2002. As a 2003 report,
this was in violation of the 1991 agreement.
It's a 2003 report states 2 weeks before the invasion, right? The UN inspector says that the Al-Samud missile program on the Al-Samud missile program, Iraq has accepted that these missiles and associated items be destroyed and has started the process of destruction under our supervision. Also, I just want to make a quick correction. Destiny, you mentioned that they were posing as weapons inspectors. They weren't posing as them. They were just surveying their materials and using that as intelligence information. So it's not quite as
well, sure, but my understanding is that was a violation of that mandate. That the United States wasn't allowed to have that type of surveillance going on that would...
Yes, yeah. No, it was still a violation, yeah. And it was still,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
My point, I just wanted to correct it from a factual, just on the details of that.
Oh, sure, that's fine. But when we're asking here, was it right for Iraq to violate that mandate? Probably not, but it sounds like the United States was already in violation of that mandate if it was using inspection teams to mark sites for destruction later on, is how I would do it, but I could be wrong. But
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's the point I'm making. I just wanted the details to be corrected.
So... I don't think it's problematic that the United States was collecting information to target weapons programs that were in violation of UN sanctions.
Wait, real quick. Whether or not hold on, wait, real quick. So I'm not talking about whether or not it's problematic or not. My question is it in violation of the mandate? Because we're talking, because your Rage Pope, your argument right now is a very like by the books legal argument. It sounds like is what we're attempting to make, not a moral or ethical one. So the question is like by the books, was the U.S. in violation of its mandate by planning members in those teams in order to mark sites for destruction?
No, it was not in violation. Can you name me what function of the mandate that putting those inspectors as also spies breaks?
I don't know, but a quote that I'm reading is saying that in early 1999, it was revealed that the CIA, as well as possibly MI6, had planted agents in the UNSCOM teams, leading the UN to admit that UNSCOM had directly facilitated the creation of an intelligence collection system for the US in violation of its mandate. Now, maybe they're misquoting, or maybe they're just wrong or incorrect here, but that statement to me implies that there was some part of the mandate, and actually, I'm actually even going to appeal a bit to common sense. My understanding is that it's probably true that of most mandates that allow for inspection of like state secret systems, you're probably not allowed to use those inspections to facilitate the intelligence networks of potential enemies. That would be my guess. Like, for instance, if we found out that Stuxnet was invented because Iran had been forced to allow U.S. inspectors into their nuclear facilities, that probably wouldn't be okay. That would. I think that's probably a decent guess on my end. But go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I guess you can say it's in technical violation, but in terms of enforcement action, I would say it falls under all means necessary.
What do you mean?
That was not the view of the United Nations at the time, which denied that the United States was involved and said that doing so would have been...
okay, sure.
Well, and also that's not... They hadn't even violated it.
Was Iraq still in violation of the UN?
Wait, but they hadn't violated it. You can't put somebody on an inspection team and then later on, if somebody violates the thing, say, okay, well, I did it because I was enforcing it by all means. Like, this is like literally...
The thing. They found evidence that there was these weapon facilities, and then they bombed these weapon facilities that were in violation.
Even if they did find those weapons facilities, that still doesn't fall under the in all means necessary enforcement. This is literally like a preemptive, like, enforcement.
Sure, but does that mean everything Iraq has done is now invalid because the United States made one error?
No, of course not. I'm just saying that, like, if they were violating their mandate, I think it's worth bringing up here, but... Okay. So
I also just want to reiterate that, or sort of return to one of the earlier points. I had a chance to read this claim about a biological weapons facility. This was uncovered in 1996. It was subsequently destroyed. It was not something that was then reopened in the run-up to the Iraq War. We need to keep our timeline straight here, right? Like there was a weapons program for biological weapons that was destroyed in 1996. There was not a weapons program in 2003 when the invasion occurred.
So I want to push back on that because in 2001, Iraq announced that I was renovating the biological weapons facility that I had mentioned. This was not in 1996.
It was renovating,
this is something that Iraq said specifically. They announced this. Yes, this was the Al Dara foot and mouth vaccine facility. It was one of the two level 3 biocontainment facilities in Iraq.
But it wasn't being made into a biological weapons facility in 2001. It was not being renovated.
They were renovating the plant without UN approval, and they had already admitted that it was a biological weapons facility.
It didn't need UN approval so long as it was in compliance with UN inspections.
Yes, but it was not in compliance. They specifically announced they were renovating it without UN approval, and they had already admitted it was a chemical weapons facility, a biological weapons facility.
So was it in compliance in 2003 when the UN did inspect all of Iraq's facilities and had full access? That's like the major question.
So,
right?
I mean, we can go to the British dossiers in September 2002 that was still considered a facility of concern, right? So this is the thing. There's repeated violations over and over. You can push back on like one or two, but when you go through the hundreds of violations or thousands of violations, it's systematic and problematic. You can go one by one and say, sure, this might not have been. Sure, this might not have been. But when you go through everything as a whole, it's evidence that they're consistently trying to hide things, that they're consistently trying to push the envelope. There were 72 issues that the UN found with disarmament.
Sure, but that was not a justification for war in any sense. The UN had not given justification for war based on, Iraq kind of pushes...
What do you mean? The justification for war was...
Wait, let him finish! Let Lighter Up finish! Go.
Right, that's not the basis by which the UN gives an sort of justification for war. Gives justification for war based on a country being a clear and imminent threat, which was the claim that the United States was making about Iraq.
Okay, can I ask
Sure.
Can I? Okay, let me ask a question to either of you. Either of you are free to answer. Is there precedence for the United States or for any member of the Security Council or for the UN as a body, I don't know if it's possible, going to war with the country simply for violating a mandate from the UN that also doesn't count as like a war crime, like an internet, like people going in and murdering each other? Is there precedence for military action being taken against countries just for violating UN resolutions? Okay.
Would you consider the systematic rape and killing of their own civilians not a humanitarian violation?
There is not precedent.
I'm asking for precedents, not humanitarian violations, because I think there's like 9 or 10 ongoing genocides right now that exist that we could use as justification for war. But that's
right. And the U.S. could have put to the UN a proposal for a humanitarian intervention in Iraq. But what they chose to do, because Iraq at that point had ceased with its crimes against civilians, was to make a fictitious claim about Iraq having WMDs in order to justify the war. And when there wasn't substantive evidence to make the actual case for that, they just went ahead basically unilaterally with a couple of allies instead of getting UN support for it.
So it didn't stop with its crime against humanities. So this is a question for 2001, right? Did the government of Iraq, the government of Iraq continue to restrict an outright ban communal final prayer by Shia Muslims? They restricted loaning of books by Shia mosque libraries. They banned the broadcast of Shia programs like government-controlled radio. They banned the publication of Shia books. They banned funeral processions other than those organized by the government. They banned.
Under this principle, would the United States, would it be justified to invade the United States in like the 1950s because of the way it treated black citizens?
So one, we weren't under sanctions, and two, this wasn't the only thing that was
being
brought the case against Iraq. So each one of these individually is not justification for war. The systematic rape and torture of thousands of men and women is definitely in violation of their thing and is a justification for war. Their continued pushing the envelope of what was acceptable is a justification for war. Refusing to give ration cards to families whose children didn't attend Saddam Cubs camps where they were trained to shoot and jump out of helicopters is a reason to go to war. When you add up all of these in sum total, then yes, it becomes a justification for war at some point. You can say each individual one isn't enough, but when you add 1,000 violations,
I'll just point out this was not the view of the United Nations, right? There was not the view of the United Nations.
Why did it say in UNSCR?
So it didn't say that at any point that there was a justification for war, right? We've already established this. I don't really want to.
So the justification of war was literally them running down the 6 things that they asked in 660 and said they were still in violation after more than a decade.
Yeah. So the fact that it was in violation of different UN resolutions does not mean that it was therefore condoned by the United Nations for the United States to invade.
So you understand when those resolutions govern the peace?
Those are two separate points, right? You understand that. Can we establish that there are
two separate points? When the condition of peace is that you meet these 6 conditions and a decade and 16 resolutions later, you're still not in compliance with those, when does it become a justification for war? How long is Iraq allowed to remain in non-compliance with every major point of their preconditions for a ceasefire?
Until the UN reaffirms that there should be an intervention against the Iraqi government, which they did not do. There was very clear. There's a very clear process and precedent.
Says that it's okay. You just can't do anything, even though they violated every rule and every reasonable attempt to bring them in compliance with these rules.
So, I mean, first of all, the international community did take action in 2002 in getting weapons inspectors into Iraq, and Iraq did comply. And I feel like you keep ignoring this point, even though there's very clear evidence from the 2002 to 2003 inspections that began in November of 2002 that there was no WMD program in Iraq. And I don't really know why you keep dodging this point, which really just completely
they
takes
don't. We can go to the British in October of 2008 who say that there absolutely is evidence.
Stop.
Right?
We can't use the 2008 intelligence report as a justification
not
for
2008, 2002.
Wait,
so
but we can't.
2003. So the 2003 report that I'm citing, the
wait, stop.
reports 72 disarmament issues, and this is later than the one that he's claiming.
The 2003 UN MOVIC report is the one that I'm citing.
Yes, and that has 72 armament violations in there, or disarmament violations.
I don't like. I need you to link me what this is. What I have is
this is the Cluster UN MOVIC 2003 PDF. I'm going to upload this into general chat in DGG, and you can click on it. So general chat. Why did this not download? Oh, because it went to app data. 1 sec. All right, so this is in general chat. This is the UN MOVIC M2003-1. Unresolved disarmament issues, Iraq's prescribed weapons programs from March 2003.
Okay, can you summarize real quick? So as he reads, can you summarize for me? Because I'm too lazy to click this.
Yes, there's 72 disarmament violations, including missiles carrying chemical heads, development of chemical weapons, development of bombs to deliver biological warfare agents, missiles that can fly beyond 150 kilometers, thousands of artillery shells that could contain biological weapons that were not accounted for, 550 shells that contained chemical munitions that were not accounted for. There's a whole mess of stuff in there. You can like pick your poison.
72. Where like is?
I mean, you're gonna have to go through it. I'll add them up yourself if you want to go take a look at that.
So, like, I understand. I think. All right, reading this, it's pretty clear what this is laying out is the degree, the number of violations that Iraq has been in over the history. Developments from December of 1998.
These are current.
This is not, and there are a number of unresolved disarmament issues, but this doesn't disprove or discount the subsequent report from March 7th of 2003 by the weapons inspector Hans Blix for the United Nations to the UN Security Council, indicating that Iraq had been completely cooperative with weapons inspections, had been completely conceding and giving total access to the UN's weapons inspectors, and that there was no evidence of it having prescribed WMD material as the United
Destiny, can you pull Totally Mundane in from, he is in...
Wait, why?
General Lobby, I believe. Where do you go?
Wait, what for?
So
I'll just point out here, right, like this is...
He's in Priority Pass right now.
Okay, chill.
Like, this is a pretty well-documented example of the United States government lying to its citizens. There are
so this is the United Nations, not the United States government?
I'm just referring to like the general justification, right? So like also just I want to point out here, right, we've already conceded at this point that there were not, right, like nuclear weapons of any kind in Iraq.
Yes,
but we're
but
arguing that there might have been
weapons to have biological weapons, chemical weapons, repression of their civilians, terrorists supporting throughout the other nations. Everything that was assigned in that document. Sure, there weren't nuclear weapons.
Okay, let lighter up respond.
At no point in any of the UN resolutions you cited, or in any of the justification for the war that was given by the U.S. government, was the basis that it was for the Iraqis.
So I never argued that the U.S. justification for war was the justification.
Wait, let him finish.
My point?
Yeah, let him finish.
The basis for it was that Iraq posed an imminent threat to the United States. This is simply false. There was not a WMD program.
It was not a threat
there was not a chemical weapons program.
It was a threat to the region.
There's not a. Oh, I'm still talking. There was not a long-range missile program capable of reaching the United States. When weapons inspectors went in, the Iraqi government agreed to disarm the missile program that it had, the conventional one. It gave over all of the information it had on its chemical and biological weapons. It completely surrendered.
These are all materially false. Like,
no, it's not materially false. This is from the UN.
Okay, so this is.
Hold on, wait. Okay, we have a material. Okay, great, a material disagreement. These are the best types. Okay, now start with your first disagreement and resolve it. What is it? Okay, so what you say? You hold on, wait. You said wait. Okay, you said that what he just said was materially false. What is one claim that he said that you believe is materially false?
So from 2000 to 2002, Iraq conducted 9 static fires of their long-range missile.
Okay, do you agree with this?
That's not pertinent to the claim that I made. I said that in 2003, they agreed to disarm their long-range missile program. You haven't refuted that claim in the slightest.
They had agreed to disarm it in 1991. What makes them agree to disarm it in 2003 any different than 1991 or 1990?
I think the problem. Wait, let me just do this. The problem is that in given a justification for an invasion in 2003, it doesn't seem like it does well to give a violation that occurred in 2001. Because what Lighter Up is claiming is that in 2000 what?
In 2002.
Okay.
And it had happened every year from 1991 through 2000. And it was still happening at the beginning of 2003.
Okay, that's
sure. So, let me give an analogous example. This would be like if North Korea today gave unprecedented access to the UN weapons inspectors and the IAEA, and started handing over all of its nuclear weapons and its entire missile program, and then the U.S. decided to invade. That's the equivalent of what we're doing.
No,
that
this would have been if Iraq
sorry, no, it's not. It's literally the exact same. North Korea has been in violation of these agreements for years.
Wait, stop! Hold on, wait, light her up. Finish. Stop. Okay, light her up.
As soon as they come into compliance and they turn over everything, the U.S. invades. It set a horrible precedent for international law. It set a horrible precedent for having a rules-based international order, and it was a complete war of aggression on the part of the United States. And I'm really shocked that you're defending this, and again, you also just keep sort of changing the goalpost when I catch you in these factual fallacies. I'm a little bit shocked.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm saying that every year there was another violation and another violation and another violation. But you said in 2003, they said they were going to let people in and then they were going to disarm. When in reality,
so they did let people in 2003 and they began destroying their
yes,
program,
but they also let people in 1996 and they destroyed things and they rebuilt them. And then we let people in 1998 and that we destroyed things and they rebuilt them. And so they're doing the exact same thing that they had been doing over and over and over again. How many chances do you have to give a child throwing a temper tantrum before you stop believing that child?
So the analogy there is not really one-to-one. A country is not a child. Invading a country has a lot more consequences than disciplining a child in any respect. You understand that Iraq is currently a failed state, that the invasion of Iraq helped pave the way for Iranian dominance in the Middle East.
So the justification for the Iraq war has nothing to do with the consequences of the failed invasion?
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think
it does not. When you're justifying a war in advance, do we have to think about what's going to happen to that country? I don't think we have to do it. I mean, we can say that we made a lot of mistakes and we can learn, but justification for a war isn't justification for everything that happens after that war.
Absolutely it is. You have to, I think about what these consequences of the invasion are going to be.
So during the Second World War, should we have thought about the consequences of what happened to the entire Eastern European bloc?
Probably, but I think the justification for the war still outweighed the consequences of doing so. My point here is just that the consequences of invading Iraq were much worse than maintaining a sanctions regime on Iraq that seemed to be fairly effective as of 2003. Now, if Iraq had continued to violate it, then you can try to maybe reinstitute greater sanctions. Then maybe it becomes justifiable.
Let it finish!
At the point of 2003, Iraq's WMD program was actually at the weakest that it had ever been. In fact, the Dulfer report, which you've sort of referenced in various ways a couple of times, concludes in a really interesting way during his testimony. He says that the irony of all of this is that when he had weapons, they saved him, and when he did not have them, he was deposed. And I think this sent a pretty clear message to every possible nuclear-seeking state in the international world that had disagreements with the United States, which is that if you want to be safe from the United States and safe from invasion, the best thing to do is actually get nuclear weapons as quickly as possible, instead of respecting the sanctions regime. Because otherwise, the United States will invade you and will overthrow you because you have no deterrent against invasion.
They went around the sanctions regime. They used it to continue to...
They didn't have WMDs in 2003. I mean, you keep, this is a materially false claim that you keep making that I've validated. I don't know if you disagree with it somehow, but there's no evidence that they had WMDs in 2003.
Because absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. We inspected...
Okay, hold on, wait, real quick, wait. Let me, can I respond to this point real quick? Okay, hold on. Rage Pope. You can't say evidence of absence isn't absence of evidence. What you have to say is they were in violation of allowing inspectors to come in. That because the other phrase makes absolutely no sense. You can use it to justify literally anything in the universe. Wait. Let me just say this one more time, so that this is because this phrase is driving me crazy. Okay, if you are supposed to, if I have an agreement that somebody's allowed to come into my house and inspect my house for guns, and then when they come to my house and I shoo them away and I say get the fuck away, you're not inspecting my house, I wouldn't say, oh well, evidence or absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. What I would say is I had an agreement to allow them to inspect my house and I violated that agreement. So just please don't ever say that absence of evidence is the evidence. Okay, don't say that one again.
Right, so there's two things. So so the first one is they were in violation, like you said. The second one is in the post-war reports, we only looked at a double-digit number of facilities out of over 10,000 weapons and munitions facilities, right? So even though we can come after and say, hey, we didn't find anything, it's because we literally couldn't inspect most of these places or they were just bombed out of existence during the war. There were continued and repeated violations. There were missile programs from 2000 and 2002 that were still in violation. There were human rights violations that were in violation of the first resolution. Oh, sorry, I'm fucking exhausted. It's been...
Okay.
That's why I wanted to go through the points one at a time so we didn't end up running around all these things.
Sure, I understand.
So,
Okay, wait. So just real quick, this is a complete 90-degree offshoot, okay? So what the way to approach or structure this argument would be to start off with the claim, because I think I understand your argument, Rage Pope. So I think your argument is that Iraq was not only currently in violation in 2003 prior to the invasion of Security Council approved UN resolutions. They had also been in violation and had snuck around these resolutions in almost every single year between the first and second Gulf War. And that they were in violation of some things in 2003. And for the things that they weren't in violation of, we weren't even able to inspect them to verify that. So it sounds like that's the general outline of your argument. Therefore,
yes.
So war would have been justified under 440 or under 1441 because we had already, prior to this, authorized the use of all means necessary by any UN member state in order to bring them in line with these resolutions. So the U.S. already had almost explicit authorization, or at the very least implicit authorization to do that. So it sounds like that would have been your general argument. So then what Lighter Up would have fought with is Lighter Up could have taken 4 or 5 different points of disagreement. Lighter Up could have said that either they weren't in violation of those things, or they were in violation and there was good reason for them to be, or they were in violation but that wasn't reason for the United States to go to war, or they were in violation and the U.S. had good reason to go to war but the consequences would have made it prohibitively expensive to do so or something, and an expense could be like in costs of living lives. That sounds like it would have been the way to do that, rather than like here's like 7 million different UN resolutions and I'm going to read the details of every single one. That's what it sounds like to me would have been like the good outline of this.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have a lot of time to prepare.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to get it. I'm just saying like this would have been like a way to structure this. I mean,
that's the way that I wanted to do it, was basically go down, and now I have to like run through 1,000 timelines to show all the repeated violations, which is really problematic.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is before doing that, what you could do is lay out, here's the outline of my argument, and then Lighter Up, because Lighter Up might actually say, and it sounds to me like this is an argument that he would be willing to take, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like he would be willing to actually grant you everything up to the point where the U.S. invades. It sounds like he might be willing to say, you know what? Iraq actually was in violation of tons of shit. Even up to 2003, there were still parts of these resolutions that they were violating. And he might even say, I would grant you that. Despite all of that, and even despite 1441, he might even grant you that 1441 gives the U.S. implicit authorization to use force, but he might agree with literally all of that and still say, even granting all of that, the U.S. should not have invaded Iraq. And then your whole conversation could have literally centered on, was the invasion of Iraq justified, even if 1441 gave it implicit authorization, given that we knew the shit show that might ensue after that. That's why I'm saying it'd be good to let off, because then at that point, then you can avoid talking about 15 million resolutions, and you could just focus on that one point of disagreement, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
just quickly summarize, like, I guess what my position is as a whole, and like we can maybe go from those points of disagreement.
Sure.
So I do think,
I gotta fucking go to sleep. This is
Wait,
okay.
What the fuck?
Dude, I have to work at 6 a.m. I wanted to start this way earlier. I was at work 14 hours today, so.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will do my best to carry on your argument with Lighter Up, and I will probe his mind, and you can watch the video to answer chat. Okay.
Yeah, we can also I don't know, do this, pick this up another time too, but I'm happy to keep going for a little while. My general argument here is that the United Nations inspections had been effective in destroying the majority of Iraq's wet WMD program during the 1990s, with its chemical weapons program being destroyed in 94, biological programs being destroyed in 96, and its WMD program, or its nuclear weapons program, being destroyed in 91, so even earlier. After
I will say, when you bring that up, it seems a little shitty when the argument is like, well, look, because we were inspecting them, we were able to catch them violating in 91, we were able to catch them violating in 93, we were able to catch them violating in 95, right? Do you understand how that? So like maybe 2003 comes around and it's like, okay, this is bullshit, like you're gonna get fucked, right? Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, okay. So I think like had there been new evidence of a WMD program in Iraq in 2003, and like that would have been great. Like that would have been like if there really was like a nuclear weapons program in 2003 in Iraq, or a chemical weapons program in Iraq in 2003, then like great. But I mean, the reality is, right, like numerous countries around the world maintain sort of capabilities to act or have or maintain capabilities for chemical weapons or biological weapons or nuclear weapons, and we don't invade them. Iraq was not pursuing those programs in 2003. The UN was given access in late 2002, and in 2003 reported that there were no WMD programs that they could find. he makes this like evidence of absence is not absence of evidence.
So
argument,
wait,
but,
ignore every time he's ever said that. I don't know why he's phrasing it that way, but what he's saying is that, so what Rage Pope is saying is he's laying out the case that, and you seem to acknowledge this, that they had been violating their resolutions consistently in the past, and we caught them over and over and again. And then the argument that he's making is that Iraq had been finding ways, whether justified or not, because you brought up the CIA intervention and scouting stuff, right? He's saying that regardless of whether they had good justification or not, that they had been finding ways to kind of avoid those inspections, and that even if the very limited inspections that had gone on had shown that, well, it doesn't look like there's any WMD or biological weapons being created here, the fact that we'd caught them violating these resolutions over and over and over and over and over again leading up to that, that's what he means when he says absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. That maybe because we didn't have good access, we still weren't able to materially like decide that. So, so something that you need to address, or you would need to address in this argument, is that like, so because Rage Pope, I don't think disagrees when you would say like we didn't find like nuclear weapons or something, or we didn't find like completed biological weapons, but we had good reason to believe that these were programs they were working on, given the other violations and given their history of constantly violating those resolutions.
So I guess like I would need to see evidence of there being good reason to believe that beyond like they had been in violation of these programs previously. Because my understanding of U.S. intelligence and UN intelligence leading up to this, and like general international intelligence leading up to this point, was that Iraq had disabled its weapons program because it was trying to get out of UN sanctions. It was very clearly being hurt by the sanctions.
Sure. And then
its economy.
Sure. And then my understanding is Rachel was saying that even in 2003, and then you guys hadn't settled whether you disagree with that, even in 2003, there were 73 some violations that were still on the books about them pertaining to the construction of biological weapons, or like ICBMs that could fire more than 150 kilometers or whatever, is my understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure about like the particulars of like what all 73 of those were, but in the 2003 report by the UN inspector who had been sent into Iraq, he's reporting unprecedented access by the Iraqi government, able to perform, as he puts, professional, no-notice inspections all over Iraq and increase aerial surveillance. But they found no evidence of any of the mobile weapons labs the United States had claimed that there might be for biological weapons, no evidence of any underground chemical or biological weapons facilities or storage, and that the Al-Samud missile program that had been mentioned a couple times that Iraq had accepted that these missiles and associated items be destroyed, and that they would start the process, and that they had started the process of doing so under UN supervision.
Okay, so
they complied with
gotcha.
Every request
of the
United States.
So, okay, great. So this right here is a material disagreement that we need to resolve. So Rage Pope, he's essentially saying that in 2003, a UN inspector claims that they did have access necessary to make the claim that there were not the weapons labs that I think you're claiming there were. What is the resolution for this material disagreement based on this UN inspector report? Or did Rage Pope go to sleep? Okay.
Sorry, I just got texted by work, so I got to wrap this up. So the totally mundane is in general lobby. Drag him in. He'll continue to argue this.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry that I had a poor showing. I'm fucking exhausted.
You're fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, be careful. I love you. Good night. Peace. Okay, be careful.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay.
Tag team, boys.
We're bringing in round 2. Okay. All right. Let's take a deep breath. Jesus. All right. To make my position clear, I'm not like super strongly like one way or another on this argument. I'm interested. I've heard strong arguments in favor and opposed to the war, and I've heard objections to every single step of the way, where some people will say they were never violating, or some people say they might have been violating, but that didn't give us authorization to do so, because I know people argue with the legality of 14.1, and I know some people say we had justification, but we still shouldn't have invaded, and then some people say we had justification, we should have invaded, the invasion was right, or whatever. Yeah, okay. So just to make my position clear, I'm just trying to do that. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm dragging this guy in, okay? Good luck. Okay, totally mundane. Say something real quick.
What? Here?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Hey, how's it going?
Okay, hey, so totally mundane. So right now, have you been listening to the conversation thus far?
So I was actually supposed to be here a lot earlier to help Rage Pope with this debate, but I commute 2 hours to get home from work, so I was stuck in traffic.
Okay, I mean, like, it's sorry, a little bit weird.
Anyways,
okay.
I've been kind of intermittently listening. I got the last end of it though,
okay.
And I just have a question for Lighter Up in regards to the March 7th 2003 report that you're citing.
Sure.
So in that report, you've made it pretty clear that it states that the inspection teams were granted pretty clear and free access to areas all over the country. I mean, you've made it clear that the particulars of access were not being violated, at least, but in terms of resolutions, right? That's the gist of what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So my question is then, given the March 6th, 2003 report, which I understand that you may not have had time to entirely go over, given that that report lists significant, current disarmament issues, 72 of them. It's referred to as the clusters report, particularly because the 72 disarmament issues have been clustered into 72 different categories of weapons. But given the fact that this document exists and these disarmament issues persisted, and that even though the report a day later from Hans Blix details phenomenal access to areas all over the country. Are these material disagreements about disarmament issues not in and of themselves a violation of proof of Iraq showing that they have fully disarmed themselves? Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, I mean, my understanding is that it was understood that they were in violation of some of these agreements in 2002, and that the inspection that began in 2002 and was reporting back in 2003 through this unprecedented access, I discovered this, and that Iraq was therefore complying with the destruction of these materials that were in sort of violation of any materials or of any UN resolution.
Yeah.
And so
okay,
it seems like Iraq's complying in 2003. I mean, I think that's the general argument that's being made in the 2003 report.
So my issue with this is that I find that while I agree that to some extent, I mean, we can even go as far to say to a great extent in regards to access to certain areas of the country and detailing the destruction of certain weapons that had previously been issues up until like 1998 or whatever year we choose to go by, given the hundreds of issues. My problem with this is that the material concern of inspectors to suggest that there are 72 different categories of weapons in Iraq which they have materially not provided any documentation for the destruction of, and in fact have been, as the report states, and if you want time to go over this or whatnot, that's fine. But the report
Can you
does
give a page
state
number for the 72 claim? Because I've been looking around it for a while. Control.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 175-page PDF. I totally understand.
Can I actually, real quick, can I ask you a clarifying question on that? Okay, so the 172 figure is being used. So what you're essentially saying?
72. Sorry, 72.
Sorry, you said 172 pages or whatever. Yeah, my bad. 72.
Oh, so, yeah, my bad. Yeah.
No, you're fine. I misheard. Or I misspoke. Misspoke a lot. Okay, so you're bringing up this 72 number again and again, which is effective. So you're saying Iraq was in violation of 72 different weapons mandates or whatever. Holy fuck, that's really bad. But now my question is going to be, well, hold on. Could 72 mandates be 34 of these are in regards to one airport that's not being properly reported or something? Or are these 72, number one is yellow cake uranium, number two is how many of these 72 violations were referring to something that we would all agree in here is this is something worth going to war over, versus how many of these 72 things are they had one Scud launcher or something that they shouldn't have had or wasn't accounted for properly and an accounting error. That's an important distinction to make. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. So let me do you or here. Well, so if you go to page 21, I suppose in the PDF, it lists the contents of the various issues that have not been fully. So let's run down some of these munitions, for example, that have disarmament issues, right? Documentation that these issues have not been resolved. We could talk about Tabin gas, sarin and cyclosarin, mustard gas, VX gas, salmon gas. If we want to take a specific example, VX and sarin gas, for example, there was a report declassified by or I should say it was FOIA'd by the New York Times, declassified by the Department of Army in 2011, that details stockpiles of weapons, both in such degraded condition that they can't be used, and some in condition where they could have been used, where Department of Army Corps of Engineers actually tried to dispose of these stockpiles of munitions that were found, these undeclared munitions, I suppose I should preface that, out in the desert, and they tried to dispose of them as if they were conventional munitions, ended up blowing them up, and then these Department of Army engineers died of poisoning from sarin and VX gas stockpiles. So I mean, it's like,
well, so real quick, so that type of violation, okay? Because so now I'm gonna speak a little bit rhetorically. When you say 72 violations, the thing that most people are hearing, me included, is they were undertaking a systematic effort to conceal some sort of biological weapons program. But then when you give me an example like this, it sounds like they tried to take some stupid dumb fuck shortcuts and expose of weapons in a stupid way that caused some like friendly fire or death of their own people, but it doesn't sound like a malicious attempt to conceal the development of a program that would be against the mandates of the types of weaponry they're allowed to continue investigating or researching. That's like an important clarification, I think.
Right. So my question then to you then would be, when we're talking about, and I correct me if I'm wrong here with your understanding, when we're talking about like a systemic attempt to conceal weapons of mass destruction, you know, for me, and I think before I say this, it's important to clarify, you know, the sort of, I understand that this might be a gray area of interpretation, both legally and morally for people, but I think it is that we can have a reasonable understanding that it is not, you know, unjustified for people to see actions of Iraq engaging in what is disruptive activities to not provide material documentation for the destruction of certain categories of weapons, as well as undeclared weapons being found years later, both of course in degraded condition, but also in you know, actionable condition as well. I mean, so I understand.
I agree with what you're saying. This will be the last time I interview, sorry, because this isn't my debate.
Sure.
But so I understand what you're saying, but I think it is materially different, and you agree with this, okay? I'm not even going to give you the chance to disagree because you agree with this. It is materially different if I go into a country and I said, you need to dispose of these weapons in this way. If I go in and there are two worlds, one in which I go in and they have concealed those weapons and they remain prime and mission ready and even like further expanded upon, versus me going in and finding out that they tried to dispose of them and they're unusable in a desert somewhere and they did it in an improper manner because they're being lazy or stupid. Those two worlds are very different. Where in the former, I am confident and comfortable in saying like we should go to war. This is actionable. And in the latter, it's like you're gonna get slapped with more sanctions for being fucking stupid. But these two worlds are very different. Right?
So I guess my response to that is going to be, one, given the fact that many of the actions that we had taken, I mean, to take one example in regards of sanctions, had materially failed in the past to elicit, I think, the kind of results that we were hoping for. Two, regardless of whether or not you think that there is a
so like
regardless of please go ahead.
I guess, how did the sanctions program fail, considering that in 2003 Iraq did not have any WMD program? We had successfully forced Iraq into this.
And that's a very fair question. So for me personally, when I look at this particular of the failing of sanctions, what I'm looking at is, have the sanctions actually sort of elicited or actually been capable of keeping particular technologies as well, because a lot of the sanctions, is particularly that's what it meant, was they were placed upon things like dual-use technologies, which Iraq used illegal methods to smuggle certain dual-use technologies in through, say, for the Oil for Food program. There were a couple of French companies that engaged in this sort of behavior. There's that great meme about George Galloway as he stands in front of the Senate trying to defend his, purchasing of oil or whatever the heck he did. I can't remember, but whatever the hell he did.
I mean, the claims about him were false. Also, just to clarify that.
I'll be honest with you. I said it was a meme for a reason, but like realistically, it's these violations of sanctions, right, via different methods do exist, and they are real. And I think that shows materially that sanctions were not capable of doing what it was that they were explicitly meant to do.
So, what was the ultimate aim of the sanctions regime?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
What was the ultimate aim of the sanctions regime in your eyes?
Oh, well, so So I think that there are two main goals of the sanctions regime. One, obviously, which I imagine is the argument that you're going to carry on with, was to dissuade Iraq or deter them from rebuilding or engaging in any sort of behavior in regards to actions toward weapons of mass destruction. The second, I would posit, is the explicit objective of the individual sanctions themselves, such as ones placed on like dual use technology, ones placed on the exportation of oil, or the exporting of oil in certain methods, in certain amounts. These particular objectives were the ones that were violated and failed. And then obviously I think we can agree that the overarching objective was, taking the regime in and of itself entirely, was to dissuade Iraq from engaging in any more, WMD-related behavior.
Right. And
sure,
you acknowledge that, like, in 2003, the regime had successfully gotten Iraq to agree to weapons inspections, that it had gotten Iraq to get rid of its chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons programs, and that as of 2003 at least, it was destroying its long-range missile program.
Well, this is where I'm gonna posit my disagreement based on the 72 issues of disarmament, because if you read, and again, I understand that neither of you have had the chance to sort of read the article in its entirety, and I'd love to revisit this conversation another time, but. My particular issue with this argument is that regardless of if Iraq is meeting certain parts of its agreements, that's great. I'm totally on board with that. I love it. But over here, we're still dealing with material violation of these agreements, regardless of how you view them subjectively to have been when you interpret them as if it's a systematic or if it's an individual issue within Iraq. These particular violations pertain to Iraqi government peoples, they pertain to the Iraqi government, and the violations exist even though they are meeting other portions of the agreement. So meeting 50% does not constitute them meeting the agreement. What I'm trying to say.
I guess the primary goal, though, is being achieved, right? And the primary goal in relation to how Iraq would potentially threaten the United States, which is the basis for the invasion, right, is that Iraq somehow constitutes a threat to the U.S. Now, if Iraq does not constitute a threat to the U.S. because it doesn't have a WMD program, because the sanctions are working, then I don't think there's any justification for the invasion of Iraq based on some violation of sanctions, right?
Can I throw in just a real quick question there? When you are making that argument, who does that argument come from? Does that come from the United States government or the United Nations Security Council resolutions?
What do you mean?
When we talk about the argument of Iraq being a direct threat to the United States, that is an argument, I believe, that comes directly from the U.S. government. And I know Rage Pope affectionately referred to me as an avowed neocon yesterday. I kind of reject that label a little bit. However, I'm going to come out very clearly here that I unequivocally condemn the methods and the ways in which the Bush administration did its PR campaign around an invasion of Iraq. I think it was extremely irresponsible.
They made up a pack of lies about the intelligence informing about the intelligence regarding Iraq's WMD.
I think that is a detestable action, and I'm absolutely not arguing on the behalf of that argument in any way, shape, or form. I am pointing specifically to the UN Security Council resolutions, which I think I have presented in a way to suggest that regardless of the Iraqis meeting 50% of their agreements or whatever percent, I'm just saying, regardless of them meeting some of the requirements, that does not constitute a full meeting of its obligations. If there are violations in any way, shape, or form, given that UN Resolution 1441 recalls all past resolutions and makes very clear, the enforcement mechanisms available to member states, I don't think that. I think so my argument here is that I think a reasonable human being looking at this could find a reasonable justification for an invasion.
Okay, hold on. I have to ask a razor sharp question here, okay?
Razor sharp
question. So if I understand what you're saying, the United States was not justifying it going to war based on Iraq being a threat to the United States, but rather based on Iraq's continuing defiance of the United Nations resolutions, correct?
So this is a great question. No, what I am saying is that this might sound kind of weaselly, and I understand if it does, but this is what I'm here trying to argue, is that if we were to look at the totality of evidence presented, I am totally fine with disavowing and condemning the United States' actions in regards to its, PR campaign, essentially, against Iraq. However, I think that it is important to recognize where violations have occurred, and given in sort of like a historical vacuum, so to speak, these violations occurring could reasonably constitute an intervention into Iraq to uphold these particular.
So I understand that. So the razor sharp question is that, like, we're speaking on behalf of the violation of UN resolutions, not a specific threat to the United States, correct?
No.
So,
I'm not making that argument at all. No.
That it's not in response to a specific threat to the United States, right? So my question is that, because you said any reasonable person, and I might agree with that, but if what you're saying is true, that this is in a response to continuing defiance of UN resolutions, that it's not about a specific threat to the United States, then why wouldn't the United States get the approval of the Security Council then to do this intervention? Because a reasonable person, in my opinion, would actually believe that the United States has a greater individual interest than the UN or the Security Council has an interest, because the United States seemed to move on this unilaterally and did not get approval from the UN to get explicit authorization, but rather instead they relied on 1441 to do it on past justification for the Kuwait War. That would be my question.
Okay, and that's actually a great question. So let me kind of and I'm going to branch out a little bit here in terms of how I'm how I'm approaching these arguments a little bit. So I think there is a reasonable amount of evidence to suggest that certain members of certain member states on the Security Council had a self-interested reason to vote no on any military action in regards to Iraq. I think if I that may sound a little conspiratorial to you. Later on, I'd be happy to provide the evidence for why I believe this to be the case. But I think, given the violations that had come,
wait, hold on.
Light,
I don't want to go so hard on this. So,
when
it comes to Security Council members, I could agree with you if it was, say, like, I'm going to expose it. Now, Russia is on the Security Council. Yes, that is true. Yes, is China on the Security Council?
At this time,
in 2003. Okay, well, let's go. So, like, somebody like Russia voting no, if that was the case, and you were to tell me, well, now listen, it's going to sound bad, but the UN Security Council had political reasons to vote no, I would believe you. But my problem, I'm going to take a more specific opposition to that. The opposition within the UN was not coming to people that were loyal to the Iran regime. It was coming to countries like France that are theoretically loyal to the UN and US interest. So when countries like France are voting against this, or in opposition to this, or you would assume they would vote in opposition to explicit authorization, I think you need to justify that a little bit more. What are the political interests of the UN in not enforcing these resolutions with?
And I absolutely can. And so let me this is going to sound we're getting into a fantastic argument. I want to point out really quick though. I have actually wanted to come on and discuss foreign policy with you for quite some time.
Okay, sorry, but I'm not supposed to be hijacking this because your argument's between you and the other guy. But go ahead.
Okay, no, fair enough. But let me just quickly respond to this. So I think the argument that would come from that. And I don't know Lighter Up's Lighter. I should address you directly. I don't know your explicit understanding of things like international relations theory or stuff like that. I imagine, from what I understand, I would imagine you're a smart enough guy to understand that stuff. But
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, buddy. I would argue that. To better understand why certain states would vote in a self-interested way over the, explicit, or I guess the expected allegiance to international law in the United Nations, is that in the world, in the international sphere that we live in, I believe that most states are acting in self-interested ways, right? So when we look at things like international law or UN Security Council resolution votes, most states do not take this fundamentalist understanding of international law insofar as they don't treat it as this sort of like exemplar of liberal internationalism that we all ought to follow because it's going to create, peace and happiness and rainbows across the planet. I think that most states take an instrumentalist approach to international law insofar as that they will use it to further their own self-interested gain as much as they possibly can. And so to get into the nitty-gritty of why I think this affects people like France's vote on the UN Security Council is that there is evidence out there to suggest that France had illegal ties to illegal oil exportation out of Iraq to French companies in exchange for dual-use technologies. And I believe, given the connections that certain French government officials had in this, that and previous history that these government officials had with Saddam Hussein and Iraq, that I think there is a reasonable argument to be made that the self-interest of countries like France and Germany it would explain why exactly there would be a no vote there. Now, that is a huge theoretical discussion, which I know we don't have time for, but I'd love to come on and talk about it. But that's kind of generally my argument.
So, okay, cool. I mean, I'll acknowledge, right, like states might have had self-interested reasons for voting against the UN Security Council to invade Iran or invade Iraq. But I think there's also like a basic premise of international relations that all states respect the self-determination and sovereignty rights of other states, and that there are only very limited circumstances in which those can be violated. And under international law that's related to wars of aggression, which Iraq had committed in the Gulf War, but had not committed in the run-up to the 2003 invasion of the country. The being in violation of various different UN sanctions is not justification for a war against a country, even if there are repeated violations. The potential justification might be that the country posed some threat to another state and an imminent one. Even then, I think the legal justification for it is tenuous at best.
Wait, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but could you repeat the last 5 seconds? I just had a headset malfunction.
Oh yeah, no worries. My bad. Essentially, I was saying that even in the event that there was a WMD program, I think the justification or some sort of imminent threat that would be a tenuous justification for invading at best, unless you can demonstrate the country had real plans to attack, because crimes like wars of aggression are pretty much the only justification for intervening in another nation's sovereignty and attacking them under international law. Right? It's like a self-defense principle.
Sure.
The violation of sanctions is not a justification, and I think at least a good part of the UN's opposition to the security resolution for the UN Security Council resolution for a actual war that would have been vetoed was that the war would have been illegal from the UN's perspective. So, for example, the Secretary General in 2004 states, "I have indicated it was not in conformity with the UN Charter. From our point of view, and the Charter point of view, it was illegal." It was pretty
So, I understand that quoting Kofi Annan might sound rhetorically very good, but I don't. Kofi Annan is not the end all be all when it comes to international legal issues. International law, just on its face, is an extreme gray area in law. It is a relatively new piece of law, like a new existence of law, and to suggest, I think, to suggest these people who in title sound good and sound as if they should know what they're talking about are capable of delivering legal judgment like that off of a couple of press conferences based on what they think, I don't think that that's a reasonable argument to suggest that something is illegal or not. I would challenge that pretty significantly.
International lawyers and the majority of political science, international law scholarship has all concluded that this was an illegal war of aggression. There's not really.
I would love to see the evidence on that, and I don't mean to question that as in I don't believe you. I literally just don't know.
Yeah, sure. I'll pull that up. We were talking
absolutely.
about it a little bit
earlier. But given even that particular instance, I think it is important to point out at the very beginning of this of your verbal paragraph there, we acknowledged the self-interested nature of states. And correct me if I'm wrong, but after acknowledging that, you sort of specified that states, even though acted self-interestedly, we're still going to essentially adhere to international law in a fundamentalist way. And don't take the word fundamentalist in like a, you know what I mean.
So, I mean, I guess let me clarify this, right? So
Sure,
I think states recognize it sort of as being in their own self-interest to generally respect the sovereignty of other states because they want to have reciprocity in terms of having their own sovereignty respected. And international law and international norms is therefore, I think, in the interests of states in general. Not always. And I think oftentimes international law is written in sort of might makes right kind of way. And I think you kind of saw that with the U.S. getting away with the war in Iraq. But some principles that are enshrined in international law are agreed upon and generally respected, partially because states, even in their own self-interest, respect them. So yeah, I mean, that's like the point that I want to make there.
Right.
I would also, one thing I would like to point out too, is so like my understanding is like by the construction of the UN itself seems to be an organization that is explicitly makes it very, very, very hard for on the ground conflict. So for instance, the Security Council has countries as permanent members that are almost diametrically opposed to one another that through a single vote can overrule like military action. So it seems that by construction of the United Nations itself, doing like a unilateral invasion should be almost essentially impossible. That would be my layman understanding of how the UN is constructed.
Sure. Well, and so my I guess a little bit of a pushback to both of the comments that were made there is I think that given so again, this kind of gets to a bit of a theoretical conversation, but I think that given the fact that states act primarily self-interestedly in a world where the only outside power that is capable of actually coming in and dealing with disputes and sort of unilateral wars of aggression, like what you just mentioned, is a reigning hegemon, which is in this instance the United States of America. Given that I think that this is a simple fact of the world, it is descriptive that we to suggest that states are making these votes in sort of this like adherence to international law. I don't believe that they are. The states are voting in ways that they believe is going to be in their best interest given on the information that they have. So for example, let's take the vote for France. France had indicated many, many times that throughout the entirety of UN Security Council resolutions regarding Iraq that they would never ever vote for military action. And if we look at the evidence provided that it was in their self-interest to do so, I don't think one can reasonably assume that France is out here voting against military action in Iraq because it has an adherence to international law. No, France is using international law and its power in crafting it in a very instrumentalist and self-interested way so as to not necessarily provide itself as being diametrically opposed to the United States, but simply looking out for itself, right? Like, so I have a hard time coming to terms with the idea that we need to rely on an institution which, albeit crafted to have states which are diametrically opposed to one another, although by the definition that I think that we all kind of generally agree on, having states, any state on this council could be diametrically opposed to each other. The existence of relying on this international institution entirely for or I guess the United Nations Security Council, I should specify, for our explicit permission to invade a country which has clearly violated many, many international norms and rules and specific laws. I find it difficult to sort of fall back on, well, the UN Security Council resolution didn't explicitly say that we should go to war, so I don't know why we should go to war. Like, I think it's clear enough in the resolutions in them themselves and that the evidence that's been presented that a reasonable person could find reasonable justification to go to war unilaterally, as the United States did, acting on behalf of the resolutions that existed, because there's reason to believe not only is the United Nations Security Council not going to vote on war for very self-interested reasons, but also there is enough evidence for us to go in there and do it in the first place, right? And this is, of course, going to vacuum outside of the rest of history that's occurred.
Sure. I mean, I posted in the DGG chat this article
Which never been to DGG, sorry.
Big mistake.
Let me. I don't know. I don't know how I can send it to you, but essentially, the majority. This is a.
You can just send it to me on Discord.
It's the legality of the Iraq invasion, and I'll find it.
Sure.
And there you go.
Cool.
We'll send you a message here. There you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, the majority of international lawyers view it as being an illegal war.
So
now, that aside, right? Like,
sure.
Why would it be justified, right? Like, so the original U.S. justification is that it was Iraq posed an imminent threat to the United States. Now, if the country poses an imminent threat, then like maybe war against it is justified as part of like a preemptive strike.
I'm sorry.
Sort of self-defense.
Real quick, can I ask a quick clarifying question about this thing that you posed? I don't mean to interrupt you. I promise I'm not going like full hard into trying to interrupt you. But just on the abstract alone, real quick, it says, and I'm quoting here, on the legal aspect of the Iraq invasion, international lawyers remain divided with views ranging from strong support to strong opposition.
I have the end of it says the international lawyers view as the rest of this chapter shows the invasion as illegal. I mean, I don't know.
So I think what the thing that you're linking is suggesting is that
right. So it's that like
literature
that are justifying various different sort of like aspects of it. But the point it's making is that if you're an independent international lawyer who's not tied to the U.S.
I see what's happening here. Okay, so I love you, buddy. This has been a great conversation, but I can't without like. This seems really, really kind of weird to me when you have a phrase like, however, it seems from the survey of available literature that those who support the invasion of Iraq are either on the payroll of Anglo-American administrations or politically aligned with them. Like, I can understand not agreeing with the like the legal mastermind of somebody like John Yoo, for example, right? Like if this paper was out here being like, look, John Yoo is out here supporting the Iraq war, I would kind of laugh at that because that's a big meme to suggest that we ought to listen to the the legal insights of John Yoo, the guy who crafted torture memos. But there is a significant amount of research that has to be done into this paper to even come close to like understanding the intricacies of the comments that are being made here. So I want to just
let me post another paper. Like, I mean, there's like a lot of different papers that have made the argument. Not all of them rely on, I guess, ad hominem attacks about the loyalties of different lawyers. I'm not like, that was like not my go-to. I just kind of Googled
I understand that. I'm just suggesting that I think given the fact that this paper alone in its understanding is that, that the legality argument is kind of divided. I believe that that's actually true. I do generally believe that the legal argument, especially for something like international law, is a massive legal gray area, as international law has been shown to be for literally the last, since its inception.
So, I mean, my understanding of this is based on existing interpretations of international law and based on the response of the international community that it was a war of aggression. I don't really think that
it doesn't seem to be the case from exactly what you posted, right? The only argument that they have against the fact that there's a split in the study that you posted is because, is some ad hominem attack, which would need significant evidence to.
Do you think?
Prove.
Right. So, I mean, I sent you another article on.
No,
this.
and I did, and I'd be happy to read that as well. This one seems a little more fleshed out, which is great.
Right.
I'll be happy to read this.
I'm not going to be able to pull off.
No, and I'm not expecting you to. I just think it's important to point out, in this particular, what appears to be some sort of legal meta-analysis, what the kind of comments that are being made, and it's important to point out that they do recognize the split that exists currently, and the only argument they have against it is that some of these people could be paid off, which I mean, maybe again, there's a lot of claims that would need to be justified there. Not to suggest that you're suggesting that at all.
Yeah. So
No, go ahead.
I'll acknowledge, right, there might be potentially some disagreement, but my understanding through what I read previously in both from the international community's response to the invasion, that there is very little evidence. There is a pretty significant international legal consensus that the war was an illegal war of aggression. Now, beyond this international law claim, right? You're making the claim that the war was justified not on the basis of a sort of imminent threat to the United States, but on the basis of a violation of UN sanctions.
Yeah, generally rules and norms and the laws behind them. Yeah.
So, like, I find that to be like an extremely low bar for justifying a war against a country. There are, a number of countries that today are in violation of UN sanctions.
Absolutely.
Or something. Actually, a really quick question.
UN sanctions. I don't think we would say that as a justification for war against them. I think that, like, unless you can say that this country is actually threatening you, that's not really a justification for war.
Right. So,
and I think that there's not really a credible argument for that. So I think
I very much understand exactly where you're coming from, and I liked earlier when you were discussing with Rage Pope that the example that you brought up of North Korea, for example, which has been in violation of nuclear UN Security Council resolutions for God knows how many administrations of the United States. I think that the important point to make here is that in the world in which we exist in, and this is I don't know how this is going to come across, so, let me know if this sounds weaselly or bad or whatever. But I think that given the world in which we exist in, right, which for me personally, I believe is a realist world of an anarchic environment, it is difficult for the United Nations and specifically the United States, which has been the chief, upholder of these resolutions, to be able to go out and basically just enforce these resolutions with military force every single time. There are barriers to these particular actions that exist, barriers that are significant enough as to literally destroy all life on the planet when engaging in, say, for example, nuclear war. That's really, really bad, and I think we can agree together that regardless of there being different instances of countries violating I'm sorry, I just got a message on Discord and it totally screwed up my thought process. Where there are different instances of countries violating UN Security Council resolutions, and I would argue that North Korea's violations are significantly more severe than Iraq's. Even though that is the case, the pragmatic understanding of our world suggests that if we were to throw the weight of the United States behind an intervention in North Korea, the response from countries like China would be significant enough that it is generally not that we are generally not of the mind, unless we were to bring China into this particular intervention in North Korea, that we should just outrightly unilaterally engage in this country, whereas other countries who are not protected by regional or global nuclear powers, we understand that we have the ability to go in and deal with these problems outrightly with military force. And I think that is a thought process that exists for every single country, and it's important to acknowledge that.
Okay, so like, I buy the argument, right, that, like, the reason for not intervening in North Korea is primarily due to the consequences and, like, resulting from retaliation from China. But I think you have to think about the consequences of the invasion of Iraq in terms of how that affects legitimacy, particularly of the international sanctions regime, and also of the reaction to being in conflict with the United States as a minor power that might potentially want nuclear weapons. I think the lesson from Iraq is very clearly that if you do not have nuclear weapons, you are open to invasion. There's no way the United States is going to invade North Korea today because it's a nuclear weapon state.
Well,
right?
No. I think we should point out pretty clearly that regardless of, I don't think that we're not invading North Korea because they have nuclear weapons. I think we're not invading North Korea because China has nuclear weapons.
Sure. I mean, I think both are true. Let's say China abandoned North Korea, right? I think we would still not invade.
I think there's a pretty good argument there for potential military action.
Wait, hold on. Let's generalize this more. The argument that he's making is that having nuclear weapons demonstrably improves your standing on the world stage. I think that we can all agree that. And by violating sanctions, or by violating or unilaterally taking international enforcement into our hands, we are reinforcing the importance of having those nuclear weapons. So by your own admission, deductively speaking, you just said we're not invading North Korea because China has nuclear weapons. Well, as long as somebody has nuclear weapons that's willing to stick up for you or is in your region, that seems to be a problem. So it seems like we reinforce the importance of the U.S. is going to fuck you if you can't protect yourself with nuclear weapons, thereby driving other people in the region, like, say, Iran, or over in, like, India or Pakistan or whatever, other people to be pursuing nuclear weapons. Okay.
So I agree with that. So what I guess I would counter with this particular instance is to kind of go from that general understanding to kind of I believe that this particular argument is very scenario based. So a great example of this, and I'm gonna come out swinging. Chat's about to hate me. I'm gonna cite my main man, John R. Bolton. In his particular article in which he discusses potential military action on North Korea. So a lot of people like to cite the fact that John Bolton has outrightly called for just unilaterally glassing North Korea, which personally I think is really, really stupid. But there is another great argument that he has posited in a few articles before that I think actually is one to consider, that regardless of the existence of a nuclear umbrella for North Korea by China, looking at the sort of the situation as a whole, the issues between North Korea and China, and exactly how that dichotomy kind of presents itself, and the issues on the world stage that presents to China by being aligned with North Korea, there is a good argument there to suggest that it is possible for the United States to work with China on deposing the Kim regime, and at the very least removing nuclear weapons from the peninsula and replacing it with, like, a Chinese-headed, puppet state or something like that, right? So, like, I don't think that the existence of nuclear weapons absolutely precludes one from having military force enacted upon them, right? I think that there are many methods of getting around this particular issue.
So, I mean, like, all the empirical evidence points against nuclear weapons, like, against the claim that you're making. So,
I understand that, but that's because these are,
for example.
So
there's
go ahead, please.
Like collectively over, if you combine like the years in which different nuclear weapon states have had their programs, there's over, like, if you add them all together, even though there's overlapping years, you have over 200 years of states with nuclear weapons not being invaded. It is very, very clear that nuclear weapons are an incredible deterrent. And the point I want to make in relation to Iraq is that you had a state that starts to comply with the, United Nations and the IAEA requirements for inspections, and actually abandons its weapons programs and then gets invaded.
Well,
and I think the lesson there.
Hold on. Wait,
let him finish. Wait, let Lighter finish. Go.
I don't think we agree.
Wait. Let Lighter finish it. Okay, so the lesson there.
So, like, my point here is that, like, I think every rogue state, right, like, takes from this, or every potential recalcitrant minor state is if you know Debs and Montero, they're two political scientists from Yale who've written about this. Every recalcitrant state who has opposition to the U.S.-led international order and might have disputes with it, like Iran per se, like North Korea, sees that absent having its own nuclear weapons, they're going to get invaded by the United States, and complying with the international organizations that are meant to facilitate disarmament is actually going to lead to them being invaded and overthrown. And I think the United States did itself a great disservice, eliminated the possibility for peaceful disarmament occurring among other possible minor states that have disagreements with the United States. I don't really think that's very. I think it's very hard to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a very interesting point. And so let me kind of break down a little bit more here. What my particular argument here. So I think that I would agree to some extent that the idea of punishing states for nuclear proliferation, given that having nukes, achieving nuclear proliferation means that one is not going to get punished for nuclear proliferation. I agree that dichotomy is not great, and it's one of the reasons why I think that nuclear proliferation is the greatest security issue of our time. But
wait, security issue in a positive way or a negative way? Sorry.
Negative, insofar as that we ought not to allow for nuclear weapons to become proliferated.
Okay.
So that being said, I think that it is important. I would love to see the list of countries, at least cited in a lot of these studies, that have achieved nuclearization, and compared that with the number of countries that are not actively hostile on the outside world. Because I believe when we're talking about rogue states that are nuclearized, or even rogue states that are attempting to be nuclearized, that is a very, very small number of states. There are not a lot of people out there who are outrightly antagonizing the international world, let alone the United States, let alone even like Western Europe, right? Like Western Europe is like, yeah.
So my claim isn't that there's a lot of them. My claim is just that it's bad to encourage them to pursue a nuclear weapons program and to undermine the ability for international organizations that the U.S. funds and supports.
The encouragement's already there, though, just by the sheer defense that nuclear weapons provide. Like, if we wanted to say that this was bad, then we ought to have gone back and shot Oppenheimer in the head, right? Like, stopped him from creating an atomic bomb.
Well, I mean, we can't time travel, so that's not a very.
You're right. So there's really nothing that we can do about that.
Well, no, but there are things. I mean, but there are things we can do about it, right? Like, we do invest a lot of time and effort into these international organizations, into the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, into the IAEA, and there have been effective ways to prevent countries from nuclearizing. We have the Iran question currently in the news. They've recently been acquiring uranium metal. I think re-entering them into the JCPOA, for example, is a good solution to preventing them from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Whereas I think the opposite solution, the one that the neocons would propose, right? They've been in violation of the UN sanctions. They are, in violation of the JCPOA now. We should invade them. That's what this is the argument that you put forth as sort of justification.
Well, no, I have never argued that in regards to Iran. I've never ever said that in regards to Iran.
Well, why wouldn't it apply to Iran? It's the same principle, right?
That's great. We're going to jump back to that same pragmatic argument that I made about North Korea literally like 10 minutes ago. A boots-on-the-ground invasion of Iran versus a boots-on-the-ground invasion of Iraq in 2003 are two very significantly different endeavors to be undertaking. And I would think...
So it's justified as long as they're weak enough to not be much of a resistance to the U.S. invasion?
And actually,
that's the argument?
And actually, I don't even think I would agree with that. You don't think we would I could be totally ignorant here, but we couldn't just steamroll Iran in a similar way?
I actually would disagree with this pretty emphatically. Being easily the most hawkish person to exist here, I actually definitely disagree. A boots-on-the-ground invasion of Iran would be a significant endeavor, eons above the struggle that was put forward in Iraq.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there.
I think both of us agree here that a ground invasion is a very bad idea.
Mundane, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
I'm Pisco. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, buddy. What's the question? Lay it on me, buddy.
My question for you is this. In hindsight, was it a mistake for us to go in Iraq?
So
knowing everything we know now.
Yeah, no. So yes, I think that given all of the information that we have posited for us today, if we were to put forward the same justification argument and the same exact outcome were to apply, I used to defend that it was a good idea. I have since, after having a discussion with a few people who are my intellectual superiors, have come to the idea that it's probably not a good idea to have done it.
Wait, but that's not good. That's not good. That's not a good argument. No, like, let's say, for instance, Germany would have turned into a failed state after the invasion of the Nazi Party in the 40s. Would we say, like, oh well, maybe we should have just let them continue?
Well, no. So
wait, I'm asking Pisco that one, because that seems, because we can't taking a results oriented thing on whether or not we had prior. That's.
So the point is this. So one is I want to know sort of what he thinks the results have been, and whether or not those consequences matter to assessment of.
Well, sure. So to be very clear, every single person in this room, or else I'm kicking you, acknowledges that the results of the Iraq War were fucking horrible. The management of the country afterwards, regardless if we feel the initial.
Well, it sounds like that was a recent epiphany on the part.
Well, so it was up until the point insofar as that the argument that I would make previously was that, and I think this carries into it some level of nuance that hopefully Destiny wouldn't kick me for, that I am very aware that of literally days after the fall of the Hussein regime, up and until like mid 2006, early 2007, was just an absolute complete shit show.
Okay, so
with
let's get
zero planning.
So let's get out of post-hoc world now, and I want to know when is it justified to go to war in general? Because I feel like we're missing the forest for the trees here.
Oh, man.
Talking about violations of UN resolutions.
Yeah, no, for
international
sure.
law. Like,
this is
who
a
cares?
good general argument. Yeah, this is a good general question. So, this is going to. Oh man, we're dragging me through the tough questions. So I personally, given my theoretical understanding of the way that our world works, justifications for invasion. So, well, let me ask you a quick question.
I mean, before that, I just want to say, if it's so obvious that Iraq fills whatever criteria that is, how are you not able to give me in 2 seconds what the justification for a generalized war is?
Oh shit!
So, that's
Wait,
very
what?
fair.
They're just-
Because I think in particular we're talking about one specific justification when it comes to Iraq. We are discussing specifically the outcomes presented in the United Nations Security Council resolutions. If you want a general understanding of what an invasion of a country is justified by, I would ask you, just as a quick clarifying question, when we are talking about justifications in and of themselves, what, like, are we talking about, is there a moral justification that is required, or are we talking about
When is
simply
war
just
correct? When is it the correct option?
So I think that war,
morally justified?
I think that war is the correct option when it is the least damaging option to a state's interests.
So you look at war from a singular state's perspective?
So
Can you explain that?
No. I'm not looking at it from a singular state's perspective. What I'm saying is, when I'm looking at conflict, what I look at is when states are engaged in self-interested material behavior outside on the world stage. I believe that states justify conflict, right? States go to war because of these material conditions, right?
I'm not, so I understand that states do things in response to many different incentives, that we're an anarcho-realistic, whatever you want to say from your international theory. I'm asking you, we're really asking here an ethical question. Was the Iraq war justified at the time the action was taken? And I'm asking you what I think is a basic question, which is
of morality, I guess.
Well,
what else would I be asking?
Yeah, well, actually, even past morality, because if we're talking about a country going to war, so the answer to this is necessarily going to be complicated, because we have to look at it from a legal and a moral perspective, because a country can never go to war on just an ethical ground, right? And actually, because it seems to be that you are like pretty clearly stating that it was a just war, and I think you should have a pretty clear answer to that. So, in your view, if any state represents a threat to the interests, clearly you must qualify this more, right? Like if a state was going to pollute a little bit, that's not justification to Nagasaki them, right?
So I think obviously, yeah. I think that there's good reason to suggest that. So one particular instance in which, or I guess if we're going to make a general justification, it's difficult to preclude like a very general justification for engaging in war, because material, states suffering material damaging effects to their interests varies on so many levels that you would need to.
I don't understand why we're looking at the perspective of one singular state. You're assessing
because these are the actors that exist in our international sphere.
I'm not interested. Are you telling me when it would be justified for America to go into war, or are you telling me?
I'm talking about generally states as they act, their behavior on the international world.
I'm interested in you and your perspective.
Can I interject a little bit here? I mean, I think the argument that's being posited here by, sorry, I totally
mundane.
Is that there's basically no real like moral justification states have to give to war for war. If it's in their interest to go to war, they can do so. I think that's
a relatively amoral decision that's made.
I'm asking totally mundane's perspective, not America's.
If you want my particular personal ethical perspective on whether or not one ought to go to war, I really like America, and I think America should go out and defend its interests, because I believe that the existence of it as a hegemon in the international world has done amazing things for the world as a whole. And so
you don't believe that, really? I mean, if America
if we're going to go off on a tangent about talking about the moral implications of U.S. foreign policy for the entirety of history,
that's not what I'm talking about.
Either way, I'm not trying to have that conversation about the discussion of whether or not the United States is. You asked for my perspective, and I'm giving you the perspective.
But it sounds like your perspective is, I agree with any war that benefits America. Is that your real perspective?
Or supports U.S. hegemony, more specifically.
Is that really? I mean, if America was...
Wait. So wait. Let me. Here, wait. I get it. Wait. I get it. Wait.
Generally speaking, there is no like. So you say that, but insofar is that the basis for like the war itself, or like the scenarios in which these wars may come up, that's a very complicated discussion that you can't just generalize into a single sentence.
Sure. So wait, real quick, just as a quick question. Let's say South America, or fuck it, let's say in Asia, okay? Government, there's traditionally an ally to us. We'll say Turkey, okay? Let's say that a new government comes into power, and this government says, we actually don't support the United States. We're going to stop trading with them, and we're going to just trade with China. Okay, fuck the U.S. Do you think that that is sufficient, like, for us to go to war with, like, Turkey?
No, absolutely no, because there are many methods that are possible for us to actually use our...
So let's say we use all of our soft economic power, we use all of our soft pressure, whatever, we sanction or whatever, and Turkey's like, no, we're fine. We're going to continue to trade with China. Do you think that that alone, without any civil rights or human rights abuses, without any like direct military attacks or anything like that, do you think that's sufficient reason to go to war and install a new regime in that country?
No, because other states have done that, but no, I don't think so.
So then you don't believe it's only about U.S. hegemony. That's distinct from that. I'll also just point out, like, I think there are very good principles for when a war is just, and it's when it's in self-defense. And essentially, aside from that, it's probably not just.
But the argument.
Wow, I'm about to seem like a neocon, actually.
Well, the argument for self-defense is pretty, like, what do you qualify as self-defense? Like, is defending a state's interest, like take for example, would you have been okay with the justification for invading Saudi Arabia in the 70s during the oil crisis, given that it had such a materially significant effect on American people?
No, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. The cost of war is.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Lighter Up. He's the one who
said.
No,
I would not have been. That's like right.
Okay,
so
fair
like,
enough. It was a simple clarifying question.
Yeah, that's like not economic. Economic sanctions could be, I think, or economic warfare of some kind or another. I think maybe justifies retributionary economic warfare, but not military action. I think military action is
clarifying
question.
Let Dylan talk. Let Dylan talk.
Okay, so I have a few things. So the first thing I would like to bring up is the fact when we actually talk about these incentives and these like economic and soft power incentives being used comparative to classical military action, we can actually talk about an incident that happened on the world stage very recently. We can talk about the coup in Burma/Myanmar. I'm not going to get into the nameage debate. Where for a very long time they were an isolated nation due to the amount of sanctions we placed upon them. And I recently had like over 2 debates with people who actually advocated for invading Myanmar. And the justification that was made was that we need to invade Myanmar because we know from the past history from the 1960s to 2010 that the sanctions we place upon them would be ineffective due to their economic ties to China through like the Chinese economic corridor. And so when you look at situations like that, the question you ultimately need to make is one of incentives. And this is actually where sanctions, a lot of people don't realize that when you place sanctions, a lot of people just look at the immediate and that's it. Like, oh, did they cave immediately? And that's done. But when you place sanctions upon nations, what you do is you also create incentives for people to eventually back away, knowing that if Myanmar was to back away from the coup, then the economic opportunities that would be made available to them on the world stage would be more broad and would be all over the world. And when they actually did start to liberalize, America opened up its markets and they actually were able to revitalize their economy in a lot of massive ways. And so when you talk about sanctions and other economic pressures that might not be effective in the short term, when we talk about this example with Turkey, we don't know how effective it would be in the long term once a different administration possibly comes into power, which has different views about how Myanmar or Turkey should go economically in the future. So sanctions can actually be an incentive going later into the future. And that's something that I think that when people see it as either they cave to sanctions or we go to war, it's our only 2 options. Sanctions can have later effects that can actually incentivize bringing them back.
I think that's a great point.
Kind of rambled a little.
I don't know why we're talking about sanctions when we haven't even discovered how we consider international events and whose perspective do we look at when deciding whether or not something was justified.
Because you're a fucking nerd. I'm so sorry.
How could we ever, do we only consider the global position of America when deciding whether something was justified or not? is my question for Totally Mundane.
Well, I think for me personally, given the fact of my, particulars of my beliefs in regards to how states operate and the effects of U.S. hegemony, I mean, I think to some extent, yeah, it's a pretty significant question to be asking in regards to whether or not, the United States ought to go to war.
I would qualify what he's saying further. I'm sure he would also agree that we should also go to war equally for the interests of our allies as well, as that also defends the U.S. hegemony, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, like NATO Article 5 is something that I wholeheartedly support entirely.
So I've had this debate with Totally Monday before about war in Iraq, and something that I would actually bring up is in the past, I had this very totalitarian view on the war in Iraq, and I think my view has evolved, and I would say that if it was the 80s or 90s, I might have actually supported an invasion of Iraq, especially for the primary issue of the genocide against the Kurds and many humanitarian just basically the genocide. Genocide for me has always been in a very strong line that is hard for me to overlook.
How can you justify that though when we already went to war for that? That's so weird.
What do you mean?
Wait. We already had one Gulf War. How could we go into how could we do the second Gulf War based on the justification of the first Gulf War?
Like a little bit of
I don't think genocide of Kurdish people was a prelude for the intervention in the first Gulf War. The first Gulf War was purely off of the back. Lighter said this earlier in the debate.
If you look at the Gulf War, if we look at the Gulf War, there was actually a second operation right after the Gulf War called Operation Provide Comfort, which was specifically had to somewhat do with this region, where we actually tried to provide support to the Kurds who were being slaughtered by the government.
So I want to give I want to give a little bit more of a historically accurate account of what happened after the first Gulf War. The United States announced that it would essentially support some Iraqi people asking for self-determination in various different public statements by George H.W. Bush. And the implication of this was that the Kurdish segment of Iraq rebelled against the Iraqi government, thinking that it would have U.S. support for doing so. When that did not occur, they were slaughtered, right? It was a complete disaster. And there was maybe a real squandered opportunity there by the HW administration to potentially allow for the Kurdish people to acquire their own state, if you think that's a good thing to have happen. But, I mean, that's not a justification for the 2003 invasion of Iraq. And to a certain extent, some of the onus for what occurred in 91 and subsequently with the Kurdish people falls on the United States for basically inciting rebellion without actually following through on providing support for that rebellion.
So, Dylan, why are you against? It sounds like you might be against the Iraq invasion in 2003.
Oh, I was, yes. Because the thing is, because the invasion in 2003 had nothing to do with the genocide, right? It wasn't going to stop. It wasn't going to turn back the clock and stop it from going on. It's one of the main reason I'm against, for example, military intervention and what happened against Rohingya Muslims is because China's right there, and I don't think it would solve the situation. It's one of the only reasons why I'm against it. So when we talk about what happens with the Kurds, that was long gone and already happened by the time we invaded Iraq.
Yeah, that was my question. Like, how could you use that as a justification when we'd already done it? But
so that's why we were talking about the only reason we could intervene in the country was the idea of self-defense. I disagree with that fundamentally, and that's because and this is going to be super, Bastiat's going to love hearing this, and the only reason is because I believe a border does not dictate somebody's humanity, and the same way I care about people getting healthcare in this country is the same reason why I care about the human rights and civil rights and humanity of people across the border. And so when a genocide is going on, as somebody who cares about all humans, I want to go in there and stop that from happening. It's the same reason against many of my progressive friends' protests, I also would have supported intervention in Yugoslavia.
That is a big brain take, Dylan, and you should be proud to have it.
I love you.
So, I mean, I'll just make a couple points on the humanitarian intervention question. One, I think you could argue for it being justified, but I think you would want to ensure that there was checks on basically false justification for it, which I think are pretty easy to make, right? If you're unilaterally very strong power, you can make a claim that another state is abusing its citizens relatively easily. And so you'd probably want to go through something like the UN to get approval for some sort of intervention in another state. I don't really know why the U.S. needs to be doing that when the UN does have instruments in its power. And I agree they're slow and maybe less effective, but I think it's probably still the better way to go if you don't want to have false claims about intervention. Secondly, there's a moral hazard concern with humanitarian interventions, and that they entice rebel groups to essentially create humanitarian crises in order to encourage intervention on the part of great powers.
I would be very careful with that argument, because that argument is wheeled out a lot for. So, for instance, in Assad, there have been like 2 different types of like moderate groups that have been that some people would make the argument were actually chemical bombing themselves and their own people in order to bring the U.S. into the region. I've heard that argument wheeled out a few times. I don't know if you believe that, but.
So I would like not I don't want to like dispute the empirics of that claim. Like I don't know really, frankly. Like I would have to look into that. The specific way I've seen this rolled out previously, which is well backed up by evidence, is in regards to Kosovo and the Kosovo rebellion against Yugoslavia. I think that there was pretty significant evidence to say that the rebel group was motivated by the potential for humanitarian intervention, to create relatively violent events that would lead to government repression. And I think that is something just to consider in general.
So I agree with you that multilateralism is important when like looking at these types of interventions and making sure we have checks and balances, so people aren't saying, "Oh yeah, we're invading Syria, us Turkey, we're invading Syria because we care so much about the humanitarian situation," and then politicians are dragged out of cars and shot on the side of the street, right? Operation Peace Spring. I agree with you 100%. But if we look specifically at the example you're giving, which is Yugoslavia, we can look at the slaughter at Srebrenica or other locations with the UN. There was officials coming out like
that was a separate war, just to be clear. Like the first Yugoslavian war and then the Kosovo war that I'm talking about, they were like 9 years apart.
Okay, yes, but I'm talking about the first Yugoslav war, and specifically how the UN was ineffectual in dealing with the slaughter and genocide that occurred in that. Specifically, we can talk about Srebrenica. And when we look at these different events, the UN did not have enough power. And I am 100% on board giving the UN more power, giving certain criminal courts around the world more power. I am 100% on board, because the fact that China can just violate what's going on in the South China Sea and the Scarborough Shoal, have a ruling come out and they can just ignore it, that is disgusting with no repercussions. But we also live in a world of reality where that is not the current situation. So if there is not currently mechanisms in place to deal with this, then what do we do instead? Do we just let it happen because we didn't get a ruling, because maybe China vetoed it or some other nation vetoed it, or the UN doesn't have a designated authority over this territory? Because laws, of course, also don't dictate morality. So either we change the laws, or if they are an immoral law, we ignore the law.
D. Burns, 2 questions for you. So one is there anything special about genocide in your mind, or is it all reducible to humanitarian?
I would say it's all reducible, but genocide is one of the worst possible things you can do against a people. When we said the words "never again," I thought we were supposed to mean it.
Okay, and then number 2 is, I guess I agree with you that if war is successful in stopping genocide, and it reduces the level of harm that exists in the world, then perhaps it's justified. But if war doesn't do that, then it's not justified, right? If you're just banging your head into the wall and it's not actually making anyone's lives better, it's not justified. Right?
Of course, yeah. The thing is, the whole reason why I'm in favor of intervention and to stop the genocide in one area, but not in, say, let's say China. I'm not in favor of invading China to stop what's going on in Xinjiang province. Why? It isn't because they don't care about what's going on in Xinjiang province. I believe I always mess up how to pronounce it because I'm not Russian. Magnitsky sanctions and other repercussions we've put in place for Xinjiang are not enough. We need to go further. We need more attention to it. The reason why is if we were to invade, it would literally no, that also included Xinjiang. That also included Magnitsky sanctions also included people from it was expanded afterwards to include people who were involved in the Rohingya genocide. Actually, the current leader of Myanmar, because of the coup, he was actually on that list, and people involved in Xinjiang province. That's just wrong. But when we go on to this point, if we were to invade China, it would literally kill everybody. It would. Millions to billions could die, and so since that it's a simple trolley problem of what is the better way to save the most lives.
Right, and you would know, unlike Grimace in the chat, that war is sticky. It's not easy to get involved in a land invasion and just get out willy-nilly. You would, of course, agree with that, right?
So yeah, of course. For example, even though I don't support the war in Iraq, let's say there's a lot of people online who's like, so just pull out. Or if you look at Afghanistan, like we've been in there for so long, so we just pull out. Or, oh, we don't want troops in Syria, so just pull out. We saw the effects of that type of mindset of just pull out when Trump pulled out of northeastern Syria. It led to politicians being pulled out of cars.
Oh, so Dylan, you would agree then that someone in 2003 would be put on notice that this little war isn't going to be a little war at all, and in fact is going to be a significant long-term military commitment.
You need to make a commitment, because if you
so it's not post hoc to
if you it's the same problem I had with Obama's intervention in Libya. If you make a military commitment to be involved in a situation, you need to be there until it is resolved. Because once you've dropped bombs on a country, if you've put troops in a country, once you've gotten militarily involved, you've forced yourself into that situation. Now you have a responsibility to the people who live there and have to deal with the consequences of your actions to clean up the mess you made. If it's not cleaned up by the time the operation is.
Wait. How can you wait? You always have an obligation to stay there?
We're just gonna
absolutely.
No.
Wait. This shouldn't even be debated. We absolutely have some obligation to a country that for the stability of the rest of the world, of course.
So what you're telling me is, in a situation where somebody attacks the United States and we respond by maybe blowing their government to hell, we are now obligated, because they attacked us, to stick around and rebuild, perhaps.
You have no moral.
You have a moral obligation, and you have a hegemonic obligation. If you want the U.S. to be seen as a leader of the free world, and you have an obligation to the other countries in the area that you don't let that entire area fall into disarray. We've seen historically the differences, even just between World War I and II, the difference between attacking somebody and piecing out versus attacking somebody and then helping them rebuild. Of course, we have an obligation to assist a country afterwards. To not do so, it betrays our own self-interest.
That's a self-interest question. I obviously agree with that. But to say that we're obligated to stay there forever because somebody else attacks us
forever.
Nobody. Well, I don't think that's the argument that's being made, though. Nobody is out here saying.
I think Bastiat's thinking about this in kind of the context of the current debate about the Afghanistan withdrawal, where there is, I think, some push to withdraw from the country, but also at the same time, we obviously haven't really accomplished the mission there, and the fact that the Taliban still poses some threat to overtake it.
Just to be clear, I agree that we should stay there, until we win. But I don't.
We should stay there until some level of stability exists. So, for instance, for Afghanistan, I understand the difficulty there, but we should at the very least have like a deal in place with the Taliban before leaving. We shouldn't just leave and let everything happen as it may, right?
I have a question for Bastiat. Did we win the Iraq War?
Yeah, depends on what you qualify the objectives as.
It qualifies the
Wait, we absolutely won, of course.
Destroyed Saddam Hussein, right? That's one.
Dude,
no more weapons of mass destruction.
Wait.
So in that sense,
we can at least call it a Pyrrhic victory at the very
Not
least.
a Pyrrhic victory. We won the Iraq War. Our goal was to go in and get Saddam Hussein kicked the fuck out. We did it. We won the war. But the aftermath was a disaster.
Wait, Destiny. So we won. Woohoo! Now Iran has proxy groups all throughout.
Hold on. We can talk about the fallout or whatever. Okay. Would you say that we won World War I?
Wait, that's why I called it a Pyrrhic victory.
You're defining the objective such that by definition we win.
Well, no, the objective. Wait, hold on. The objective was to remove Saddam Hussein. We did that. That was our objective.
That's it?
Yes.
There are other objectives as well.
I think you'd say
those objectives came after the Operation Iraqi Freedom invasion itself. OIF itself is simply just the invasion of U.S. troops into Baghdad, right? The occupation afterwards, I think we can all agree, is an abject failure because it failed to meet different objectives than the actual invasion itself.
So now there's a formalistic cutoff.
Yes, there actually is. Operation Iraqi Freedom, that initial invasion, is different than the occupation of Iraq. Yes.
So
I think we can also agree that
there are different objectives.
Even if the invasion succeeded, we could also say that the decision to invade was bad, which is like also a separate discussion. Like I think we can.
I think we could do that, but I also think that it's important to point out the difference between the initial invasion and the objectives that carried and the objectives that the occupation carried, which are two very different.
It's a meaningless distinction. That
it's really not though.
This temporal
there is a real
totally meaningless. I mean,
it's not.
You would have to know that part of removing a leader, as Destiny has stated, is the moral obligation to not let the country descend into chaos. So you're trying to put a temporal kind of stop.
Right. So if you want to say that the Bush administration was lacking in insight so much so that it was blind to that particular question, I'm totally inclined to agree with that.
We're not blind to that question.
No, we are not. but at the time, the Bush administration was, given the fact that they literally did zero planning for the occupation, right? So we acknowledge that particular fact, and we can acknowledge the fact that they were blind to that particular instance, and so therefore then failed, right? The invasion then itself carries very different objectives than the occupation does, because they are actually two very different things in the mind of the administration going to war.
So the Iraq War lasted how long in your mind?
A total of, I think, about 3 weeks.
Okay.
The initial invasion lasted, but the occupation of Iraq, I believe, had very different objectives and was an abject failure.
Like, for comparison, if Japan would have fallen into disarray after World War II, we wouldn't say, oh, we lost World War II, we lost the invasion against Japan.
Yeah.
We still would have been successful in the invasion.
Wait. This is why I said Pyrrhic victory, because, okay, if we win our objective, and our objective was to remove Saddam Hussein, we're like, great. But then, from that, we built other strategic actors who like Iran got strategic benefit from being able to.
Yeah, wait, nobody disagrees with this. Nobody. It's silly to say like these are two just totally separate instances. We won the war in Iraq, but the occupation afterwards was a complete and total fucking disaster. Nobody disagrees with this.
I mean, I'll just bring it back to the original point of the debate tonight. It was the question of whether or not the original invasion was justified. And I really hope I've put forward enough evidence that people think, by and large in the chat at least, and maybe testing yourself and sending a little bit on the fence, that there was really a effective case for the sanctions regime working, and that the United States did real permanent damage to the potential for the sanctions regime to work in the future. And I really hope that the United States doesn't make such a terrible foreign policy decision ever again in our lifetime. Because I think this one has real consequences, and it will have consequences. Again, one other thing I'd like to say is I do also think it had I think big impact on American culture as well. I think the current misinformation that exists in American culture, to a certain extent, originates from the Iraq War. Going back to the 2006 Republican presidential primary, a big inflection point was Trump's criticism of a lot of the mainstream Republican candidates' support of the Iraq War, and I think a lot of people were tapped into the way that the government portrayed them. Anyway, so that's I hope that came through tonight.
No, it
Pyrrhic, guys.
I kind of want to. I do just want to really quick. I just want to. I do have to get going just because I have work early in the morning. I just want to thank everybody for an extremely awesome discussion. And if you ever want a token neocon to come on and discuss international relations with, I'm your guy. I will discuss any topic anywhere. Love you guys, and thank you very much for having me on, Destiny. You guys have a good rest of your night.
Yeah.
Pyrrhic. P.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I can't pronounce anything. Okay, I can't pronounce anything. Okay.
Wait, you just said anything correctly twice in a row.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
I am terrible with the English language.
That Rage Pope stuff was really bad.
I don't know if his just forming the argumentative structure was just really bad.
It seems like he was just reading Security Council resolutions for 45 minutes.
Well, what he wanted to do was, his goal was he wanted to lay out the entire list of how he'd felt that Iraq...
But you don't have to read the individual...
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, rhetorically, it was just really, yeah. But hey, listen,
the basis for his argument could have been way stronger if he just said there were X number of resolutions and the Iraq regime violated X number.
Mm-hmm. But that's ridiculous, Apples, and because justification for violations alone isn't a sufficient condition to go to war. I mean, America violates international obligations all the time.
But America's America and Iraq's Iraq.
Yeah. So what? I mean, the reason America doesn't get invaded is because it's big and powerful, not because it's a just country.
Well, and then also, hold on, we're going to be a bit less cynical too, right? If Rage Pope was sharp in his accusations that the violation was against specific HR resolutions that was being imposed on a country that had already been invaded one time with the support of the international community. To be clear, it's not just Iraq bad, LOL, but America bad too, LOL, therefore LOL. It was a more precise reason than that.
But it seemed to be the beginning and end of the conversation was whether or not these violations were in fact violated, or whether or not the resolutions were in fact violated.
Well, but it seems to be the case that everyone here agrees that they were. The part of the conversation that you sound like you want to have, and I would have wanted to listen to too, the part of the conversation that was important was the violation of those resolutions sufficient justification for
there
war?
You go.
Yeah, but we never got to that point of the conversation.
This is the interesting part.
Well, I mean, I will say, I just want to point
out.
Wait,
to be really clear to all of you guys, I'm leaving in 10 minutes. I can't stream late tonight, so go ahead. Just letting you know.
I feel like he never admitted that there was no violation on the WMD question in 2003, which was pretty well demonstrated at the time.
Well, that's what it seems like. It seems like, and even that other guy was saying that part is in contention because we never really clarified that there was like the 72 violations of some weapon, but I couldn't tell.
Probably like conventional weapons violations. I went and looked into it. I mean, there's not like a 2003 WMD report indicating that Iraq had WMDs in 2003.
Here's what I didn't hear. I didn't hear like a cost benefit, like how many people we're going to displace, how many lives will this cost. That's what I was looking for. And how much will this?
Why would you have to come up with a cost benefit analysis? Would you need a cost benefit analysis to figure out whether or not we've got to liberate German occupied Poland?
Well, no, yes, you would, and we did, and it was good, right? So, but like you can cost benefit analysis genocides, right? But that literally might be the cost benefit analysis. Like, what do we think are the chances that Iraq genocide somebody else again? That they use chemical weapons against the Kurdish people in their borders again, or that they use this is actually a really interesting question, right? So like it is obviously we can't do historical counterfactuals, right? But say we get the same uprising in Syria and you have Saddam Hussein in the neighboring country, right? Is that another opportunity for him to go to war with the Kurdish people again? I don't know, like any instability in that region. If we do think that Saddam Hussein is pursuing these types of weapons, right? And I know there's like a million other factors that could theoretically have been different, but and I think that could be a valid question. But we never got to that part of the conversation.
If you're saying, just to be clear on what I'm saying, of course, if you're thinking about a cost benefit, is it worth it to do it or not? Then sure. But if you're saying, is it right or wrong to go avenge a genocide by, for example, what we've got with Saddam Hussein is a guy who engaged in genocide, didn't kill everybody in the group he intended to genocide, and then basically was allowed to keep his throne anyway. Right? And the argument I heard tonight was, well, we didn't go after him when we had the chance, so really that wasn't an excuse to go after him at all. No way. The guy already tried to do it. His throne was forfeit from the
wait. But unfortunately, this argument just dies on its face because the United States has supported regimes that have been involved in human rights violations in the past.
So what? Would it have to be the United States? Would it have to be the United States? Any country could do that. Any country would have the right to depose a genocidal dictator around the world, and for so long as they were in power.
And even for the sake of if we were to take a perspective of how the world works, we can't have a world where we go in, invade a country, set some rules, and then 3 years later we're like, actually, you know what? Fuck you. Like that would just be chaos.
Which is what you were suggesting we might do.
So what you're saying is instead we should just say, you know what, Kurds, hey, Saddam probably won't do it again, and that's important.
We already said that, Bastia. We already said that.
The fact that we did that doesn't mean it was a righteous decision.
Yeah, but we did that, and we're committed as the United States. Part of our ruling of the world is that our word has to have some sort of meaning behind it. That needs to be important, right? This is a big problem that the United States has had under Trump, for instance.
The word of the United States should mean something, but when the word of the United States is for a malicious purpose, like saying, malicious purpose, but is for the purpose of allowing some genocidal dictator to remain in charge of a country full of people who he has tried to destroy in the past.
But that's not okay. We all know that that's not as simple as what the answer is. It was for the purpose of maintaining a country that would have been loyal to the United States in a region of the world where there's a lot of people that aren't loyal to the United States and aren't loyal to other U.S. interests in the region, right? We didn't keep Saddam Hussein there for the purpose of the United States. We kept Saddam Hussein there for the purpose of people, in Israel, for people in Saudi Arabia, for people for other interests in the region, right? And as the United States, if we want that position, and I know you do, Bass, you love the U.S., if you want the position where the United States is the leader of the free world, then these are the types of commitments that we have to make to other countries. And if we leave you there, or if we make some agreement, we are going to enforce these international bodies in international ways, not unilaterally because we're changing on the direction of the wind on whether or not we may keep you in power or not. That is incredibly important. We can't just take a moralistic view of we're going to go in and get rid of you because you did something bad at one point in time. That threatens our leadership.
We are like conflating geopolitics with morality here. I'm not saying that the wise thing to do is to always go charge in with guns blazing to go slay the dragon, but I am saying that you do have the right to go slay the dragon.
You don't. It's not a dragon. I mean, like whether or not there is a moral
genocidal dictator.
But there are a number of genocidal states across the globe.
And if I could get rid of all of them, I would.
What if it made everything worse? What if by getting rid of every genocidal regime?
You're right. What if by defending myself from somebody who's about to kill me, XYZ and baby Hitler grows up to, it does. What if?
Wait, hold on, wait. So to be clear, to be very clear morally, justification for countries is way different than the justification for individual self-defense, right? There's totally different types of justifications.
Why?
Yeah, and
well, because
let
we
me
have
just
because
say
in
quickly,
justified
you're
self-defense,
wrong.
you're usually it's like a one-on-one situation. This is different when entire countries are involved. Governments are acting on the behalf of people that are impacting other countries and other peoples. It's a totally different thing.
Yeah, like when you have also, if you look at the history of like basically regime change on the part of the United States government, there's a history of failed states that result that end up worsening the average situation for people on the ground. I think still to this day, electrification and like water access rates in Iraq are worse than they were pre-2003. I think it's very hard to argue that in any of the states that the United States has made regime changes in, there's been an improvement in the quality of life.
That's a good point. Let's see. I wonder if some of the countries that the United States has either preserved against regime change or actively engaged in regime change have been better off. I don't know. Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea.
So, like, if we want to talk about, sorry, let me just respond to
Yugoslavia,
so, like,
or rather the countries that resulted from Yugoslavia, like this idea that
most of those examples weren't unilateral, right?
Sure, right. Yeah, but I mean that doesn't mean that the the fact that other countries were involved, for example, doesn't mean that's not that is a helpful condition, but that doesn't make it a necessary condition. And the United States was, by and large, the power in charge of the occupation of Japan anyway.
I mean, why is any of that relevant? Isn't the point here that regardless of your political theory, it's in your best interest to stabilize a country? Because whether or not you're a realist or you're a liberal interventionist or you're a democratic peace adherent or something, it's always better to have a more stable country when you intervene, so it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass.
Which is exactly why we left Saddam Hussein there after the first Gulf War.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, and I agree that is probably the better thing to do. But what I'm saying is none of that equates to, therefore, concluding that it is always like the righteous thing to do.
No, I'm not saying there's a moral imperative to do it. I'm saying it's in your best interest anyway.
Well, sure. Yeah, I wouldn't deny that there are many things that would be in your best interest.
I would argue further, actually. I would say that it isn't a moral imperative, actually. Because the problem is a country is not an individual thing and other countries aren't individual things. These represent bodies of people everywhere that you have an obligation to. And I think that especially because the United States has taken on the leader of the free world position. So if we are going to act in that way, these people that are under our control are also necessarily under our care. I would argue that we have an obligation to not only peoples in countries that we invade, but in the peoples in the countries around them that we invade to ensure some sort of stable aftermath from any kind of military intervention we do.
But from that argument, the U.S. has to intervene in every humanitarian crisis across the world then, right?
Like, no, I'm not saying that we have to intervene in
Rwanda. There's
I'm not saying we have to intervene in humanitarian crisis. I'm saying that when we intervene, if we do, we have an obligation post-intervention to ensure that that part of the world is at least as good as it was when we got there.
But if we're the global hegemon, if we're the world police, we have to go everywhere, or we can't pick and choose.
Why is that, and why? We have limited resources. Naturally, anybody in the world has limited resources. The fact that you have limited resources doesn't mean you are condemned to do nothing. It's like saying we can't stop all crime, so don't bother.
Okay, wait. Are any of you guys still streaming?
No.
You fucking losers.
I think I technically am.
Oh, what do you mean you technically? Are you streaming or are you not? That's a yes or no.
I am, but I'm literally just have your stream open because I actually don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Oh, fuck.
This is like day one for me.
Well, maybe Destiny will send everybody over and you'll have a very exciting day one.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, fuck it. I'm hosting your stream, okay? Because I have to do other work and I'm falling behind on everything, and I can't stream really late every single.
You guys want to keep talking about this? Where are we all able to stay in this channel?
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. But I need to go to bed. Wait, what's your Twitch channel name?
Cool. Lighting Fires.
But you're the guy arguing against that, right? No, I'm just kidding.
There's a theme to it all.
Wait, what is your Twitch stream? Lighting Fires, one word.
Yeah, like LIGHT.
Yep, I got it. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, I love all of you in here. Thanks for jumping in and having fun. I wish you guys would come in more throughout the day instead of all of you jumping in at once, because fuck you guys, but that's okay.
All right. Real job. Have a good night, Dustin. This was fun.
Yeah. Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. And then you guys can keep shouting at each other. Okay, be careful. Okay, I love all of you guys. It's been fun. Ribberino, cappuccino, 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 my Deuterinos. I tried to raid that guy and it wasn't working, but... I'll take us later. Peace out.